to make sure you're safe in this wintry weather. Plus, the local group is going the extra mile to help essential workers. And later this morning, when President-elect Donald Trump is expected to be sentenced in his New York hush money case. And thank you for joining us on this cold and somewhat snowy Friday. It is January 10th. I'm Demetria Green.
And I'm morning meteorologist Grace Anello. Demetria, we started to see heavy snow. I'm talking very large flakes in Florence this morning. About 2:30. It's been building east ever since then. So pretty much all of us are waking up to snow right now.
And if you don't have the chance to see it right now in your neck of the woods, you have a bunch of pictures and videos that you've been posting on social media, so make sure you go follow them.
Absolutely, and send me pictures if you have them in your neck of the woods too. Gianello at WAAYTV.com. All right, today is a 31 alert day. We're seeing snow. We're also seeing a wintry mix. That means we're looking at not only snow accumulation, but also a little bit of sleet, a little bit of freezing rain accumulation. That 31 alert day already in effect lasts through 9 o'clock this evening. Of course, we've been talking about this system for over a week at this point, and it is finally in our neck of the woods. Take a look right now at 31 Triple Doppler, 431 on your Friday, seeing mostly that snow in the area. Pockets of warmer bubbles, that's getting out of the way. The atmosphere is still cooling, and we're continuing to see this snow, and we're going to. Now, here's what it looks like all across the south. Seeing those pockets of snow to our north, a little bit of that freezing rain sleet mix crossing over the Mississippi River. Far southern Mississippi seeing just rain. Today in the Tennessee Valley, we're going to have the opportunity to see all of those elements. WAAY 31 Skycam network powered by Thompson Roofing and Construction. That snowy haze you often see in the northeast, present in the shoals right now. Seeing those flakes in Huntsville, looking at snow already kind of coating the ground in Decatur. Can't tell too much, of course, on the lake, but we are pretty much all seeing that snow. As we head through the rest of the morning, it's just going to be snow, that frozen precip through about sunrise. Shortly thereafter, we'll start to see those pink pockets of wintry mix. They'll be sporadic at first, then by the time we head later into the morning and towards lunchtime, they'll kind of start to take over. At that point, our southern counties looking at just rain in your neck of the woods, that freezing rain mixture with some sleet going all the way up to the Alabama-Tennessee state line. That sticks around. We'll have some snow come behind it as we cool through the rest of the evening, and that gets out of our way by just after dinner time. What does that mean for the roads? Exactly how much snow and ice accumulation are we talking? I'll walk you through all of it coming up next.
Thank you, Grace. And we do know that many schools and colleges across North Alabama closed this morning to make sure that students as well as faculty stay safe during this snowstorm. And dozens more have closed since we first told you yesterday. Well, you can go check out that growing list of closures on our website at WAAYTV.com. Madison County leaders spent the week working with other agencies to prepare for the worst while hoping for the best. And after last year's winter weather, leaders say they now have more snow equipment as there are 12 snow plows, 9 brine trucks, 18 salt spreaders, and more.
When we get a layer of ice on that asphalt, it is very, very difficult for us to clear that ice. So we're asking for people to be prepared, as the mayor said. If we get ice, it's going to be a duration of hazardous driving conditions that's going to be rough on us, and there's nothing we can do about it.
And also make sure you check on your neighbors and animals over the next 72 hours. In Athens, it is all hands on deck with crews standing by with sand trucks and snow plows as city leaders say they're monitoring those bridges and streets around hospitals to make sure that emergency vehicles can get in and out. Now, WAAY 31 talked to some folks who are gassing up at the Buc-ee's in Athens who are worried about the road conditions. Some even modified their travel plans after seeing the forecast.
I'm concerned about the other people, especially with four-wheel drives. Just because you can get out there and go fast doesn't mean you can stop.
We saw the storm was coming through. We were going to leave tomorrow on Friday, and we decided to take off a day early so we could get someplace and let the storm pass and then move on. We're just going to kind of hunker down in a trailer and take it easy.
That's the smart thing to do. And several agencies are also urging you to stay home this weekend while crews go out there and assess the roads. And law enforcement agencies across the Tennessee Valley reminding drivers, make sure you pay attention to those signs and barricades they put up. They say that driving around a barricade, blocking an impassable stretch of road, doesn't just put your life in danger, but it's also dangerous for first responders who would have to come and rescue you if you get into a wreck.
Should it come to the inevitable that we have to close roads, they're barricaded for a reason. Please stay off that road. If you choose to go around it, you can receive a citation. And unfortunately, if you have a wreck on a closed road, we're not going to work that wreck. We'll come check on you and make sure you're okay. But as far as working the wreck, you shouldn't have been on that road to begin with.
Okay. Well, insurance agents say your car insurance may deny your claim too if that work or that wreck happened on a closed road. And some of us are braving this winter weather this morning for essential work. And one local group is trying to make sure that they do it safely. WAAY 31's Georgia Clark spoke with the Quad City Wranglers about what they're doing to assist.
We're a close-knit family, and we just like to help the community any way we can.
The Quad City Wranglers Jeep Club president Tommy Britton says this is what the Jeep community is all about. And as inches of snow threaten to drop down on North Alabama over the weekend, he says they will be stepping in to help.
We're reaching out to the local hospitals and first responders and nurses, and we've created a form for them to fill out for a request form, and we are going around picking them up, taking them to the hospitals.
So far, Britton says they have had over 70 applicants, and he expects his club members to be on the road 24/7 doing rides. They've done these ride programs for years, offering up help whenever bad weather strikes, and they're happy to do it.
Nurses and doctors has got to get to take care of the patients, and so we just feel like it's the best thing we can do. You know, if they can't drive, that's what we're here to do, is help take care of everybody.
And they aren't just helping with rides either.
We're just expecting easy rides, no trouble. We have recovery gear that if we need to, help somebody get unstuck, we're capable of doing that. And, just whatever the community needs, we're there to help.
If you do need help getting unstuck and can't find a traditional tow truck, be sure to reach out to the Quad City Wranglers through Facebook. With coverage you can count on, Georgia Clark, WAAY 31 News.
And there are more than 35 volunteers who are offering their time and services to do those rides, so good for them. But if you're getting out on these roads in your own vehicle, you need to make sure that you have whatever items that you need to handle whatever Mother Nature throws at you. So they're asking that you dress in layers. That means your coat, hat, scarf, gloves. Make sure you have an emergency kit in your vehicle. That includes a first aid kit, an ice scraper, portable charger, jumper cables, flashlight, blankets, and sand or kitty litter just in case you need some traction on those wheels. And lastly, they say be prepared to be on your own for about 72 hours if you get stranded. Now, WAAY 31 will be with you all day long, keeping you safe with continued coverage on this winter weather. To make sure you don't miss anything, go ahead and download that WAAY 31 Storm Tracker weather app. The QR code is on your screen.
All right, everybody, it is snowing as we speak. 4:38 on your Friday morning, seeing that snow in the Tennessee Valley. Today, of course, the 31 alert day. We've been talking about it for over a week. We're going to see snow, sleet, freezing rain, some regular rain. It's all in the mix today. I'm leaving us in caution days Saturday, Sunday, as we will have dangerous and then slick roads as we head into Sunday. Now, Sunday morning is going to be tough. Sunday afternoon, I think we're going to see a little bit of improvement. Here's your updated snowfall amounts. If I'm being honest, I think these are a hair optimistic. I think that wintry mix we see is going to bring these numbers down a little bit, but looking about less than 2 inches south of the Tennessee River for many. This lighter blue shade anywhere from Red Bay to Moulton, Huntsville up to Scottsboro and Skyline, anywhere from 2 to 4 inches, looking at up to 5 inches for our far northern counties. How much of a wintry mix you see depends on exactly how much snow you're going to see as well. Let me see if I can fix that graphic for you. This is talking about how much ice I am expecting. Now, I don't want you to just make light of this situation. Just because we're expecting just a few hundredths, a few tenths of an inch, doesn't mean it's not serious. Very small amounts of ice can make a very big difference. The good news is it is not going to come directly on the roads. That's coming to us after we already have a snow bed. And that's much better. That's going to help us hopefully avoid what happened last year. You're already tracking snow sticking on the roads, so conditions are getting worse and worse by the hour. I would not plan to be on the road later this afternoon and evening. All right, I'm going to walk you through future radar coming up in just a minute, let you know exactly when that freezing rain sleet mixture comes to your neck of the woods. Keep it right here.
When we return, a look at Donald Trump's last effort to delay sentencing in his hush money case. Plus, today is Judgment Day for the social media app TikTok. Details after the break.
Coverage you can count on. This is WAAY 31 News Mornings with Demetria Green, Chris Tatum, Meteorologist Grace Anello, and your best WAAY traffic.
Welcome back. The time is now 4:44, and ahead of taking the oath of office in just 10 days, President-elect Donald Trump will be sentenced this morning in his New York hush money case. That's after the Supreme Court rejected his last effort to delay it. Nicole D'Antonio is in Washington with details.
Today, President-elect Trump is expected to be sentenced by a New York judge for falsifying business records to cover up a hush money payment to adult film actress Stormy Daniels. A divided U.S. Supreme Court denied Trump's last-minute effort to set aside the May ruling, arguing the burden that sentencing will impose on the president-elect's responsibilities is relatively insubstantial. Trump's lawyers had unsuccessfully sought a delay, arguing Trump is deeply involved in the transition back to the White House and that going ahead with sentencing would cause harm to the institution of the presidency. Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg, just hours before the High Court ruled, insisted that the sentencing should go forward.
We believe that the sanctity of the jury verdict must be given primacy. The jury's voice must not be rubbed out.
Moments after the Supreme Court's order, Trump reacting to the news.
I read it and I thought it was a fair decision, actually.
But vowing to appeal the case. Trump had originally faced up to 4 years in prison, but being reelected in November changed that. The judge saying he will now impose what's called an unconditional discharge, which means no jail time, no fine, and no probation. It comes as a federal appeals court also ruled Thursday in another Trump case. A federal appeals court ruled that the Justice Department can release a report on President Trump's efforts to overturn his 2020 election loss. Part of Special Counsel Jack Smith's report could be released within days. Smith has been winding down his cases against the president-elect because of a long-standing Department of Justice policy prohibiting prosecution of a sitting president. Nicole D'Antonio, ABC News, Washington.
And today, Supreme Court justices could decide the fate of the social media app TikTok and whether or not its upcoming ban violates its First Amendment rights. So the app is set to be banned on the 19th, since it's still in the hands of a Chinese company. But many lawmakers believe TikTok poses a national security risk, saying China can access the personal data of Americans. Well, the app's parent company calls this ban unconstitutional.
This is a case where Americans are utilizing a foreign publisher to express their opinions. That's something the First Amendment would protect. This legislation singles out TikTok, and if these concerns are legitimate, then other platforms might be implicated.
If the Supreme Court allows the ban to go through, app stores would need to remove TikTok, or they could face some huge fines. Now, people who already have the app will no longer be able to get those software updates. And that impending ban could get in the way of a new technology just changing the way that people shop online. So TikTok's parent company says a ban could prevent it from bringing shopping app Douyin to the U.S. Now, with it, people can watch live streams from business owners and instantly tap and purchase items that they're interested in.
Look what they did in China. The goal is that they can mirror that in the U.S.
Okay, so that was news to me. I did not know that existed. That's a pretty cool piece of technology. But make sure you just stay with us, because we'll continue to follow this and the fate of the app.
Now, WAAY 31 Storm Tracker Meteorologist Grace Anello with 31 Triple Doppler.
All right, Grace. Whoa.
I know.
Look behind us. I mean, what a difference just a few minutes made.
And look at how large those flakes are. That is because
Yes.
of the level of moisture that we're seeing with this.
Oh, this is perfect weather to build a snowman.
Oh, it sure is. It sure is. I was going to say this was perfect weather for me to beat you in a snowball fight, but we're on different
She
pages.
always goes to violence.
That's not true. I'm just competitive. All right, let's talk. We got our 31 alert day in store. 4:48 on your Friday. Take a look at what we're seeing all across the Twin States. Looking at snow to the northern edge, heading even all the way up to Missouri and beyond. We're seeing that in the Tennessee Valley right now. A little bit of a wintry mix off to our west towards the Mississippi Delta. Then south of that, we're looking at just rain. Today, the Tennessee Valley gonna see all three of those. A little bit closer to home, pockets of some freezing rain, but snow for the most part. That's gonna stick around this morning through just about the time the sun rises. Of course, today is a 31 alert day. We've been prepping you for this for over a week at this point. Gonna see sleet, freezing rain, and snow in the forecast. Of course, in store right now, all the way through about 9 o'clock this evening. Take a look. WAAY 31 Skycam Network, powered by Thompson Roofing and Construction. This snow is already accumulating on the roads. You can even start to see it there in Decatur. A great deal of snow on 565 here in the Rocket City, and that very typical snowy haze over in Muscle Shoals as well. We do have that winter storm warning still in effect. Again, as I've been saying all week, not different from that 31 alert day graphic, just reinforcing that information. So here's how it's going to play out for you today. We're going to keep mainly snow as we head through about sunrise. At that point, we're going to start to see some of that wintry mix with some sleet, some freezing rain enter into the shoals. It's sporadic at first, but it continues to build in coverage as we head towards the late morning. Here's 10 o'clock on your Friday, seeing just plain old rain to our very far south, a large bed of that wintry mix just south of the Tennessee River. Still that snow just north of it. As we climb closer to lunchtime, we're going to see all of that lift northward. More of us are going to see just that rain. That wintry mix is going to stretch above the Tennessee River towards the Alabama-Tennessee state line, and that snow is lofting north. That sticks around with us through the late afternoon before we start to cool again, and more sporadic snowfall sticks with us through the time we head to about late dinner. So here's what we're looking at for truly optimistic snowfall amounts. Now, here's the thing. thing, the more of that winter mix we see, the less of this snow accumulation we're going to see. Looks like most of us are sitting anywhere from that 2 to 4.5 inch range. Of course, going to see the most snow in our very far northwestern counties in southern Tennessee. Here's what you're looking at for ice potential here. Most of us talking about several hundredths of an inch. While that's not a devastating number, I don't want you to take this too lightly. The smallest amounts of ice can make a very big difference, particularly when we're talking about the roads. Now, Florence started seeing a good bit of snowfall around 2:15, 2:30 this morning. So your roads in the Shoals and west of I-65 are already fairly compromised. They're drivable east of I-65, but of course those roads are getting worse as we head through the afternoon and evening. So here's what I'll tell you. My plan personally is to be off the road as early as I can be today. For all of you, I would say do the same. I definitely would not want to be on the road when that sun starts setting and anything that's there starts to refreeze. That would be very dangerous at that point. When we first wake up tomorrow, all of this precipitation we've seen, whether it's rain, wintry mix, whether it's snow, that's going to have refrozen, and that's going to lead to some pretty difficult driving conditions Saturday morning. And looks like much of the day Saturday, we're barely above the freezing mark, but we're not seeing a whole lot of sun. We'll have refreeze Saturday night. Sunday, I am expecting some major improvements. Nowhere near normal, but definitely major improvements as we head into the afternoon. We're going to stay sunny as we head into next week. Morning temperatures remain in the 20s. Highs remain right around that 40-degree mark.
All right. Thank you so much, Grace. We're going to check back in with you to get another check of that forecast.
Talk to you soon.
All right. Well, it is awards season, and after the break, wait to see if your favorite actor is nominated for a SAG award. Plus, at 5, the warning from local law enforcement this morning to drivers, and how one local group is putting their lives on the line to help you. We'll explain. Welcome back. We're about 5 minutes to the top of the hour, and we now know which actors are up for awards for the 31st Annual Screen Actors Guild Awards. Well, both Wicked and Shogun received 5 nominations each. Pamela Anderson, Timothée Chalamet, and Selena Gomez are also up for an award. Now you can watch to see who will win on February 23rd. It'll be streaming on Netflix.
It is snowing in North Alabama, and our 31 Alert Day is well underway. What you can expect for the rest of your day, an updated future radar outlook coming your way. Keep it right here. We'll be right back.
In our next half hour, how local leaders are preparing for this weather today.
This is a WAAY 31 Storm Tracker Winter Weather Update.
Good morning, everybody, and thanks so much for joining us for WAAY 31 Morning News. I'm Morning Meteorologist Grace Anello. Today at 31 Alert Day, snow is falling as we speak. I'm tracking a wintry mix this afternoon when it gets here, coming up next.
And I want you to take a look at Interstate 565 right now. You see that? Snow has made it to our area right here in the Rocket City.
Once you are where you're at when all this hits, that's where you're going to be for a while.
By now, you should be where you plan to ride out this wild weather. How leaders across the Tennessee Valley hope their week of preparations pays off.
And a last-ditch effort denied by the Supreme Court to stop President-elect Donald Trump's sentencing. And thank you for joining us on this Friday. It is a 31 Alert Day, January 10th. I'm Demetria Green.
And I'm Chris Tatum. North Alabama and southern Tennessee are right now under a winter storm warning, and also all of those counties in both North Alabama and southern Tennessee also under states of emergency. As our WAAY 31 Storm Tracker weather team predicted, much of Tennessee Valley's already seeing that snowfall, as evidence behind us here.
Yes, it is. So let's go ahead and get straight to WAAY 31 Storm Tracker morning meteorologist Grace Anello with the latest on this storm.
Demetria, Chris, good morning. A lot to dissect today, as it always happens with some winter weather in the south, talking about a mix of some snow. Then we're going to get to some wintry mix as well. Take a look right here on the BAM. We're talking about a 31 alert day in effect right now as we speak, all the way through 9 o'clock this evening. We're going to get snow, sleet, freezing rain, and just some good old regular rain in the Tennessee Valley today. 5:01 on your Friday morning. Already seeing that blanket of snow all across North Alabama and southern Tennessee on 31 Triple Doppler. And yes, it is already sticking, so that accumulation is already coming into form. Take a look to our west. It's snow for many of us. Then we've got a little bit of that wintry mix precip, that sleet, freezing rain in the Mississippi Delta. Just south of there, we're talking about all rain. In the Tennessee Valley today, we're going to get an opportunity to see all three of those elements. There's that snow for us across the region, a good bit of it in Huntsville, already sitting right there on 565, seeing a good bit of snow as well, accumulating on Main Street in Decatur, and that hazy, snowy mix in the Shoals. You guys were the first ones to see snow starting about 2:15 this morning. We're all seeing just that frozen precip, that snow this morning until about sunrise. Then pockets of that wintry mix, including sleet and freezing rain, will enter into the area. They're more sporadic at first in the early morning. As we head towards the late morning, we start to see them take over just south of the Tennessee River. Far to our south, we're talking about just good old-fashioned rain at that point. As we head closer to lunch and just beyond, everything moves north. That regular rain moves up to the Tennessee River line. We see that freezing rain mixture get up to the Alabama-Tennessee state line, and that sticks around through the afternoon. We'll have some more snow return as we head later into the afternoon and evening, more sporadic at that point. I'm back in just a couple minutes to walk you through exactly your new snow totals, who's going to see ice and how much, and how it's going to impact the roads. Chris?
All right, thank you so much, Grace. Well, most, if not all, schools and colleges across the Tennessee Valley are closed today as this winter weather now bears down on us. That list of closures is long and it's growing. We do have that full list, though, on our website for you, WAAYTV.com. Madison County leaders say workers are ready right now to roll as soon as that snow starts to coat roads.
And they've already pre-treated many roads across the county. They say they have 12 snow plows, 9 brine trucks, and 8 salt spreaders that are just gassed up and ready to go. But they are reminding everyone, just because they're working to clear the roads does not mean that you need to get out and drive on them.
When we get a layer of ice on that asphalt, it is very, very difficult for us to clear that ice. So we're asking for people to be prepared, as the mayor said. If we get ice, it's going to be a duration of hazardous driving conditions that's going to be rough on us, and there's nothing we can do about it.
And they say the less traffic on those roads, the quicker emergency vehicles can get to the people who need help.
It's all hands on deck in Athens this morning as this winter weather moves in. City leaders say they have sand trucks and snow plows standing by. They're especially, though, right now focused on bridges, overpasses, and streets near hospitals, just so those emergency vehicles can move about safely. One visitor from Indiana wasted no time gassing up and getting out of town before Old Man Winter arrived.
We saw the storm was coming through. We were going to leave tomorrow on Friday, and we decided to take off a day early so we could get someplace and let the storm pass and then move on. We're just going to kind of hunker down in the trailer and take it easy.
I believe he was gassing up there at Buc-ee's along I-65 near Athens. But gas stations across the Tennessee Valley say people have also been filling up gas cans to power their generators just in case the power goes out.
And law enforcement agencies across the Tennessee Valley reminding you to make sure you pay attention to those signs and barricades that are set up during this snowstorm. That's because they do not want you to drive around a barricade, which is blocking an impassable stretch of road. Because they say it doesn't just put your life in danger, but it's also dangerous for those first responders who have to rescue you if you happen to get into a wreck.
Inevitable that we have to close roads. They're barricaded for a reason. please stay off that road. If you choose to go around it, you can receive a citation. And unfortunately, if you have a wreck on a closed road, we're not going to work that wreck. We'll come check on you and make sure you're okay. But as far as working the wreck, you shouldn't have been on that road to begin with.
Insurance agents say that your car insurance company could even deny that claim if they find out that your wreck happened on a closed road.
One local group is stepping up to make sure people who have to go to work can get there safely. WAAY 31's Georgia Clark right now shows us how the Quad City Wranglers are looking out for those looking out for all of us.
We're a close-knit family. We just like to help the community any way we can.
The Quad City Wranglers Jeep Club president Tommy Britton says this is what the Jeep community is all about. And as inches of snow threaten to drop down on North Alabama over the weekend, he says they will be stepping in to help.
We're reaching out to the local hospitals and first responders and nurses, and we've created a form for them to fill out for a request form, and we are going around picking them up, taking them to the hospitals.
So far, Britton says they have had over 70 applicants, and he expects his club members to be on the road 24/7 doing rides. They've done these ride programs for years, offering up help whenever bad weather strikes, and they're happy to do it.
Nurses and doctors has got to get to take care of the patients, and so we just feel like it's the best thing we can do. You know, if they can't drive, that's what we're here to do, is help take care of everybody.
And they aren't just helping with rides either.
We're just expecting easy rides, no trouble. We have recovery gear that if we need to, help somebody get unstuck, we're capable of doing that. And, just whatever the community needs, we're there to help.
If you do need help getting unstuck and can't find a traditional tow truck, be sure to reach out to the Quad City Wranglers through Facebook. With coverage you can count on, Georgia Clark, WAAY 31 News.
And we do have a link, by the way, on our website, WAAYTV.com, where you can actually request a ride, from Quad City Wranglers.
And if you're getting out on these roads in your own vehicle, you need to make sure that you are prepared to handle whatever Mother Nature may throw at you. So that includes dressing appropriately. They are saying you need to dress in layers. That means your coat, hat, scarf, and gloves. Make sure you have an emergency kit inside your car, including a first aid kit, an ice scraper, portable charger, jumper cables, flashlight, blanket, as well as sand or kitty litter. And lastly, be prepared to be on your own for about 72 hours if you happen to get stranded. Now, WAAY 31 will be with you all day long, monitoring this winter storm and making sure you stay safe. To not miss anything, all you have to do is just scan that QR code that's on your screen. That app is free for all devices.
All right, let's take a look at what we're seeing right now. Snow is falling in the Tennessee Valley. This is only the beginning of what is going to be a very long wintry precipitation day. 31 Triple Doppler at 5:08 showing that blanket of snow already in the region. Today is the 31 alert day. We're going to end up seeing snow, sleet, freezing rain, regular rain before all is said and done. I have Saturday and Sunday and caution days as well. I'm expecting fairly dangerous road conditions tomorrow. We're not going to see much melt. We're not going to see much of that get out of the way. Sunday morning, I think, is going to be pretty rough. By Sunday afternoon, we'll see a little improvement, but still far from normal. We've lowered our snow total amounts as we head through the rest of the day because we've increased our wintry mix amounts. The most snow we're going to see, that's going to be sitting in southern Tennessee, right along the Alabama-Tennessee state line, up to maybe 4.5, 5 inches. Going to see closer to that 2 to 4 range, anywhere from Red Bay, Moulton, all the way up to Huntsville and High Top. Then going to see a little bit less than 2 inches in the southern counties, that very light blue color. That's where we will be seeing most of that rain and that wintry mix earlier this morning. Here's what we're looking at for ice amounts. Many of us looking at several hundredths of an inch of ice. While that is far from a treacherous number, we also have to be mindful. Even the smallest amount of ice can lead to some pretty significant road conditions deteriorating, and so that's something that we need to be watching and be mindful of all day long. So those road conditions are already starting to be affected as we're starting to see that blanket of snow. They'll just get worse and worse as we head through the day. The earlier you can be off the roads today, I say the better. I'm back in just 5 minutes because I'm going to walk you through exactly what we're going to see in the Tennessee Valley today when this snow turns to a wintry mix. Keep it right here. We'll be right back.
Coverage you can count on. This is WAAY 31 News Mornings with Demetria Green, Chris Tatum, Meteorologist Grace Anello, and your best WAAY traffic.
In today's Tech Bites, X taking on ChatGPT. The social media platform has launched a new chatbot. The standalone app is called Grok. Previously, it was only available to X's paying customers. Grok can be used to generate images, summarize text, or answer questions. Next, a major announcement from Nintendo. The company says its next console will be made from Lego blocks. Very few details are available. Nintendo only saying the original gray brick known as a Game Boy will be rendered in Lego blocks. It's set to debut in October. And finally, a little pet robot with big emotions is stealing hearts at the Consumer Electronics Show. RoPet is being called a modern-day Furby. It can react to your cuddles and voice and hug you if you're sad. RoPet's appearance is customizable and capable of showing a range of emotions. If you buy one, I wonder if the RoPet will still recognize its original data. Those are your Tech Bites. Have a great weekend.
Life is a stage and I'm in the spot. Look at me, outline the chop. Baby, I kill it, better shoot your shot. Feel like a star, they look like they not, I belong on a jet. Take a look at me now.
Resolve. Your pet knows if a mess is really gone. If not, they may remark the spot. Resolve gets rid of pet messes better than the leading competitor, destroying stains, neutralizing odors, and preventing remarking. Love the love, resolve the mess.
Welcome back. The time is now 5:14, and you're taking a live look at New York City right now, where later today a judge will hand down his sentence for President-elect Donald Trump and his so-called hush money payment case. Now, that sentence is not expected to carry any fines or probation or even jail time.
So the president-elect had actually asked the U.S. Supreme Court to delay that sentencing, claiming it would harm the institution of the presidency. Well, the court denied that request. You'll recall a jury found Mr. Trump guilty last year of paying a porn performer to keep quiet about their relationship, then falsifying documents to cover up that payment. We could learn as soon as today the fate of social media app TikTok. The Supreme Court will hear arguments today over that potential ban. Lawmakers argue the Chinese-owned app poses a national security risk to Americans' data. But President Donald Trump has signaled he does not support a TikTok ban. If the Supreme Court does not decide to pause that ban, though, it will go into effect January 19th.
And we're now getting a look at some new video out of Los Angeles that shows these deadly wildfires that's just spreading all across the area. At last check, 10 people have died. Now, nearly 10,000 homes have been destroyed in a matter of days, with 400,000 people now under evacuation orders or fire warnings. Firefighters say they're struggling to keep up after even more fires began last night. They say heavy winds have also made those fires harder to fight.
It's apocalyptic. It's like someone's dropped a bomb. There's cars burnt out. There's ash everywhere. We were thinking it was going to be bad, but I think we both had no idea how bad it was.
Those fires are now being called some of the most destructive in Southern California history.
Now, WAAY 31 Storm Tracker meteorologist Grace Anello with 31 Triple Doppler.
Well, our thoughts and prayers are definitely with all of those people who are affected by those tragedies going on in California.
It's been devastating to see. We're getting the other side of the spectrum. They're getting that heat. We're getting, of course, the cold with the snow and the wintry mix we're seeing today. It's, as you can tell behind us, already falling. The snowflakes are beautiful. They are quite large. Of course, that's indicative of the level of moisture we're seeing. Take a look right now. Today is the 31 alert day in the Tennessee Valley. Already seeing snow in our neck of the woods. To our west towards the Mississippi Delta, we're seeing a wintry mix. That's freezing rain and a little bit of sleet there. To the south, we're seeing just heavy rain. In the Tennessee Valley today, we're going to see all three of those elements. Right now, it's snow and only snow, creating a nice blanket in the region. 517 on your Friday, 31 triple Doppler showing a good bit of that already in the area. That is already sticking to the roads, already here and only continuing as we head later into the morning and afternoon. Of course, our 31 alert day already in effect goes with us through 9 o'clock this evening. We're going to see that snow, that sleet, that freezing rain, and of course, just that regular old rain as well. Take a look, WAAY 31 Skycam network powered by Thompson Roofing and Construction. We're talking hours from sunup, already talking about significantly decreased road conditions. Hazy, snowy over in the shoals, seeing a good bit of snow pileup already on 565 outside the Space and Rocket Center here in Huntsville. Looking at Main Street, already talking about some snow accumulation there in Decatur as well. So these conditions for our roads are only going to get worse. The good news right now is we're talking snow, we're not talking ice. We do have a winter storm warning still in effect in the Tennessee Valley. Again, not any different from that 31 alert day graphic, just reiterating and reinforcing the same thing. We're going to keep just the snow through about the time the sun rises. At that point, we'll welcome in some of these pockets of a wintry mix that includes sleet and freezing rain. They'll start off a little more sporadic to our west, travel east, and become significantly more widespread as we head later into the morning. This is 10 a.m. Our far southern counties seeing just rain right below the Tennessee River, seeing a pretty large spread of that wintry mix. This is when we'll be adding in that freezing rain and that sleet. Just as we head towards lunchtime and after, everything stretches north. We see that wintry mix get right along the Alabama-Tennessee state line. That regular rain moves up farther a little bit north, and then that's the way we hang out for much of the lunchtime hours. A little bit later this afternoon, as we start to cool again, we'll return to plain old snow. At that point, though, this system losing some of its strength. It's much more sporadic. That snowfall at that point gets out of the way just a little bit after dinner time tonight. Talking about anywhere from 2 to 5 inches of snow. Going to see less of it where we see that rain and freezing rain. So smaller snowfall amounts as we head farther to the south towards Coleman County, Etowah, and Cherokee. Greatest snowfall amounts sitting just north of the Tennessee state line, looking like just about 4 inches here in the Rocket City. The big question is, where are we at with sleet? Where are we at with freezing rain? What's going to happen to the roads? Talking about several hundredths of an inch of that on top of a bed of snow. That already is a great thing. Last year we had that freezing rain right on the roads. That created an impassable glaze. This year this is going to hopefully get absorbed into that snow bed a little bit more. I still don't want you to take it lightly though. Any kind of ice on any kind of road is a situation worth assessing and taking caution for. I don't want you to prep for Ice-mageddon, but I also don't want you to think today's just going to be a very normal day, because you still need to be careful. Those road conditions are deteriorating as we speak. Personally, I'm going to be off the road as early as I can today. I would say without question, you can't be on the road once the sun sets. Once everything starts to refreeze overnight, as it will with a wake-up temperature tomorrow of 28, all those conditions are going to get a whole lot messier. Not looking at very much melt by the time we get to Saturday. We're barely above freezing, and we'll struggle to see the sun. We'll refreeze anything that did happen to melt Saturday night. Sunday afternoon, though, I think we're going to start to look just a little bit better. Talking about a high temperature Sunday sitting in the mid-40s and a whole lot of sunshine.
And when we come back, the snow is here. How to protect those pets and plants.
Plus, we do know that snow is starting to stick in several cities across North Alabama. We're taking a live look at Decatur. Welcome back. The time is now 5:24, and animal welfare advocates are reminding pet owners to make sure your critters have a warm and safe place to ride out this weather.
And if you can, they say, bring those pets inside. If you can't, make sure they have a sturdy, warm shelter with dry bedding. Also make sure they have plenty of food and check their water often to make sure it's not frozen.
As for the plants, they can be covered with frost cloths that's meant to give them 2 to 5 degrees of protection. Otherwise, you'll need to harvest what you have.
Well, several agencies across the Tennessee Valley are opening warming centers right now to make sure everybody has access to heat during this winter weather outbreak. You can find the warming center closest to you when you head over to our website, WAAY.tv.com. Also, while you're there, you can find some information about free rides to some of those centers.
And folks are already sending in pictures from this winter weather. I want to take a look at some of them as one of our viewers snapped this one. This is probably like one of my favorite ones.
Is it a moose?
Yes, the moose is so adorable. And the viewer said that she will continue to update us throughout the day with the moose. I just need to know the moose's name. That's the only thing that we're missing.
Moose are mean.
Are they?
Oh, yeah, I got snorted at and I thought you were going to charge me one time. So, no, moose are mean.
Well, this one is nice, though.
He's cute.
He's coordinated. I like that. Well, over in Florence, the snow is falling, and this viewer shows us just how huge some of those flakes are.
Wow.
You can see they're getting a good coating. It's covering the grass and the
grill.
cars and the grill, too. And if you can do so safely, we ask that you take some pictures or videos just to show you enjoying some of this winter weather. Go ahead and send that to us at share@waaytv.com.
It is snowing in the Tennessee Valley as we speak, and this is only the beginning of what's going to be a very long winter weather day. I'm walking you through everything you need to know. The timing, when we're going to see that wintry mix, all of it coming right up. Keep it right here.
This is a WAAY 31 Storm Tracker Winter Weather Update.
Morning, everybody. Happy Friday. Today, a 31 alert day. I am already tracking snow in the Tennessee Valley, and it's going to stick around. I'll walk you through future radar coming right up.
It's time to bunker down for the next 72 hours. How leaders across the Tennessee Valley hope that their week of preparations pays off.
Plus, one local group making sure the people who help us all get the help they need to get to work today. Thank you so much for joining us for WAAY 31 News Mornings on this Friday. It is January 10th. Look behind us and see that snow falling. I can't even tell. Oh, that, I believe, is at the Space and Rocket Center.
Yeah, it's supposed to be right here.
You can't even see the rocket. It's falling so heavily right now. But as Jeff, as Grace, as Amber have told us for days it was going to happen, it's here.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and check in with Grace right now on this 31 Alert Day.
Chris Demetria, good morning. Yes, 31 Alert Day to say the least. That snow is already in the area. It is in fact blanketing the Tennessee Valley. Of course, that means our 31 Alert Day already in effect. This lasts until 9 o'clock this evening. We're going to see snow, sleet, freezing rain, regular rain today. We're going to see all of it. At the moment, 31 Triple Doppler, 5:30 on your Friday, showing just solid snowfall. It is blanketing the Tennessee Valley already. I would call it significantly more than dusting. In fact, we're up to 2.5 inches of snow already in Florence, and it is sticking to the roads. Of course, this just one piece of a much larger system. This system giving snow to the north, bringing some pockets of wintry mix just west of Birmingham as you're sitting just east of the Mississippi Delta, and rain on the southern edge of that. We're going to see all of that, all of those elements today in the Tennessee Valley. Take a look, the WAAY 31 Skycam network powered by Thompson Roofing and Construction. There's the shoals, about 2.5 inches already. Talking about that snow already sticking to 565 in Huntsville, the same on Main Street in Decatur. We're seeing pretty large flakes. That's very indicative of how moisture rich this system is. That means good snowball snow for you. That also means accumulating a little more of that height. So here's how it's going to play out. We're sticking with just snow through about the time we get to sunrise. At that point, we're going to see 1 or 2 pockets of that wintry mix, that freezing rain and sleet enter into the shoals. It's sporadic at first, but as we head a little later into the morning, it becomes significantly more widespread. This is 10 o'clock on your Friday, seeing just rain to our south, that wintry mix just under the Tennessee River, snow north of it. As we head towards lunchtime, all of those elements get dragged north just a little bit. That's how we stay as we head into the afternoon before we cool down later this evening, and more snow, isolated at that point, returns to the Tennessee Valley. Now, how much snow we talk in, how much ice, and how is it going to impact roads? I've got the answers to each of those questions coming right up in 5 minutes. Let's take a look at your Best Way traffic map this morning. Whew, not an ideal day. Slowdowns everywhere. 65, 72, 565, 31, 431. It doesn't matter. Regardless of where you live, we are talking about significantly slower temperatures, so slower conditions. I'm going to get you some cameras, show you those roads here in a couple of minutes.
Well, most, if not all, schools and colleges across the Tennessee Valley are closed today as this winter weather bears down on us, and bear down on us it is right now. Well, that list of closures is a long one. It is growing, but we do have that full list on our website, WAAYTV.com. Madison County leaders say workers are ready to roll as soon as that snow starts to coat roads, and I believe that may be already happening.
And that is happening now because they did pre-treat many of the roads across the county and say that they have 12 snow plows, 9 brine trucks, and 8 salt spreaders that are already gassed up and ready to go. However, they are reminding everyone that just because they're working to clear those roads, it doesn't mean that you need to get out and drive on them.
When we get a layer of ice on that asphalt, it is very, very difficult for us to clear that ice. So we're asking for people to be prepared, as the mayor said. If we get ice, it's going to be a duration of hazardous driving conditions that's going to be rough on us, and there's nothing we can do about it.
They say the less traffic on those roads, the quicker emergency vehicles can actually get to the people who need help.
It's all hands on deck in Athens right now, as well as this winter now is moving in, or this weather is moving in. City leaders say they have sand trucks and snowplows standing by. They're especially right now, they say, focused on bridges, and overpasses, and streets closest to hospitals because they want to make sure any emergency vehicles can get through safely. One visitor from Indiana wasted no time gassing up and getting out of town before Old Man Winter arrived.
We saw the storm was coming through. We were going to leave tomorrow on Friday, and we decided to take off a day early so we could get someplace and let the storm pass and then move on. We're just going to kind of hunker down in the trailer and take it easy.
And gas stations across the Tennessee Valley say people have also been filling up gas cans to power generators should their power go out.
And law enforcement agencies across the Tennessee Valley, they're now reminding you to pay attention to those signs and barricades that are up on the road. That's because if you drive around a barricade that's blocking an impassable stretch of road, you're not only putting your life in danger, but you're making it dangerous for those first responders who will have to rescue you if you get into a wreck.
Should it come to the inevitable that we have to close roads, they're barricaded for a reason. Please stay off that road. If you choose to go around it, you can receive a citation. And unfortunately, if you have a wreck on a closed road, we're not going to work that wreck. We'll come check on you and make sure you're okay. But as far as working the wreck, you shouldn't have been on that road to begin with.
You heard it here. Well, insurance agents say your claim could be denied if they find out that your wreck occurred on a closed road.
Well, one local group is stepping up in a big way right now to make sure people who have to go to work can get there safely.
And WAAY 31's Georgia Clark shows us how the Quad Cities Wranglers are looking out for those who are looking out for the rest of us.
We're a close-knit family. We just like to help the community any way we can.
The Quad City Wranglers Jeep Club President Tommy Britton says this is what the Jeep community is all about. And as inches of snow threaten to drop down on North Alabama over the weekend, he says they will be stepping in to help.
We're reaching out to the local hospitals and first responders and nurses, and we've created a form for them to fill out for a request form, and we are going around picking them up, taking them to the hospitals.
So far, Britton says they have had over 70 applicants, and he expects his club members to be on the road 24/7 doing rides. They've done these ride programs for years, offering up help whenever bad weather strikes, and they're happy to do it.
Nurses and doctors has got to get to take care of the patients, and so we just feel like it's the best thing we can do. You know, if they can't drive, that's what we're here to do, is help take care of everybody.
And they aren't just helping with rides either.
We're just expecting easy rides, no trouble. We have recovery gear that if we need to, help somebody get unstuck, we're capable of doing that. And, just whatever the community needs, we're there to help.
If you do need help getting unstuck and can't find a traditional tow truck, be sure to reach out to the Quad City Wranglers through Facebook. With coverage you can count on, Georgia Clark, WAAY 31 News.
And we do have a link on our website, WAAYTV.com, where you can request a ride from Quad City Wranglers.
And WAAY 31 will be with you all day long. Make sure that you're safe and giving you continued coverage of this winter weather. To make sure you don't miss anything, all you have to do is hold your phone up to that QR code and scan that WAAY 31 Storm Tracker weather app. It is free for all devices.
5:37 on your Friday morning. 31 Triple Doppler showing snow and more snow in the Tennessee Valley. That's sticking around with us, already creating quite the blanket. Over 2.5 inches of snow in Florence already. And yes, that is sticking to the road. Today, of course, is the 31 alert day. By the time all is said and done, we're going to see snow, sleet, freezing rain, and regular rain in the Tennessee Valley. I have us in caution days Saturday and Sunday ahead of some pretty dangerous driving conditions. Sunday afternoon, we're going to start to see a little bit of improvement. But up until that point, I'm going to say roads are going to be dicey at best. Talking about up to about 5 inches of snow in our far northern counties, primarily northern shoals right along the Alabama-Tennessee state line. Many of the rest of us seeing anywhere from 2 to 4 inches, from Red Bay to Moulton up to Athens, Huntsville, even to Scottsboro and High Top, talking about that 2 to 4 inch of snow range. South of that, for a lot south of the Tennessee River, less than 2 inches of snow. See, we've lowered our snow totals because we've increased our amount of wintry precipitation. That freezing rain and sleet is going to cut down on that snow. Now, as far as freezing rain and sleet goes, ice accumulation, I'm tracking several hundredths of an inch. This number is not startling. It's not absolutely devastating. However, it just takes the smallest bit of ice to make a very big difference on your roads. So I don't want you to prep for Ice-mageddon, but I also don't want you to take this too lightly. Driving conditions are iffy at best right now, and they will deteriorate as we head through the rest of the day. My goal for you would be get off the roads as soon as you can. I'm going to walk you through future radar. When exactly does this snow turn to a winter mix? I'll answer that question for you coming right up. Your Best Way traffic map this morning is a mess. The good news is we're not looking at any accidents. We are looking at slowdowns everywhere. Now, I wanted to show you some algo cameras. However, none of them seem to be working at the moment. That's a continually evolving situation, and so if those do become available, I'll be sure to show you those. At the moment, though, regardless of where you call home, leave extra time if you even have to be on the road. If you don't have to be on the road, I would say try to stay home today.
And this is a live look at New York City as President-elect Donald Trump prepares for a day in court. What we can expect next.
And the Supreme Court battle over the fate of TikTok. We're going to tell you when we could know whether that ban will stand.
Plus, later, the basketball and hockey games now postponed due to the winter weather.
Coverage you can count on. This is WAAY 31 News Mornings with Demetria Green, Chris Tatum, Meteorologist Grace Anello, and your best WAAY traffic.
Welcome back, everybody. Roads are a huge concern today as this winter storm bears down on our area. And we do have reporters posted across North Alabama monitoring those conditions.
And sports reporter Trevor Denton is in Storm Tracker 1. And Trevor, that snow starting to come down in Huntsville. What are you seeing right now?
Yes, here in the Storm Tracker with Sports Director Max Cohen right now. We are driving currently in downtown Huntsville right now, and the snow is starting to come down. Give you a little look at that really quickly here. You can see that from our roof camera. Yep, good view there. Starting to see the precipitation come down in these roads, starting to pick up a lot of that snow. Obviously not a ton of traffic right now, so not seeing a ton of issues at the moment, and we are able to drive with these right now. But definitely be careful if you are out on these roads. Certainly starting to get a little more slick right now. Not seeing a ton of cars, but definitely as the morning goes on. Not super heavy snow, I would say, but it's coming down at a big accumulation, as you can see as we're driving downtown Huntsville right now as we speak, kind of going by the Big Spring Park area. Can move around a little bit, show you a little more as you can see the road. So yeah, not a ton of accumulation at the moment, not a ton of it sticking right now. You can see the road's pretty clear at the moment, but obviously that could change pretty quickly as the morning goes on. There's a look at Big Spring Park. Look at that. Beautiful winter morning there at Big Spring Park. So we'll continue to be here in Storm Tracker 1. Me and Sports Director Max Cohan, a little out of our element, but we're going to have fun anyways, giving you updates from here around the Huntsville metro area. For now, back to you.
A question for you, Trevor, if you don't mind. I can see that it looks like snow is sticking to some sidewalks and clearly to the grass and the shrubbery there. The road does not look like it has snow on it right now, like it's melting there. Is that what I'm seeing?
Yeah, it's there a little bit. You could see it. You could see it like entering that ramp right there. But yeah, definitely more on the sidewalks right now than on the actual road. So be careful if you're out there walking around, not to slip and fall, because it's looking pretty bad out there. But right now, yeah, the road's not looking terrible right now. Max is behind the wheel driving right now, and he hasn't had an issue so far. So yeah, be careful of those sidewalk areas. You can see a lot of buildup over there in front of the hotel over there, and of course, like we just saw in Big Spring Park. So yes, sidewalks looking a lot worse than the actual road at the current moment.
Right. Well, Trevor, Max, please stay safe out there. I will say he's in some good hands. Max is from New York, so he knows how to handle this weather.
That snow.
We'll check back in with you guys a little bit later. The time is now 5:46, and this is a live look at New York City, where later today, a judge will hand down his sentence for President-elect Donald Trump in his so-called hush money payment case. Now, that sentence is not expected to carry any fines, probation, even jail time.
Well, the president-elect had asked the U.S. Supreme Court to delay that sentencing, claiming it would harm the institution of the presidency. Well, the court denied that request. A jury found Mr. Trump guilty last year of paying a porn performer to keep quiet about their relationship and then falsifying documents to cover up that payment. And we could learn today the fate of social media app TikTok. That's because the Supreme Court will hear arguments today over that proposed ban of TikTok in the U.S. Lawmakers argue the Chinese-owned app poses a national security risk to Americans. But President-elect Donald Trump has indicated he does not support that TikTok ban. Well, if the Supreme Court does not decide to pause that ban, though, it will go into effect January 19th.
Now, WAAY 31 Storm Tracker Meteorologist Grace Anello with 31 Triple Doppler.
5:47 on your Friday morning. 31 alert day well underway. Snow falling in the Tennessee Valley. It is just snow as we speak. However, we're talking about a whole line here that's got snow, a freezing rain, wintry mix with some sleet, and then some regular rain. We're going to see all three elements of that today. It's just snow right now, talking more than 2.5 inches already in Florence. This is just the beginning of what's going to be a pretty active winter weather day today. Of course, we will see all those elements, the snow, the sleet, the freezing rain, the regular rain. I'm not expiring our 31 alert day until 9 o'clock this evening. So this kind of hunker down weather mode planned to be there pretty much all day. The WAAY 31 Skycam network, powered by Thompson Roofing and Construction, giving us a really nice idea of what we're seeing outside. Of course, already tracking inches of snow in the shoals, that very typical gray haze that we get. Also tracking that haze in Huntsville as well. You can even see a lot of that snow on the grass in some of the parking lots. Also, though, some of it sticking to those roads. A very similar story on Main Street in Decatur. Looks like even a little more accumulation there as well. We are still in a winter storm warning. That sticks with us all the way through tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. on your Saturday. Not different from that 31 alert day, just further emphasizing the same track. So we're going to keep it all snow as we head just towards sunrise. At that point, pockets of some freezing rain, some sleet, that's going to enter into the shoals. Sporadic at first, becoming significantly more widespread widespread as we head later into the morning. This is 10 a.m. Snow north of the Tennessee River. That freezing rain sleet mixture just south of it, far to our south, tracking a good bit of just plain old rain in the Tennessee Valley. As we approach lunchtime, we see all those elements track north. The snow moves north, that freezing rain and sleet line moves north to above the Tennessee River towards the state line there with Tennessee, and that rain travels north as well. So kind of the way we're starting and the way we're having that afternoon looking very different. We'll keep that wintry mix with us all afternoon long. A little bit later as we start to cool, we'll have some more snow return to the region. That's right as this is losing its steam though. We're going to say that that's just scattered snow, at that point rather than this dense coverage we're seeing this morning. I think most of us get out of here today with anywhere from 1 to about 3.5, 4 inches of snow, expecting just about 3.5 there in the Rocket City. Higher snowfall amounts going to be to our north and west where you see less of that wintry mix. Our lowest snowfall going to be to our south where we see the majority of that wintry mix. Now I'm only tracking several hundredths of an inch of ice. That is good news, right? If this number was closer to 1/4 of an inch, I would be very concerned. So I'm glad that we're far from that. However, I still don't want you to take this too lightly. Any amount of ice on the road can be problematic, particularly if you live in a more rural area where your road may not have been treated. So we're not talking DEFCON 1 here, but I'm definitely telling you that you're going to want to be aware. You're going to want to stay off the roads if you can today and know that those conditions are getting worse for driving as we head later and later into the afternoon and evening. My goal personally is to get off the roads as quickly as I can. What I would say without question, you don't want to be on the roads when the sun is setting. Everything, whether it's rain, that wintry mix, or that snow is going to refreeze overnight. That's not going to be a good driving situation. Not tonight, not tomorrow morning. Very little melt tomorrow, cloudy and barely above freezing. Sunday morning, not ideal either, thanks to that Saturday night refreeze. Sunday afternoon, though, I do think we're going to see a good bit of that melt. Far from perfect, but a lot of improvement to those roads at that point.
And now your best way traffic, brought to you by Bama Estate Planning from Harlan D. Mitchell Attorney.
All right, the WAAY 31 Best Way traffic map has seen better days. Now we're seeing significant slowdowns. That means a lot of folks are on the road. Also, though, some of these roads were some of the ones that were the most salted and the most brined. Now it does look like those algo cameras just came up a minute or two ago, but I've got to load them in. So for right now, I'm going to go ahead and get you your drive times. In about 5 minutes, we'll talk more about some of those camera views there as those are continuing to come into the area. Look at that, 130 minutes. So taking a while to get from Huntsville to Florence if you're crossing over the state. Just about 1 hour and 15 from Decatur to Muscle Shoals. Russellville to Muscle Shoals, it's a half an hour. If you don't have to be on the road today, I would say please don't be.
That snow is here now, and that means those animals and your plants should be by now protected. What you need to do if you haven't already to make sure they're safe.
And we're monitoring those conditions in the shoals right now. Coming up at 6, a live report from Tuscumbia.
Welcome back, everybody. 5 minutes before 6 o'clock right now on this 31 alert day. And Huntsville Havoc fans, listen up. Sunday's series against the Peoria Rivermen now postponed because of this winter weather outbreak. Right now, we are working to learn when the league might reschedule that matchup. Tonight's University of Alabama Huntsville Chargers game against Auburn University Montgomery also now postponed. That game will now happen this Sunday. The UAH Chargers basketball teams will now play on Sunday. As I said, the weekend games will actually stay the same as far as times, 2 for the women, 4 for the men.
And when is that game?
Sunday. Can you believe that? The Sabbath. Animal welfare advocates are right now reminding pet owners to make sure your critters have a warm, safe place to ride out this snow and cold.
And if you can, they say to make sure you bring those pets inside. If you cannot, they say have a sturdy, warm shelter with dry bedding. Also, make sure they have plenty of food. And don't forget to check their water often to make sure it's not frozen. As for your plants, they can be covered with frost cloths that's meant to give them 2 to 5 degrees of protection. Otherwise, you'll need to harvest what you have.
Already tracking snow in the Tennessee Valley, our first signs of a wintry mix making their way towards I-22 in Winston County. What's in store for the rest of the day? I've got all the answers to all your questions coming right up.
This is a WAAY 31 Storm Tracker Winter Weather Update.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for tuning in for WAAY 31 News Mornings. I'm morning meteorologist Grace Anello. Tracking snow right now, a whole lot more of it when this turns to a wintry mix. I'll walk you through all the details and the timing coming right up.
All right, it is coming down right here outside of City Hall, right here in Huntsville. We'll continue to get you updated on conditions on the road around the Huntsville metro area.
Once you are where you're at when all this hits, that's where you're going to be for a while.
Now, you should be where you plan to ride out this wild weather. How leaders across the Tennessee Valley hope their week of preparations pays off.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us on this snowy Friday morning. It is January 10th. I'm Demetria Green.
And I'm Chris Tatum. This is a 31 Alert Day,
is.
as we have said it would be. We do have full team coverage for you this morning. Crews stationed across North Alabama. Reporters Georgia Clark and Julia Miller are out in the Shoals right now.
And Maddie and Paige are out in Athens. And here in Huntsville, sports anchors Matt Cohan and Trevor Denton in the Storm Tracker 31. But first, we're going to go ahead and start off with Grace, because Grace, we know you are tracking just how much snow we're expected to get.
That's exactly right. Good morning, everybody. Bringing you that team coverage you can count on ahead of this 31 Alert Day. We've been prepping you for this one for over a week, but now it is here, officially in effect through about 9 o'clock this evening. We're seeing snow right now, a great deal of it. In fact, many of us already tracking inches of that snow. We're also going to see sleet, freezing rain, and a little bit of regular rain today as well. It's a true mixed bag. 6:01 on your Friday, 31 Triple Doppler showing that dense snow coverage. Starting to see in our far southwestern counties south of I-22 the first signs of that wintry mix. Of course, ours is just a very small piece of a much larger system. We're seeing northeast Mississippi kind of take on that wintry mix notion, where we're seeing a little bit of that freezing rain, that sleet, rain farther south, and we're going to have a chance to see all of that at some point today. The WAAY 31 Skycam network, powered by Thompson Roofing and Construction, giving us a great view of what we're seeing. Pretty solid accumulation on Main Street there in the river city of Decatur. That haze, that snowy gray haze in Florence, in Muscle Shoals, and in Huntsville. Already seeing that snow accumulation on roads as well. Take a look at those cars off 565, taking it slow this morning, as of course they should. So we're going to keep it mainly snow for the next 45 minutes to an hour. By 7 a.m. we start to track some pockets of that wintry mix. Those really increase. They move up towards the Tennessee River and become more widespread by later this morning. At that point, just regular rain to our far southern counties. Around lunch, that wintry precip moves farther north towards the Alabama-Tennessee state line, bringing sleet and freezing rain to many, regular rain to many of us south. We're going to see that stick around through lunchtime. A little more snow coverage returns as we cool much later this afternoon. At that point, the system losing its steam. All that to say, we are far from the end of this event. I'm back in just 5 minutes. I'm going to walk you through how much snow you're going to see, how much ice you're going to see, and what that's likely to do to your roads coming right up. Your Best Way traffic map this morning is showing a lot of slowdowns. If you are taking any road today, expect significantly slowed down conditions. Take a look right now. Alabama A&M just covered and blanketed in snow. Main Street Indicator, a few tire tracks there, but for the most part, absolutely blanketed in snow as well. Muscle Shoals, as of about 45 minutes ago, had already seen 2.5 inches of snow, likely a great deal more than that now.
All right, Grace, thank you. Want to get to a live update right now on what the roads look like around Madison County.
So we are going to turn to sports anchor Trevor Denton, who's in the Storm Tracker 31. And Trevor, where are you right now? Last time we checked in with you, you were in downtown Huntsville. And what are you seeing out there?
Yes, that's right. Right now we are parked right outside of City Hall. Max Cohan is inside gathering more information on ways to keep you safe. But in terms of outside, here's a look at exactly what we're looking at right now. More accumulation, and I have not been the one driving. I've been the passenger princess back here while Max has been guiding us through downtown Huntsville. But he said conditions have gotten a little slick out here as time has gone on, and he was having to be wary of that. So be careful if you are out here on these roads. Avoid them if you can, and just be careful, because the accumulation is starting to come down. You see this view right outside of City Hall. We can go straight up and look at the snowfall that is coming down. That is a view of the building right there. Max inside, like I said, gathering more information on ways that you could stay safe. We'll have some of that for you a little later on. But the roads definitely a little worse maybe as you get to higher elevations like we are near here in City Hall, as opposed to down a little bit further below. So you can see there, look at the sidewalk, look at that bench. Not a comfortable place to sit at all right now. Don't recommend that, sitting on a park bench right now. Look at that. But the trees, you can see the shrubbery starting to get some serious accumulation. I moved away from Oregon to get away from this cold, but apparently I didn't do a good enough job here in the south, and it's looking like an absolute winter wonderland right now. So that's a little look at the conditions right outside of City Hall.
Well, Trevor, I don't know. It seems like you may have brought some of that winter weather down here from Oregon.
Let's place a little blame. He and Max both.
Exactly. Oregon, New York, I'll tell you. Well, police in the Shoals already working, and they're working folks out there, and they're warning them about the road conditions because the Phil Campbell Police Department released the photos of these snow-covered roads just hours ago. Officers say those roads are really slick.
All right, now I want to return to our weather team coverage of this storm event as that snow now bears down over much of North Alabama and southern Tennessee.
Yeah, let's go ahead and check in with WAAY 31's Maddie McCaffrey. And Maddie, you're in Limestone County. You've been there all night. Talk to us about what's happening there.
Hey guys, well, we're here in Athens at Buc-ee's, a great place to be, and we're right off I-65, and the snow is definitely coming down. It's moving at a very steady pace, and it's really starting to accumulate on the ground. Now, we'll talk about the roads for a little bit. The roads are pretty much fully covered in snow. On our way here, we took it really slow on the roads, and the few cars that we did see on our way were doing the exact same thing. Now, we've definitely seen a couple 18-wheelers stuck on the side of the highway, so that is definitely not a good situation. And if you can see right now, we're on I-65. Now, Public Works told us that sand trucks have been out here since 4 a.m. this morning, so they're working hard out here trying to add some sand to the roads. They said they have not brought out the snow plows yet because they're waiting for it to be about 2 to 3 inches of snow. But we're here. It's looking like a winter wonderland over here outside of Buc-ee's in Athens, and we're going to be here all morning for you, giving you updates on this snow we're seeing. I'm reporting live from Limestone County with coverage you can count on. Maddie McCaffrey, WAAY 31 News.
Maddie, thank you. Now, we also want to get a check on that snow accumulation in the Shoals right now.
And so let's go out to WAAY 31's Georgia Clark, who is out there right now. In Georgia, how is it near you?
Well, Demetria and Chris, I can say the sheer difference between when I went to sleep last night and this morning is pretty crazy. I mean, we got up this morning and Grace was not lying about that 2 inches of snow. I mean, it has been covered in snow out here, but we have seen quite a few people on the roads this morning. A lot of bigger trucks, Jeep Wranglers, trucks and cars that are more used to being in the snow. We've also already seen snow plows out here working to get the roads clear. But right now I am just on the I'm at the Love's Travel Stop on Highway 20 in Muscle Shoals, and it's been quite a steady flow of traffic of people coming in. And I have to say this is a lot different than last year, because this is where I was last year for this whole winter weather event that we had, and it's quite a bit more snow out here than I remember from the last year. But it's pretty snowy, pretty beautiful out here. But yeah, a lot of traffic so far, a lot of people on the roads, and we are still working to get updates from the local EMA and the local law enforcement here, but so far they haven't been posting anything that is need to cause alarm. It seems pretty standard.
Well, George.
Well, yeah, Georgia, I got to ask you, we've got both Grace and Jeff Castle in the studio with us this morning, keeping an eye on these conditions. And just a little bit earlier, they were saying that we already have in your area about 2.5 inches of snow, maybe even more by now. So does it seem significantly thicker on the roads than it did this time last year? Just the snow part.
Well, we haven't ventured out onto the roads just yet, but just in the parking lot and out here in the grass area, well, what's left of the grass, it's pretty thick. I mean, I'm about to go get a ruler from the car in a few minutes and double check how much it is, but I would say it's about 2 to 3 inches right now. It's pretty thick snow.
All right, thank you so much, Georgia. You are right now, or about to be, taking a live look from Storm Tracker 31, though, as we continue. Well, you know what? We're going to do something a little bit different right now. We're going to just jump right over to the Weather Center because I think right now people really do want to get an update on that forecast.
Yeah, Chris, though, let's give it to him. Now, you heard it from Georgia. Last year was an ice event. This year starting as a snow event, but a great deal of changes in the forecast. 6:10 on your Friday morning. 31 Triple Doppler dominated with snow in the region. We're seeing large, puffy, very moisture-rich flakes. Starting to see just the tiniest hint of a wintry mix coming to our southwestern counties. We're going to see more of that as we head through the rest of the day today. Now, today, of course, the 31 alert day. Right now, we're seeing snow, but by the time all is said and done, we're also going to see sleet, freezing rain, and regular rain. Saturday and Sunday, I have us in caution days on account of the drivability. Saturday's going to be a pretty rough travel day. I don't mind telling you. Sunday morning, the same. I do think we're going to see some improvement by Sunday afternoon. Now, we're going to see our greatest snowfall amounts where we see our least of that wintry mix. That's going to put us sitting right along the Alabama-Tennessee state line in the far northern shoals, where they could see up to 5 inches of snow, as we just heard from Georgia, about 2.5 to 3 inches there already this morning. The rest of us, Red Bay, up to Moulton, up to Athens, Huntsville, Scottsboro, High Top, already going to see about 2 to 4 inches by the time we're said and done. Less than 2 inches south and east of there. Of course, that light blue color, that's where we're seeing the most of that wintry mix. Of course, that brings the least snow. Now, good news and bad news. The bad news is I'm tracking ice. Of course, that's what comes with freezing rain and sleet. The good news is we're talking about things on the order of several hundredths of an inch. If this was closer to 1/4 of an inch, I'd be a lot more concerned. I don't want you to make light of this. Any amount of ice on any road is something that we need to be cautious of. However, we're not talking about an absolute dire situation as it looks right now. Those roads will decrease in their drivability and their safety as we head later through the day today. I'm back in just a minute to walk you through future radar hour by hour, let you know exactly when we see that turn from mainly snow to mainly wintry mix. Your best way traffic map this morning showing some roads that are looking, well, less than ideal. Difficult to even see the road there in Muscle Shoals as well, so you can barely make it out, blanketed in so much snow. Take a look at the River City of Decatur. Talking about barely seeing Main Street as well. Accumulation not just on the sidewalks, also there sitting directly on the road. Sand Mountain Park and Amphitheater. Oh, just kidding. We're going to take a look at the Space and Rocket Center. 565 is also looking like it's seeing a good bit of that snow as well.
And you're looking live right now from Storm Tracker 31 as we continue to track this winter weather now bearing down on North Alabama and southern Tennessee.
And don't forget to send us those winter pictures and videos. Just email us at share@waytv.com.
Coverage you can count on. This is WAAY 31 News Mornings with Demetria Green, Chris Tatum, Meteorologist Grace Anello, and your best WAAY traffic.
In this morning's GMA First Look, TikTok's Supreme Court showdown.
You have to make these chopped Italian sandwiches.
The future of the app, used by an estimated 100 million Americans, soon to be in the hands of the 9 Supreme Court justices, after Congress passed a bipartisan law to force TikTok's Chinese parent company to sell the app or face a ban, citing national security concerns. That deadline now just days away.
Hey there, I'm Nadia.
But content creators and small business owners like Nadia Okamoto say without the app, they may not survive.
TikTok has been such a magical source of organic brand awareness. That is a very scary future.
And coming up at 7 a.m., we'll have much more live from the Supreme Court and talk to ABC News Chief Legal Analyst Dan Abrams live. With your GMA First Look, I'm Selena Wang, ABC News, Washington.
Touch can mean so many things, even for children with moderate to severe eczema. Touch can stir a sense of wonder, can make a ride go smoothly, and make a smile stretch ear to ear. Dupixent can help your child stay ahead of eczema with clearer skin and noticeably less itch. When a touch is all in good fun, Dupixent helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that can cause eczema to help heal your child's skin from within. Severe allergic reactions can occur. Get help right away for face, mouth, tongue, or throat swelling, wheezing, or trouble breathing. Tell your doctor of new or worsening eye problems like eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma or other medicines without talking to your doctor. Dupixent, the #1 prescribed biologic by dermatologists and allergists. Help your child feel the heal and see the difference. Reach out to your child's eczema specialist today.
Welcome back, everybody. Well, Madison County leaders say workers are ready to roll as that snow now hits our area.
They've already pre-treated a lot of the roads across the county and say that they have 12 snow plows, 9 brine trucks, and 8 salt spreaders that are all gassed up and ready to go. However, they're reminding everyone just because they're working to clear those roads does not mean you need to get out and drive on them.
When we get a layer of ice on that asphalt, it is very, very difficult for us to clear that ice. So we're asking for people to be prepared, as the mayor said. If we get ice, it's going to be a duration of hazardous driving conditions that's going to be rough on us, and there's nothing we can do about it.
They say the fewer drivers on the roads, the quicker emergency vehicles can get to people who actually need help.
True words never spoken. Exactly. If you don't have to be out in this, don't get
out there.
Can't say it loud enough. And if you don't have your pets inside or at least have taken care of them, I think you should have to stay out there in the shelter with them that you didn't provide for them adequately.
So important. I mean, we talk about those 4 Ps. Take care of yourself, your people, your pets, of course, firm believer in that, your pipes and your plants. Now, if you have plants alive at this hour, you're either a farmer or I'm very impressed with you.
Yes.
However, important to take care of those 4 Ps without question. Yes. Let's talk about what we're seeing right now. It's snow in our neck of the woods, and that's what it's going to be for the next good bit. Of course, a much larger system stretching all the way from the Gulf Coast coast all the way up to, well, making their way towards the Great Lakes. In fact, seeing some snow right now in the Tennessee Valley, 619 on your Friday morning. That's all we're seeing at the moment. Blankets and blankets of snow. Several of us already talking about inches of it. It's sticking to the ground. It's sticking to the road. This is just the beginning of what's going to be an active 31 alert day. Just because it's snow right now doesn't mean we're not seeing change. In fact, I'm forecasting a great deal of change when just later this morning, we're going to welcome in a wintry mix with sleet and freezing rain. Several of us are even going to see just good old-fashioned rain. We're not fully done with this 31 alert day until 9 o'clock this evening. So prep for an all day at home, all day weather day. The WAAY 31 Skycam network powered by Thompson Roofing and Construction, showing us great views of exactly how it looks in your neck of the woods. And that's the key here for me. How can we help you know what's outside your window? Well, if you live in the shoals, Muscle Shoals particularly, difficult to even make out where the road starts and that grass stops. Already seeing about 3 inches of rain there. 565, not my ideal for travel right now. Seeing a whole lot of that snowfall. Similar story in Decatur right there on Main Street, just blankets of snow, and we're only at the beginning of the day. We do still have that winter storm warning in effect. That actually goes in place until tomorrow just before sunrise. Same information as that 31 alert day, just reiterating it to tell you how we really are handling this situation. So we're seeing that snow now. Fast forward not long from now, about 30-45 minutes, we're going to start to see a little bit of that wintry mix, that pink, come into the region. That's a mix of freezing rain and sleet. It starts more sporadic, but by about 10 o'clock this morning, a little bit later, we start to see that really kind of take over. We're almost slicing North Alabama like a pie, right along the Alabama-Tennessee state line just before lunch, talking snow. Just south of the river, that wintry mix, just south of there, talking about full-on rain. As we head closer to that proper lunchtime hour, we're going to see that freezing rain sleet mixture go north towards the Alabama-Tennessee state line. More of us just south of the Tennessee River will end up seeing more of that rain. We'll hang on to that makeup for much of the afternoon, those peak heat hours of the day. Later in the afternoon, by the time we get close to what would normally be when you're heading home from work, we're going to start to see more of that snow return to the region. At that point, sporadic at best, kind of losing steam with this system, but of course getting much colder. You may have notice these snowfall amounts are continuing to decrease. Now, this, of course, because we're seeing increased wintry mix. I'm expecting most of us to see anywhere from 1 to about 4 inches. The smallest amount of snow, that's going to be our southwestern counties, Marion, Winston. The greatest amount of snow, our far northwestern counties, where we're seeing that least wintry mix. The rest of us looking at a solid 2 to 4 inches. I am tracking ice today, not an absurd amount, on the order of several hundredths of an inch, but enough to make me say, okay, we got to watch this. We got to see what this is going to do to our roads. We're not talking about DEFCON 5. We are talking about wanting to make sure you're staying safe on those roads. Already blanketed significantly more than a dusting. If you're heading out this morning, make sure you use caution. Those roads getting worse and worse by the hour as we continue to see not just the snow, but of course that wintry mix. Very little help tomorrow. We're going to struggle to see the sun, and we're just barely above freezing. Anything that does happen to melt, unlikely to evaporate. It's going to refreeze overnight into Sunday morning. Not ideal driving conditions. We're going to see some pretty significant improvement Sunday afternoon, staying far from perfect, but at least doing a whole lot better than we're going to be doing later tonight and tomorrow as far as those roads go.
And now your best way traffic, brought to you by Bama Estate Planning from Harlan D. Mitchell Attorney.
All right, best way traffic map this morning is something of a nightmare. Now, a lot of our state, our county, our city officials really did wonderfully in treating our roads, but if you don't have to be on them, I would say please don't be. We're looking at just blankets of snow all over the place. Alabama A&M just covered a beautiful view, but wouldn't want to be on the road. Decatur Main Street there also struggling to make out that road and where the curb ends, looking at a whole lot of snow there in that neck of the woods. Muscle Shoals looking at about 3 inches of snow at this point, maybe even just a little bit more. Again, difficult to see where the road ends and where that grass begins. All that to say, if you are out and about at any point today, exercise extreme caution and try to get off the roads as early as you possibly can. I don't think anybody should be on the roads after that sun sets and we start to see that refreeze element come into place. All of those different elements we were seeing, whether it's the rain, the snow, the freezing rain, the sleet, that's all going to refreeze overnight.
Right now, you are taking a live look at the shoals. You can see that snow has definitely made a difference in the way things look there. And in just a few minutes, reporter Julia Miller in Georgia Park will give us an update from there on those winter weather conditions.
Welcome back. The time is now 6:27, and I want to say a big thank you to all of you who are sending in your pictures and videos.
And keep sending them. So one of our viewers actually snapped pictures of this moose on her lawn waiting to measure that snowfall. I think moose know a lot about snow. So she says he will actually be out there all day giving us updates on that snowfall in South Huntsville. And of course, this is a look at snow falling in Fayetteville right now. This viewer video actually showing just how fast that snow is falling. You can see it falling all over cars and the front lawn there.
And if you happen to take some pictures while you're out, please send it to us. Just make sure that you can do it safely. Send it to share@waaytv.com.
6:28 on your Friday morning. The snow is falling. Inches are already on the ground. I'm going to walk you through when exactly we're going to see that switch to wintry mix and what that means for your bottom line. Stay tuned.
This is a WAAY 31 Storm Tracker Winter Weather Update.
And good morning to you. It is Friday, January 10th. I'm Demetria Green.
And I'm Chris Tatum. Today is a 31 alert day, as we told you it would be. And we do have full team coverage with crews stationed across North Alabama as we, of course, keep a close eye on these developments. So Georgia Clark and Julia Miller are out in the shoals for us. Maddie McCaffrey and Paige Meyer in Athens.
And here in Huntsville, sports anchors Max Cohan and Trevor Denton in Storm Tracker 31. But first, let's go ahead and get a check of that forecast with Grace.
Hey Chris, hey Demetria, hello everyone, good morning. Really bringing you that team coverage you can count on. Stick with us all day. We're going well past our normal 7 a.m. end time, of course, because today is the 31 alert day. This one, not for severe thunderstorms, of course, for snow. Today we're seeing snow right now. We're going to talk about sleet, freezing rain, and just plain old regular rain by the time all is said and done. We're in this 31 alert day as we speak with inches of snow already on the ground, lasting through 9 o'clock this evening. Right now, 31 Triple Doppler is picking up on exclusively frozen precip, so just that snow in the area, talking about northwards of 3, even close to 4 inches off into the shoals as well, really just piling on for everyone. Ours just a very small piece of this much larger system. Northeast Mississippi making its way towards Oktibbeha, Tishomingo counties, seeing a wintry mix there, a mix of freezing rain and sleet. Far to the south of that, seeing a whole lot of just regular rain. We're going to see each of those elements as we head through the rest of your Friday. The WAAY 31 Skycam network, powered by Thompson Roofing and Construction, really great representation of what we're seeing. A whole lot of snow on Main Street in Decatur, so much so we keep seeing cars paving a path. We come back 2 minutes later and you can't even see where the tires were. That's how rapidly the snow is falling. Similar story, 565, a whole lot of snow. Same thing in Muscle Shoals. Difficult to even see where that grass ends and that road begins. We're going to keep mostly this snow through the early morning. However, not too far from now, just about 45 minutes, we're going to see pockets of that wintry mix develop. That freezing rain and sleet pushes towards the Tennessee River line as we head just a little later this morning. At that point, just rain to our south. Around lunchtime, everything tracks north. We're tracking that wintry mix along the Alabama-Tennessee state line. That rain stays below it, but ends up covering a great deal of us. We'll stay that way through the afternoon before snow takes over a little later this evening. I'm back in 5 minutes because we need to talk about how much snow you're going to see, how much ice you're going to see, and generally what that's going to mean for your roads today. I've got all that information and more coming right up. Your Best Way traffic map this morning is looking pretty dicey. We're also talking about some of our algo cameras seem to be down at the moment, but take a look at that. Just mass congestion on the roads. If you don't have to be out and about right now, I would say please don't be. We'll head over to Main Street in Decatur yet again. That's what we were talking about earlier, that snow falling quickly in Muscle Shoals as well. Inches and inches and inches of snow in the area already. So we'll be back with a couple more live looks coming up.
All right, Grace, thank you. Most, if not all, schools and colleges by now across the Tennessee Valley are closed today as this winter weather bears down. That list of closures is long and it is still growing, but we do have that full list for you on our website, WAAYTV.com. Madison County leaders say workers are ready to roll, though, as that snow now starts to coat the roads.
And they've already pre-treated a lot of the roads across the county. They say they have 12 snow plows, 9 brine trucks, and 8 salt spreaders gassed up and ready to go. But they are reminding everyone just because they're working to clear those roads does not mean that you need to get out and drive on them.
When we get a layer of ice on that asphalt, it is very, very difficult for us to clear that ice. So we're asking for people to be prepared, as the mayor said. If we get ice, it's going to be a duration of hazardous driving conditions that's going to be rough on us, and there's nothing we can do about it.
They say the fewer drivers on the roads, the quicker emergency vehicles can get to the people who actually need help.
And it appears they're already out rolling some of those plow trucks. So we just got an email from one of our co-workers driving up Governors that there is a plow that he's behind. So it's good to see they're out working that. We right now want to return, though, to our team coverage this morning.
And so we're going to check in with WAAY 31's Paige Meyer, who's in Limestone County right now. Paige.
Good morning, Chris Demetria. I am here in Athens off of I-65 at Buc-ee's, and the snow is coming down. It's hitting me in the face and it is wet. And you can see by my hair here, it is totally done for the day. The snow is coming down and it is sticky. It is sticky enough to, in fact, make a few snowballs and have some snowball fights with your friends here. I'm going to toss this one off into the distance, but we are going to talk about the roads for a second. Now, when we were driving out here, they were definitely covered in a blanket of snow, so we took it nice and slow, but I I do have some practice driving on snow-covered roads in Michigan, so I just will say take it nice and easy if you don't have the experience doing it. We'll show you the roads here a little bit. This is I-65. They are definitely covered. You can see people just taking it nice and slow. I just will say the snow is sticky. The Public Works Department here in Athens says that they have been sanding these roads since 4 a.m. They tell me they have not gotten the snow plows out yet, but they are definitely working on these roads and keeping in tabs with what everybody is telling them, so they will be able to get the roads safe and sound for you to drive if you do have to go anywhere this weekend. Chris, Demetria?
All right, thank you so
Thank
much.
you, Paige. That was like the perfect snowball that you had right there. I was pretty impressed with that.
Yeah, well, even Grace said earlier, this is the perfect snow for the snowball right now.
Yeah, and she mastered it. All right.
We want to right now get a check on that snow accumulation in the shoals, where it seems to be accumulating quicker right now.
Yeah, because they've been telling us that they are one of the first ones to get hit, and that is exactly what happened. So we're going to go ahead and check in with WAAY 31's Julia Miller right now. Good morning, Julia.
Good morning, guys. It is really coming down here. I mean, really coming down. We took a ruler and we see about 2 inches of snow so far here. We also stopped inside the Love's Travel Stop. We talked to the employee there. She says it's been a slower day than usual, but out here we've seen a bunch of people getting gas, getting snacks. So there has been a good amount of people we've seen on the road so far, but man, when I tell you it is really coming down, it really is.
I hear what you're saying. I can actually hear the snow actually hitting your mic. We see the snow-covered roads, so please, folks, please, if you can, stay at home. Do not go out there.
I'm surprised to know so many places are open where people can get gas and so forth this morning.
That's true. That's true. Well, now let's go ahead and get another check of that forecast with Grace.
I'm actually so glad you brought that up. Maddie, thanks so much for that report as well. Let's take a look. I'm sorry, I just called you Maddie. Julia, thank you for that report. I do want to tell you, though, go ahead and keep measuring that snow, but as we get more and more of it, it's heavy. It's going to pack down. So even if it looks like you're seeing X amount of inches, you might actually have gathered a little bit more than that from that weight. We are tracking inches of snow all across the Alabama-Tennessee state line. Waterloo seeing close to 4 inches, 6:39 on your Friday morning. Just that snow right now. Our 31 alert day in place, not just ahead of that freezing precipitation. Also going to see sleet, freezing rain, and regular rain today. That's going to lead to dangerous driving conditions tomorrow after it all refreezes tonight. Barely any melt tomorrow means a pretty nasty commute Sunday morning. A little bit of improvement by Sunday afternoon. Now, we've slightly lowered our snowfall amounts from when we spoke at this point yesterday. Looks like we're going to be seeing up to 5, maybe 5.5 inches in our very far northern counties there. Seeing about 2 to 4 from Red Bay to Huntsville to Scottsboro, seeing less than 2 inches just south of there. Of course, the areas where we see more of that wintry mix, we're going to end up seeing less of that snow accumulation. That freezing rain and that sleet accounting to several hundredths of an inch of ice today. Something I want you to take seriously and consider on the roads. The good news is, though, the more of that snow we get on the ground before this ice gets on top of it, the better it's going to be. Not a cause for, complete DEFCON 5, but something you want to be thinking about. Those road conditions are decreasing as we head through the rest of the day today. I would not at all recommend being on the roads as we head later this afternoon and evening, particularly when that sun sets and we start to see that refreeze factor. Going to walk you through future radar. We're nearing that time when we're going to start to see that wintry mix come into the area. I want you to be prepared for it, so I'm going to walk you through future radar hour by hour. Keep it right here. We'll be right back. Yeah, and we'll be back now, actually. Take a look at your Best Way traffic map. We're seeing slowdowns all over the place. If you don't have to be on the road right now, please, please do not be. Take a look. These drive times are inflated, to say the least. If you're headed to Research Park this morning and you're traveling along 565, 40 minutes from Decatur to Research Park. The same on 72 East, completely backed up there. 565 West also traveling incredibly slow this morning. Be very, very cautious on those roads.
Coverage you can count on. This is WAAY 31 News Mornings with Demetria Green, Chris Tatum, Meteorologist Grace Anello, and your best WAAY traffic.
Welcome back, everybody. It's right now about 15 minutes before 7 o'clock. Roads are a huge concern this morning as this winter storm bears down on our area. We do have reporters, as you've seen throughout the morning, posted across North Alabama. They are monitoring those conditions for us.
And sports reporter Trevor Denton is in Storm Tracker 31, and it looks like you're up and rolling again. Trevor, what's it like on the roads right now where you are?
Yeah, so we are right now driving on Memorial Parkway, and definitely passable as we are hearing from Huntsville officials, but you definitely do want to be careful and try to avoid it if you can. You could see some accumulation as we show you our front camera. And in terms of what they're doing, we just saw a bulldozer out there plowing a little while ago. There was a tractor out on the road, so using any makeshift tools they can to try to make these roads clear. We are hearing that they are passable as of right now, but you do want to use extreme caution. You do not want to swerve or bend on that corner because, whoa. In terms of what's open, heard you guys talking about that in the studio. Me and Max have been looking for coffee for a while now. If you know anything about sports anchors, I've never even seen this hour of the day before. So we are looking for coffee, but a lot of places were closed. Starbucks, Dunkin' Donuts. The one thing that was open, of course, is Waffle House, because Waffle House, of course, is always going to be open. But we are desperately looking for coffee at this moment right now, because if you know anything about us, we're sleeping in way past this hour on most days. But yeah, here's a look from our front cam of the roads. As you can see, we are able to travel right now without any slipperiness at the moment, but you do want to use extreme caution because you can see plenty of accumulation coming down at the moment. So Max Cohan, sports director, is driving the car right now. He spoke with someone from the Huntsville Police Department, and that's basically what they said, to use extreme caution. It was a few minutes ago. He said there weren't any accidents as of that time. It was probably about 30 to 40 minutes ago, so not sure if that's changed, but he said that the roads are passable. You can see people right ahead of us actually moving pretty slow, having those warning lights on, and that's not a terrible idea. You want to be cautious like these people are ahead of us. We're going to keep trying to track down that coffee that is much needed at this hour of the day, but for now, back to you in the studio.
Well, Trevor, you need to check out those gas stations. A lot of them are open as well, so hopefully you all can get some warm beverages.
Yeah.
We definitely appreciate your coverage.
Kind of thinking about one myself right now.
Well, law enforcement agencies across the Tennessee Valley are reminding you to pay attention to those signs and barricades while on the road. They say if you happen to drive around a barricade that's blocking an impassable stretch of road, you're not just putting your life in danger, but you're also making it dangerous for first responders who will have to come and rescue you if you get into a wreck.
Should it come to the inevitable that we have to close roads, they're barricaded for a reason. Please stay off that road. If you choose to go around it, you can receive a citation. And unfortunately, if you have a wreck on a closed road, we're not going to work that wreck. We'll come check on you and make sure you're okay. But as far as working the wreck, you shouldn't have been on that road to begin with.
What's that, 2 fingers and a snap? He told you. Well, insurance agents say your claim could be denied if they do find out that your wreck occurred on a closed road.
Don't do it.
Now, WAAY 31 Storm Tracker Meteorologist Grace Anello with 31 Triple Doppler.
Well, I am glad to see in a lot of these live reports that people are heeding that advice and they are staying off the roads.
Yes, and I have to tell you, my favorite element, the amount of snow we're getting.
Right.
Getting that freezing rain, getting that sleet is inevitable this afternoon. Different amounts in different places. However much pad we can get between that ice and the road, the better. So all these reports I'm hearing of 4 inches in Lexington, 2 inches here, 2 inches there, that's music to my ears.
I just keep wanting to look back at this Space and Rocket Center. We can now see
Now
the
you can see
rocket
it.
now that
Yeah.
the sun has come up. But again, it's not a real clear picture because of that snowfall.
Absolutely, absolutely. So let's talk about what we are seeing. We're getting down to the wire where we're going to start to see that rain, snow, wintry mix come into the area before too long. 6:49 on your Friday. It's full on snow right now in the Tennessee Valley. Just within likely the next hour or so, probably going to start to see some of that freezing rain and sleet come into the region. 31 Triple Doppler, though, showing inches of blanketed snow covering the roads, covering the grass. You're waking up to way more than a dusting this morning if you're just joining us. I do want to say quickly, too, normally our coverage ends at 7 o'clock in the morning. This morning, we're going past that. You need us here, so that's where we're going to be. Today, of course, the 31 alert day. That's why we're staying on for you. We're seeing that snow now. We're going to see sleet, freezing rain, and plain old regular rain by the time all's said and done. 31 alert day lasts until 9 o'clock this evening. blanketed in white. The WAAY 31 Skycam network powered by Thompson Roofing and Construction. Difficult to even see Lake Gunnersville, but I've gotten beautiful pictures of the town of Gunnersville, beautifully blanketed. Seeing a whole lot of snow there on Main Street in Decatur. Similar story, 565 in Huntsville. Muscle Shoals, you're seeing inches and inches and inches of snow this morning. We are still in a winter storm warning that is in effect. That's not different information from that 31 alert day graphic. It's just re-emphasizing it for you. Before too long here, we're going to start to see temperatures creep just right near that freezing mark, and that's when we're going to start to see that mix of sleet and some freezing rain. It starts in our western counties, very isolated. As we head later in the morning, though, it does become more widespread. This is 10 o'clock on your Friday morning. Snow remains along the Alabama-Tennessee state line. Just south of the Tennessee River, a vast rain-snow mix there with, of course, that wintry mix. South of there, just plain old regular rain. As we head towards lunchtime proper and just beyond, all of those elements shift north. Only southern Tennessee sees the snow. Northern Alabama sees the winter mix. Just south of the river sees the rain. And that's kind of the pattern we're going to keep for a good bit of the afternoon. As we cool later into this afternoon and evening, we're going to talk about more of that returning to just snow. At that point, much lighter coverage than what we're seeing right now, but still that wintry precip falling from the sky. Looks like we could see up to 6 inches along the Alabama-Tennessee state line, particularly to the west of our counties, anywhere from Red Bay to Moulton, Decatur, Athens, Huntsville, Hazel Green, even over to High Top, 2 to 5 inches. That's what I'm tracking for you. Less than 3 to our south and east. Reason being, you are the ones that are going to see the most rain and the most of that wintry mix. Take a look. Oh, that graphic keeps changing. Take a look here. We're talking about ice accumulation today on the order of several hundredths of an inch. Let me tell you, that is enough to notice it. That's enough to care that it's there and be cautious on the roads, because any ice on the roads is far from ideal. That is not enough to get what we had this time last year. So don't be worrying about Jan 2024 repeat. That's not what I'm tracking today, but I do want you to be very careful. Those road conditions, as we heard from Max and Trevor, passable, but becoming more difficult. The benefit of snow is you are able to drive in it. Ice, you know, that kind of goes out the window. So as we start to see more of that wintry mix, of course, those roads are going to get more difficult. What I would say without question, and I don't often talk to you like this, but I don't want anybody on the road when we start to see that sun set. All of our weather elements today are going to refreeze together on those roads and be very, very dangerous. So I'm just telling you, as someone who cares about you, after sunset, definitely not a good time to be on the road. If it was me, I'd get off the road hours and hours before that. Very little melting factor when we get to Saturday. Struggling to see the sun, a high temperature just barely above freezing. What does melt, unlikely to evaporate. That will all refreeze Sunday morning, leading to difficult driving conditions. By Sunday afternoon, we're talking about much warmer temperatures, much more sunshine, and a whole lot better melt on those roads.
And now, your best way traffic. Brought to you by Bama Estate Planning from Harlan D. Mitchell Attorney.
All right, if you are traveling this morning, because you have to be, I know there's folks out there that we have to do it, those roads are so backed up. Make sure you leave a sizable amount of extra time. If you're headed to Redstone Arsenal this morning, plan about 25 minutes from Decatur to Gate 9. Still only looking like about 10 on 565. And just into our newsroom, HPD, Huntsville Police Department, reporting Cecil Ashburn is closed. Bankhead Parkway is closed at the gas light. So if you were considering taking those avenues, make sure you reroute and take another road. Let me get you a picture really quick of what we're seeing in Muscle Shoals. Difficult to exactly see where the road starts and the grass ends. Inches and inches of snow there. Not too different of a story on Main Street in Decatur. It's a snowy mix out there, and this is only just the beginning.
Thank you, Grace. So the time is now 6:53.
And let's get you ready to head out the door with some of these top headlines facing North Alabama and Southern Tennessee on this 31 alert day. Well, most, if not all, I mean to say, schools and colleges across the Tennessee Valley are already closed because of this winter weather. That list is on our website, though, WAAYTV.com, if you need to take a look.
Law enforcement agencies across the Tennessee Valley reminding you to make sure you pay attention to any signs and barricades that they set up during this winter storm if you have to get out there on the road. They say driving around a barricade blocking an impassable stretch of road doesn't just put your life in danger, but it is also dangerous for those first responders who will have to rescue you if you get into a wreck. Huntsville police say they may even give a ticket to those who ignored those barricades. And some insurance companies now denying your claim if you wreck on a closed road.
Huntsville Havoc fans, listen up. Sunday's series against the Peoria Rivermen now postponed because of this winter weather outbreak. Now, we are working to learn right now when the league might reschedule that matchup.
The 31 alert day, of course, in effect today. We're seeing that snow now. We're going to see sleet, freezing rain, and regular rain by the time we get just later this morning and into the afternoon. Not expiring this 31 alert day until 9 o'clock tonight. So hunker down and plan to stay that way for much of the day. Inches of snow already blanketing the Tennessee Valley, 655. And of course, 31 Triple Doppler picking up on all of it. That is our best way to track exactly what's happening in your neck of the woods. Going to see some of that rain and wintry mix to our west, head into the Tennessee Valley before long. Difficult to see some of those roads because of those inches of snow. We're getting reports, of course, of some roads that are closed, including Bankhead and Cecil Ashburn. Just seeing really large snowflakes, very moisture rich, perfect for snowballs as well. As we get a little later this morning, gonna start to see that wintry mix come into the area significantly more by late morning, seeing sleet, freezing rain just south of the Tennessee River, regular rain just south of that. As we head towards lunchtime proper, that freezing rain line moves north towards Alabama-Tennessee state line, regular rain just south of it. That sticks with us through this afternoon before more regular snow takes over later this evening as this system is dying out and losing some of its steam. I'm tracking several hundredths of an inch of ice in the Tennessee Valley. The good news is this is coming on top of inches of snow, not directly on the ground. However, it's still something I want you to be mindful of. Make sure you're taking care of yourself and using the utmost of caution on the roads today. All right, let's take a look at your Best Way traffic map. Reminder, we do have Chief Meteorologist Jeff Castle here in the studio, and he was telling me earlier, HPD just called in. Cecil Ashburn now closed. Bankhead Parkway up to the Gaslight also now closed. I know several of us have to get out this morning. If that's you, we need an unbelievable amount of time. Those roads are incredibly backed up.
And make sure you stay with us because we do have extended weather coverage for you today. We'll be here all morning long, bringing you 24/7 coverage.
And you can also get updates on all our streaming platforms when you download our weather app. So go ahead and get that if you haven't already, because it will be helpful for you today.
That's right. We're not going anywhere. We're going to take a short little break here, and then we'll be right back. So keep it right here. Demetria, good morning. So a lot to discuss today. Of course, this 31 alert day in effect. We've been prepping you for this one for over a week. It is now officially here. I'm keeping this in effect through 9 o'clock this evening. We're seeing a great deal of snow right now. We're going to see sleet, freezing rain, and regular rain by the time we wrap up your Friday. I will tell you this, though. I am encouraged. 7:01 on your Friday, seeing inches and inches of snow. Now, that's going to be difficult to drive in. Let's not sugarcoat that, but it is inevitable that we see just the tiniest little bit of ice from freezing rain and sleet later this morning and afternoon, and that's going to be on top of a bed of snow. That is great news for your drivability. We will still be very far from ideal. We're still talking inches of snow on the ground, but at least we're not talking ice-mageddon like we had last year. That wintry mix is off to our west towards the Mississippi Delta. That's a mix of freezing rain and sleet, a whole lot of rain just south of it. Of course, we'll end up seeing all of those elements today. WAAY 31 Skycam Network, powered by Thompson Roofing and Construction. Beautiful view, very difficult if you're going to be driving. Talking about a whole lot there in Muscle Shoals. That's difficult to see the road. 565 almost looks to be paved. I'm not sure if we have that confirmed. Looks a whole lot better than it did just about 45 minutes ago. Decatur on Main Street also seeing a whole lot of snow there. I am tracking that wintry mix coming into the area just a little bit later this morning. It starts off sporadic, becomes significantly more widespread, sitting just south of the Tennessee River as we head towards a little bit later. At that point, snow along the Alabama-Tennessee state line. That wintry mix, freezing rain, sleet just south of the Tennessee River. Plain old regular rain just south of that. This continues to slide north, bringing that mix up towards the Alabama-Tennessee state line as we head towards lunchtime, and that's where we stay for the afternoon. A little bit later, when we start to cool again, we'll have a few pockets of snow. At that point, though, much lighter coverage than what we're seeing right now. Now, I'm going to walk you through in just about a few minutes. I'm going to walk you through exactly how much ice we're going to see, how much snow you're going to see, and what that's going to do to our roads. But before we get there, I want to head out to the roads. Let's check in with WAAY 31 Sports Director Max Cohan. He's out there in Storm Tracker 31. Max, where are you and what are you seeing?
Grace, we are on the South Parkway right now, and I can tell you, I was behind the wheel for the last 2 or so hours. It's not exactly perfect conditions. I don't think anybody thinks that that's the case, but it's not. And I can tell you, as a guy who's driven in blizzards before, real blizzards, it's not a blizzard, but it's not great. There is accumulation on the roads, so let's take a look and show you some of that right now. That is right here on South Parkway, and you can see definitely some snow on the roads. We'll give you a little bit of a front view on our camera so you can see what Trevor's looking at from the front seat. The roads are not clear, but they are passable. I will tell you, from my time in the driver's seat, if you're going a little bit faster than you should be, you will slide. I had a couple times that the skid control came on. There was a stop sign that I almost missed because I slid through it, but I did stop. Just so we're clear, I did stop. But I will say, you know, the conditions are not great. You do not want to be going faster than 30 miles an hour. And if you take a look around, I mean, there really isn't much company on the roads. There are a lot of people who have listened to the warnings. They have decided to stay off the road, and you can't blame them because the conditions are really just not ideal. And when you take a look around, you see the snow, you see there is some clearing on the main driving way, but it's still not a condition you want to be out in. Obviously, it's still a little bit early in the morning, so if you didn't have to be at work, chances are you're not out on the road anyway right now. But I'll tell you one thing, if I did not have to be out on the road right now, I would not be. Still, having a pretty good time in the Storm Tracker.
All right, well, stay safe out there, Max.
Yes, please.
Well, law enforcement agencies across the Tennessee Valley now reminding you to pay close attention to those signs and barricades on the road.
So they say if you drive around a barricade blocking an impassable stretch of road, you are not just putting your life in danger, but also making it dangerous for first responders who will have to actually rescue you if you get into a wreck. And they, of course, also say that Huntsville police specifically say that they may even ticket people who drive around those barricades. And insurance companies even right now saying they may not cover your claim if you wreck in one of those areas. So just don't do it. Don't take that chance. Madison County leaders say workers are already right now to roll as this snow starts now to coat some of these roads.
And they've already pre-treated a lot of roads across the county. We've been showing you that all morning long. They say they have 12 snow plows, about 9 brine trucks, and 8 salt spreaders that are gassed up and ready to go. But they are reminding everyone that just because they're working to clear those roads, it doesn't mean that you need to get out and drive on them either. They're also saying that the less traffic that's out on the roads, the quicker that these emergency vehicles can get to people who need them.
Makes sense for sure.
Yeah, it does.
Well, it's all hands on deck in Athens right now as this winter weather moves in.
And city leaders say they have those sand trucks and snow plows that are standing by. We've actually seen a few of those in some of the other live shots. But they're really focusing on bridges, over those overpasses and streets around hospitals, so emergency vehicles can move about safely. Now, one visitor from Indiana wasted no time gassing up and getting out of town before Old Man Winter arrived.
We saw the storm was coming through. We were going to leave tomorrow on Friday, and we decided to take off a day early so we could get someplace and let the storm pass and then move on. We're just going to kind of hunker down in the trailer and take it easy.
And gas stations across the Tennessee Valley say people have also been filling up gas cans so they can power generators just in case that power goes out. Right now, we want to return to our team coverage with our reporters stationed across our area.
And we're going to check in with WAAY 31's Maddie McCaffrey, who's been in Limestone County all night long. And Maddie, what's going on there?
Hey y'all, so we are in Athens. We're right outside of Buc-ee's on I-65 and the snow is just coming down. I will say it's not falling as hard as it was just an hour ago, but I'll add that the wind is really starting to pick up. You can feel it, it's freezing, but the snow still coming down. Now it is like white, fluffy snow, just completely covering, blanketing the whole area. Now let's talk about the roads for a little bit. We're right on I-65 as I mentioned, and as people drive on the roads, they kind of clear out just a little bit, but I will say it is not the best driving conditions, so stay home if you can. We've seen a couple 18-wheelers stuck on the side of the highway, so that is not a good situation. And we've also seen those sanding trucks that you guys were talking about. So they've been out here since 4 a.m. this morning. They've not brought the snow plows out, but they are going to be doing that when it hits to about 2 to 3 inches of snow. Now I'll add that it is perfect weather for a snowman snowball fight and sledding weather, so we're gonna have to find ourselves a hill and sled ourselves with some maybe paper boxes. And then we'll bring out back something from Buc-ee's. I'll send it back over to you guys.
Oh, you are taking me back to my childhood when we get those cardboard boxes and go down that hill. Ooh, that was a good time.
Yeah.
Well, animal welfare advocates now reminding pet owners, make sure your critters have a warm and safe place to ride out this snow and cold. So they say if you can, bring those pets inside. If you can't, make sure there's a sturdy, warm shelter with dry bedding. Also, make sure there's plenty of food and check their water often to make sure it's not frozen. As for your plants, make sure you cover those up with frost cloths because that can give them about 2 to 5 degrees of protection. Otherwise, you'll need to harvest what you have.
Well, people are already sending in pictures for us to share here on air of this snowy morning. One viewer snapped this picture of the moose in their front yard, waiting to measure that snow. So she says he will actually be out there all day giving us those updates on the snowfall in South Huntsville. Let's talk Florence. That snow right now falling. This viewer's video showing huge flakes of snow there. And you can see it falling onto the cars, onto a grill there. If you happen to take some of these pictures while out enjoying this winter weather, we would love for you to send them to us. Please don't take any risk to get those pictures, but if you can get them safely, we want to see them. We want to share them. Send them to our website, WAAYTV.com. It is time to layer up with these frigid temperatures. And after the break, we talk to health leaders about hypothermia dangers. OJ, talking to somebody else off camera just a moment there, trying to get some instructions here. We are, of course, in our extended continuous coverage this morning. But every winter we do tell you to dress in layers. A lot of folks don't really necessarily know how dire the consequences can be if you don't follow through on that.
And we even spoke with a state health leader who said that if you're not properly dressed for these extreme temperatures, then you're putting yourself at risk for life-threatening conditions like hypothermia. Well, that means you need to be in your thermal gear, heavy coats, gloves, hats, and scarves. Doctors say our body doesn't respond well in the cold.
Your body first responds to being cold by shivering, and that's to make your muscles twitch to generate heat. And then after that, again, as you lose the ability to generate that heat, feeling very tired, confusion, having trouble with memory, slurred speech, drowsiness. These are all things you see in adults. In babies, you can see also just very, very drowsy, and their skin can be very, very cold.
He also says hypothermia could cause you to go into an unconscious state, resulting in death. So that's why it's so important to have a warm place to go these next few days. We do have a list of some warming centers on our website at WAAYTV.com. We also have a list of some people who will take you there if you can't get there by yourself.
A Colbert County TVA plant could play a critical role in making sure North Alabamians have and keep electricity during this winter weather outbreak. So the TVA has pumped about $400 million into that small natural gas plant. And TVA leaders say they likely will fire it up sometime during this winter weather. They say they usually fire it up, of course, when larger plants are struggling to meet the demand.
We're not running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, but we are prepared to start and be online in less than 17 minutes in response to a peak demand, which could happen at any time of the day, especially in cold weather.
Drills over the past year based on lessons it learned from last January's winter outbreak here across the Tennessee Valley.
Huntsville Utilities wants to assure everyone that its power grid can handle the winter weather. It says the department started preparing for an event like this following last year's snow and ice.
We will be ready for action. And if you have trouble with your power, please call, use our website. Those resources are available for you. We will keep our website updated so you are aware of outages.
They also say that Huntsville Utilities will not turn off anyone's power if they're late on a payment during this time.
Now, WAAY 31 Storm Tracker meteorologist Grace Anello with 31 Triple Doppler.
Now, I may have just missed it, Grace, if I'm being honest, but I keep seeing snow totals for the shoals that keeps climbing. But what are we up to here in the central part of North Alabama right now?
Up to just about 3 inches. Kind of depends on the region that you're talking about right now in Huntsville, 3 inches. What I want to say that's actually really interesting, it's a good point. If you're measuring your own snow, like you're taking a ruler, sticking it outside, unfortunately, that's not going to be an accurate number, especially today. Our snow is so moisture rich. That's why those flakes are so big. It's real heavy. It's packing itself down. Keep in mind the snow's been falling since 2:30 in the morning. So let's say you measure 3 inches, you might actually have 3.5 or 3.2 or whatever that might be. All that to say, there's a great deal of it out there. Take a look at what we're seeing right now on this 31 alert day. It is just that frozen precipitation, that snow at 7:17 on your Friday morning. Before too long, though, we're going to welcome in some of that freezing rain. Seeing that a little bit east, headed towards Anniston, that's not going to head into our neck of the woods. However, that freezing rain and sleet mix right by the Mississippi Delta, that's going to come to our region before too long. A real nice warm sector there. Seeing a whole lot of rain farther south, we're going to see all of those elements today. The snow, the freezing rain, and the regular rain. Right now, talking inches and inches, over 4 inches of snow in Waterloo right now in far western Lauderdale County. So seeing a whole lot of that. The good bit of that is great news, because any of that ice that comes later this afternoon is not going to stick directly to the road, and that is music to our ears. That 31 alert day, of course, in place today all the way through 9 o'clock. That means hunker down, not just this morning, but well throughout your Friday. The WAAY 31 Skycam network, powered by Thompson Roofing and Construction, showing that snow. You can even see how large some of those flakes are. That's how moisture rich they are. That's also why you're going to be able to build the perfect snowball today. All right, difficult to even see the road and the grass in Muscle Shoals there. About 4 inches in Muscle Shoals as well. A ton of that bitter cold snow in Decatur. Similar story along 565. I will tell you, it looks like one lane on 565 has been paved, and that's where you see those cars. Winter storm warning is in effect all the way through first thing tomorrow morning, showing you that same thing that 31 alert day graphic did, just re-emphasizing it. Before too long, we could start to see some pockets of that freezing rain sleet winter mix in the area. Starts off very, very isolated in our western counties, spotty at best. Fast forward to much later this morning, and we see it become a little more active in the area. North of the Tennessee River, we're still seeing snow. Just south of that, we're seeing that winter mix. Far to our south, we're seeing a whole lot of rain. Fast forward to lunchtime proper, that winter mix goes right along the Alabama-Tennessee state line with rain hanging out below it. Then we're going to stick around with that format for lunchtime. More of that snow picks up and heads into the area a little later this afternoon as those temperatures cool off again, and then that gets out of our way shortly after dinner time. Up to 6 inches of snow expected along the Alabama-Tennessee state line, primarily to our north and west. Anywhere from 2 to 5 inches from Red Bay and Franklin County to Moulton, Athens, Decatur, Huntsville, Scottsboro, even up to High Top. That's that 2 to 5 inch range. Less than 3 inches of snow south and east, of course. That's where you're seeing the majority of that rain, of that wintry mix. That's why you're getting those lower totals. We are going to see ice today, of course, with freezing rain and sleet. The good news is we're talking on the order of several hundredths of an inch. If this was closer to a quarter of an inch, that would be a very, very different situation. Something similar to what we had last January. This year, very different. We're talking about just a fraction of that ice, and it's on top of a bed of snow. Now, I still want you to take it seriously. Any ice on any road is cause for you to want to take extra precautions, but we're not talking DEFCON 5. Those roads will continue to get more and more impassable as we head through the rest of the day today. I know that we already have several roads that are closed here in Madison County. We'll talk about that in a minute. The one thing I would tell you as someone who cares about you, under no circumstance would I be out on the road when the sun starts to set or beyond. Everything, whether it's rain, whether it's winter mix, whether it's snow, that's going to refreeze overnight tonight. You do not want to be on the road when that happens. We're going to see very little melt tomorrow. We're struggling to see the sun, and our high temperatures barely above freezing. That also means what little does melt is unlikely to fully evaporate, so it will refreeze Sunday morning. Sunday into the afternoon, we will see a good bit of melting with warmer temperatures and more sun, but we're staying cold even as we head through the rest of the work week.
And now, your best way traffic. Brought to you by Bama Estate Planning from Harlan D. Mitchell Attorney.
All right, take a look at the best way traffic map this morning. We're looking at several roads closed. Bankhead up to the Gaslight closed. HPD is also closed. Cecil, Ashburn. Also getting reports from Aaliyah in talking about what they're seeing in their neck of the woods. We're looking at all DeKalb County roads covered in snow and becoming impassable. Madison County, all roads are covered with snow. No traffic issues at this time. Morgan County, all roads covered with snow. Coleman County, all roads snow covered. 278 at Duck Road, impassable due to icy road conditions.
All right, now we want to check in with our crew. We've got posted out in the shoals, keeping an eye on snow and road conditions for us.
And we are continuing to track this winter weather with WAAY 31's Georgia Clark. And Georgia, where are you right now?
So, Demetria, we are about to turn onto Florence Boulevard in Florence, and we were tracking a snowplow for a few minutes. Right now, we've got our modified storm tracker going, and I actually did get an update from the Florence Lauderdale County EMA about a few minutes ago. And so far, there's only been 2 crashes this morning, no injuries. And he's advising people to be cautious on the road because it is slick out here. We saw somebody kind of spin out earlier at a stoplight. So they're just advising everybody to be careful if you're out on the roads. If you have to get out, to be careful while you're driving. But if you don't have to, stay home because it is slick out here. But we have been driving around. Snowplows have been out here in Florence and Lauderdale County since about 4 a.m. And they will continue to be running for the rest of the day. And they're going to have more ground crews coming out to work on the roads later this morning as the sun comes up. But so far, we've been driving around and the roads haven't been too terrible. It's still slick, but it has been pretty pretty nice outside. It's a beautiful time to be out, but if you were out in your yard and having some fun, but just try and stay off the roads if you don't have to be out.
Georgia, I love you so much, but that does not look beautiful for me right now.
No, it's cold.
It looks so cold right now. Oh my goodness. But we just want to make sure that you all are staying safe. It looks like you are driving pretty slowly. And it looks like there are some other cars that are out there that's even kind of a track
Right.
for them to go on the roads too.
But even with that track, from some of the different video that we've seen from our crews out in the scene on these streets and roads this morning, this still looks less secure to drive on than some of the others.
Right, I agree.
You cannot see pavement
No,
here
no.
hardly at all. Have we seen plow trucks out there, Georgia, or anything trying to clear this?
Yes, we were actually following one for quite some time a few minutes ago. We had to turn off so we didn't just get straight out of town, but there have been plenty of snow plows. They have been keeping the roads pretty clear, the big main roads mainly. We're on a side road right now on Florence Boulevard, just about to go to downtown Florence. But yeah, there's been plows out and they are keeping it pretty clear so far.
George, I must apologize. Apparently you had just said that and I missed it. I got up about an hour earlier than I usually do to come to work this morning, so maybe I'm just missing the mark a little bit.
It's okay. It's worth repeating though. That's something that everybody needs to know.
But do be safe out there, Georgia.
Well, local emergency management agencies in the shows, they're hard at work. They're testing those water lines. As we just saw, they treated some of the streets to have those snow plows out there as well. And Grace was right when she said that they would be the first in our area to get snow. And you just saw some of that snow right there. Okay.
Bear with us. We know we feel your needs. Let us know what your needs are. Reach out to the EMA department here or your local fire department or whoever. Call 911 in case of a bad emergency. But other than that, just hanging tight with us. We'll all get through this.
Yes, we will. Well, you can find the numbers for your local EMA on our website, WAAYTV.com. We'll be right back.
In effect, this of course is coming to us as we're seeing snow. We're going to see freezing rain, some sleet as we head later through the day today. That 31 alert day, we've been prepping you for it for over a week at this point. Now in effect, it's going to stick with us through about 9 o'clock this evening as well. 31 Triple Doppler been a great tool for us. Of course, having those Dopplers shows us exactly what's happening on top of each one of your homes. And the good news is we're seeing all snow. 727 so far, and we have yet to see that wintry mix. It's coming for sure. However, as much of a snow barrier as we can put between that ice and our roads, the better. And so far, we're seeing inches. Take a look at this system we're watching to our west. We're just a very small piece of a much larger system. Of course, a whole lot of snow to our north, even extending towards the Great Lakes. Seeing a warm sector sitting over northeast Mississippi. That's been there since about 2 o'clock this morning. That's bringing a mix of freezing rain and sleet. A whole lot of heavy rain down south of that. Seeing some wintry mix in Anniston, Alabama. That's tracking east. It won't be an issue for us, but we will end up seeing that wintry precip and that mix as we head later in the morning. The WAAY 31 Skycam network, powered by Thompson Roofing and Construction. I have to agree with WAAY 31's Georgia Clark. Looks stunning, but is going to be a bit of a travel bear. Of course, there's like Guntersville, not accumulating too much of that snow except for the surrounding areas. Muscle Shoals seeing a ton of snow, up to I believe about 4 inches at this point now in Culver and Lauderdale counties. Seeing a whole lot of that snow in Decatur, similar in 565 in Madison, Huntsville, Madison County. All right, we're going to continue continue to see that snow as we head later into the morning. Then we're going to start to see that wintry mix come into the mix. That's all that pink stretching up towards the Tennessee River just later on this morning, seeing regular rain south below that. By this afternoon, all of that shifts north, that winter mix along the Alabama-Tennessee state line. Rain still below it, and that's what will keep on again, off again through the rest of the afternoon. So more of that snow comes later in the afternoon. That sticks with us while the system is dying out. It'll all be out of our system by just after dinner time tonight. I'm back in just a couple of minutes because I want to walk you through how much snow you'll see, how much ice you'll see, and a generalization of what that's going to do to your roads throughout the day. All that and more coming up.
We are back with more of our continuing coverage of this snow and freezing rain and sleet event happening in different areas across North Alabama. And right now, we want to continue our team coverage into that.
And we are going to check in with WAAY 31's Paige Meyer in Limestone County. Paige, every time we check in with her, she has something else. So the first time she had a snowball in her hand. Now, what is that, a ruler?
I do have a ruler, Chris and Dimitri. I am at Buc-ee's off of I-65 here, and I've got this ruler to show you just how much snow is coming down. This is thick snow we're talking about. It is super sticky. It's collecting on my hat, my scarf, unfortunately my hair too. So I'm going to point this down so you guys can see just how much snow we're working with. I am seeing right now about 3 inches of accumulation. Now we're talking, if this is right here on the grass, this is going to be on the roads too. So when we were driving on the roads this morning, it was slick. It was completely blanketed. So we'll show you exactly what we're looking at right here on I-65. Now we have been in contact with the Athens Public Works Department, and they have been sanding these roads since 4 a.m. And within the last hour, they just confirmed that snowplows have been hitting these roads. They're working as best as they can to get these roads safe for people to drive on. They know that some people will have to get out there, but they did tell me yesterday and today when we were speaking that if you can avoid it at all, just stay home. These roads are slick. I'm from Michigan. I have experience driving on snow roads, but when I was driving this morning, I had to definitely take it nice and slow. So if you have to get out there, just keep in mind that these roads are definitely covered in snow. Chris, Demetria?
Covered indeed. That's an understatement for what we're looking at right there.
Exactly. All right. Thank you so much, Paige.
I want to tell you, we are so happy that it's a chance for us to be on the air with our viewers, because it's a privilege to be here in these kind of moments. This is what we do for, to inform and to make sure you know exactly what's going on in our area. So thank you for trusting us in this weather situation. And please do send us your pictures and let us know how we can better serve you as we deliver this all hands on deck snow continuing coverage today.
Right, and we said it's coverage that you can count on, and we are definitely making sure that we can do this. We'll be here with you until 10:35 tonight. All day long, making sure you're updated, because we want you to be prepared when you step outside.
We probably need to clarify, I don't know if it'll be you and me until 10:35 tonight.
Looking at the roads right now, it may be.
We may not last that long sitting up here. Might need a little nap. But
hey, we have extra coffee under here to help us going. But it is all hands on deck in Athens as that winter weather is moving in, and city leaders are saying they have sand trucks and snow plows. They're especially focused on those bridges, overpasses, and streets around hospitals so that emergency vehicles can move about safely. Now, one visitor from Indiana wasted no time gassing up and just heading out of town before Old Man Winter arrived.
We saw the storm was coming through. We were going to leave tomorrow on Friday, and we decided to take off a day early so we could get someplace and let the storm pass and then move on. We're just going to kind of hunker down in the trailer and take it easy.
And gas stations across the Tennessee Valley say people have also been filling up their gas cans and trying to power their generators. I know we were trying to do that yesterday, and we could not find it. A lot of them were out of that propane gas as well.
And we do want to get a live update right now on what those roads look like around Madison County. So we turn things over to sports anchor Trevor Denton in our Storm Tracker 31 vehicle. So Trevor, you've been out all morning. Actually, it's going to be Max. So my apologies to you, Max. But you and Trevor have been out there all morning moving about in Storm Tracker 31. Anything changed? What are the roads looking like at this point?
Well, Chris, I can't say that too much has changed, but maybe my name. But you know what? We all needed some coffee this morning. That's okay. I know everybody wanted to know. Trevor and I did find a place to get some coffee, so we're all good on that. But in terms of road conditions, not much has changed. Let's take a look at how the roads are actually looking right in front of us. Still a layer of snow/slush on the roads. And we would be lying to you if we said that there hadn't been some times where we were skidding just a little bit. The conditions are not great for driving. You know, sometimes people will say this is the perfect condition for running. If you've seen that video, that person said great conditions for running in the snow. Guess what? They wound up right on their butt. So that's probably how you would end up if you decided to run in these conditions. And as you can see, we're not going very fast. Trevor's probably taking it about 20. And, you know, we're just trying to stay in a good position on the road. It's obviously still coming down, not as heavily as it was before, but I can tell you guys, when I had to go over Governors earlier this morning at about 5 o'clock, those were some treacherous conditions. Shout out Taylor Swift. But yeah, I would not be driving in the higher elevations if you didn't have to. And like I mentioned before, you probably don't want to be out on the roads at all if you don't have to be, just because the conditions are not great. I will say, I'm having a lot of fun in the Storm Tracker. I can't remember the last time I had this much fun in a car. But you know what? Like we said before, it's not great out here. So if you don't have to be out on the road, just don't be.
And you are by no means, Max, the only person to echo that. We've heard that from law enforcement agencies across North Alabama, Southern Tennessee for days. Just because those roads may look clear and just because they're out there treating them and plowing them doesn't mean you need to be out there rolling around on them. So thank you so much for that report. Again, that was Max Cohan reporting for us from Storm Tracker 31. Madison County leaders say workers are ready to roll, and right now they are rolling. We can see in some of the video we've seen this morning as this snow is now coating the roads. They have pre-treated many of these roads already earlier this week and say they have 12 snow plows, 9 brine trucks, and 8 salt spreaders gassed up and now out on those roads. They do remind everybody, though, just because the roads are clear doesn't mean you need to be out on them.
When we get a layer of ice on that asphalt, it is very, very difficult for us to clear that ice. So we're asking for people to be prepared, as the mayor said. If we get ice, it's going to be a duration of hazardous driving conditions that's going to be rough on us, and there's nothing we can do about it.
And they say less traffic on the roads means quicker emergency response times for those vehicles who need to get to people who need help. Law enforcement agencies across the Tennessee Valley reminding you, pay attention to those signs and those barricades they put up on those roads right now.
And they say if you drive around one of those barricades that's actually blocking an impassable stretch of road, you're not only putting your life in danger, but you're making it dangerous for those first responders who will have to rescue you if you get in a wreck.
Should it come to the inevitable that we have to close roads, they're barricaded for a reason. Please stay off that road. If you choose to go around it, you can receive a citation. And unfortunately, if you have a wreck on a closed road, we're not going to work that wreck. We'll come check on you and make sure you're okay. But as far as working the wreck, you shouldn't have been on that road to begin with.
And insurance agents say that your claim could also be denied if they find out that your wreck occurred on one of those closed roads.
Well, one local group is stepping up in a big way right now to make sure people who have to go to work today can get there safely.
And WAAY 31's Georgia Clark shows us how the Quad Cities Wranglers are looking out for those who are looking out for the rest of us.
We're a close-knit family, and we just like to help the community any way we can.
The Quad City Wranglers Jeep Club president Tommy Britton says this is what the Jeep community is all about. And as inches of snow threaten to drop down on North Alabama over the weekend, he says they will be stepping in to help.
We're reaching out to the local hospitals and first responders and nurses, and we've created a form for them to fill out for a request form, and we are going around picking them up, taking them to the hospitals.
So far, Britton says they have had over 70 applicants, and he expects his club members to be on the road 24/7 doing rides. They've done these ride programs for years, offering up help whenever bad weather strikes, and they're happy to do it.
Nurses and doctors has got to get to take care of the patients, and so we just feel like it's the best thing we can do. You know, if they can't drive, that's what we're here to do, is help take care of everybody.
And they aren't just helping with rides either.
We're just expecting easy rides, no trouble. We have recovery gear that if we need to, help somebody get unstuck, we're capable of doing that. And, just whatever the community needs, we're there to help.
If you do need help getting unstuck and can't find a traditional tow truck, be sure to reach out to the Quad City Wranglers through Facebook. With coverage you can count on, Georgia Clark, WAAY 31 News.
And we do have a link, by the way, on our website, WAAYTV.com, where you can request a ride from Quad City Wranglers. Here's Grace.
Let's get a check with ever faithful 31 Triple Doppler, showing us inches and inches of snow. We're waking up to blanketed snow across the Tennessee Valley, seeing a little bit of that wintry mix towards Anniston and Oxford, Alabama. That is tracking east, getting out of our way, but we will still see some of that wintry mix in the Tennessee Valley a little bit later on this morning. 31 alert day in effect today. We've been talking about this one for a while. We're seeing the snow right now. Later on, we're going to see sleet, freezing rain, plain old-fashioned rain. That's all in the forecast. All that's going to refreeze overnight tonight, making for really, really dangerous roads tomorrow. We're going to struggle to thaw out at all on Saturday. By Sunday, that's a different story. Sunday morning, still not great driving conditions. Sunday afternoon, great improvements. Far from perfect, but still great improvements. Tracking up to about 6 inches of snow coming along the Alabama-Tennessee state line today. Those heavier amounts sitting in Lauderdale County as well as in southern Tennessee west of the corridor. Anywhere from Franklin County heading into Lawrence, portions of Athens, Madison, even Jackson County there. Everywhere that we're seeing that light blue, up to about 5 inches of snow. The least snow we're going to see to our south and east, of course, that's because where we're going to see the most of that wintry mix. Now, I don't want you to be too worried when you hear sleet and freezing rain. It is not looking like a repeat of January of last year. We're still talking about road implications. Please don't get me wrong there. But last year was primarily an ice event. This year's primarily a snow event with numbers on the order of a few hundredths of an inch for that ice coverage. Even still, roads are already difficult and they're getting worse as we head through the rest of the day. If you don't have to be on the road, don't be. We're talking about mostly snow now. Pockets of that freezing rain and winter mix as we head later into the morning really ends up becoming actually one of the more dominant factors as we head towards lunchtime this afternoon. We're going to talk more about what that means for your bottom line, for your snowfall amounts, etc., etc. So much more for you. We're not going anywhere. Keep it right here. We'll be right back after the break.
Welcome back to our snow continuing coverage on this Friday morning, on this 31 alert day. Right now, I want to check in with our crew out in the Shoals.
Yeah, so let's go to WAAY 31's Julia Miller, who joins us now live right now. Julia, good morning.
Hey guys, we're here off of Florence Boulevard. We were driving around for a while following some snow plows. Then we finally decided to pull over to show you what we're seeing. It's truly like a winter wonderland out here. We're going to show you just how this snow has beautifully blanketed all of this area. The trees are covered and it's a thick layer out here. It's truly beautiful and it is still really coming down a whole bunch.
Backyard.
Oh, that is beautiful right there. I just love how that
It is
snow is
gorgeous.
just over the trees.
It looks beautiful, but it is so cold out there in these conditions that I can't help but think about what our crews are going through out there, because we have both been out in those situations covering this kind of weather. So do be safe. Every winter, we tell you, though, to dress in layers. A lot of folks don't always understand, though, how seriously you can be hurt if you don't do that. That cold is nothing to play with.
And so we did talk to a state health leader who says if you're not properly dressed for the extreme weather, then you're putting yourself at risk for life-threatening conditions like hypothermia. So that means you need to be in your thermal gear with heavy coats, gloves, hats, scarves, just like you've seen all of the WAAY 31 crew. Doctors say our body does not respond well in this cold.
Your body first responds to being cold by shivering, and that's to make your muscles twitch to generate heat. And then after that, when again, as you lose the ability to generate that heat, feeling very tired, confusion, having trouble with memory, slurred speech, drowsiness. These are all things you see in adults. In babies, you can see also just very, very drowsy, and their skin can be very, very cold.
He also says hypothermia could cause you to go into an unconscious state, resulting in death. That's why it's important to have a warm place to go the next few days. If you go on our website, WAAYTV.com, we do have a list of warming centers that's available.
Now, WAAY 31 Storm Tracker Meteorologist Grace Anello with 31 Triple Doppler.
I feel like I haven't talked to you in a while here.
It has been about 3.5 minutes.
Oh,
yes.
my goodness. But yeah.
Well, this is Toyota Field.
Toyota Field.
This morning, before the show, our executive producer, Shannon, and I were looking at some of the different images, and we looked at this camera shot, and it was all green. So this is just in the last couple of hours.
You know, and you make a great point. A lot of times when we see these southern snowstorms, we'll get a little bit of a dusting, and over the course of the day, from morning to evening, you see a big change. This is over the course of 2 hours, 3 hours. You know, we've seen rapid change. Of course, that all ahead of a 31 alert day still in place. Right now, we are seeing that snowfall in the Tennessee Valley, a part of a much larger system. Pockets of wintry mix already there. Coleman County reported to be seeing all sleet right there for you guys. We're going to see more of that wintry mix, that sleet, that freezing rain, eventually just plain old-fashioned rain as we head later into the morning. So Coleman, a whole lot of sleet for you. The good news is we have inches of snow on the ground, 7:45 on your Friday. That's going to create a nice layer in between the ice and the road. However, if you are driving, we're still talking about inches of snow on the ground. So far from ideal. Our 31 alert day doesn't expire until 9 o'clock tonight. It is truly a 31 alert all day in the system. Take a look at the WAAY 31 Skycam network powered by Thompson Roofing and Construction, seeing a good bit of that snow surrounding Lake Gunnersville, a ton of it in Muscle Shoals at or upwards of 4 inches. Looks like one lane on 565 may have been paved outside the Space and Rocket Center, but seeing snow surrounding it. Similar story there in downtown Decatur. We keep seeing cars driving. They create little tire lines. We check back 10 minutes later, you can't see them because they're already covered up by snow. So a whole lot of snow in the woods. Continuing very shortly, we're going to see more of that mixed into winter precip, that sleet freezing rain that Coleman County is already seeing, and likely their neighbors as well. Winter storm warning does remain in effect through 6 o'clock on your Saturday morning. Same information as that 31 alert day, just re-emphasizing it. So we're seeing pockets of that wintry mix already. We're going to end up seeing more of that take over as we head just a little bit later this morning. North of the Tennessee River, this is at 10 o'clock on your Friday, seeing a whole lot of that snow. Just south of the river, it's that freezing rain, it's that sleet. Just south of there, it's just full-on regular rain. We're going to end up seeing that travel north as we head towards lunchtime. That winter mix line goes right towards Alabama-Tennessee state line and rain below it, and that's the pattern we keep. Very hit or miss at that point as we head through the rest of the afternoon. Not quite as dense coverage, but still seeing it in the region. We will see more snow return to us as we cool later this evening. That sticks around, but it's just very isolated. The system is losing some of its steam at that point. By just after dinner, it's all out of the way. So where does this really leave us? Up to about 6 inches of snow, anywhere from northern Lauderdale into southern Tennessee, 2 to 5 inches from Franklin County through Limestone Limestone, Madison, even towards Jackson County, sub 3 inches to our south and east, where you will be seeing the most of that winter mix, particularly where you will be seeing the most of that just plain old regular rain. Talking about ice buildup today on the order of several hundredths of an inch of that ice. So we're not talking Ice-Mageddon from last year, but we are still talking some pretty serious driving conditions. We're not looking at those nearly quarter of an inch of ice we saw last year, of course, but it's still any ice on any road is going to make you have to drive slower and really not be on the road if you don't have to be. Getting reports that it's kind of dicey right now. Some roads passable, some not. We'll talk more about that in a moment. As we head through the rest of this afternoon and evening, though, they will all get worse, much more difficult to drive on. Everything is going to freeze tonight, regardless of what kind of precipitation you got. Then tomorrow, just barely above freezing. Going to struggle to see the sun, very little melting and evaporation factor. Everything refreezes overnight. Sunday morning, I would not recommend driving. Sunday afternoon looks like we might make our first step towards better. A whole lot warmer there, 45 on your Sunday. Sunshine, that's going to be good for us. I don't expect us to be back to normal roads until maybe the middle of next week, but I do think Sunday, Monday afternoon, we're going to make some pretty significant headway. All right, let's go ahead and talk about that traffic. We're seeing some significantly slowed down roads. I do have a report from Aaliyah that I want to walk you through this morning. Looks like they're telling us that in Limestone County, of course, all roads are covered in snow. In Coleman County, where you're starting to see that sleet, 278 at Duck Road is impassable due to icy road conditions. Madison County, all roads covered in snow, but not seeing any issues at this time. Jackson County, looks like we're seeing Alabama 71, 73, and 117 that are becoming impassable. And just very recently, looks like we're seeing several reports of traffic crashes on Interstate 59 between the 185 mile marker and the 190 mile marker in Etowah County. Cherokee County roads not looking ideal. Those are pretty close to impassable as well. Where did I see that Cherokee County thing?
Welcome back, everybody. It's right now about 8 minutes before 8 o'clock, and a Colbert County TVA plant may end up playing a big role in making sure North Alabamians have electricity during this winter weather outbreak. So TVA has pumped about $400 million into that small natural gas plant. TVA leaders say they usually fire that plant up when bigger plants are struggling to produce enough power to meet demand, and say chances are they will end up firing it up during this winter storm.
We're not running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, but we are prepared to start and be online in less than 17 minutes in response to a peak demand, which could happen at any time of the day, especially in cold weather.
Well, the TVA says it's conducted several drills also over the past year based on lessons it learned from last January's winter weather outbreak.
And Huntsville Utilities wants to assure everyone that its power grid can handle this weather. So it says the department started preparing for an event like this following last year's snow and ice.
We will be ready for action. And if you have trouble with your power, please call, use our website. Those resources are available for you. We will keep our website updated so you are aware of outages.
Kelly also says Huntsville Utilities will not turn off anyone's power if they're late on a payment. While ambulance services across the Tennessee Valley say they stand ready to respond to those emergencies this weekend.
They do say, though, that snowy roads can affect how long it takes them to get to you. They say ambulances are stocked and first responders on the clock, but they say where you live can actually easily affect how quickly they get there.
Yes, there are some places that it's going to take an extended time, especially with the mountain range and you know, the road conditions to their residents or their site of the injury or accident. Sometimes we have to use special vehicles, you know, a side-by-side ATV type vehicles.
Well, we've been saying it all morning. We've heard other people throughout the morning saying it as well. But if you don't have to be out on those roads, don't get on them right now.
Today, of course, is the 31 alert day in the Tennessee Valley, seeing a great deal of that snow starting to cross over to where we're seeing sleet and freezing rain, getting reports of that in Coleman County as well as even in Cherokee and DeKalb counties. This 31 alert day sticking with us through 9 o'clock this evening. Pockets of the warmer sectored air will start to become more and more common right now. Most of us are seeing snow at 7:55 on your Friday. Again, though, several of us seeing that sleet. That is just the beginning of what will eventually take over that wintry mix of freezing rain and sleet. That warm pocket sitting in northeastern Mississippi, making its way east towards even towards Tupelo, making its way towards Corinth. A whole lot of rain to the south. We'll end up seeing a little bit of that one today as well. Take a look right now at the WAAY 31 Skycam network, powered by Thompson Roofing and Construction. Looks just lovely. Little bit of a travel headache, but looks absolutely beautiful. Seeing a whole lot of snow, inches and inches, on the order of 2 to 4.5 inches, depending on where you call home. Muscle Shoals, Huntsville, and Decatur. Notice we're starting to see some tracks remain in Decatur. For a long time, we would see those get covered up by snow in just a few minutes. Starting to see a little weaker of that snow coverage, still far from out of our system. Looks like we do have a lane paved, on 565 outside the Space and Rocket Center as well. So passable in that region. Take a look. We're going to continue to see more and more of that wintry mix become prominent in the area as we head towards a little bit later this morning and we start to heat up. By about 10 o'clock, we're still seeing mainly snow north of the Tennessee River. Just south of it, it's that wintry mix. Below that, we're talking about just full-on rain. By lunchtime, we're going to see that slide north. We're talking about wintry mix north of the river then, and that rain for almost everybody south. More sporadic coverage at that time. Not as dense as what we're seeing right now, but still sticks with us through the late afternoon. Around the time you would normally be heading home from work, that's when we'll transition back to a whole lot of snow. Again, it's more scattered at that point, not as dense coverage, but we're cooler at that point. So it's back to all of that snowy, frozen precipitation. I have a lot more to tell you. We're going to talk about who's going to see the most snow, how much ice we're expecting, and what that's going to do to your roads. We've got so much more for you. Keep it right here. We will be right back.
Check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Welcome back. The time is now 7:58, and we are continuing our coverage while tracking this winter weather for you this morning. As we've been mentioning since 4:30 this morning, we do have team coverage with crews stationed all across the Tennessee Valley.
Well, that snow is now bearing down on much of our area. Some folks we are hearing from our meteorologists across the room are even starting to get a lot of sleet into this mix. But we want to check in right now with Georgia Clark and Julia Miller. They are in the Shoals for us this morning. And also we have Maddie McCaffrey and Paige Meyer. They were in Athens.
Yeah, but first we're going to go ahead and check in with WAAY 31 Sports Director Max Cohen. Max, I didn't realize you were a Taylor Swift fan. I mean, you were quoting her in the last live hit.
I don't know that I would call myself a Taylor Swift fan. I mean, I've definitely heard a few tunes. Treacherous, Like the Road Conditions, also a great song. But yeah, I don't know that I would go ahead and put myself as a Swiftie. Not the important thing to focus on right now. The road conditions are what we're focused on. And, you know, let's go back to it. Treacherous is still a good word to use. Conditions not ideal. Trevor is handling business in the front seat for us, and you know we're going pretty slow, but that doesn't mean that we're not having any difficulty. If you come to a stop and then you have to go at a green light again, there is some spinning of the wheels as we try and get up to speed, and there definitely is a little bit of sliding and skidding going on. We'd be lying if we said we were having just a wonderful time with no issues, but that's just not the case. And, you know, as we're heading around the square in downtown Huntsville right now, you can see not a ton of cars on the road, and that's hopefully because people listened to the warnings that they got from officials, knowing that these conditions would not be great. And, you know, there's not a ton of snow, at least measurable snow, on the road, but the conditions are still not what you want to be out in. As we mentioned before, if you can avoid being on the roads, you absolutely should be. We're in a four-wheel drive vehicle and we're still having some difficulty. So imagine what the conditions would be like if you're in a car that has two-wheel drive. Now, I'm not a mechanic and I'm not a car guy, but I know that it wouldn't be as easy as we're having it, and we're still not having an easy time.
I can imagine. I got stranded a couple of years ago trying to get onto Montesano. You turn off of Governor's Drive onto Montesano. You got that first little incline there, and I got stranded and kept sliding back down because once you lose that momentum, as he's talking there, getting that back takes a minute. And you could just keep sliding instead of going anywhere.
Well, law enforcement agencies across the Tennessee Valley also reminding you to pay attention to those signs and barricades that are up on the road.
And they say if you drive around one of those barricades blocking an impassable stretch of road, you're not just putting your own life in danger, you're making it dangerous for first responders who will have to come rescue you if you get into a wreck.
Should it come to the inevitable that we have to close roads, they're barricaded for a reason. Please stay off that road. If you choose to go around it, you can receive a citation. And unfortunately, if you have a wreck on a closed road, we're not going to work that wreck. We'll come check on you and make sure you're okay. But as far as working the wreck, you shouldn't have been on that road to begin with.
And insurance agents say they might deny your claim if your insurance company finds out you wrecked on one of those closed roads. Madison County leaders are working right now hard on those roads. They already have trucks out and about trying to get some of that coating snow off of them.
The good news is that they did pre-treat a lot of those roads across the county. They say they have about 12 snow plows, 9 brine trucks, and 8 salt spreaders that are all gassed up and ready to go. But they are reminding everyone that just because they're working to clear those roads does not mean you need to get out and drive on them.
When we get a layer of ice on that asphalt, it is very, very difficult for us to clear that ice. So we're asking for people to be prepared, as the mayor said. If we get ice, it's going to be a duration of hazardous driving conditions that's going to be rough on us, and there's nothing we can do about it.
They say the fewer people who are out on the road, the quicker the emergency vehicles can get to those folks who need them.
And it's all hands on deck right now in Athens as this winter weather now has settled in. City leaders there say they have sand trucks and snow plows standing by, They are especially right now focusing on bridges and overpasses and also streets, they say, that are closest to hospitals because they want to make sure any emergency vehicles as a priority can move about safely. And one visitor from Indiana wasted no time gassing up and getting out of Athens before Old Man Winter arrived.
We saw the storm was coming through. We were going to leave tomorrow on Friday, and we decided to take off a day early so we could get someplace and let the storm pass and then move on. We're just going to kind of hunker down in the trailer and take it easy.
And gas stations across the Tennessee Valley say a lot of folks have been filling up their gas cans because they want to make sure they can power their generators in case that power goes out. Well, we want to get back to our team coverage of reporters posted across North Alabama this morning.
And we're going to check in with WAAY 31's Maddie McCaffrey, who is in Limestone County right now. Hey, Maddie.
Hi, Demetria and Chris. So we're here in Athens, right outside of Buc-ee's on I-65, and the snow is coming down. It's falling pretty hard right now, and these snowflakes are pretty big. Now, I will say this snow is very sticky. It is covering all of us. It keeps gathering on top of my head, and I've got to shake it off. Definitely not a good hair day, but we'll give you guys a view of the roads right now. So the snow is still gathering all over the roads, completely covered the roads right now. There's not a lot of cars on the roads. A lot of people are taking the advice of staying home, staying safe, not going anywhere unless you need to. Athens Public Works, they've been out here working hard. They've been sanding the roads since 4 a.m. this morning. They're continuing to do so, and they brought out the snowplows. We've seen the snowplows come through a couple of times, and they're working hard. They're busy this morning, and we have not seen, as I mentioned, that many people on the road. So definitely stay home, stay safe, enjoy the snow, build yourself a snowman because we're having a lot of fun out there. We might have to show you one that Paige has made herself. Reporting live in Athens with coverage you can count on, Maddie McCaffrey, WAAY 31 News.
You all are having too much fun out there.
We need to see that snowman.
I know. I need to see this. Got to see what you came up with. Well, animal welfare advocates are reminding pet owners to make sure that your critters have a warm and safe place to ride out this snow and cold weather. They say if you can, bring those pets inside. If you can't, make sure they have a sturdy, warm shelter with dry bedding. And make sure they have plenty of food, but don't forget to check their water often to make sure it's not frozen. Well, as for those plants, they can also be covered with frost cloths meant to give them about 2 to 5 degrees of protection. Otherwise, you'll need to harvest what you have.
Well, people are already sending in their pictures for us to share with you of this snow event across North Alabama and southern Tennessee. We do have a slideshow right now on our website where you can see all of those pictures from our viewers. And we also would love to see more of them, and we'd also like to share more of them here on television. So you can send them to our website, that is waaytv.com. Want to stress one point here. We love those pictures, but please take them only when it's safe to do that. And we'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Right now, it is 7 minutes past 8 o'clock on this Friday morning, this 31 alert day. Every winter, we remind folks, dress in layers, but a lot of folks apparently don't necessarily understand how seriously that warning comes and what could happen if you don't.
So we took that concern to a state health leader who said that if you're not properly dressed for these extreme temperatures, then you're putting yourself at risk for life-threatening conditions like hypothermia. So that means that you need to be in some thermal gear, heavy coats, gloves, hats, and scarves. Doctors say our body does not respond well in this type of cold weather.
Your body first responds to being cold by shivering, and that's to make your muscles twitch to generate heat. And then after that, again, as you lose the ability to generate that heat, feeling very tired, confusion, having trouble with memory, slurred speech, drowsiness. These are all things you see in adults. In babies, you can see also just very, very drowsy, and their skin can be very, very cold.
He also says hypothermia could cause you to go into an unconscious state, resulting in death. That's why it's so important to have a warm place to go these next few days. Now, if you go to our website, WAAYTV.com, we do have a list of warming centers that are open right now, plus ways on how you can get there.
And a Colbert County TVA plant could play a big role this weekend. Just how well North Alabamians maintain electricity at their homes during this outbreak. The TVA has pumped about $400 million into that small natural gas plant. And TVA leaders say they usually fire it up when bigger plants are struggling to produce enough electricity to meet the demand. And they expect they will have to fire it up sometime during this particular outbreak of winter weather.
We're not running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, but we are prepared to start and be online in less than 17 minutes in response to a peak demand, which could happen at any time of the day, especially in cold weather.
Well, the TVA also says it's conducted several drills over the past year based on lessons it learned from last January's winter outbreak across North Alabama.
Huntsville Utilities wants to assure that everyone that its power grid can handle all of this winter weather. So it says the department started preparing for an event like this following last year's snow and ice.
We will be ready for action. And if you have trouble with your power, please call, use our website. Those resources are available for you. We will keep our website updated so you are aware of outages.
Kelly also says Huntsville Utilities will not turn off anyone's power if they're late on a payment during this time.
We do want to check back in with our crew in the Shoals right now. We know they are putting a little fun into the work they're doing too out there.
So let's check in with WAAY 31's Georgia Clark right now. Hey, Georgia.
Hey, Demetria. Hey, Chris. Now, before we get to the fun part, I do have an important announcement tonight to make. Now, Lawrence County, Lauderdale County, Colbert County, and Franklin County, all roads in all four of the counties have been deemed impassable. But that doesn't seem to be stopping anybody right now. We have seen plenty of cars on the road. We have seen some spin out and have a little skid moment, but just want to make sure people are out. And if they are out, they are being safe. But if you don't have to get out, stay at home, enjoy the snow. And now to the fun part. I'm going to test out the Snow Angel rating on the snow and see what we're working with here. So let's get down here and see what kind of snow angel we can make here. I have only made 2 snow angels in my life. We're going to see what it looks like. I don't know, Julia. You tell me. Oh, yeah, that looks pretty good. Huh. That's some pretty good snow angel snow right there. If you can get out, have some fun with the family today. Make some snow angels, make some snowmen. Have your dogs out, have a great time, and just enjoy the snow. But if you don't have to be on the roads, don't forget. Lawrence County, Lauderdale County, Colbert County, and Franklin County have all deemed their roads impassable. So if you do not have to be out, be sure to stay home and have some fun.
Well, you know what? I'd give it 1 to 10. I'm going to give it maybe a 9.5.
Oh, you're nicer than me. I was going to say a 5 because I don't think she really put her heart and soul into it.
Oh.
Come on, Georgia. You can just like pow down in that snow.
Our production assistant, Chris, over here is giving it an 8.
An 8. I'll take an 8
All
and a
right,
9. But
Georgia,
Demetria, I
thank
don't
you
know if
so
I
much.
respect
That's
that
quite a
5.
snow angel there.
I mean, it's kind of hard to see it from this angle. I'm just going to be real honest with you. But I do appreciate all that you're doing out there because, yeah.
Now go dust off and get warm.
Now, WAAY 31 Storm Tracker meteorologist Grace Anello with 31 Triple Doppler.
And then you look at Grace over here, and if she pulls her hair back a little bit, she's got on snowflake earrings. So
Snowflake
getting
earrings.
into it.
Yes, they're extremely luxury. They are from Walmart, and I wear them every single time there's snow because they're snowflakes.
I just couldn't figure out how to dress for snow. I got some blue in my tie, I guess.
Yeah.
You got that.
And I got the white shirt.
There you go.
We know what that means
That's
today.
all you need.
Maybe you could go cufflinks. I have like all weather related jewelry. Maybe you can get like some cufflinks.
Got a white watch band, snow.
There you go. There you go. All right, today though, in an all serious note, is a 31 alert day. That's because of the level of precipitation we're seeing. Right now it is mainly snow. However, we've started our kind of crossover here to where we're also seeing a wintry mix. Places like Coleman County, even a few of us in DeKalb County and Cherokee, starting to see some more sleet than we are seeing snow. That pattern is going to continue at some point today. Several of us are going to be covered in that sleet. Others are going to be looking at just plain old-fashioned rain. That all, of course, coming after that sunrise as our temperature profiles warming up just a little bit. 31 Triple Doppler 8:14 on your Friday. Absolutely going to work this morning, showing inches of rain, anywhere from 2 to 4, depending on where you call home. Starting to see that sleet. The good news is that's getting piled on top of the snow. That's going to keep us from developing into the ice-mageddon we had last year when that ice was right on the road. I do still want you to take driving seriously, though. Roadways are still highly compromised, of course, some of us seeing up to 4 inches. Our 31 alert day in place right now, lasting through 9 o'clock this evening. WAAY 31 Skycam Network, powered by Thompson Roofing and Construction, looking beautiful, snowy, lovely, not great to travel in. Having a hard time finding where that road is in Muscle Shoals, in between where the grass ends and where the road starts. 565 outside the Space and Rocket Center looks to be traveling smoothly. I don't have it on official report, but it does look to me like at least one lane has been paved. I know 565 was treated yesterday. Main Street in Decatur starting to see some of those tire marks remain. Earlier this morning, a car would drive through, make tire marks. 10 minutes later, it'd be covered over by fresh snow. Now that's not so much the case. So we're starting to see that take a little bit of a back seat, though we are still at the beginning of our coverage. First of all, we're not going anywhere anytime soon. And second of all, this system's still staying with us all day. Winter storm warning still in effect through tomorrow morning. That's no different than that 31 alert day graphic, just re-emphasizing that for you. Fast forward to about 10 o'clock this morning, a whole lot more of us seeing that wintry mix, that sleet, freezing rain mixture. That's budding up just south of the Tennessee River. North of the river, it's all snow. South of that freezing rain, we're talking about just full-on regular rain. We're going to see pockets of that sleet stretch north as we head towards the late morning, towards lunchtime. At that point, stepping above the Tennessee River towards the Alabama-Tennessee state line. Still south, though, just seeing regular rain. That's why we've had to adjust our snowfall totals ever so slightly. We're going to keep that pocket of sleet, a little bit of rain sticking with us through the late afternoon. As we cool, then we're going to have more of that snow come into the mix. That's right as the system is dying out, though. That sticks with us through about dinner time. At that point, snow coverage much more sporadic, scattered, and a whole lot lighter snow at that point. Even still, we could see up to 5.5, 6 inches of snow in our far northwestern counties, namely in southern Tennessee, anywhere from 2 to 5 inches from Franklin, Lawrence, Limestone, Madison, even Jackson County. Everybody else where you're seeing more of that rain, more of that sleet, freezing rain mixture, you're talking about under 3 inches of snow. The good news is, and this updated even in the last 20 minutes, now talking about even less ice. We're talking about on the order of several hundredths of an inch of ice, and this coverage is actually looking even less than it was just about 20 minutes ago. So that is good news. Last year we had that ice right on the road and we had a great deal of it. This year we have a whole lot less ice and it's on top of a bed of inches of snow, so that is going to help us. Of course, we're still talking about very difficult driving conditions. Anytime you have inches of snow, that is something that you have to be mindful of. Those conditions will be worsening as we pile on more of this precipitation into the area through the day. One thing I would just tell you, as a friend, under no circumstance should you be outside once the sun is setting. driving around. Everything, regardless of what you get, whether it's rain, snow, or that mixture, it's all refreezing overnight tonight. By the time that gets to tomorrow morning, it's going to be a nightmare to drive on, and I just don't want you to be unsafe on the roads. Personally, I'm planning on getting off the roads as quickly as I can today, but I would say definitely don't be on the road when that sun is setting. Refreeze overnight tonight, barely any melt tomorrow, struggling to see the sunshine, 35 degrees, just barely above freezing. At that point, another night of refreeze into Sunday morning. Your commute to church not looking great this week. 45 degrees on Sunday and sunny, seeing great improvements in the afternoon. Still not normal until probably the middle of the week, but Sunday we will see some sizable differences for the better.
Welcome back. The time is now 8:20 and it's all hands on deck in Athens as this winter weather moves in. Because city leaders have their sand trucks, their snow plows, all of them are out. They're especially focused on those bridges, overpasses, and streets around hospitals so emergency vehicles can move about safely. One visitor from Indiana wasted no time gassing up and getting out of town before Old Man Winter arrived.
We saw the storm was coming through. We were going to leave tomorrow on Friday, and we decided to take off a day early so we could get someplace and let the storm pass and then move on. We're just going to kind of hunker down in a trailer and take it easy.
Gas stations across the Tennessee Valley say people have also been filling up their gas cans to power their generators should the power go out. And local emergency management agencies in the shows, they're hard at work and they made sure they pre-treated those roads and stocked up on necessities. Well, we do know that they were the first in our area to get snow, just as our team of meteorologists said. We even have video and pictures that we received from it. We do know we have a crew out there who's been reporting for us live. EMA leaders ask that you be really patient if you have to get on the road.
Bear with us. We know we feel your needs. Let us know what your needs are. Reach out to the EMA department here or your local fire department or whoever. Call 911 in case of a bad emergency. But other than that, just hanging tight with us. We'll all get through this.
And if you need to reach an EMA office in your area, you can go to our website, WAAYTV.com, where we have a list of all of their numbers.
Well, one local group is stepping up in a big way right now to make sure people who have to go to work today can at least get there safely.
And WAAY 31's Georgia Clark shows us how the Quad Cities Wranglers are looking out for those who are looking out for the rest of us.
We're a close-knit family. We just like to help the community any way we can.
The Quad City Wranglers Jeep Club president Tommy Britton says this is what the Jeep community is all about. And as inches of snow threaten to drop down on North Alabama over the weekend, he says they will be stepping in to help.
We're reaching out to the local hospitals and first responders and nurses, and we've created a form for them to fill out for a request form, and we are going around picking them up, taking them to the hospitals.
So far, Britton says they have had over 70 applicants, and he expects his club members to be on the road 24/7 doing rides. They've done these ride programs for years, offering up help whenever bad weather strikes, and they're happy to do it.
Nurses and doctors has got to get to take care of the patients, and so we just feel like it's the best thing we can do. You know, if they can't drive, that's what we're here to do, is help take care of everybody.
And they aren't just helping with rides either.
We're just expecting easy rides, no trouble. We have recovery gear that if we need to, help somebody get unstuck, we're capable of doing that. And, just whatever the community needs, we're there to help.
If you do need help getting unstuck and can't find a traditional tow truck, be sure to reach out to the Quad City Wranglers through Facebook. With coverage you can count on, Georgia Clark, WAAY 31 News.
All right, Georgia, thank you so much. We do have a link on our website, WAAYTV.com, where people can request a ride from the Quad City Wranglers. What great things they're doing.
Yes, they are. Well, now let's go ahead and continue with our team coverage as we continue to track this winter weather.
So we're going to check in right now with morning reporter Paige Meyer. Paige, you have been in Limestone County all night. What are you actually seeing out there now?
Good morning, Chris Demetria. I'm here at the Buc-ee's off of I-65, and the snow is coming down. It's still hitting me in my face. It's lightened up a little bit. It's not as thick, but it's still sticky. Now, we'll take you to look at the roads just a little bit here. They are still slick and covered. The Public Works Department tells us that they have been salting since 4 a.m., but they also said that they've got the plows on these roads. They're plowing as much as possible, but we actually have not seen that many people out and about, which is good. They're listening to what everybody is telling them, us at the station, the Public Works Departments, that staying home is the best right now because these roads are just slick. Now, we were driving on them this morning and people were being cautious, but just slow and steady will get you to your destination just fine. Chris, Demetria?
All right, thank you so much, Paige. And Paige, I know you were working on a little something the last time we checked in with you.
That is very true. I'm working on a little something here now. I am from Michigan, so I do have a little bit of practice with this, but I made a little snowman here. I am pretty proud of my work. Now, I haven't named him yet, but I feel like since we are at Buc-ee's, it would only be fair to name him Bucky. So maybe we'll check in with him at the day. Maybe he'll grow a little bit taller as this snow comes in, because as you can see, it's accumulating pretty heavily on my hair and my scarves and my coat. So we'll make sure to check in on Bucky a little bit more as the day progresses.
Okay, now that is a 10 out of 10. You did a really good job on that.
You know what, though? Maybe the folks inside Buc-ee's will help dress him for the occasion, too.
That's what I'm talking about. The little teeth. They have that included.
Paige, I do want to tell, I don't know if you have seen this yet, because it just came into our newsroom from the Limestone County Emergency Management Agency, that because of worsening road conditions across the county, they are now issuing a travel advisory. They say most of the bridges and overpasses in the county are now coated with ice. So just something that just came in that I doubt you had even seen before you went on the air here with us. But are you seeing road conditions in general starting to worsen there?
Okay, yes. So when we came out here this morning, they were pretty bad. They kind of got a little bit less slick as we went on. We could start to see a little bit of the road there. We could see a little bit of the black pavement. But as it's continued, the roads, we've seen plows go through, but they haven't been doing much. It does not seem like the snow is getting moved anywhere. It seems like it's just getting patted down. And if we look back over right here by I-65, this bridge near the highway, it's still slick, it's still covered. And when people arrive there, we've been seeing cars stopping. We've been seeing cars go extremely slow. So these roads are not great. They're not ideal. We have not been driving on them since this morning, but just seeing people passing through, we've been seeing less and less. But yeah, these roads, they're not looking too great right now.
As to why they would have issued that advisory then, no doubt. And I would expect we may see more of those throughout the day in other counties as well.
Well, thank you so much, Paige.
Alrighty, let's get a check of 31 Triple Doppler working in overtime today, scanning everything that's happening in the region. So glad we have this tool. Right now picking up on a good bit of snow, still falling in the Tennessee Valley, anywhere from 2 to 4 inches already coated on the ground. However, we're also seeing that wintry mix come into the region. Coleman talking sleet, DeKalb, Cherokee talking sleet and a little bit of freezing rain. That's going to be sticking around with us. In fact, so much so, by the time we get to lunchtime, we're even going to see that wintry mix kind of take over in the Tennessee Valley. 31 alert day in effect today, seeing snow now, seeing sleet now, freezing rain possible a little bit later this afternoon. Plain old-fashioned regular rain also possible later this afternoon. Everything, regardless of what type of that precipitation you get, is going to refreeze overnight tonight. That's going to lead to a pretty dangerous driving day tomorrow. Similar story on Sunday morning. By Sunday afternoon, we are looking a little bit better. What am I tracking today? Well, up to about 6 inches of snow sitting in our north and western counties. I'd say between 5 and 6 at the very top end of that scale. Already seeing just about 4 inches of snow in Waterloo in Lauderdale County there. All right, if you're headed from Franklin County over to Lawrence up to Limestone, Madison, and Jackson, 2 to 5 inches of snow in that neck of the woods, less than 3 inches south and east of there. Of course, that is all coming because you'll be the one seeing the majority of that wintry mix, and then of course just that regular rain. Just about 30 minutes ago, an update to our potential ice. Just about 5 minutes ago, a second update. The good news is these numbers are going down. We don't like ice. She's not our friend. We were always talking about numbers on the order of several hundredths of an inch, but that was kind of covering the entire area. We're still talking about those fairly low numbers now just for our south and eastern counties. This, I do imagine, is going to stay in place. I feel this is an accurate representation of what's going to happen the rest of the day. Last year, Jan 2024, we had straight ice on about 1/4 of an inch. Some of us even more on the roads directly. This year, we're talking about just a fraction of that on top of a bed of snow. That's not to say driving is going to be easy. It's already difficult and it's getting much harder, but we're not talking about that ice system. We're talking more snow with just pockets of ice mixed in. Either way, those roads getting more difficult later this evening. The story for all of us, once that sun sets, you don't want to be on the road. No matter how well you know the road, no matter what car you have, it does not matter. Everything's going to refreeze, and that's not going to be safe for you. As we head through the rest of the morning, we're going to see more of that wintry precipitation come into the mix, that freezing rain, that sleet mixture. By about 10 o'clock in the morning, that snow sitting in southern Tennessee and north of the Tennessee River. That winter mix just south of it, plain old-fashioned rain south of that. Fast forward to lunchtime proper at noon, and we're seeing some more of that winter mix stretch towards the Alabama-Tennessee state line. More of that rain will head to our south as well, and that is what we're going to see for the rest of the afternoon. More of that snow returns as we cool later this evening while the system is dying out. There's so much more to tell you. We're going to walk you through all of it, but for now, I want to toss it back to you guys.
8:32 on this 31 Alert Day Friday, and you are looking live right now at the U.S. Space and Rocket Center, covered with snow out there as we track that winter weather across North Alabama and southern Tennessee. And you can see that snow there has fallen in Huntsville, a lot of it in just the past few hours. So I want to get another check of our road conditions, and we're going to do that with Storm Tracker 31.
Sports anchor Trevor Denton is with us now. And Trevor, what are you seeing? We know you're in downtown, kind of going around the square. Any updates there?
Yeah, so I'm glad, people are having fun making their snow angels and their snowmen. Meanwhile, me and Max are out here braving these difficult road conditions. You can see what we just drove on right behind us. And if you are out on these roads, you can expect one of the 3 S's to happen: slip, slide, or skid. Those are the type of treacherous conditions that we are seeing out here. So right now we're actually on Alabama A&M's campus. Let's take a look at Louis Cruz Stadium. Look at this. You would think this is Lambeau Field for like a playoff game right now. It looks like a tundra out there. You can't even see the grass at all. We're close to the 50-yard line there. You can't see a single thing. Now, in terms of athletics, Alabama A&M, both their men's and women's basketball teams, luckily, on the road this weekend, so their games not affected in any way. However, a lot of games have been affected. Of course, the UAH basketball games have been moved from Saturday to Sunday, and then as you guys have mentioned in the studio, the Huntsville Havoc had a huge series this weekend against Peoria, top 2 teams in the standings. We don't know when that series is going to have to be played now. It has been moved away from this weekend, and that's something that's happening indoors. So that gives you an idea of the severe weather conditions that we have. Now, I got my first turn to drive, and you can tell why I'm back here in the passenger seat. Didn't go so well. Max, the more experienced driver up there, we do have 4-wheel drive, but still, I was doing the 3 S's at times: slipping, sliding, and skidding. So keep an eye out for those. Don't be on the roads unless you absolutely have to. And something I notice is that, a lot of the main roads, your Governors, your Memorial, they're going to be a little better off. But the second that you get on a side road, that's when things are going to get a little more treacherous. So keep an eye out for that. Don't get on the road unless you absolutely have to. If you want to get outside, build a snowman, throw snowballs like I know some of our reporters are doing, feel free, but try to avoid getting in that vehicle, especially if you don't have that 4-wheel drive. But look at that. Louis Cruz Stadium. You're rarely going to see something like this. Even up in the stands, you're seeing the snowfall start to come in. Look at that. That would not be fun to watch a game right now at Louis Cruz. Thankfully, we are far away from SWAC football season. But that's all I got right now from the campus of Alabama A&M.
Weather coverage. So Trevor, as you're driving there, kind of what did you see on the roadway? Were there a lot of people out there? I know you mentioned it feels like you're the only one out there. Or are most people kind of heeding the warning and staying home?
Yes, definitely not a ton of cars out there at all as we were making our way to Alabama A&M. You see a lot of plow trucks, obviously, a lot of police cars, but not a ton of general traffic. Now, there is a little bit more when you get to those main roads, and that's where you're going to have less of that skidding, the 3 S's. Like I mentioned, you're going to have less of that on the main roads. Also, I noticed we drove by Huntsville Hospital, too. The roads very fine around there, which is obviously a great thing. But the second that you get off of those main roads onto the side streets, I think I turned on California Street and was going up a hill, and that was one of the worst times I noticed of slipping around on the road and having to kind of regain control of the vehicle. Thankfully, we are in a 4-wheel drive car right now, so that definitely helps. But keep an eye out for that when you're going on those side roads. I've seen people having to pull over, get ice off their windshield, stuff like that. Everybody trying to obviously avoid these conditions as much as possible.
Trevor, we talked about some of these roads that we know have now been plowed, but are you seeing after those roads have been plowed that snow pretty quickly is starting to reform and refill the space that had already been plowed off?
Definitely. Now we're at the point where we've been driving for a few hours now, so we're going kind of back into the same areas. And I noticed that around Town Square, that had been previously plowed, but when we went back through, it gets a little difficult. I mean, as you can see outside, if I could do another, this view right here, it's still coming down. Let me pan up a little bit too. Yeah, you can start to see that's a lot of snow that's still coming down, and this is on the lighter side maybe compared to what we saw maybe like 20 minutes ago, but coming down pretty heavily. So it's an uphill battle trying to keep these roads clear right now. Thankfully, seen a lot of plow trucks and then also bulldozers even out on the streets just trying to clear things out. But yeah, you get an idea there. You could, oh yeah, some big flakes coming down, no doubt. Yeah, that's a good view right there. Look at that. You can see the frequency and the volume of the snowfall coming down right now outside Lewis Crew Stadium.
Yeah, you know, another question that I sort of seem to be getting via text message from people is, you know, you've driven around the city. Are some parts of it worse off than others? I mean, I know you said the main roadways are doing better, but north, south, east, west, Huntsville, do you kind of have an idea of that yet?
A little bit. We definitely traveled south a few minutes ago, probably 30 to 45 minutes ago. We were down south, and I would say that was a little bit worse off as we got off of Memorial Parkway over there, and we're on some of the side roads. South not doing as well. Maybe a little bit easier to get over here to Alabama A&M over here on campus. And then, you know, obviously Town Square, like I mentioned, was fine a couple hours ago, but when I just drove through it the last time, not doing as well. The snow just continuing to accumulate over there.
Wow. Definitely something to pay attention to if you do not have to get out. We keep saying this, but we need to say it over and over and over because there are always people who don't heed that advice. They end up in wrecks, their cars are damaged, sometimes people get hurt. Stay home if you don't have to be out.
And it's only 8:30 in the morning, almost 8:40, so long haul of a day ahead of us. So if you're at home, go out, enjoy the snow with your family, right? Or friends, but hang close to home.
I think we need to address something else here too.
We're not
really playing musical chairs here, but since we are going to be in this extensive continuing coverage throughout the day until 10:30 tonight, in fact, some of us are going to be taking breaks periodically, and this is a first because you and I have never had the privilege of sitting here and doing this together.
I know you might see some interesting anchor pairs throughout the day. It's fun though to sit next to someone new, and we of course are all here. And so we'll be taking our turns, keeping you informed throughout the day. With all the latest information, our crews are all over the place, as you've seen this morning.
And very mobile and really on top of these road conditions, especially because these are legitimate concerns on these roads, no doubt.
For sure. That's a good time, kind of serve as a reminder that law enforcement agencies across the Tennessee Valley are also reminding you to pay attention to any signs and barricades that you might see on the roadways.
They say if you drive around a barricade blocking a passable stretch of road, you're not just putting your life in danger, you are making it dangerous for those first responders who will have to come and rescue if you get into a wreck.
Should it come to the inevitable that we have to close roads, they're barricaded for a reason. Please stay off that road. If you choose to go around it, you can receive a citation. And unfortunately, if you have a wreck on a closed road, we're not going to work that wreck. We'll come check on you and make sure you're okay. But as far as working the wreck, you shouldn't have been on that road to begin with.
Can't make it any plainer than that. Well, insurance agents also say your claim could be denied if they find out you wrecked on one of these closed roads. Well, Madison County leaders say workers are already out rolling to get that snow coating off those roads.
They've already pre-treated many of the roads across the county and say they have 12 snow plows, 9 brine trucks, and 8 salt spreaders all gassed up and ready. And as you heard Trevor, he was talking about how he's seen everything from snow plows to bulldozers out there already working on the roads. But they also want to remind everyone, just because they've been working to clear the roads does not mean you need to get out and drive them.
When we get a layer of ice on that asphalt, it is very, very difficult for us to clear that ice. So we're asking for people to be prepared, as the mayor said. If we get ice, it's going to be a duration of hazardous driving conditions that's going to be rough on us, and there's nothing we can do about it.
The less traffic on those roads, the quicker that emergency vehicles can get to people who desperately need help. Also, animal welfare advocates are reminding pet owners, make sure that your pets have a warm and safe place to ride out the snow and cold.
We cannot stress that enough. So if you can, do bring those pets inside. If you can't, Make sure they do have a sturdy, warm shelter outside with dry bedding. Also, make sure they have plenty of food and check their water often just to make sure it's not frozen.
As for those plants, they can be covered with frost cloths meant to give them 2 to 5 degrees of protection. If you haven't done that, though, you better get out there and do it quickly, right? Because they're already, being exposed to everything. Otherwise, you'll need to harvest what you have.
Well, several agencies across the Tennessee Valley are opening warming centers to make sure everybody has access to heat during this weather outbreak. You can find the warming center closest to you when you head over to our website. That's WAAY.com. Also there is some information about free rides to some of those warming centers, so you do not have to personally get out on these slick roads. Someone maybe with more driving experience in these kind of conditions might be able to get you there. You know what, every winter we tell people, dress in layers, but we're learning a lot of folks don't necessarily realize how dangerous it is if you don't heed that warning.
And this goes for if you're going out to just play in the snow today as well. We spoke with a state health leader who says if you're not properly dressed for these extreme temperatures, you're putting yourself at risk for life-threatening conditions, things like hypothermia. It means that you need to be in your thermal gear, heavy coats, gloves, hats, and scarves. Doctors say our body doesn't respond well in the cold.
Your body first responds to being cold by shivering, and that's to make your muscles twitch to generate heat. And then after that, again, as you lose the ability to generate that heat, feeling very tired, confusion, having trouble with memory, slurred speech, drowsiness. These are all things you see in adults. In babies, you can see also just very, very drowsy, and their skin can be very, very cold.
He also says hypothermia could cause you to go into an unconscious state, resulting in death. That's why it's important to have a warm place to go to these next few days. As Chris just mentioned, a list of those warming centers lives on our website, WAAYTV.com.
8:44 on your Friday morning. Let's get a check of 31 Triple Doppler. I'm tracking a whole lot of snow in our neck of the woods. Also starting to track a whole lot of that wintry mix, namely sleet. A little bit of freezing rain mixed in, but seeing a good bit of sleet in Coleman, stretching east towards Etowah, Cherokee counties, even up to DeKalb as well. Haven't gotten a report from Marshall County, but I wouldn't be surprised if Marshall's also seeing a good bit of that sleet. This is a part of a much larger system that has that warm sector butting up right next to our southern counties here in the Tennessee Valley. A whole lot of rain just south of that. We're going to end up seeing some of that today as well. Of course, today is that 31 alert day, the one we've been talking about for over a week at this point. We're seeing mostly the snow now, starting to see that sleet, a little bit of freezing rain and plain old-fashioned rain a little bit later on this morning and into the afternoon. I'm not expiring this 31 alert day until 9 o'clock this evening. So really a full day that I want you to be aware we're keeping some form of precipitation falling from the sky until just about that point. Take a look right now at 31 Triple Doppler, just beautiful, on 31 Skycam network powered by Thompson Roofing and Construction. Fantastic views, a whole lot of snow there over in Muscle Shoals, starting to see that road be a little more defined. For a while we were having just a few cars come through and we really couldn't even make out the difference between where the grass ended and where the road started. 565 seems to be traveling okay in one lane. I know that's what they had originally treated, possibly been paved outside the Space and Rocket Center. I am seeing some pavement there. Decatur starting to see that snow pick up. For a while we saw a little bit of a lull of it, but now those nice, large, very moisture-rich flakes are falling to the ground. Of course, that's great snowman weather, snowball fight weather. It's going to be perfect snow for that one. We're continuing to see that wintry mix build into the Tennessee Valley for us. That's going to stretch up towards the Tennessee River just later this morning. South of that, we're talking just good old rain in the region. North of the Tennessee River and the Tennessee state line, that's going to be snow until later this afternoon. Just about lunchtime, we see that wintry mix line stretch north towards the state lines. At that point, just southern Tennessee seeing snow. Many of us north of the river are now seeing that winter mix, and south we're seeing that rain. We're going to keep that in an on again, off again fashion through lunchtime. It's not until later this afternoon, when we're talking about more sporadic coverage in general, that we start to see that snow return once those temperatures have decreased for us. Again, though, This doesn't get out of the way until close to bedtime, and that's why we're keeping that 31 alert day in effect for so long. Now, a little bit of good news. Of course, we're tracking sleet, a little freezing rain that leads to ice on the roads, but there's two factors that I think are going to ease your mind about this. The first one is the level of snow that we have. We're talking anywhere from 1.5 inches to 3.5, 4.5 inches of snow, depending on where you call home. This ice is going on top of that, not directly on the road. Not to say the roads are going to be free and clear, but we're not talking about Ice-Mageddon last year where it was just right there on the road. The other thing is last year we saw north of 1/4 inch of ice, in some places significantly more. This year we're talking about several hundredths of an inch of ice. I still want you to take it seriously, our southern and eastern counties primarily, because that's still ice on the road, still not an ideal situation. However, we're not talking about DEFCON 5 here. Up to 5.5, 6 inches of snow in our far northwestern counties, including in Lauderdale, up to 2 to 5 anywhere from Franklin County all the way to Madison and Jackson counties. South of there, where we're seeing that greater icing potential, that's where we're seeing that greater rain, sleet, and freezing rain potential as well. Our high temperature this afternoon, not very high, feeling like 28 degrees just later this afternoon, getting up to feel close to those mid-30s there before too long, keeping that precipitation in again and out again. Right now, feeling like 24 in the Rocket City. We'll be right back.
All right, so the big talk of the day seems to be the roads and
Yep.
what they're going to look like other than going out and playing in the snow. So many people are wondering what emergency leaders are doing right now to try to clear those roads.
And Lincoln County, Tennessee EMA Director Doug Campbell joining us right now to talk about what's happening there. So first of all, good morning to you, Doug. So I want to ask you, first of all, by now, I'm sure you've seen significant snowfall in your area. Are you already seeing roads that are just outright impassable?
Most roads right now are still kind of passable. It's going to pack down, though. This is a real wet snow that's falling, and when you make a track, it's just packing down to a icy type layer. And I think, as Grace has talked about several times tonight, when this freezes back, it's really going to create problems. TDOT is out and about. They're working really hard trying to keep the main thoroughfares open, and our county highway department's going to be out tomorrow. But we're asking everybody to stay off the road because it's slick. I've got a four-wheel drive. I had to get in four-wheel drive just to get out of my driveway to get here this morning to start checking on stuff.
Wow.
Yeah. So Doug, what would your advice be for people who say, well, I've got to get somewhere? What would you tell them?
I would just verify what you've got to do. I understand there's things that's got to happen. People's got to, maybe go to the hospital. But if you don't have to be out and if you don't have to be at work, I would highly recommend you stay at home. It is just slick. It's been that way since about 4 o'clock here. Unofficially, we have about 2.5 inches of snow in our Park City area just across the state line. And here at my office in the center of Fayetteville, we've got about 2 inches unofficially. So there's a lot of snow. It's still coming down pretty heavy here. I'm not sure where our totals will wind up. So you may be able to go right now, but in an hour or two, you may not be able to go anywhere.
Have you had any other kinds of reports of emergencies or situations that have happened since all this started that might be related to the weather?
We did have one vehicle accident already this morning on Lewisburg Highway north of Fayetteville. Luckily, it was a no injury. The vehicle did roll over, but everybody's okay. So that was a good outcome on that. So, and it can happen quick. I know when I was coming in, when you make ruts in the road, and if you cross that rut, sometimes it can change your steering very quickly. And I noticed that happening a couple of times as I was driving on one of the main thoroughfares. So you have to be really extra cautious in this type of weather. And that's what we're asking people to do if they have to be out.
Right.
And your crews that are out and about now, can you kind of walk us through what they're doing at this moment in time and what they're telling you they're seeing out there?
So with the reports from TDOT, they keep us pretty updated on what they're doing. They're trying to keep one lane in all directions open. We've got some of our volunteer firefighters are staging at the stations just in case there's a call, and hopefully there's not. But right now, it's just kind of hoping everybody stays home and the roads will clear on off rather quickly. If you can get Grace to get a sunshine in here today and tomorrow, that'd be great ahead of Monday and Tuesday.
Well, we've been asking for that already this morning, so we'll see what she can do. She needs to talk to the man upstairs, but I guess we all
That's
do.
Right.
If anyone can do it, she can do it, right?
That's right. I agree, 100%.
Well, Doug, we first of all, we do thank you so much for stopping and talking with us this morning about what's going on there. And we hope you will be able to come back throughout the day and check in with us, because we definitely want to make sure the folks there in Lincoln County know where things stand and know what's going on, so that we, along with you, can help make sure everybody is safe.
We really appreciate your time.
Yes, and I appreciate y'all reaching out and helping keep all of our citizens informed. And we'll be in touch. Thank you.
Well, it is all hands on deck in Athens right now as this winter weather has now settled in. City leaders say they have sand trucks and snow plows standing by. They're especially right now focused on bridges, overpasses, streets, and hospitals, so emergency vehicles can move about safely. One visitor from Indiana wasted no time yesterday gassing up and getting out of Athens before Old Man Winter arrived.
We saw the storm was coming through. We were going to leave tomorrow on Friday, and we decided to take off a day early so we could get someplace and let the storm pass and then move on. We're just going to kind of hunker down in a trailer and take it easy.
And we want to remind folks that in the past hour, the Limestone County Emergency Management Agency actually issued a travel advisory because they say so many roads are impassable now in the county. They say probably most, if not all, bridges and overpasses are icy, and they're asking people to stay home.
All right, so we're going to return to our team coverage now.
So right now we want to check in with morning reporter Maddie McCaffrey. Maddie, you have been in Limestone County. You've been there all night. You have been paying attention to the conditions for us. What are you seeing out there right now as we approach 9 o'clock on this Friday morning?
Well, hey, Chris, we're here in Athens outside of Buc-ee's on I-65, and right now we're looking at the road conditions, and they do not look very good. There are not a lot of cars out here right now, and if there are cars, they're taking it very, very slow. I actually just talked to a guy at the gas pump, and he had a big truck, and he said that he even had a lot of trouble going down the roads, and just he's urging people to stay home, don't be out driving if you don't have to be. That's what our EMA directors and what we've been telling y'all to do. It's just best bet to stay home right now. And the snow is continuing to fall. It's very, very cold, as y'all can tell, and we're out here just kind of enjoying the snow. We're keeping y'all safe with the coverage that you need in terms of the roads. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
So, Maddie, can you tell us a little bit about visibility? Because the one thing I can kind of see in the background of your shot is it disappears really quickly. Yes. As far as what you can see. You can kind of see the cars going behind you. I don't know if whoever's behind the camera with you can show some of that for us.
Oh yeah, we'll show you right now the roads on the camera. If you guys can see the cars, there's only a couple right now. It's very slushy out, so it's just getting harder and harder to drive. In terms of visibility, the snow is coming down hard. Our windshield is continuing to gather snow as we speak. It's very hard. You got to use your windshield wipers and just take it really, really slow out here. And just not great driving conditions.
I got to ask you too, if you don't mind, as that stretch of road we're looking at where those cars are moving about behind you, is that the actual interstate, or is that the exit coming there into something?
This is the actual interstate, so they can take the exit if they keep continuing down, and there's a bridge right over the road. So there's a light that you go on when you're kind of coming off the interstate, and you get off and you're at Buc-ee's.
So I don't know how often you've been able to talk to people, right? Because you've been showing us the road conditions, the snow. Have you been able to stop someone and talk to them about what it's like to drive out there right now?
Yeah, we've spoken to a couple of people at the gas pumps, and they say it's just not a good condition to be driving in. They've had to take it really, really slow. It was hard to get here in Buc-ee's. I went inside Buc-ee's and talked to a few employees, and they said that they have not seen really any local people, so it looks like people are taking that heed to stay home. They're only seeing people who've been getting off the interstate, so that is the good thing, that there's not many people locally that are trying to venture out in this.
All right, Maddie, thank you so much. Do be safe out there, and we will be checking out back with you throughout the morning and throughout the day, so stay warm as well. We need you on our team getting this information out to our viewers, indeed. We also, of course, want to check in right now where we are hearing about the most of all snow accumulation so far this morning. That is in the Shoals.
It's kind of a winter wonderland out there, right? We check in with reporter Julia Miller now. And Julia, we've seen some of the pictures and the videos that are being sent in to us. So let us know what you're seeing. Obviously, this is a moving shot we're taking a look at right now. Roads look kind of treacherous out there.
Hey guys, we are in our makeshift storm tracker here, driving on South Montgomery Avenue. We're headed to downtown Tuscumbia. We're hoping to find some people out here enjoying this weather, sledding, maybe some people out with their families, but check out these conditions. These road conditions, it's snowing harder out here, and the roads are getting slicker by the minute. It's been a while since we saw a snowplow out here, and I'll be honest with you, it's getting really tough for us to drive out here. We're having to take it very slow and very cautiously, and we hope that everyone out there who has to drive is doing the same. Now, just about an hour ago, a little bit more than an hour ago, Colbert, Lauderdale, and Lawrence and Franklin Counties EMAs deemed the roads impassable. So for all those out here today, please, please, please stay safe and enjoy the weather. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks so much for that update. We're also learning we're getting new information from officials in Huntsville, so we want to try to get to that right away if we can.
Yes.
Sheriff Kevin Turner from the Sheriff's Office, they're going to talk about the law enforcement response. Chief Mac McFarland from Huntsville Fire, he's going to talk about our fire response so far. And we also have Mayor Battle and Chairman McCutcheon are going to speak, and Mayor Finley from the City of Madison is going to finish us up. So with that said, kind of want to start off with a brief update of where we are with the weather. We met with the Weather Service about a half an hour ago. Currently, their estimates are the region, not just Madison County, but the region has seen about 2 to 4 inches of actual snow. They look for that to transfer over to a wintry mix around noon, and the estimated time that the precipitation will end will be somewhere around 9 o'clock this evening. That's kind of where we're at. I do have a couple of statements that I want to get out from Ernie Blair at the 911 Center. Would like everybody to know that due to high call volume, 911 is asking the public to not call 911 unless there is a true emergency. We give this to you because you are the best way to get that information out, and you're also a better avenue for obtaining timely weather and traffic information. Also have a statement from the Huntsville International Airport. They want to emphasize for passengers to check with their airlines and the status of their flights before coming to the airport. They do have flights coming in and out, but sometimes delays and cancellations are not predicated on what's happening locally. Flights can be affected by weather conditions at other hubs and destinations. Road conditions around the airport are good. Customers are coming in and out of the airport. They cannot provide information on conditions on roads leading to the airport. They do experience delays. They ask to visit their website, flyhuntsville.com, and they are continuing to post updates on their social media platforms as necessary. So that's kind of overall where we're at. So at this point, I will turn it over to Scott Irwin from Community Development.
Thank you, Jeff. I'm Scott Irwin, Community Development Department for the City of Huntsville. So when we have snow events and ice events like this, many of our vulnerable populations, have trouble actually finding warmth or getting in out of the elements. So last year we started planning when we have events like this that we can tap into our local nonprofit organizations, faith-based organizations, and our local continuum of care to create warming center options for our community. This year we have 4 warming center options that the public can take advantage of. The first one is the Downtown Rescue Mission. The second is the Salvation Army. Then we have a unique community warming center, which is at 2820 Governor's Drive in the living room property, and then the First Stop organization. HPD will be able to transport on an emergency basis to one of those locations when needed. When the shuttles are running, they will be able to transport also at that time. Last night, the overnight numbers for the warming centers, we had a total of 335 in the combined shelters. 242 were at the Downtown Rescue Mission, 33 at the Salvation Army, and 60 were at the Community Warming Center. In addition, we had an additional 144 individuals that would go through First Stop or the Community Warming Center to get resources like a warm meal, a blanket, or things like that. They would come in and out. So again, we started planning for this last year. We do have a system in place that we can address the needs of our unsheltered community or someone who is vulnerable and may have trouble getting into some warmth at this time of year. So anyone have any questions, I'll be glad to address it. Okay, thank you.
All right, we'll go to Chris McNeese, Huntsville Public Works.
Thank you, Jeff. We're going to reiterate this again as it has in the past a couple of times. If you don't have to be out on the roads today, please don't. A lot of social media pictures are going through social media, and you can see a lot of those sites if you get on your social media to see the snow pictures that are floating around. But what we're doing, just to give you a quick overview, Public Works has about 80 personnel that we have working this event 24/7. We're going to be here until the event is gone. So we will be. We have all of our motor graders out in these elevated areas, as mentioned before. I myself got out and drove this morning, went down the Parkway, went up Mountain Gap Road. It's extremely slippery, even though Parkway has been treated. They did a wonderful job treating it. It is melting some, but there are some slippery places. As the temperature starts to drop, you're going to see some isolated locations where ice is going to begin to form. So please do your best. If you have to get out on the road, please drive slow. Please use extreme caution. So I went around to Mountain Gap Road, went to Green Mountain. We have motor graders on Green Mountain blading off the snow. It's easy for us to blade the accumulated material. Keep that in mind. This dry snow is great for us in the county and the state when we're removing accumulated material. But when it comes to ice, it's going to be more difficult this evening. Whenever temperatures drop, driving conditions will become more hazardous. So please use extreme caution. But just to give you a quick oversight of what we're doing, Public Works is doing throughout the city. Out in the western area, we have motor graders out on the Greenbrier Parkway. They're cleaning for that particular corridor to allow folks that are having to go to work that we can minimize the hazards to the traveling public, get them to work and back. Hopefully they'll have that clear path. As Council Chair McCutcheon has said repeatedly, it is a partnership what we're doing, and it fully is, because we have multi-jurisdictional areas out in the west. One of those areas is down around the airport, where you have Boeing Boulevard, Wall Triana, County Line Road, Martin Road. And Steve Haraway's crew has stepped up, coming out there in full force to help out and clear some of those corridors to make sure that we have a clear path for the traveling public that is needing to respond to work and be on the roads. And in the north side of town, we have the Pulaski Pike, Bob Wade Lane corridors that we're clearing as well with motor graders and plows. Please keep in mind all the associated corridors, that's the collector roads that are associated with those main paths that I'm mentioning. We're going to address those as well. As you come down to the south, you're going to see downtown. There will be some construction equipment downtown. You're probably going to see a couple of skid steers getting in some of the tighter areas of downtown, again, to remove this accumulated material. So be aware if you're on the road and you see equipment out, please use extreme caution. When you get up on the south end of town, you've got the Greenbrier, you got Montesano, you got Cecil Ashford Drive. We have pieces of equipment on all of those, clearing those constantly, even though some of the roads are closed. Please do not drive on the closed roads. Please do not go around the barricades. You will have issues. Police department will address those shortly. So just please pay attention to all the road closures. And just know that the City of Huntsville Public Works, we have the personnel that will be here. We'll be working this event again until it's concluded. So thank you.
Chief Giles, Huntsville Police Department.
Thank you, Jeff. So the message has been pretty consistent in respect to asking, urging everybody to please stay at home. Please don't get out and drive. One thing I want to add to what Chris just said, to reemphasize the fact that you should not drive around a barricade because the road is closed. But for the roads that are still open, it does not mean that they're not treacherous. Please evaluate your need for getting out to begin with. We're working 24/7 like we normally do, and so we are out there. We will check on you if you get stranded and so forth. But please do not call the 911 or the non-emergency number if there's not a need for it. You can go to social media and those platforms and get the same information that we're giving you here. So please take your time, evaluate your needs, and let's go from there, and let's have a safe weekend. Thank you.
Now we'll have Sheriff Kevin Turner from Madison County Sheriff's Office.
I'd like to echo just a little bit of what everyone has said so far. We are fully staffed throughout the Sheriff's Office answering calls. We've upped the staffing a little bit to monitor the roads out in the county. The county's a little bit different than inside the city. When you start getting off of the main roads, then you start talking about the back roads where people have neighborhoods and they're living. The further this day goes on, it's going to get a little bit worse when that freezing rain hits. So when temperature drops, it's going to freeze over. And when you run into barricades and it's closed roads, we need to make sure that we have them up for a reason. It's for your public safety and to make sure that everyone stays safe. So I got to give a shout out to our commissioners who are out here working. I've been up since 4:30 this morning and I've been able to talk with each one of them. They were out plowing the roads as we speak and really making a difference out in the county. So anything that the public needs, feel free to call the Sheriff's Office. We are up and running, as the Chief said, 24/7. So we have our staffing numbers up today, so I think we're up for the challenge. I do want to say one thing, but Chris got up here and said the word partnership. And that is what the City of Huntsville and Madison County does best is work together. Our two agencies are working together along with Public Works, along with the County Commission. And the guy standing behind me is really what gets this town through situations like this. So thank you.
Chief Mac McFarland, Huntsville Fire Department.
Good morning, everyone. To the folks watching, just want everybody to be safe today. A lot of things have been already talked about. Talked about the barricades. I'm gonna mention them again, and I'll just put it real simply. Don't make us have to come around those barricades in our trucks to come get you. You have no reason to be around there. There's nothing past that you have to get to. So, you know, when those roads are closed, to stay off those closed roads. Another thing to help us with call volume, a lot of times one of the things that happens is we'll actually have a car go off the road, and hopefully, luckily, nobody's hurt, but they can't get it out. They're going to leave it there a while. They're waiting on a wrecker, so you see a car that's coming off the road. It looks like it's been an accident, and maybe it has. If you're coming by and you think there's somebody there that needs help, dial 911. But look, one of the things we do that causes us a lot of extra runs is that car doesn't get moved, and in the past, we've got multiple calls, 30 minutes apart. We're going back to the same wreck, so all of our responders are tying yellow scene tape, just like you see on the scene. If we work an instant and the car's there and nobody's in it, or we've transported the person that's in it, the car's still there, our responders are going to tie yellow scene tape, either like on the mirror or the antenna or the doorknob. Look, if you see a car that's got yellow scene tape on it on the side of the road, it's okay. That means we've already worked it. Everything is good for that. That'll be a much less calls that we won't have to respond back out on. Right now, our call volume is running about normal. We've not been excessive, thankfully, because everybody's staying off the road. But for our side of it, that comes another thing. A lot of people's home. That's a good thing. But one of our major causes of fires throughout the United States and in Huntsville is cooking fires. So you're going to be home today. Be safe with your cooking. Think about your cooking. If you got something on cooking and you get a phone call in another room or something else distracts you, don't forget about your cooking. One of the things we advise, if you've got something on the stove and you have to walk away, take that spoon or that spatula or whatever you're working with, keep it in your hand, take it with you, so in a minute you remember, hey, wait a minute, I got something on the stove, if you have to do that. So let's avoid the home fires also with that. So these are just things y'all can do to help us, and we hope we'll all get through this together. We'll all get through it safe, and like I will reiterate again, like everyone said a few minutes ago, it's a team effort. It's a great team effort with the City of Huntsville, Madison County, City of Madison, all the fire services. Since I'm the fire representative here, we're all talking. Huntsville Fire is talking with Madison Fire. We're talking about all the volunteer departments in the county, talking with our partners with HEMSI. We're all working together to try to make it safe for everyone, and these are a few little things that we ask of you. Another thing that I will throw out there, historically, we look at events like this. What did we learn from the last one? What did we do? And each agency has their own stories. One of the things that we see that winds up tragic sometimes is snow's pretty, it's fun to play in. And then we see people that's in sledding accidents, that's never rode a sled before, and then they don't know that sleds don't have brakes on them. So when you go down this hill, and we wind up getting to pick you up and take you to the hospital, hopefully the hospital, at the bottom of that hill when this wasn't planned. So think about your activities. Even if you go outside, think about what you're going to do. You don't want to be the one that this beautiful snow turns you into a broken arm at the emergency room or worse. So just think about what you're doing. Try to be safe. We'll all get through this together. Thank you.
All right, now we'll go to Mayor Tommy Battle, City of Huntsville.
First off, thank you to all the agencies that have been working this. They've been working it all week. Now's action time, and everybody's gone into action and is doing a great job. We thank them for all their work. I was up here at 4 this morning. They were here way before me, making sure that everything was done that was necessary. Just be weather aware between the 12 to 4 period. That is when ice and sleet may be coming in, and that may be the dangerous time of this, most dangerous time of this whole storm. That's not a time that you want to be on the road if there's ice and sleet coming in. Be weather aware. We'll all get through this together, and we'll see each other on the other side on Monday. So thank you.
All right, Chairman Mac McCutcheon, Madison County Commission.
Well, I just ditto everything that's been said. We started this weather event, working together as a team, planning, putting things in place. And as of this morning, now that the snow is coming in, everything seems to be working in a plan. It's very, very important that the public understand the conditions out there and they try to help each other. To Chris McNeese and the county commission crews working on the roads themselves. So far, the equipment that we have has been responding very well to the type precipitation that we have, which is a good thing, but that's, according to our forecast, may change today, and we start dealing with some ice. Then people need to understand, you may have been out this morning and said, oh, you can move around out there. Well, that could change very, very quickly this afternoon. So you need to be aware of that. And I know in our plans, we're looking and anticipating that ice, which could make a drastic change in the way we plan for things. And just encourage people to help each other. This morning, I was out early this morning checking our crews in the commission districts. Some of them have been on site all night. They were out very early this morning. Equipment, like I said, is responding well. But this morning coming in, there was an elderly person sitting at a bus stop. And of course, with the conditions on the road, the buses were not running this morning. The person had a walker with the icing and the snow, and I'm thinking, what in the world is this person doing here? And it was very dangerous. And so with the shelters we have, help each other. If you know a neighbor or somebody that has a need, help them, get them to the right place, because we have resources available for everybody in every need. So let's get the information out. I just say thank you to the team. Let's keep doing what we're doing and moving forward. Thank you.
All right, finally we'll call up Mayor Paul Finley, City of Madison, to come and wrap us up.
All right, appreciate it. All right, well, as we close up this, I want to thank first and foremost our media that's here today. You know, information is power, and their airtime is valuable. And the fact that all of them are here to help us share this information is critical to us and the success we have from a team. That's one that is a team, and getting information out is critical. I echo everything everybody said. I will say, coming from Madison today, two things that I am proud that we did is first, drive as slow as we could, and then secondly, know that when we needed to stop, we had to give plenty of time. It is slick out there, and if you're in your neighborhoods right now and there's any type of hill, there is going to be a need to go slow and pay a lot of attention. I was really proud of how many, I think there's 7 different folks plowing from Madison to here at Huntsville City Hall that I saw. Madison Public Works, Steve Harroway was literally driving the truck with a salt truck behind him, and then 3 or 4 different things in Huntsville. We are out right now trying to get the snow off, but as everybody has said, the critical time will be this afternoon, and that's the flux of ice, and that's what we can't predict. And as I close, I will say this. As a mayor, you know, people a lot of times ask, what is it like being a mayor? And I can tell you this, it's great having people who have focused on this all the time. And then when something like this happens, they've thought of everything that they can, and then they put it into action. Our job is to take away their inhibitors and make sure that they can do everything they can to make sure our community is safe and can move when they need to. And this team that we have is phenomenal from both cities and the county. I'll end by saying need versus want again. I know a lot of times, what a beautiful scene this morning when I looked out, had a little bit of light and a cup of coffee, snowfall, and it was gorgeous. Some of you will think, man, wouldn't it be great to have a latte or a hot chocolate with that? It would. That is not a need. That is a want. If you have it at home, make it. If you need something, if you want something, stay home. Stay home and enjoy this beautiful scenery that we have. We'll work to get everything taken care of and hopefully have, once we know what this ice does, be in a better position tomorrow to keep you updated and let you know what's happening. So again, thank you to everybody who's doing that. I think Jeff would say we'll take any questions that you guys have.
Before we go to questions, just a couple of things. Want to update on the schedule. Obviously, our next press briefing like this will be at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning at this location. Until then, I encourage everybody to follow all the websites of Madison County Commission, Huntsville City, Madison City, as well as EMA for any updates. One other additional scheduling event is there will be a media gaggle. That's Kelly's word, not mine. This afternoon.
Well, you were just listening to the news conference with a bunch of different agencies in Huntsville, Madison County area, talking about some really good things. The most interesting thing that I took away from this was that they are being inundated with all these 911 calls. So these emergency management leaders are telling you only call them if necessary.
They've also said that they've upped the staffing, and that's really critical with the road issues that they're dealing with. And this is not just one agency working, it's all of the agencies. As you saw there in that news conference, it was Huntsville City, Madison County, City of Madison. They say the shelters are being used as well. Over 300 people using them. We have a full list on our website of those as well.
And they're still reminding you, if you do need a ride to one of those warming centers, there are Huntsville Police. They're offering rides as well as some other organizations, but you can find that on our website, WAAYTV.com.
Now, WAAY 31 Storm Tracker Meteorologist Grace Anello with 31 Triple Doppler.
Well, you had a little bit of a break right there.
No, my vocal cords feel so rested. I'm ready to go. What do y'all want to know?
Oh, we want to know so much. What's happening next?
What's happening now? What's happening
right?
next? Where do we go from here? So we're actually kind of in that transitional zone. We're seeing part of that snow. We're also seeing a great deal more of that sleet and that wintry mixed precipitation come into the Tennessee Valley. Take a look right now at what we are seeing, just one part of a much larger system, though we are starting to see a great deal more of that mix come into our neck of the woods. That's stretching into our western counties, our southern counties, Coleman, even making its way towards DeKalb County, Etowah, Cherokee as well. Seeing a lot of sleet with this, pockets of freezing rain, mostly though that sleet. 924 on your Friday morning, 31 Triple Doppler. Working almost as hard as your WAAY 31 team is this morning. Every single person here at WAAY 31 working really hard for you today. Of course, the 31 alert day in effect. We're seeing that snow that's been accumulating all morning. Now anywhere from 2 to about 4.5 inches through the Tennessee Valley. That sleet, that freezing rain. We're also going to see just a little bit of regular rain later this afternoon. 31 alert day in place through 9 o'clock this evening. So truly all day. Now the heaviest of the snow and of the precip coverage is in the morning and very early afternoon as we head towards lunchtime, but that doesn't mean it's out of our system yet. I mean, take a look at the WAAY 31 Skycam network powered by Thompson Roofing and Construction. A lot of snow falling in Decatur, a whole lot in Huntsville as well, right outside the Space and Rocket Center. Seeing inches of snow on the ground in Muscle Shoals. Looks like their coverage might be taking a little bit of break, but that ebb and flow of weaker snowfall, stronger snowfall in and out of sleet, that's going to stick with us. Just got a couple snow flurries there landing on our camera at Calhoun Community College. We do still have that winter storm warning in effect for each and every one of us. That's through 6 o'clock in the morning on Saturday. Same information as your 31 alert day graphic, just re-emphasizing that to you. We're seeing that range of that wintry precipitation, that sleet sitting in our southern counties as we speak, and that's going to continue. As we head towards 10, even 11 o'clock this morning, just about 30 minutes to an hour from now, keeping that snow north of the Tennessee River. That's what you just saw there in Huntsville and for most of us in Decatur as well. But that line of that sleet and freezing rain stretching right up towards the Tennessee River. Below that, we're going to see just some good old-fashioned rain in the Tennessee Valley. That's kind of the pattern we keep. This line continues to track north. Before too long, by lunchtime, it's just snow in southern Tennessee, wintry mix for the rest of us north of the river, rain for those of us just south of the river, and there we stay for lunchtime. We start to see this, we go from really, really dense coverage this morning where all of us are seeing it at all points of the morning to more spotty coverage as we head into the afternoon. It's still very much there, but it's more of that on again, off again. And when the time we get later this afternoon, around 4 or 5 o'clock, we'll start to see snow take over again with some cooler temperatures in our neck of the woods. However, that's right when this system is calming down. It should be out of our way just after dinner time, or if you're like me, just right around bedtime there at 8:30. All right, we're tracking up to 6 inches of snow, the most of which we'll see in Lauderdale County, as well as for several of us in southern Tennessee. 2 to 5 inches anywhere from Franklin County, Lawrence County, Athens, Limestone, Madison, and Jackson County as well. You're in that 2 to 5 range. Where we're seeing more rain and more of that wintry mix, that's this lighter blue color here at this bottom of your screen, that's where we're seeing the least amount of snow, sub 3 inches at that point. We are going to see a little bit of ice today, not enough to be an earth shaker, enough for you to care about if you're in one of these areas, but it's absolutely not devastating like what we had last year. The difference is last year we saw north of 1/4 of an inch of ice for all of us. Many of us were even significantly more than that. This year we're talking about just several hundredths of an inch of ice. Last year that ice went right on the road. This year this tiny bit of ice is going on top of some snow. So I still want you to be mindful of it. We're still talking about hazardous driving conditions. It's just very different from last year. Very different forecast that we're looking at. Either way, we're getting reports that some roads are impassable. We've seen some of those in Lincoln County, in Jackson County as well from those emergency managers. Other roads are looking okay around Madison, around Huntsville. As you heard in the press conference, we're already paving some roads. So kind of use your discretion. Know where you live. Stay connected maybe to some Facebook groups, to your emergency area. Know what's happening in your roads. What is going to happen for all of us, those roads will get worse as we head later on, particularly so when we get to those overnight hours. Anything that has fallen, regardless of if it fell as snow, sleet, rain, freezing rain, that's going to refreeze overnight. Very little melting. I'm not expecting much improvement on Saturday. We're not going to see much sun. That high temperature is barely above freezing. That means what little does melt is unlikely to evaporate very much. We'll have refreeze overnight. Sunday morning when you're heading to church, probably not ideal. That could be a tough one for many of us. Sunday afternoon, a whole lot of sunshine and much warmer weather. Looking at pretty significant melt there. I think Monday morning commute's going to be dicey but passable for several of us. I think by midweek we should be mostly back to normal.
And straight ahead, a live look here over Albertville. After the break, we have more winter weather coverage you can count on. Welcome back, everybody. Right now, I want to get another check of our road conditions from our Storm Tracker 31.
So let's check in with sports director Max Cohan, who is joining us live. Hey, Max.
Hey, guys. So, as you know, Trevor and I have been switching off who's driving, and I can tell you from the last time I was behind the wheel, conditions are not great. And this is coming from someone who grew up in New York, grew up driving in snow. I've driven down Little Cottonwood Canyon to Utah during a blizzard. For the snow knowers out there, that gets a lot of snow. And let me tell you something, it's a similar driving style to what you have to deal with in those types of conditions. It's not great. Stopping is hard. Starting is hard. And there's not really much you can do. I mean, we're in a vehicle that's designed to weather the conditions, and still, we're dealing with some sliding. We're dealing with the wheels spinning when we're trying to go from a stop to a start. And as you can see, the The flakes are still very much falling. There are not a lot of people out on the road, and that's hopefully because they know that they don't want to be out in these conditions. It's not a great place to be right now, and you can see a lot of the road still covered in white. Yes, there are tire tracks from people coming and going, but not a lot of great conditions to be out in. So you kind of have to hope that if everybody has everything they need, they can stay at home, because the conditions, even with Trevor driving, and I trust him behind the wheel, not exactly the place you want to be today.
All right, Max. Well, we do appreciate you and Trevor being out there on those roads. Are you seeing where we are seeing some of those tracks in the roads? How quickly are those tracks refilling with snow? Because I was just taking a little break from the desk, looked out the window. It's still coming down pretty heavy here on Montesano.
Yeah, I mean, the flakes are absolutely still falling, and I know that we've been talking a lot about seeing that wintry mix. Right now, it's pretty much all snow from what I can see. Obviously, I'm not the meteorologist, but that's what I've been seeing. And it does seem like, every couple of minutes, you'll see a car go down a path, and then pretty quickly it's covered back up. Or, we've been doing laps around downtown Huntsville. Some of the tracks that we know we made seem to disappear every time we take another lap. So most people are following the tracks that have already been laid down, so usually people are staying on that side, but even those tracks are getting covered up decently quickly.
Right, we do appreciate it.
Yes, stay safe out there.
Well, several emergency management agencies across the Tennessee Valley right now encouraging people to stay off those roads. We have said it several times, and we keep saying it for a reason. Limestone County emergency leaders have issued now a travel advisory because of slippery roads and bridges in that area. And the Jackson County Emergency Management Agency also telling us county roads and bridges should be considered at this point impassable. That is across all of Jackson County. We're hearing some things about DeKalb County. So you can find a full list of these closed roads on our website, WAAYTV.com. And we also want to check right now on that snow accumulation in the shoals. That is where we are hearing, of course, that it seems to be piling up a little faster than everywhere else.
Yeah, we heard that all the roads over there are impassable. So we do want to check in now with WAAY 31's Julia Miller. Julia.
Hey guys, I'm on North Cave Street in Tuscumbia here, where the snow has rather turned into rain. So it's coming down a lot less than it was this morning, and now it's just some drops of rain that we're feeling. But I'll be honest, it's making the road conditions much worse out here. We haven't seen a snowplow in a while, and we are parked on the top of this hill. But if you look down, you can see the barricades behind me. We parked up here because we did not feel it was safe to go all the way down there, but some cars have gone down. We've seen them skid out a little bit as they've made their way down there, but we are keeping track. We see some people down there. We're hoping to go talk to them after this, but the road conditions are not great here, and it's really becoming harder for people. But we were just given word, like you said, that Colbert, Lauderdale, Lawrence, and Franklin counties roads are deemed impassable, so those EMA directors are asking people to proceed with caution. If you don't need to be out here, you probably shouldn't be out here. And these roads need another snowplow soon. So hopefully that comes out here soon. But for now, we are tracking these conditions out here.
All right, thank you so much, Julia. And we know that as of last check, there's about 5 inches of snow in northern Florence, so that snow continues to pile up there. We're going to continue to check in that area. Well, local emergency management agencies in the shoals, they are making sure that those roads are treated and they're stocking up on those necessities, because they say that EMA leaders really want you to be patient.
Let us know what your needs are. Reach out to the EMA department here or your local fire department or whoever. Call 911 in case of a bad emergency. But other than that, just hanging tight with us. We'll all get through this.
And you can find the numbers for your local EMA on our website at WAAYTV.com.
Numbers we hope you don't have to use, but certainly we are happy to make them available in case you need them for sure. One local group stepping up in a really big way to make sure those folks who do have to go to work today, and there are some, make sure they can get there safely.
And WAAY 31's Georgia Clark shows us how the Quad Cities Wranglers are looking out for those who are looking out for the rest of us.
We're a close-knit family, and we just like to help the community any way we can.
The Quad City Wranglers Jeep Club president Tommy Britton says this is what the Jeep community is all about. And as inches of snow threaten to drop down on North Alabama over the weekend, he says they will be stepping in to help.
We're reaching out to the local hospitals and first responders and nurses, and we've created a form for them to fill out for a request form, and we are going around picking them up, taking them to the hospitals.
So far, Britton says they have had over 70 applicants, and he expects his club members to be on the road 24/7 doing rides. They've done these ride programs for years, offering up help whenever bad weather strikes, and they're happy to do it.
Nurses and doctors has got to get to take care of the patients, and so we just feel like it's the best thing we can do. You know, if they can't drive, that's what we're here to do, is help take care of everybody.
And they aren't just helping with rides either.
We're just expecting easy rides, no trouble. We have recovery gear that if we need to, help somebody get unstuck, we're capable of doing that. And, just whatever the community needs, we're there to help.
If you do need help getting unstuck and can't find a traditional tow truck, be sure to reach out to the Quad City Wranglers through Facebook. With coverage you can count on, Georgia Clark, WAAY 31 News.
And we do have a link on our website where you can actually request, to say a ride from Quad City Wranglers. That is WAAYTV.com. And we turn right now to our weather team coverage once again.
And we're going to check in with WAAY 31's Paige Meyer, who is out in Limestone County.
Hey, Chris Demetria. Yes, we're still at Buc-ee's here off of I-65 in Athens. The snow is still coming down. It's hitting me in the face still. It's collecting in our hair. Maddie and I have pretty much given up on our hair looking any certain way today. We are just soaked. This snow is wet. It is collecting on the ground. It's turning into slush here in the parking lot at Buc-ee's, but on the ground, it's getting packed down as we step on it. So I could only imagine how it is on the roads. Now, we'll show you the roads just a little bit here. This is right off of I-65. If you see that the exits are pretty packed, we are seeing less and less drivers out on these roads, which is a good thing. The Public Works Department says they've been sanding since 4 a.m., but I don't know exactly how much that is doing because people have been telling me that these road conditions are not ideal. They do have snow plows out and about, but I don't know exactly how much they're getting out of the way. So I was just speaking with a few people while they were pumping gas. Some people are pulling trailers, other people are just driving their cars, and both of them have just been saying to stay off the roads if you can. Both of them had reasons why they had to be on the roads, but they told me that if you can avoid it, just stay home while these road conditions get handled by our public works departments.
That's the best advice that you can give them right now. We've been hearing about several wrecks happening as well, so make sure you take heed to that advice.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Paige. And folks are sending in pictures about what they see outside of their window. Definitely appreciate that.
And is helping us tell the story of what is happening across North Alabama and southern Tennessee. We do already now have a slideshow on our website where you can go and see some of those pictures our viewers are sending in. We'd love to see more of them. You can send them to our website. That is WAAYTV.com. I want to ask you to be careful when you take those pictures,
Please
depending on where you are or what you're doing. Don't take risks to get them, but if you can get them safely, please send them to us.
And there is a surprise when you go and check out that slideshow because Chris's dog,
River,
is in it too. So make sure you have that keen eye and look out for River.
She wanted to know what happened to her backyard overnight. It makes sense.
Where are my treats?
9:40 on your Friday. Let's get a check at 31 Triple Doppler. Seeing a good bit of snow north of the Tennessee River. We've started to see a great deal of that wintry mix south of the Tennessee River, namely with sleet. A few pockets of freezing rain, but we're mostly talking about sleet. Some updated totals for you in northern Florence, tracking about 5 inches of snow already. Moulton looking to be just about the same. Close to 3 to 4 here in the Rocket City. We're all seeing it. Of course, the system not out of our system yet, won't be until well after sunset tonight. We are going to start to see more of that wintry mixed precipitation, that freezing rain and sleet come into our neck of the woods. We're also going to see more of just some plain old-fashioned rain come into our region. All of this coming, of course, with that 31 alert day we've been talking about for over a week at this point. We're not closing down this 31 alert day until 9 o'clock this evening, so it is truly an all-day threat. And of course, we're seeing that snow accumulation now. We're getting to the interesting part of the forecast, though, where we start to pile in exactly what's changing, that wintry mix, that regular rain, and we're going to see how that lets us fare. The WAAY 31 Skycam network, powered by Thompson Roofing and Construction, holding steady to that, seeing a whole lot of snow flurries there in Huntsville, there in Decatur as well. Not seeing quite as much south of the Tennessee River. At that point, we're going to start to see that mixture come in before too long. So essentially, here's how it's going to play out as we head closer and closer to lunchtime. Right now, what we're sitting at is snow north of the Tennessee River, then that mixture, rain to the south. As we get close to lunchtime, we're going to see all of that shift north. Snow is going to be kept primarily in southern Tennessee. North of the river is now going to be that sleet, freezing rain mixture. South of that, we're talking about rain, and all coverage becomes more sporadic. This morning so far has been very dense coverage of namely just snow until very recently. We're going to see that become a little more on again, off again as we head through the rest of the afternoon. That will maintain as we head towards late afternoon with us. By the time we get a little bit past that, we start to cool down. We'll go back to just snow with those colder temperatures. At that point, our system is dying out. It's losing some of its steam, but it is getting out of the way. It will be out of our system by just after dinner time, just before bedtime. The great news of the morning, and I do mean great, is that our potential ice forecast has been going down farther and farther and farther. When we first came in this morning, it looked like we all were going to see just a hair. Then it went to our southern and eastern counties. Now it's mostly just those Sand Mountain counties, seeing something on the order of several hundredths of an inch of ice. Last year, we saw a great deal more than that, and it was directly on the road. This year, it's a whole lot less of that ice, and it's on top of a bed of snow that's already there. Up to 6 inches there. We're already at 5 in Muscle Shoals, up to 6 as we head through the rest of the day. I'm back in just a couple minutes because I want to walk you through exactly what you can expect for the rest of this system and how it's going to likely impact your roads, not just for today, but for the weekend ahead.
And after the break, a look at Toyota Field. Actually, you're looking at it there right now. That snow covering that field, also covering the camera that we were trying to look at it through. So we'll be right back with more.
Welcome back. The time is 9:45, and before we continue, we want to say a big thank you all to turning to us for your local winter coverage.
We do this because we feel the importance to community and to be here and to let people know what's going on. You know, I think of our reporters out there in the field. That's not pleasant work. It's cold, but they are giving it everything they've got because they care about our community too. They care about you, keeping you and your family safe. So yes, it's a privilege to sit here and do what we are doing today.
Yes, it is. And it's a privilege also for law enforcement agencies across the Tennessee Valley because they want you to pay attention to those signs and barricades. You heard them mentioning that in the news conference that we just took.
So they say if you drive around a barricade, blocking an impassable stretch of road, you're not just putting your life in danger, you're putting the lives of those first responders in danger who will have to rescue you if you get into a wreck.
Should it come to the inevitable that we have to close roads, they're barricaded for a reason. Please stay off that road. If you choose to go around it, you can receive a citation. And unfortunately, if you have a wreck on a closed road, we're not going to work that wreck. We'll come check on you and make sure you're okay. But as far as working the wreck, you shouldn't have been on that road to begin with.
That's some strong words there from Huntsville Police Chief Kirk Giles. So do be careful and avoid going around those barricades. Also, insurance agents say your claim could be denied if they find out your wreck happened on one of these closed roads. Just not worth it.
No, it's not.
Well, every winter we tell people to dress in layers, but we are learning a lot of folks don't necessarily understand the severity of what can happen to your body if you don't do that.
So we had the chance to sit down with a state health leader who says if you're not properly dressed for these extreme temperatures, you're putting yourself at risk for frostbite or even life-threatening conditions like hypothermia. So that means you need to be in your thermal gear with the heavy coats, the gloves, hats, and scarves. Doctors say our bodies, they don't really respond well in this cold weather.
Your body first responds to being cold by shivering, and that's to make your muscles twitch to generate heat. And then after that, again, as you lose the ability to generate that heat, feeling very tired, confusion, having trouble with memory, slurred speech, drowsiness. These are all things you see in adults. In babies, you can see also just very, very drowsy, and their skin can be very, very cold.
He also says hypothermia could cause you to go into an unconscious state, which could result in death. That's why it's so important to have a warm place to go these next few days. Now, we do have a list of warming centers on our website at WAAY.tv.com.
Well, the Colbert County TVA plant apparently may play a big role right now in making sure North Alabamians have electricity during this winter weather outbreak. So the TVA's pumped about $400 million into that small natural gas plant. TVA leaders say they usually fire it up when bigger plants are struggling to produce enough power to meet the demand. And they say chances are they may have to fill it up right now in these next few hours.
We're not running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, but we are prepared to start and be online in less than 17 minutes in response to a peak demand, which could happen at any time of the day, especially in cold weather.
And we are working right now to learn if that plant may actually be fired up as we speak, because there's no question with this cold and this snow, I'm sure it's requiring more electricity to propel all these houses to keep them warm.
Of course. And Huntsville Utilities, they want to make sure that and assure everyone that their power grid can handle this winter weather. So it says the department started preparing for an event like this last year when we had all of that snow and ice.
We will be ready for action. And if you have trouble with your power, please call, use our website. Those resources are available for you. We will keep our website updated so you are aware of outages.
Kelly also says Huntsville Utilities will not turn off anyone's power if they're late on a payment during this time.
Right now, I want to get back to our team coverage. Our reporters posted across North Alabama, keeping an eye on those conditions out there for us.
And we do want to check in with WAAY 31's Maddie McCaffrey, who is tracking this winter weather now. Hey, Maddie.
Hi, Demetria and Chris. So we're here in Athens at Buc-ee's right off of I-65, and the snow is just continuously falling down. The snow, it's building up, it's thick, it's sticking to us, as y'all can see. Now we're gonna go ahead and measure with my ruler. Let's see what we've got here. Oh my goodness, it's already like 5, almost 6 inches. Now in comparison, our snowman Buc-ee, how tall is he? He's about a little over a foot tall, a ruler tall. So let's talk about the road conditions. The roads, not very good out here. People we've been talking to who've been traveling in and stopping at Buc-ee's have said that it is rough out there. One guy said that the snow looks like it's about 5-6 inches thick, so it's definitely hard to be driving on. We know that EMA workers, they've been out with sand trucks and their snow plows all day long. They're continuing to do that. We've seen them coming through a lot. So definitely stay home if you can, because it's just really not in any great condition to be driving on. Reporting live in Athens with coverage you can count on, Maddie McCaffrey, WAAY 31 News.
I'm sorry, Maddie, I'm going to ask you about your snowman there. So does he meet the requirements of the song? You know, a corncob pipe, a button nose, and 2 eyes made out of coal? I mean, that's the real snowman, right?
That is.
Yeah. That is, y'all. So we're going to be heading into Buc-ee's to figure out what kind of like food or trinket item we can stick to make eyes and a nose and a mouth. So we'll get back to y'all on that, and hopefully he'll be nice and dressed up.
Well, technically, we were talking about Frosty. This is Buc-ee, so not the same snowman, in fairness to Maddie there.
They're just cousins. They're
Just
related
cousins.
in some way.
Some way.
Right. Thank you, Maddie. And now let's go ahead and get a check of that forecast.
All right, take a look, 9:51, and take a look at 31 Triple Doppler, starting to see that significant change come into effect in the Tennessee Valley. North of the Tennessee River, we're seeing just a whole lot of snow. Now, off to our west, we are seeing one or two pockets of that light rain and that wintry mix develop. South of the Tennessee River, a lot of us seeing that sleet very far south near Winston, Marion counties, I-22, starting to see just good old-fashioned rain. This is that change we've been forecasting all morning long, and here it is, right on cue. 31 alert day does remain in effect as we're seeing that snow, that sleet, that freezing rain and rain. We're seeing all of it right now, and we're going to stay that way right as we head to the rest of the afternoon. I'm keeping us in caution days Saturday and Sunday. Saturday, it's going to be the worst one. We're refreezing everything that we got overnight. That's going to refreeze, making for some pretty dangerous road conditions, and we're unlikely to see any melt on Saturday. Sunday morning, I think, is going to be a tough one. Getting to church could be pretty difficult. By Sunday afternoon, I do think we're going to see some significant improvement. Already seeing about 5 inches of snow in northern Florence and northern Moulton as well, up to 6 possible for our far northwestern counties, close to that 2 to 5 inch range, anywhere from Franklin County to Lawrence County to Limestone, Madison, and Jackson as well. Seeing less than 3 inches south of there, that's where we're going to see the majority of that wintry mix, as well as the majority of that plain old rain. Every time I come back to this graphic to show you our potential ice, the amounts get less and I get a little bit happier. We don't want to see any ice, right? That's much more difficult to drive on. We've always been talking about something about several hundredths of an inch. However, our coverage of who's going to see that ice has been gradually decreasing as we head through the rest of the morning. So it does appear that that cold air is sticking with us as well. That is good news. We're still talking about limited driving. We're still talking in some places up to 5 inches of snow on the ground. But anytime we can take ice out of the equation, that makes things a whole lot better. We saw that from last year. We were here with you in January 2024. We're here with you now in January 2025. As you head through the rest of your morning, we're going to continue to see those road conditions get worse and worse. Of course, we know there's crews all over the cities, the counties working hard to make them better, but particularly if you live in a more rural area, be mindful that those road conditions will just continue to deteriorate. We're going to continue to see that winter mix stay present with us, mainly that snow line north of the Tennessee River through lunch. Then we're going to see, as we head towards lunch, that snow line stretches just towards Tennessee. That winter mix stretches up towards the state line, and we're keeping rain below it. You're also going to notice that this is much more sporadic coverage. No longer are we talking about that really dense coverage where everybody was seeing that snow blanket that we had for hours this morning. Now it's a little more hit or miss. We're going to keep pockets of that freezing rain, that sleet, a little bit of snow, a little bit of regular rain through the afternoon. Really that mixed bag. By later in the afternoon, we're welcoming in just a whole lot more snow as those temperatures are cooling for us. Those will stick around through just about bedtime. All in all, talking about a significant winter storm, this warning stretching for more than 1,000 miles, making it all the way there to the Atlantic coast, stretching as far back as Texas and Oklahoma. I'm back in just a couple minutes to walk you through more of what you can expect, not just about today's weather, but about how it's going to impact you and your family for the weekend ahead.
Here's a live look at our sky cam in Gunnersville this morning. After the break, more coverage as we track this winter weather.
Welcome back, everybody. Time right now, just about 4 minutes before 10 o'clock on this 31 Alert Day Friday. And we are keeping a close eye on road conditions from our WAAY 31 storm tracker.
And so let's check in with our sports director, Max Cohan. Hey, Max.
Hey guys, yeah, we're in the WAAY 31 storm tracker powered by Lynn Layton Chevrolet. And let me tell you one thing. There have been a lot of people out on the road walking. I've seen a lot more people recently walking instead of driving. Now, I don't know if that's because they want some exercise or maybe they've heard us talking about the road conditions, but a lot of people deciding just going out for a nice walk. I don't know how nice it is. It's probably pretty cold, but we'll tell you one thing. In these types of conditions, there's one question that everybody has because it's the real gauge for what the weather's looking like. And the question is Waffle House open? Well, we can confirm that in the 5 Points area, yes, Waffle House is open. We are in the parking lot right now. Lots of people coming in, coming out, and you can also get a pretty good gauge of what the roads look like. Not ideal, still a good amount of snow on the ground. Yes, there are tracks from cars coming and going, but the conditions have not been ideal. Even just getting here, Trevor and I had to deal with a little bit of skidding, some difficulty stopping at times. And remember, we're in a vehicle that is meant for these conditions and still having a little bit of difficulty getting around. Now, that's not saying we can't get from point A to point B, but it is significantly slower than usual, and obviously we have to take a bit more caution. So, if you don't have to be out on the roads, don't get out on the roads. But I'll tell you one thing. Now that we're outside Waffle House, Trevor and I, a little bit hungry, so we're probably going to go get a snack.
Hey, get some for us, too.
Can't blame them for that, can we?
I know.
Covering snow is hard work, for sure.
Especially when you get to sit in the back seat like Max and get driven around.
Chauffeur.
I just knew he was going to say something, but he's just like, yeah, okay.
Right.
Well, thank you, guys. They are putting in some hard work.
They are indeed.
Definitely appreciate that.
Well, Madison County leaders say workers are already out on those roads trying to get that snow off of them, but it is an uphill battle for them.
Yeah, because we know that they've already treated those roads across the county, and they say they now have 12 snow plows, 9 brine trucks, and 8 salt spreaders gassed up and ready. But they're reminding everyone, just because they're working to clear those roads does not mean you need to get out and drive on them.
When we get a layer of ice on that asphalt, it is very, very difficult for us to clear that ice. So we're asking for people to be prepared, as the mayor said. If we get ice, it's going to be a duration of hazardous driving conditions that's going to be rough on us, and there's nothing we can do about it.
Well, they say the fewer drivers out there on the roads, the quicker emergency vehicles can actually get to the people who need help. And ambulance services across the Tennessee Valley are saying that they are ready to respond to any emergencies that happen this weekend.
And they do warn, though, those snowy roads could affect how long it takes them to get to you if you need help. They say ambulances are stocked and first responders are on the clock as we speak. But they say where you live can actually affect how quickly they can get to you.
Yes, there are some places that it's going to take an extended time, especially with the mountain range and you know, the road conditions to their residents or their site of the injury or accident. Sometimes we have to use special vehicles, you know, a side-by-side ATV type vehicles.
We've said it. We keep saying it, but we can't say it enough. Law enforcement agencies say if you can, stay home during this winter weather outbreak, please do.
Yeah, and if you do have to drive on those roads, they're saying to make sure that you're fully prepared for whatever Mother Nature may throw at you. They want you to dress in layers. That means your coat, your hat, scarf, and gloves. And what is that on the screen? Okay, that looked like it was a shopping list at first. But make sure you have an emergency kit inside of your vehicle. That includes a first aid kit, ice scraper, portable charger, jumper cables, flashlight, blankets, and even cat litter. And lastly, be prepared to be on your own for about 72 hours just in case you get stranded.
Animal welfare advocates are right now reminding pet owners, make sure your critters have a warm, safe place to ride out this snow and cold. If you can, they say bring those pets inside. If you can't, at least make sure they do have a sturdy outside warm shelter with dry bedding. Also make sure they have plenty of food and water, or check their water often too, just to make sure it's not frozen. Now, as for your plants, by now, I hope you've covered them with some kind of cloth, because I am guessing, and I'll have to check with our meteorologist on this, but if those plants are still unprotected, I am betting you might have lost those if they're outside.
Now, WAAY 31 Storm Tracker meteorologist Grace Anello with 31 Triple Doppler.
You know, Chris, for the most part, I'm going to agree with that. A little bit because of the snow, because of how heavy that is. If you have leaves or flowers or anything like that, any sleet that falls or snow is going to be dangerous. More specifically, though, from the overnight temperatures that would have killed those plants.
We've also had those several frosts before we even got to this. I know,
Without
for me,
question.
in my garden, I got out and covered things in late October because I
Exactly.
wanted to avoid the frost, which also is deadly for them.
Well, exactly. And you know what? They do frost treating. That's when you spray things with water. Really common with strawberries, but you can do it with a lot of different things. Frost is exothermic, so that means it cools itself. So basically the way it works is you spray things down with water. That water freezes. The ice wants to cool itself, so it releases heat into those plants in order to keep that coolness on the outside. Well, that only works sub 28.
Right.
We've had temperatures significantly below
Yes,
that.
we
So those
have.
frost blankets, things of that nature, are really your best course of action for those. All right, let's talk about what's happening right now. 31 Triple Doppler. It's one large system that we're seeing in our neck of the woods. 10:02 on your Friday, and we're seeing a whole lot of snow north of the Tennessee River, starting to see a whole lot of sleet. I've gotten reports of that one as far north as Decatur. We're kind of seeing it all over the place. We're going to end up with more sleet, going to end up with more rain before too long, seeing just some good old-fashioned rain for most of Franklin County, most of Winston as well, and stretching towards Birmingham. Of course, right on cue, this is that mixing in that we were talking about. 31 Alert Day, of course, is in effect today. We're getting it all. We're getting snow, sleet, freezing rain, regular rain. The only thing we're not getting is wind, and trust me, that's a win with temperatures like these. But other than that, we have pretty much everything in store. This 31 Alert Day in effect for us until 9 o'clock this evening, because we're keeping precipitation, winter precipitation, through 9 o'clock this evening. The WAAY 31 Skycam Network, powered by Thompson Roofing and Construction. Fantastic views. You guys are sending in so many wonderful pictures. I'm loving them. Thank you. Looking really nice. The thing I am most encouraged by, we're starting to see the roads again. I'm not sure if it's paving. I'm not sure if it's traction from the cars. Depending on your area, it could be one of those. However, for a long time there was just a blanket of snow over the Tennessee Valley. Now, this is not me telling you it's safe to go outside. I am telling you that your county EMAs, your county workers, they're doing what they can to make the roads get better for you. Many of them still, particularly in rural areas. Of course, bridges and overpasses are still impassable. Right now, we do have a winter storm warning in the area. That's sticking with us through 6 o'clock on Saturday morning. Same thing as that 31 Alert Day, just re-emphasizing that point. We're going to continue to see this line of this mixture, this wintry mixture, come north farther towards the Alabama-Tennessee state line. Fast forward to lunchtime today, talking about that snow just in southern Tennessee. North of the river, we're talking sleet, and we're talking a little bit of that freezing rain. South of the river, some dry conditions for several of us west of the corridor. Southeast, we're talking about just regular rain. This is the pattern that we're going to keep. Rain to the south, that freezing rain in the mid and upper elevations through the late afternoon. As we start to cool late afternoon, we're welcoming in some more snowfall with those cooler temperatures. Those take back over as we head to this evening. At that point, though, our storm is really kind of losing its steam. It's getting out of our system, getting out of our way. Not fully gone, though, until about 9 o'clock when that 31 Alert Day expires. I've already gotten reports of 5 inches there in northern Florence, pretty close to it in Moulton. So I'm going to say we're going up to 6 inches this afternoon for our highest snowfall amounts, anywhere from 2 to 5 from Scottsboro, Huntsville, Athens, Decatur, Moulton, even over to Red Bay as well towards Russellville. That's where you're seeing that 2 to 5 inch range for snow today. Where we're seeing more of that rain, more of that sleet, that's our southeastern counties. You're going to see less than 3 inches of snow. Of course, that increase in wintry precip is going to decrease your snowfall amount. Bringing just the best news that I've had all day. Really, I truly mean this. Every time I come back to this graphic, it's accounting for less ice, and I cannot stand ice. So that is great, great news. It still looks like at the moment, Sand Mountain is getting the most of it, on the order of 2/100ths of an inch. I'm not telling you that ice is not a concern. I'm not telling you that the roads are not a concern. In fact, both of those things are opposite. What I'm telling you is ice is not our biggest concern. You will be driving in mostly snow, just a little bit of those patches of ice again, mainly far east of I-65. As we head through the rest of the day, your road conditions are going to be getting worse. We're going to increase more of that precipitation, more types of that with the sleet, and then it's all going to refreeze overnight tonight. So many folks are out and about working very hard to help some of those main roads be passable. But again, be mindful of those bridges, those overpasses, those rural areas that aren't going to see sun. Those are going to stay out of commission for a while. None of us, I don't care where you are, should be on the road after that sun sets. When everything is refreezing, anything that's on the ground is going to turn to ice. It's going to be very difficult to drive on, and I just want you to stay safe. By the time we wake up tomorrow, 28 degrees, our high temperature 35. That's not going to do much for us for melting. We'll struggle to see the sun, which means our evaporation factor will be limited. Not non-existent, but limited. Everything's going to refreeze Saturday night. I'm not expecting us to see a major jump in our road conditions until Sunday afternoon. At that point, we're staying well above freezing, which is great news. We're also keeping a whole lot of sunshine. What we will keep as well, though, refreeze each night. That means I think it's going to be a while before we're back to normal, probably the middle of the week, but we'll start to see improvements as early as Sunday afternoon.
I mean, that's so important, especially for a lot of folks who are trying to get out there and still make it to church.
Yes,
and everything. So I'm glad you said that. Thank you.
And by the way, I see an email here that we've shown a picture of the woman who put the moose in her front yard. To
Yes, I love that picture.
She is showing that she says the moose is now measuring 6 inches.
And where is she at?
South Huntsville.
South Huntsville. There you go.
There you go.
That's your neck of the woods.
She also said it's now sleeting in her area with that snow. So.
Yes, that sleet is mixing in, and it will continue to moving towards that Alabama-Tennessee line just by lunchtime within the next hour and a half.
Okay.
Move on. Shoot.
Thank you, Grace.
Thank you.
We do right now want to check in with our crew out. And actually, I think we're going to go to break right now. We're going to check in with them when we come back. It is right now about 11 minutes after 10 o'clock on this 31 Alert Day Friday, and we want to get right out to the shoals right now. Check in once again with our crews out there.
And so we want to check in with WAAY 31's Georgia Clark and Julia Miller. Hey, ladies.
Hey, Demetria. Hey, Chris. We are out here at Spring Park in Tuscumbia, and as you can see, we've got some ATVs out here. We've got a nice little family behind us making a snowman right now. And as Grace said earlier, this snow has turned into sleet and kind of rain at this point.
Yeah, it has. And it's not coming down as heavy anymore. It's just this nice soft rain. And it's making for a really fun time out here. It's such a beautiful scene out here. I mean, the trees are covered in snow. Everything, honestly, it's beautiful.
And this is some perfect snow for some snowballs. I mean, let's show the work that we've got so far.
What we got, right?
Yeah. Okay.
You ready?
Yeah.
That's a huge one.
I feel like that would hurt a little bit. Yeah. We've got a few here.
One more.
Yeah. We got some good size. This one isn't as big.
I got you.
Yeah, so we've been having fun out here making these snowballs, and you know, a lot of people have been downtown. It's kind of hard to get down to Spring Park because there is such a hill.
Right.
So all the roads are blocked off to get into Spring Park. So if you want to come down here, you have to walk from downtown.
Right. It's very, very slick out there, and we saw just before we came here that they had plowed the road through downtown. But other than that, a lot of the roads were still very slick, very snowed over. So just be really careful if you're out here today.
Yeah, but that's about it out here. We are just enjoying the snow. We've got a nice family behind us. Actually, we'll turn around and show y'all this lovely family behind us who is enjoying the snow and the winter weather. They have built a nice snowman over here that they're working on and having a very fun time. We're about to go speak with them in just a minute. They were sledding out here earlier, actually, but it has been a lovely day. But again, just a reminder, stay out of the roads if you don't have to be out, and just be careful because it is slick and very, very slippery outside.
Absolutely. I'm Julia Miller.
Yeah, we can hear y'all just fine.
Yes.
Well, that's Julia Miller. She said her name. And the other was Georgia Clark, who didn't get a chance to say her name. We can hear them just fine,
We can hear you just fine. I do have to give props to Georgia, though.
Yes.
Because she was throwing that snowball without gloves. That's tough.
But now let's talk about what was unfair.
What?
Well, I'm sorry, sweet little Julia picked up a little snowball. Georgia picked up a pile of snow.
I know.
It wasn't a fair fight.
It wasn't a level playing field at all, but yeah.
But if I'm going to get in a snowball fight, I'm getting in it with Georgia.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Well, thank you all.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much. Well, every winter we do ask you to dress in layers, but we're learning a lot of folks don't really understand how severely injured the weather can be for them if they don't follow that advice.
So we decided to take that to a state health leader who says that if you are not properly dressed for these extreme temperatures, you are putting yourself at risk for some life-threatening conditions like hypothermia. That means that you need to be in your thermal gear, heavy coats, gloves, hats, scarves. Doctors say our body, they don't respond well in the cold.
Your body first responds to being cold by shivering, and that's to make your muscles twitch to generate heat. And then after that, again, as you lose the ability to generate that heat, feeling very tired, confusion, having trouble with memory, slurred speech, drowsiness. These are all things you see in adults. In babies, you can see also just very, very drowsy, and their skin can be very, very cold.
He also says hypothermia could cause you to go into an unconscious state, resulting in death. That's why it's so important to have a warm place to go. Go to our website, WAAYTV.com. We have a list of some warming centers, and if you need a ride there, we have a list of some organizations who can take you there as well.
You know, those warming centers, they play such an important role because even, I think people often think that's a place for people who are homeless to go. But if your power goes out and you need a place to go, this is a place where anybody can go and ride out this storm in a warm place so they don't. You know, so grateful to those organizations who provide that service.
And it's so interesting too, because before I came in here, this is the conversation that I had with my family. I'm like, hey, just in case the power goes off, let's look to see where we can go as a family to stay warm. So,
I have a fireplace, and that's an advantage, but that can only heat so much.
Exactly.
And we'll go a little house on the prairie at my house before we
You do what you got to do.
We do want to talk right now more of our team coverage.
And let's go ahead and check in with WAAY 31's Paige Meyer. Hey, Paige.
Hey, Chris Demetria. Good morning again. We are back here in Athens. We are at Buc-ee's off of I-65. Now, within the last 30 minutes, this snow that was steadily coming down all day has turned to what looks like little ice crystals. Now, I'm not a meteorologist here, so I'm not going to call it hail, but it's looking a lot like ice landing in my hands. I can feel it hitting my face. It's hitting my eyes. And we're going to look down at the snow a little bit. When I'm pushing down, it's getting a little bit wetter. It's getting a little bit harder as I jump around in the snow here. And if it's getting wetter here on the grass, it's definitely getting wetter and icier on the roads. We're going to show you right now what they're looking like. You can see it getting a little bit less snowy. In the past few times that we've been showing you this is I-65 here, we haven't been able to see the roads the entire day. So that's definitely been getting clearer. Plows have been out. Sand trucks have been out. The Public Works Department here in Athens has told me that everyone's out right now. All of their sand trucks, all of their snow plows are out on these roads, getting them as clear as possible. We could see a few coming through right now, a few cars coming through driving on the roads. We can see them just a little bit clearer. Now, I will say, I'm talking to some travelers, and I've talked to one with a trailer and one that was just driving, and both of them said if you can at all avoid it, just stay home. They said that these roads are not ideal. Both of them have had experience driving in snow before, and they said that it is just not safe out there. Chris, Demetria?
And that's some good advice coming from truckers who are always out there on the roads.
They are, and they are some of the most prepared because their companies they work for make sure that they have what they need to get through these situations.
Yep.
They're also great eyes and ears, though, about those road conditions for everybody else, and good to heed their advice.
Exactly. All right, and thank you so much, Paige. Well, many people are wondering what emergency leaders are doing right now to clear those roads.
And Limestone County EMA Director Caleb King right now joining us to talk about plans there in Limestone County. So good morning to you, Caleb.
Good morning.
So what are you seeing in your area right now, Caleb?
So you've got a varying degree of different types of snow depths or whatnot, but throughout the whole county, you've got slick roads. The districts are doing everything they can to keep the roads, graded or bladed and trying to put out whatever chemicals that they can at the time. However, with the fall, a lot of it covers it up as soon as they get done. So we're just advising people, if you can and you don't have to, just stay off the roadways. If you have to get on the roadways, it's advised to use four-wheel drive.
No doubt about that. Well, so is it the snow that's actually creating now at this point this slick? I know we saw the advisory from the Limestone County EMA earlier about how bridges and overpasses are icy, impassable. But that's not uncommon for those higher elevated surfaces to ice. But the roads in general, are we seeing more of that snow turning to ice as people have driven over it, or is it just the snow itself that's making this problem?
Well, right now it's just mainly snow, but and southern limestone has just started changing over to a freezing rain or a sleet. And as the temperatures begin to drop later on today, some of that has been able to melt or it was a little bit slushy will eventually turn back towards the ice realm. And so that's where we want people to just maintain their safety and be careful and try to limit their travel as much as possible.
And now, in the last hour, we did hear a news conference with a bunch of Huntsville and Madison County leaders who are saying they are being inundated with 911 calls. They're telling people if it's only an emergency to call us. What is the situation in your area?
We haven't had any reports yet of necessarily being inundated. That's kind of a frequent thing in any type of, you can call it a disaster, whether it's tornado storms, power outages, or snow. You're going to get a higher frequency of 911 calls. That's in general, just try to keep it as an emergency. If it's not an emergency, try to locate the local lines to the police department, the non-emergency lines, or the sheriff's department, or, county fire or city fire, stuff like that.
Well, Caleb, have you had any calls this morning so far of any actual emergencies, perhaps severe car crashes or anything related to homes being damaged or people hurt that's related to the weather?
No, sir, I haven't received any so far.
And that is good news to hear.
That's great news
Wonderful
right
news.
now. Well, what is the main thing that you would like to tell people? We've been shouting here at the station, do not go if you do not have to go somewhere important, do not get on the roads. But what is the main thing that you would like to tell them or emphasize?
Just reiterate the fact of if you don't have to be on the roads, don't. It's just like any other time, you know, your responders are going to be out trying to do the work that they normally do, but there's also, as usual, going to be an increase in those types of calls. And if they're also, you know, trying to avoid cars that may have gotten stuck, or they're having to divert or use extra units to deal with people that have gotten stuck or slid off the road or had accidents, that just slows the response to other types of emergencies they may have.
And I think it's so important that you brought that up, because a lot of times we don't really think about how these first responders are putting their own lives on the line, how these tow truck drivers, these snow plows, you know, they're putting their lives on the line to help us as well. So I'm glad you said that point.
And there comes a point as this snow starts to melt at some point, all of those cars that are stranded on the road that couldn't get moved, all of a sudden as that traffic does pick up out there, those cars are going to be in the way.
Correct.
All right. Well, we thank you so much, Caleb, for joining us and talking about what's happening there in Limestone County. Again, so glad to hear that there have been no significant reports of any major emergencies they've had to deal with there.
That is wonderful to hear.
Let's get a check at 31 Triple Doppler, 1022 on your Friday. Most of us at this point are seeing some type of wintry mixture. Some of us are seeing just sleet. Some of us are seeing sleet and rain. Some of us it's freezing rain. A lot of us seeing a little bit of leftover snow, a little bit of sleet starting to head into the area. That mixture in all its forms is going to stick with us as we head through the rest of the day today. We are in that 31 alert day through 9 o'clock this evening. Far from over with that one. Still about what is that, 9.5 hours left of that one. Saturday, we're going to have everything like we just heard from EMA refreeze overnight. It doesn't matter what precipitation you're getting today. Overnight tonight, anything that is not taken off the road is going to freeze. That's going to make tomorrow a pretty difficult driving day. I'm not accounting for a lot of sun on your Saturday. I'm also accounting for temperatures barely above freezing, meaning there will be improvements, yes, but they will certainly be limited. More refreeze takes place Saturday night into Sunday. Morning's going to be a little tough to get to church. Afternoon, looking at some pretty sizable change there with those roads for the better. Up to about 6 inches of snow for the rest of us for our northwestern counties in the highest area. Now, as we start to see more of this wintry precipitation push into the area, we're going to stop keeping track of how much snow we're gaining. For the most part, we've seen that snow. We'll have more of it, nowhere near the amount we had this morning. Now it's a question of monitoring what type of precipitation do you have? What is that going to end up doing to your roads? Going to top it off about 5 inches anywhere from Franklin County to Madison to Jackson, less than 3 inches south and east where you're actually starting to see rain. Our ice accumulation numbers just continue to go down and down and down, 2/100 of an inch there sitting east in Sand Mountain. So that is good news. We're dealing mainly with snow now with that sleet that's headed our way. Those roads will continue to deteriorate as we head through the rest of the afternoon, mixing this precipitation with them, more specifically as we head later this evening once we see that refreezing factor. If I were you, I would for sure not be on the road overnight tonight when everything is refreezing. Personally, I'm going to try to get off the roads as quickly as I can, but I would definitely not be on those roads later tonight as everything is refreezing back into the forecast. Let's take a look at future radar. That mix continues to stick with us as we head towards lunchtime. Going to see that main pure snow line head towards just southern Tennessee. The rest of us north of the river are going to be seeing that sleet, freezing rain, maybe a little bit of snow left in their mixture. Farther south, it's going to be a little bit of that wintry mix with just regular leftover rain. We're going to see that become more sporadic as well. It's not going to be quite as dense coverage of what we had this morning. That will stick with us though, on again, off again through the late afternoon. Then here comes just that little bit of snow. But notice how much lighter this coverage is, how it's spotty as well. That's what we're seeing later this evening. That's why I'm not expecting any major snow totals to be added to the forecast as we head towards dinner time. This all gets out of our way just around bedtime tonight. This system, this winter storm warning, stretching just about 1,000 miles, making its way from Texas, Oklahoma, all the way to the Atlantic Ocean there, north of the Carolinas and stretching into Virginia. So we are just one very small piece of a very large system, and that's going to continue with us.
Welcome back, everybody. A Colbert County TVA plant may now be playing a critical role in making sure North Alabamians have electricity during this winter weather outbreak. The TVA has pumped about $400 million into that small natural gas plant. TVA leaders say they fire that plant up when bigger plants are struggling to produce enough electricity to meet the demand, and say there's a good chance during this particular winter weather outbreak they will have to fire it up if they haven't already.
We're not running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, but we are prepared to start and be online in less than 17 minutes in response to a peak demand, which could happen at any time of the day, especially in cold weather.
Several drills over the past year based on lessons it learned from last January's winter weather outbreak.
Huntsville Utilities wants to assure that everyone that its power grid can handle this winter weather. It says the department started preparing for an event like this following last year's snow and ice storm.
We will be ready for action. And if you have trouble with your power, please call, use our website. Those resources are available for you. We will keep our website updated so you are aware of outages.
Kelly also says Huntsville Utilities will not turn off anyone's power if they're late on a payment during this time. And ambulance services across the Tennessee Valley say they are ready to respond to any emergencies this weekend.
But they do warn those snowy roads will affect how long it takes them to get to you if you need help. They say ambulances are stocked, first responders on the clock as we speak, but where you live plays a factor in their response times.
Yes, there are some places that it's going to take an extended time, especially with the mountain range and you know, the road conditions to their residence or their site of the injury or accident. Sometimes we have to use special vehicles, you know, a side-by-side ATV type vehicles.
And we can't stress this enough. We have said this, and we've heard others throughout this newscast today say this. But I'm going to say it again. If you don't have to get out on those roads, don't. Well, we want to return now to some of our team coverage of our crews stationed across North Alabama right now.
So let's check in with WAAY 31's Maddie McCaffrey and Paige Meyer, who are in Limestone County. Hey, ladies.
I-65 in Athens, and we've been out here all morning. The snow has been coming down all day, but it's just turned into a little bit of ice is what it feels like.
It feels like frozen ice.
Yeah.
It's not snow, but
we're thinking hail, but we're not meteorologists here, so we're thinking this is hail, but
yes.
It's hurting a little bit, hitting our faces, and it's getting a little bit more icy on the roads. The slush in the parking lot here at Buc-ee's is getting a little bit more difficult to move around, so we're assuming that it's going to be that much more slick on the roads. And I'm looking here at Maddie. It's gotten a little bit more cold too. I can see you shivering.
It's freezing. I'm shivering. I'm not used to this weather like she is. She's from Michigan. I'm just a Georgia girl, so I am shivering. We're soaking wet because this is kind of like frozen rain that's coming down right now. And as Paige was saying, it is slick out there. The parking lots, if you're walking on sidewalks or pavements right now, you got to be very careful. I almost slipped myself. It's just very slick out there.
Yeah, and these roads, we talked a little bit about them. We've been mentioning them all day. They look right now a little bit more paved, a little bit more plowed. Snowplows have been coming through. We've been seeing them getting the snow a little bit more off the roadways. The sand trucks have been coming through as well. The cars are still taking it as slow as possible, but we've been talking to travelers all day today, and everybody's just saying stay off the roads if you can.
Stay off the roads is what they're saying. They're saying if you don't have to be anywhere, just don't go anywhere. Stay cozy at home. That's probably your best bet right now.
Stay cozy at home, and if you need to entertain yourselves, we've been staying busy. We've been making snowballs. We've been going at each other, making snowmen. There's a way to entertain yourselves outside.
We want to ask y'all, should we make snow angels next? I don't know if we want to take that risk getting that wet, but we'll see.
We'll do it for you guys if you guys want to.
Yes.
So for now, reporting in Athens, Chris Demetria.
Sorry to me, Georgia Clark has already beat you guys to the Snow Angel. That would be repeating. You got to step up the game for something bigger.
I was going to say, instead of, we need to see who's going to be better. I think this might need to turn into a competition.
Yes.
We're going to see. They're on the shoals. We're here in Athens. So maybe, but depending on what snow is like here and there, we might be able to get a better snow angel out here.
Ours might be softer snow, so.
I love that.
Soft as angel wings.
Well, thank you, ladies, so much. Go and get inside and get warm.
Now, WAAY 31 Storm Tracker Meteorologist Grace Anello with 31 Triple Doppler.
Are we surprised at all by any of the snow? Are they kind of hitting exactly where we thought they would, these snow totals that are coming in across North Alabama?
They are. They're sitting pretty close to what we predicted. You know, we talked about up to 6 inches. We've seen on the northern end of 5, nearing that 6 in our far northwestern counties, close to 5 inches towards the Huntsville metro and that band from Jackson County to Franklin. That's held true. Lower amounts sub 3 south and east. That's held true. We talked about this mixing, this sleet coming in just about 10 o'clock in the morning. That has held true.
You all are on it.
I'm pretty glad we haven't had any surprises. It was a lot of work to get to this place. So if we had this thing throw us for a left turn, I was going to be irritated.
You, Jeff, Amber, we got the best in the business. I'm not surprised that we're right on the money. I'm happy that we are.
This is the kind of event where our team works together every step of the way. So we each forecast independently. That way there's not a bias one way or another. But then we compare our notes and create a streamline. Our team has the benefit of almost never disagreeing. And so that really helps us out too. But absolutely a team effort, has been from the beginning. Anchors, reporters, producers, everybody here. And that's the way it's going to continue to be as well.
Okay. We're a great team. Love it.
We sure are. No place I'd rather be. All right, take a look right now at what we're seeing. 10:33 on your Friday. Seeing a little bit of snow left over in our northern counties. A lot of us starting to see that sleet mixture. That's what Paige and Maddie, if y'all are still listening, that's what you were seeing. You were seeing sleet. All right. We're also starting to see just a little bit of rain stretch into the Tennessee Valley. So that mixture is coming into the area for us. Some of us are seeing snow sleet. Some of us are seeing sleet and a little bit of just leftover rain. That's going to hang around as we head through the rest of the morning. Of course, our 31 alert day not going anywhere. As long as there is that precipitation that could impact your road travel on the ground, as long as that's falling from the sky, our 31 alert day is going to be in place. That will expire around 9 o'clock this evening. So we're not going anywhere. The WAAY 31 Skycam network, powered by Thompson Roofing and Construction, showing some views looking a little better on the roads. Now, I want to be very, very careful when I say that to you. We have a lot of crews that are working very hard to make main roads passable. There are many, many more rural roads, bridges, areas that have not yet have been able to get to that have been deemed impassable. So most of what we're seeing here through Muscle Shoals, 565, the bridge in Decatur, those are looking okay, very highly traveled roads. More rural areas, your driveway, places in your neighborhood like that, not exactly safe to drive on right now. Many of us talking on the order of 5 inches of snow today that you would be driving on. So we do have that winter storm warning still in effect. Again, that's not going to expire till that 31 alert day does much later tonight after all this precipitation is gone. This mixture of sleet, freezing rain, mostly sleet, and snow is going to stick with us as we head through lunchtime and even beyond. In fact, we're going to see that line creep farther north. The only ones of us before long who will be seeing true snow is going to be southern Tennessee. North of the river, we're talking about that sleet and snow mix. South of the river, we're talking about a little bit of snow, a little bit of rain, a little bit of sleet, a little bit of rain in those far southern counties. We also watch this coverage get significantly more spotty. It's not as dense as what we saw in the morning, and then we kind of keep that pattern on again, off again throughout the day. We're going to see snow return later this evening when we get back to that colder weather. It's short-lived, only there for a couple of hours and then out of our way by just after bedtime. It's also much more spotty at that point. What we're seeing is not as heavy snowfall, nor is it covering quite as many of us. So for the most part, the snow you've already seen, up to 3 inches in the south, up to 5 in our middle areas, in our middle counties, up to 6 inches in our far northwestern counties, that's all you're going to get. Now the name of the game is exactly what are you seeing? Is it sleet, freezing rain, or is it still a little bit of that snow? And what is that going to do to your roads? Well, our ice accumulation is not looking quite as daunting, talking about just several hundredths of an inch of ice. However, now what we have to start thinking about is a couple of different factors. We're getting towards that heat of the day. I know some folks are driving, a lot of you have to, and so you are out there on the roads driving, that's packing down the snow. Now we're mixing in some sleet with this system. When we get to the later hours and this all starts to refreeze, that is going to be a mess to try and travel through. At this point, some of us can get a little bit of traction in the snow. Once that all refreezes overnight after being melted and packed down, that's going to be a very different story. So absolutely have you in the red this evening. I don't want you traveling after we say goodbye to that sun, hello to that moonlight and those freezing temperatures. Of course, we're getting down to 28 degrees tonight, so well below the freezing mark. We'll get just above freezing Saturday afternoon. 35 degrees, yes, it's going to lead to some melting. It's going to be minimal. The other thing I'm really noticing, and in fact I care about even a little bit more, is the lack of sunshine. Talking about mostly cloudy skies tomorrow, that means that anything that does melt, it's going to be very slow to evaporate, meaning it will refreeze when we head to Saturday night into Sunday. Your commute to church on Sunday, not looking great as it stands right now. If you're traveling on those main roads that have been plowed, that may be one thing. However, a little more rural or getting out of your neighborhood, that could pose a significant issue Sunday morning. Sunday afternoon looks like we've got a whole lot better weather, much warmer, much more sunshine. I do expect to see some great improvements. The big question is, are we all going to work on Monday morning? Well, the answer is yes for most. Demetria said no. The answer is going to be yes for many of us. Here's what I'm going to tell you. You have to use your discretion on this one. It's going to be dicey. The roads will not be back to normal on Monday. You need to know your town. You need to know the area you live in, those roads, and that's something that you're going to have to monitor. So for some of you, the answer is yes. For some of you, the answer is no. I'm thinking it's going to be midweek before we get back to truly normal roads all across the Tennessee Valley. And okay, I'm coming over here. We've been changing.
I didn't know
it
what
up.
was happening.
I don't know either. I was like, are we tossing a break? Are we doing traffic? Where are we? But I'm going to come hang out with you guys.
Hey.
So good to see you. Thank you for what you're doing for the people of North Alabama.
No, thank you for what you're doing. You've been doing. She's been doing it since 4:30 this morning.
All right. So if
no breaks.
No.
Kudos.
It's team effort. Anyways.
Well, you both. I joined you both at 5, so you guys were going at 4:30.
Yeah, you were taking a break.
Chris is slacking,
I
is
know.
what we
He
just
just said
heard.
that.
Well, okay.
Just
okay.
kidding.
Maybe a little bit.
He's not even a little bit. We'll keep it right here. We'll be right back.
And you are looking live right now from the WAAY 31 Storm Tracker, moving about in Madison County. When we come back, we get a live update on those road conditions. Welcome back, everybody. We right now want to get an update on those road conditions around Madison County.
So we are going to check in with WAAY 31 sports reporter Trevor Denton. He is in our WAAY 31 storm tracker after a little pit stop at Waffle House, and I am looking at the camera. I don't see my food anywhere, Trevor.
Well, I've heard they've got some nice meals for you back at the studio. We had to take care of ourselves out here in the field. But Grace was just talking about conditions on the highway, so let's go ahead and show you conditions on the highway. This is a live look right now of 565. We just passed the rocket. Let's see if we could get it. Yeah, there it is. It almost kind of blends in with this white overcast forecast right now. But a lot of things to note right now. Number one, it's kind of turning into more of a rain right now. We're not seeing that solid snow coming down. That's creating more of a sludge. You can probably see it right ahead of us. Yeah, that car, that water coming up. And, you know, it might sound better than an icy glaze, but there are still things you want to keep an eye out with when it comes to that sludge. You're not going to get a lot of traction. You could slip around, so we've been taking it very, very slow here. You could see the road has been paved, has been plowed, rather. We've seen a bunch of plow trucks coming through here. So like Grace was mentioning, this road definitely passable, but that doesn't mean you want to be gunning it at 75 miles per hour right now. You could see everybody around us, even that car that just passed us, going pretty slow. I think max right now is going 32 miles per hour, so that car not going too much faster. So kind of weird to see, right? I mean, it's 10:45 in the morning right now. Normally 565 might be packed with traffic right now, people going to work, people doing different things. Right now I see 3 different cars, us and 2 cars ahead of us, so almost kind of surreal to see the interstate this empty right now. We're right now right at that intersection where you can get off and go to Research Park. So that gives you an idea of what we're seeing on the highway. Once again, has been plowed. It has been cleared to an extent, but I was just talking to Max. He said it's not been fun to drive. So even though it's clear, definitely not that fun of an experience. But that kind of gives you an idea here of what we're looking at here on the freeway.
Well, I must say those roads do visually look better than they did earlier. I mean, a little earlier they were as smothered and covered as your Waffle House hash browns.
I can't with you.
I thought it was pretty good. He didn't respond
He
either.
didn't say anything, so I don't know if he liked it.
In any case.
Well, we do know that law enforcement agencies across the Tennessee Valley now reminding you to pay attention to those signs and barricades on the road.
They do say if you drive around one of those barricades blocking an impassable stretch of road, you are not just putting your life in danger, you're making it more dangerous for first responders who'll have to rescue you if you get in a wreck.
Should it come to the inevitable that we have to close roads, they're barricaded for a reason. Please stay off that road. If you choose to go around it, you can receive a citation. And unfortunately, if you have a wreck on a closed road, we're not going to work that wreck. We'll come check on you and make sure you're okay. But as far as working the wreck, you shouldn't have been on that road to begin with.
And some insurance companies say they may deny your claim if your wreck happens on a closed road. Well, every winter we tell people, dress in layers, but we're learning some folks don't realize just how dangerous it is when you don't follow that advice.
So we spoke with a state health leader who says if you are not properly dressed for these extreme temperatures, you're putting yourself at risk for life-threatening conditions like hypothermia. So that means you need to be in your thermal gear, heavy coats, gloves, hats, scarves. Doctors say our body does not respond well in the cold.
Your body first responds to being cold by shivering, and that's to make your muscles twitch to generate heat. And then after that, again, as you lose the ability to generate that heat, feeling very tired, confusion, having trouble with memory, slurred speech, drowsiness. These are all things you see in adults. In babies, you can see also just very, very drowsy, and their skin can be very, very cold.
He also says hypothermia could cause you to go into an unconscious state, resulting in death. That's why it's so important to have a warm place to go these next few days. And if you head to our website, WAAYTV.com, we have a list of some warming centers across the area. The time is now 10:47. You are looking live now at Gunnersville. After the break, we are giving you continuing coverage of this winter weather.
Now, your WAAY 31 Storm Tracker forecast.
All right, everybody, 10:49 on your Friday morning. Let's get a look at that 31 triple Doppler. For the most part, we're starting to see that wintry mix right here at Montesano in Huntsville, Madison County. We're starting to see almost more rain than anything else. Some of us could still be seeing some snow sitting just north of the Tennessee border. We could be seeing just a touch of sleet. A lot of what we're hearing from around the area, though, is we're seeing rain. Some very, very cold rain, but rain. We're even seeing a little bit of clearing off to our west. If you're in Franklin County, portions of Colbert and Winston County, you're actually not seeing a thing right now. Nothing falling from the sky for your neck of the woods. That is a lull. We will have more precipitation come back into the region. At this point, most of it's going to maintain that wintry mix, whether that just be a little bit of snow for those very far northern counties, potentially a little bit of sleet, or that rain that we're seeing right now. Our 31 alert day does continue, and so does our commitment to you. All right, we're going to be keeping that freezing rain, just that regular rain with us as we head through the rest of this afternoon and evening. 31 alert day in effect through 9 o'clock tonight. The WAAY 31 Skycam network, powered by Thompson Roofing and Construction, looks a lot calmer. Every time we've checked in, we've been seeing these large clustered snowflakes that are just perfect for making a snowball, perfect for making a snowman, just falling from the sky just constantly. Now we're not so much seeing that. We're dealing with what's already on the ground. We are going to have more precip, but it's not to the level that what we had this morning. Things are starting to calm down for us. Roads depends on where you live. Some of them are looking okay, that have been paved, that have been treated. Others in the more rural areas, your driveway, if you live in a neighborhood, getting out of that neighborhood, some of those have even been deemed impassable, more than just a handful. Well, this is what we predicted, up to 6 inches of snow to our north and west, up to 5 for most of us here right in that middle range. And here's what we've seen, pretty much exactly that amount. We'll be back and more to talk about this. I'll have more time here in a couple of minutes. Keep it right here. We've got so much more for you. Coverage you can count on coming up right after the break.
Welcome back. The time is now 10:53, and ambulance services all across the Tennessee Valley say they are ready to respond to emergencies this weekend.
But they do warn those snowy roads could make it take longer to get help to you. Now, they say ambulances are stocked. They've got first responders on the clock as we speak, but they say where you live has a big effect on how quickly they can get to you. And we'll be right back.
Now, your WAAY 31 Storm Tracker forecast.
All right, everybody, let's get you a check of 31 Triple Doppler. At this point, seeing really solid wintry mix. Very few of us are still seeing snow exclusively. Those counties are sitting in our southern Tennessee area. A lot of us seeing a little bit of sleet. Most of us seeing just regular old rain. Now, it's very cold. It is not freezing rain. It has to be below freezing for it to be freezing rain. So that is just what we're seeing. That's stretching east throughout the area. Still in a 31 alert day today, ahead of all this precipitation sticking around, impacting travel conditions, particularly today and tomorrow. Now, tomorrow we're still talking about refreeze overnight tonight, so a dangerous morning. Very little melt coming tomorrow afternoon. That means more refreeze Sunday. By the time we get to Sunday morning, going to be tough to get to church. Sunday afternoon, we're going to see some pretty good improvement. Here's a look at what we saw. Florence, 6.5 inches of snow. Killen, 5 inches, up to 4 inches in Russellville. Hartselle, 3.8, and in Athens, you saw 3 inches. So a good bit of a coating across the Tennessee Valley. Those roads are going to get worse as we head later into this evening. As we get colder, everything that is there, regardless of what it fell as, snow, freezing rain, sleet, regular rain, it's all going to refreeze back together overnight tonight. We continue to see this mix of freezing rain, of sleet and a little bit of snow, a little bit of regular rain. Stick around. That stretches towards the Alabama-Tennessee state line. Some light rain sticks with us through the afternoon. We'll see more snow come a little bit later on today. At that point, though, very spotty, very light coverage, not adding too much to that accumulation. This system, we're just a very small part of it, stretching all the way to the Atlantic. As we head through the rest of the day today, temperatures are sitting just barely above that freezing mark, and that's where we'll be this afternoon before we return to those sub-freezing temperatures when we go back to having snow in the forecast.
All right. Well, make sure you stay with us. Thank you so much, Grace, because we have more of this tracking the winter storm coverage when we return.
Coverage you can count on. This is WAAY 31 News, midday.
And our team coverage continues right now at midday. We have crews stationed across North Alabama. WAAY 31 reporters Georgia Clark and Julia Miller out in the Shoals. WAAY 31 reporters Maddie McCaffrey and Paige Meyer in Athens.
And then here in Huntsville, WAAY 31 Sports Director Max Cohan and reporter Trevor Denton are in the WAAY 31 Storm Tracker. But first, we're going to go ahead and get a check of that forecast with WAAY 31 Storm Tracker morning meteorologist Grace Anello.
Chris Demetria, thanks so much. A lot happening here in the Tennessee Valley. Take a look. 31 triple Doppler active, messy at the moment. At this point, very few of us are seeing exclusively snow. Those areas sitting in very, very far southern Tennessee counties, the northern edge of even those counties. Many of us are seeing just rain. A few of us could be seeing some sleet. However, for most, it's just that very cold rain. Not freezing rain, but that's what's in the mix. Our 31 alert day does continue in the Tennessee Valley. All modes of that winter precipitation are possible. Right now we're in that rain region. As we start to cool a little bit later this evening, we'll go back to when we could be seeing some of that snow. We're keeping this in effect until 9 o'clock this evening because that's when all this wintry precipitation is going to get out of our way. As long as there's something that could be impacting your day, making your travel more difficult, this is right where we're going to be helping you out. Now here's what we predicted to you. Up to 6 inches of snow in the Shoals and in our southern Tennessee counties, around 2 to 5, anywhere from Franklin County to Morgan to Madison into Jackson as well. Less than 3 inches of snow southeast of there. And that's just about what we got. Several of us were tracking about 6, a little bit over there in the Colbert County and Lauderdale County as well. The rest of us sitting right about at those regions. As we head later into this afternoon, get closer and closer to that heat of the day, we're going to continue to see that wintry mix, which at the moment isn't even really so much of a mix. It's just some rain. That's going to continue to track north towards the Alabama-Tennessee state line. We could see a few pockets of sleet here and there. For the most part, it is just that rain, though. When we cool later this evening, we're going to welcome back in that snow. At that point, the coverage so much lighter. We're talking about lighter snow showers and also not as dense. This morning, all of us were seeing it was blanketing the Tennessee Valley. Later this afternoon, going to be very, very hit or miss for us. That does stick around through this evening. Those road conditions are, of course, worsening. We have so many that are working so hard to try and fix the main roads they can get to plow them. They pre-treated those roads. However, if you don't absolutely have to be outside, I'm going to recommend that you're not, particularly this evening. Once we get to the overnight hours, it's not going to matter what fell today, whether it was snow, rain, sleet, freezing rain. It's all going to refreeze into the overnight hours and into first thing tomorrow morning, and that's when I really don't want you on the road, is overnight tonight. We're a very small portion of a much larger system, about 1,000 miles in size, anywhere from eastern Texas all the way over to eastern portion of the Carolinas, heading towards the Atlantic Ocean. I'm back in just a couple minutes with the exact observed snowfall amounts we had in the Tennessee Valley today and what you can expect from the rest of your afternoon.
Well, roads across the Tennessee Valley right now considered impassable.
And local leaders are emphasizing to stay home if you can. Now, we have been keeping a very close eye on all of those road closures and conditions for you online at WAAYTV.com. This is what it looks like right now. We have it sorted by county, but you can find that complete list on our website, like I mentioned, as well as our WAAY 31 News app.
Madison County crews started rolling well before the sun came up this morning.
Yes, they did. And they say they now have 12 snow plows, 9 brine trucks, and 8 salt spreaders all in use. But do keep in mind that just because they're working to clear the roads does not mean that you need to get out there on them and drive. Make sure you just stay at home, stay safe, and be warm.
Best advice we could give. Well, it is all hands on deck across North Alabama. I want to go right now to Limestone County and check in with our crew there in Athens. WAAY 31's Maddie McCaffrey joining us live right now. Hey, Maddie, what are you seeing out there?
Hey, Chris Demetria. So we're here in Athens, right outside Buc-ee's on I-65, and right now it's sleeting. It feels like it's frozen rain. You can kind of catch the particles in your hands, but then it turns right to water. On our windshield, it looks like it's just been raining, and the snow here on the ground, it's fully sticking, obviously, but it is 5 inches thick right now. Perfect, soft, fluffy snow to build a snowman, have a snowball fight, all that kinds of fun if you can brave these freezing temperatures. And we'll talk about the roads real quick. They are not in good conditions to be driving on. They're very slushy. It's definitely hard to drive on, but we will say that there have been snowplows out here all morning long, vehicles that have been sanding the roads. And we just saw the National Guard. They just got here. The National Guard just got here, and they're going to be assisting in any way they can here in the Athens community. They're going to be helping EMS, law enforcement, public works, so that is a great asset to Limestone County. And now we did speak to a few travelers. They've been making their way from Indiana. They're going to be headed to Foley, Alabama, and they said these roads are just not good condition to drive on.
Don't go. Unless you're used to driving in the snow, it's bad out there. I saw coming across the line, I saw they had a road grader out there, and he was just throwing sparks. He wasn't really getting any snow because of the shape of the road. He wasn't doing much. You need a rubber blade on the bottom of your snowplow to really do it. No salt trucks. There's no salt trucks, sand trucks, or anything like that out there.
So as you heard, it's definitely best to stay home if you can. I'm reporting live in Athens with coverage you can count on. Maddie McCaffrey, WAAY 31 News.
Maddie, have you seen, now that it seems that some of this rain, this snow has turned to more of a rain, are you seeing more people starting to venture out at all? Or I see, in fact, I see vehicles moving right there behind you, and they look like they're moving along pretty speedily compared to what I would think they should.
Oh, yeah, I would say in the last hour or so, we've definitely seen more cars on the roads, and they're moving at a pretty good speed. Luckily, the snowplows have done a really good job at kind of clearing the roads, but it is very slushy out. I wouldn't go super fast if I were you. But yeah, we are seeing a lot more cars out here. People are pulling into Buc-ee's for sure, coming right off the interstate.
All right, well, you be safe out there, Maddie. Well, one local group is stepping up to make sure that people who have to go to work can get there safely. So WAAY 31's Georgia Clark shows us how the Quad City Wranglers are now pitching in.
We're a close-knit family. We just like to help the community any way we can.
The Quad City Wranglers Jeep Club president Tommy Britton says this is what the Jeep community is all about. And as inches of snow threaten to drop down on North Alabama over the weekend, he says they will be stepping in to help.
We're reaching out to the local hospitals and first responders and nurses, and we've created a form for them to fill out for a request form, and we are going around picking them up, taking them to the hospitals.
So far, Britton says they have had over 70 applicants, and he expects his club members to be on the road 24/7 doing rides. They've done these ride programs for years, offering up help whenever bad weather strikes, and they're happy to do it.
Nurses and doctors has got to get to take care of the patients, and so we just feel like it's the best thing we can do. You know, if they can't drive, that's what we're here to do, is help take care of everybody.
And they aren't just helping with rides either.
We're just expecting easy rides, no trouble. We have recovery gear that if we need to, help somebody get unstuck, we're capable of doing that. And, just whatever the community needs, we're there to help.
If you do need help getting unstuck and can't find a traditional tow truck, be sure to reach out to the Quad City Wranglers through Facebook. With coverage you can count on, Georgia Clark, WAAY 31 News.
And we do have a link on our website at WAAYTV.com where you can go to request a ride from the Quad Cities Wranglers. And speaking of the shoals areas, they were the first to see the flakes fall this morning.
They were. I want to go right now to WAAY 31 reporter Georgia Clark in the shoals to talk about what she's seeing and what the changes might be now from the last time we spoke to her.
Well, we wanted to get back on the road and give y'all a look at the roads so far. And honestly, the main roads in the Tuscumbia, Muscle Shoals area and even in Florence have been cleared pretty well. Now that's saying the main roads. There are still plenty of side roads that are very slick. And again, even though the snowplows have been through this area quite regularly, just be aware these roads are still very slippery. So if you're out on the roads today, just be careful. These are still considered impassable roads in Franklin, Lauderdale, Colbert, and Lawrence County. So just be sure if you're out on the roads today, just be careful. But with that said, we have seen some families at a park recently. We were at Spring Park earlier when we had our little snowball fight, and we went and spoke to some of the families out there who were outside having a good time, and here's what they have to say.
These are family memories. I remember growing up as a kid, we would come here and do this, and so it's great to bring my family back to be able to do these same things.
Now, they were certainly having a very good time out there and enjoying that family time. And we are headed out to a different park right now to go talk to some more families, and we'll bring y'all an update in a little while. But for now, I'm Georgia Clark with WAAY 31 News and coverage you can count on.
All right, Georgia, thank you so much. And WAAY 31 is proud to provide you this coverage that you can count on all day long. We're making sure that you stay safe and you're kept informed with this continued coverage of this winter weather.
And also make sure you don't miss a thing. Scan that QR code on your screen right now. That will help you quickly download our WAAY 31 Storm Tracker weather app. App is good for Apple and Android users. It is an ideal tool to have in the palm of your hand, especially on a day like today.
And make sure you stay with us as we continue to monitor those road conditions out in the shoals. We're going to have a live report.
Plus, I'm tracking everything you need to know on 31 Triple Doppler. Our transition from snow to a wintry mix to rain. What does that mean for you this afternoon, this weekend, and for the days ahead? Don't worry, got you covered. We're going to talk about all of it coming right up.
Coverage you can count on. You're watching WAAY 31 News, midday.
Welcome back. The time is now 11:13. Look at this cool shot right there. So this is a look at what it's like over at Toyota Field as our WAAY 31 Storm Tracker is parked right outside of it. Oh, that is a beautiful sight to see right there.
It is indeed. And of course, we want to give you something else to look at to warm your bones now. For those of you who are not fans of this winter weather.
Okay, so this is a live look from the southernmost point in the U.S., Key West, Florida. We're going to take a look at that. Oh, okay, I'm jealous now. So the high there, get this, 72 degrees today. Shorts,
That could be
tops.
pleasant for sure.
I wish I were there right now. Eating some key lime pie.
Ooh.
Soaking up the sun.
Drinking a
They
strawberry.
said, okay, that's enough, guys.
Strawberry daiquiri. Well, in any case, still ahead, we got the latest in those deadly wildfires out there in California that have claimed nearly a dozen lives. Stay with us for the very latest on that.
Welcome back. The time is now 11:17, and I do want to give you a quick update on these deadly wildfires that's spreading across Southern California. We just got our hands on some brand new video of those fires. So far, it's killed 10 people and forced nearly 400,000 people to either evacuate or prepare to evacuate. Well, so far, more than 10,000 homes and businesses have been destroyed. Right now, we know both the Eden and Palisades are the largest of those fires. Emergency leaders estimate those fires will cost about $57 billion in damages.
No question, looking at those images, what we're dealing with here pales in comparison to the heartache and heartbreak those folks are feeling out there in California. Our thoughts are with them. Animal welfare advocates right now reminding pet owners, make sure your critters have a warm, safe place to ride out this snow and cold. If you can, of course, bring those pets inside. If you can't, though, at least make sure they have sturdy, warm shelter with dry bedding outside. Also make sure they have plenty of food. Check their water often to make sure it's not frozen. And we can talk about plants, but by now I'm guessing if you don't already have those plants covered or protected somehow, chances are you've lost them. There may be some exceptions, but not a lot. Well, roads are a big concern today as this winter storm bears down on our area. We have our reporters, a team of them, posted across North Alabama, monitoring those conditions for us.
And sports reporter Trevor Denton is in the WAAY 31 storm tracker. And Trevor, we know that snow is coming down. Well, actually now it's sort of like a rain that's coming down in the area. Are you still over there in Madison by Toyota Field? Because if so, what do you see?
Yes, we are. You know, we're sports reporters, so of course we got to find the sports venues to go and look at. We gave you a look at Louis Cruz Stadium earlier. Well, now we're taking a look over at Toyota Field, and you could see it is just totally covered, and you can see that pole right there. That gives you an idea of kind of the amount of snow that's fallen down, and that's right there in the outfield. You can see the seats are all covered out there, and then get an entire view of the parking lot, what we're looking at right now. I went out there and walked around a little bit. I felt like I was in the Rebel Alliance on Hoth. It's that much snow out there. Look at that, just so much of it. And yes, it is kind of more of a little bit more of a rain, definitely more liquid falling down than solid right now, but you still got to be careful on those roads. It creates this kind of weird sludge and you kind of slide around a little bit. We managed to make it all the way from downtown Huntsville to here on 565, but definitely take it slow. It has been plowed, so a lot of it has been cleared out, but definitely take those roads slow. You don't want to be going too quickly on that because, like I said, that sludge can create some issues for you. But yeah, there's a look at Toyota Field, the outfield right there. Let's see what else we can maybe see. You can see the Christmas lights that were up from when they had the lights up there in the background. Now this entire area just covered in snow. So that's what we're looking at right now from Toyota Field over here in Madison.
Well, it's worth asking. I don't see a lot of people out there on the roads where you are. It looks like people are heeding the warning for the most part right now.
And you gotta love that. Oh, look at that family out there.
Oh,
they're about to go sledding. I see their sled right there. They are enjoying this weather. That's what I love about this.
Trevor, but be careful you didn't get hit by a snowball from behind by somebody.
Those kids may have an arm, too.
Telling you what, you never know.
Now, WAAY 31 Storm Tracker Meteorologist Grace Anello with 31 Triple Doppler.
Well, before we get to the forecast, I did want to say we just got an alert from Huntsville Police that we know that Bankhead Parkway, remains closed. Cecil Ashburn Drive and Green Mountain Road, those have since been reopened. So just want to make sure that you are aware of that.
That is good news to hear.
That is great news, especially Cecil Ashburn. I'm going to be honest with you, I did not see that one coming.
Well, and I would suspect Bankhead, because it's so shady, that I would suspect that one's going to be closed for a while. It's just, and it's so curvy and windy. It's just so risky.
Yes.
But Cecil Ashburn, I'm glad that they're able to reopen that. Green Mountain, they had said yesterday, county leaders had put some equipment up there to get a head start on the problem. So maybe that's helped them get on top of that and get that reopened.
Exactly. I would agree. I think county, city leaders doing an outstanding job today.
Yes, they are.
And in the days leading up to today. And I really do mean that. All right, take a look right now at what we're seeing. 31 Triple Doppler putting in some work this morning and this afternoon. Just a handful of us are seeing some snow that's very far to our north in southern Tennessee. The vast majority of us looking at sleet and a little bit of rain. A lot of us looking looking at just rain in the Tennessee Valley, included in that much of Huntsville. This is what this afternoon is going to look like, this mixture where you don't really know what you're getting at any given point, and even if you did, you walk outside 20 minutes later and it's something different. That's how it's going to stick around as we head into this afternoon. By later this evening, we're going to go back to some more snow. Our 31 alert day does continue through 9 o'clock on your Friday night. A long day ahead of us. We are still not done with it, but the worst of it is out of our way. The heaviest of that snow accumulation, that is now in the past. Our winter storm warning does continue as we head into this afternoon, even through 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. That's the same as that 31 alert day, just re-emphasizing that point. Take a look at some of our roads across the region in Muscle Shoals, even in Huntsville on 565 there outside the Space and Rocket Center, and including the River Bridge in Decatur, starting to see those roads. So here's what I want to tell you right now. We are talking about mostly snow. For some people, snow is drivable. Please understand the amount of snow that we're talking about, 3 to up to 6 inches. That's a great deal of it. And then you really got to think about where you live. If you live somewhere that has been pre-treated, that has been paved, maybe your roads are slightly more passable. If you're in a little more rural area, if you've got to take a secluded road to get out of your driveway, out of your neighborhood, your roads are very impassable. Bridges, overpasses deemed unpassable. So all in all, my advice to you today is don't sweat it if you don't have to. If you have to get out, I don't want you to freak out, but if you don't need to, my advice to you today is going to be to stay home. Let's talk about how we fared from this morning's snow. Now that significant snowfall is the thing of the past, let's talk about exactly what happened. We forecasted less than 3 inches of snow to our south and east, 2 to 5 inches anywhere from Franklin County all the way over to Madison, over to Jackson County, 3 to 6 inches there in Lauderdale and in southern Tennessee. So how did we fare? Pretty close to that one. I'm going to be honest with you. Florence, 6.5 inches. Town Madison, 3 to 5, right within that 3 and 5 mile an hour range. 5 inches in Killen, 4 inches in Russellville, 3.8 inches in Hartselle. So we saw a great deal of snow in the Tennessee Valley, most of those within the parameters that we spoke about for the last several days of this week. Take a look. Our temperatures really staying cold. We're feeling pretty chilly even as we head into this afternoon. Many of us feeling like those upper 20s. That's going to continue allow this wintry mix to take place in the Tennessee Valley. That takes over this afternoon. A few pockets of snow do return as we head later into this evening. At that point, very light snow falling, very isolated coverage, so not going to add a whole lot more to that total snow depth. And then here we have it. Let's talk about it. Overnight tonight, anything that's on the ground, no matter how it fell, whether it was sleet, rain, freezing rain, it doesn't matter, snow. Overnight tonight, it's going to refreeze. Our high temperature tomorrow just barely above freezing. A small amount of melting could take place, but we're barely going to see the sun. That means very little of it's actually going to be evaporated. It will refreeze into first thing Sunday morning. Your Sunday morning church commute is looking less than ideal. By Sunday afternoon, we start to see a whole lot better weather for us as it pertains to those roads. Much warmer there, sitting in the mid 40s. A whole lot of sunshine. Refreeze overnight, that's going to be an issue each morning. I'm not expecting us to get back to normal until about the middle of the week.
That's a long time to be normal, but at least it sounds like these roads with this now change terrain is lightening up the situation for maybe folks who were, for example, having to go to work today, being able to get home and that sort of thing.
And think about too, I mean, normal is normal, dry, nothing.
Right.
Some of us saw 6 inches of snow.
Yeah.
So
Right.
we're going to see great improvements each day, but we've got a lot of snow to pack through
Yes,
before
we
we
do.
can get back to nothing. It's not that we won't see improvement. We will. It's just still going to take a while.
After what we lived through last year this time, this is
Please.
something to be grateful
This is
for
like
and not
kindergarten.
complain
Yeah,
about.
I'm telling you.
Thank you, Grace.
And be sure to stick with us because after the break, we're about to take a look at snow pictures sent in from all across the Tennessee Valley by you. Welcome back, everybody. Well, as we track that winter weather, we could not do it without you. And we are so grateful that you're helping us tell the story of what's happening right now across North Alabama with your pictures and the videos you have been sending us all morning long from all across the Tennessee Valley.
So I want you to check out one of my favorite pictures. This is the moose. So this is before and after. Just look at how that moose is completely covered with snow. This is from our friend Cynthia Kennedy.
Cynthia would be a pretty
I know.
name too.
I just made up that name. She's over in South Huntsville, so we want to thank her so much for sending that over to us. And that's actually a 12-hour difference from those two photos.
I don't think that moose is happy in that second picture.
He's like, what in the world?
Let's look also at some of the pictures on our slideshow we have now created on our website, WAAYTV.com, made up, again, of all these pictures you have sent us from across the Tennessee Valley. If you take some more pictures, we'd love to see them. Send them to us at our website, WAAYTV.com. Just upload them there. Of course, we also want to be see pictures of the snow itself, how it's affecting and covering your cars, your family outside playing in it, your pets outside playing in it, you outside playing in it. Just be safe when you take them.
That's all that we ask. Well, now it's time to take a look at another photo really quickly because who is that?
My girl, that's River. That was apparently when she first went out for the first time this morning thinking, what the heck happened to my backyard overnight? Because that is her domain.
But does she enjoy snow?
No. She doesn't know what to make of it because she hasn't seen a whole lot of it.
Right.
But you know, she clearly is exploring, and she does that quite well.
Go River.
She's a cutie pie.
All right, everybody, 31 Triple Doppler showing a lot. Very few of us seeing just snow. Most of us seeing a wintry mix. A whole lot of us to our south seeing just good old-fashioned rain. I'm going to walk you through what you can expect for the rest of this afternoon, what this is going to do to the roads, and what it means for your weekend. All that and more coming up.
Coverage you can count on. You're watching WAAY 31 News, midday.
Radar to the roads. WAAY 31 has live team coverage as that snow blankets now all of North Alabama.
And the Tennessee Valley right now under a winter storm warning and state of emergency.
We will be supporting the community and local PD, fire department, Alabama Department of Transportation as requested.
We left early this morning. We were going to try to beat the snow, but we didn't quite make it. It got a little worse than what we anticipated.
And state and local leaders working around the clock to make sure everyone is safe. Then Alabama National Guard strategically placed to assist communities. Road crews already hard at work since before the sun came up.
Our live team coverage spans from the Shoals to Sand Mountain and every point in between. We have been on air since 4:30 this morning. We will stay on air with you into the night, keeping you and your family informed, giving you all the information you need to keep all of you safe. So thank you so much for joining us for WAAY 31 News Midday, this second half hour. I'm Chris Tatum.
And I'm Demetria Green. As you see behind us today, it's a 31 alert day. And our WAAY 31 Storm Tracker weather team, they have been preparing and warning us for days on end about what we are seeing today. So let's go ahead and check in with Grace.
So good to be with you today. Yes, seeing a lot on 31 Triple Doppler. We saw that snow this morning, just like we talked about. Now we're transitioning to that late morning, early afternoon rain-snow mix, that wintry mix, and it is showing its colors. We're seeing just a little bit of snow in southern Tennessee. Most of the rest of us seeing a wintry mix, a little bit of sleet, some rain. We're also seeing just some regular rain in our southwestern counties. Our system continues to move east. It's not out of our system yet, and it won't be until about bedtime tonight. As a result, our 31 alert day won't be out of our system until about bedtime tonight either. Take a look right now. The WAAY 31 Skycam network powered by Thompson Roofing and Construction. I have to give a shout out to all road crews. They are working so hard to get this cleared. We've seen in some areas up to 6 inches of snow, and they're doing all they can to work on our roads. Now, that said, this is only a select few roads throughout the Tennessee Valley. Many of them are still unpassable. Most of them are still dangerous, whether paved or unpaved. However, this is a sight for sore eyes, and thank you for what you do. We forecasted up to 6 inches of snow for our far northwestern counties, southern Tennessee, Lauderdale. Forecasted 2 to 5 from Franklin to Madison to Jackson County, sub 3 inches. That's what we forecasted for snow south and east of the Tennessee River, ahead of a whole lot of wintry mix coming to the region. And I think you're going to find that those numbers held pretty true. Again, up to 6 in Florence was the forecast. You hit 6.5. Madison County, we talked about 3 to 5 inches. You were at 3.5. Over there in Elkmont, 3 inches. In Russellville, 4. Decatur, 3.5. Athens, 3 inches. So we saw a good bit of snow in the Tennessee Valley. A whole lot of fun to be out there. It's perfect snowman building weather, and it's going to stick with us. Now, we're saying goodbye to that snowfall. We're talking more about that sleet, just that rain in the Tennessee Valley. That will return back to a little bit of snow over this evening, and as we head into bedtime tonight, then that's going to fizzle and get out of our way. I'm back in just a couple minutes with what this means for your road conditions and exactly what you can expect as we head into this weekend. I want to toss it over now to WAAY 31's Paige Meyer. Paige, you're in Limestone County. Tell us where you are, what you're seeing, and how that's changed since this morning.
Good morning, Grace. Yes, I'm at the Buc-ee's here off of I-65 in Athens, and let me just say it is the calmest it has been out here in Athens all day. I mean, for hours on end, we were getting pelted with thick, wet snow. It was getting stuck in my hair, stuck on all my clothes, and now it's turned into that wintry mix that you were speaking about a little bit, Grace. I'm getting hit with sleet here and there. It's not felt pleasant on my face, but right now it is definitely the most calm that I have seen it. The roads as well are definitely the most clear that they have been. You could still see slush. You could still kind of hear the cars. You can hear how wet those roadways are. And a lot of people who have been traveling through Athens and traveling around the city of Athens just say, if you can at all, just avoid being out on the roads. Now, one Athens resident tells me that if it wasn't for him having to visit his mother-in-law, he just simply wouldn't have been out on the roads at all.
Yeah, it's probably about 5, maybe 6 inches of snow, about 5 inches of snow on the road right now. So probably when it melts, freeze back, it's going to be harder to drive on it.
And Jerry is exactly right. I mean, these roads are slick. I'm seeing people take it extremely slow. And the city of Athens, the Public Works Department, tells me that they've still been sanding, they've been plowing. They have all of their trucks out and about right now, trying to get the roads drivable and safe for you guys to get out on. But they've been telling me, if you can avoid it, stay at home until these roads are safe. For now, reporting live in Athens with coverage you can count on, Paige Meyer, WAAY 31 News.
Well, we do right now want to turn our attention to the Shoals, where we know there has been significant snowfall in the last several hours.
So let's check in with WAAY 31's Julia Miller. Julia.
Hey guys, we are giving you a live look of Highway 20 right now in Muscle Shoals. As you can see, road conditions are so much better out here. The major roads out here have been clear, with the exception of those back roads, so stay clear of those. But as you can see, there are many cars out here. It's definitely more manageable to drive now that these roads have been cleared, and it's a little bit less of a struggle as we're seeing. But yeah, the snow has died down, really. We're just seeing some rain now, some light rain actually too. All of that snow that was earlier has now been pushed off to the side, and it's just this light rain, although that weather is still very cold out here. But we will continue to keep you updated on these conditions throughout the day, and you guys will find us at a new location coming up soon. Reporting live with coverage you can count on, Julia Miller, WAAY 31 News.
Alrighty, well, when we return, what we're seeing on future radar, what that means for your roads outside. We're going to walk through the science, exactly how it looks outside your neighborhood, and how we're going to help you plan ahead for your weekend as a result. Keep it right here. We'll be right back after the break.
Welcome back, everybody. Well, Huntsville Havoc fans, listen up. Sunday's series against the Peoria Rivermen is now postponed because of this winter weather outbreak. We are right now working to learn when the league might reschedule that matchup.
And tonight's University of Alabama Huntsville Chargers game against Auburn University Montgomery is now postponed until Sunday. The UAH Chargers basketball teams will now play on Sunday.
Which day is that?
I think it's the day after Saturday. Well, the weekend games will remain at the same time, though, 2 for the women and 4 for the men.
On Sunday.
On Sunday. Don't forget that, y'all. Well, you're taking a live look from the WAAY 31 storm tracker, and after the break, we're going to get another update on those road conditions across Madison County.
Welcome back, everybody. Roads are a big concern today as this winter storm bears down on us. We do have reporters posted across North Alabama. They are monitoring those conditions for us and doing a doggone good job of it, too, I might add.
Yes, they are braving all of those elements as well. So let's go ahead and check in with sports reporter. Actually, no, there he is. Trevor Denton. He's in the WAAY 31 storm tracker. Hey, Trevor.
Yeah, that's right. Currently right here in Madison, still outside of Toyota Field. And Chris, I've heard you ask a couple times now, are there more cars on the road now that we're seeing less of that heavy snow and more of that rain and kind of sludge conditions on the road? So let's go ahead and take a look at what we're seeing right now. This is 565. So you can see still pretty empty, maybe a couple more cars. I'm seeing one kind of coming down the hill there. So not a ton. I wouldn't say there's been heavy traffic at any point, but we're starting to see maybe a little more trucks coming down 565. But you can see everybody, at least that I'm seeing right now, taking it pretty slow. You don't want to go too fast down that hill right there. Even if it looks pretty clear, you definitely want to be on the safer side. So I wouldn't say there's a ton of heavy traffic, even though it has gone from that heavy snow to more of a rain, really a light rain right now. Let's go ahead and pan over here if we can see the entire Toyota Field area covered in snow, and then the parking lot right there, all the rooftops. I saw a family doing some sledding. It's a little flat. I'd find a little more of a hill, a little more of an incline, a slope if you're going to do some sledding. Wouldn't recommend the Toyota Field area. Maybe better for snow angels or a snowball fight, but that's the look at it. You could see you're not seeing a ton coming down right now, kind of a light rain mixed with maybe a little bit of sleet. And then we'll take one last look at the road, see 565. Yeah, again, not a ton of cars, seeing like 3 or 4 right now. Everybody taking it very slow. You can see it has been cleared off, but you still want to be careful like these people are doing right now. So that's a quick look at 565 right around Toyota Field as we sit here right now in Madison.
We do it. Thank you so much for your reporting out there for us at midday.
Thank you.
Now, WAAY 31 Storm Tracker Meteorologist Grace Anello with 31 Triple Doppler.
Alrighty, everybody, let's take a look at what we're seeing on 31 Triple Doppler. A whole lot going on. We saw inches of snow this morning. We're seeing just a touch of that snow. That's primarily in southern Tennessee. Almost all of the rest of us are seeing that wintry mix. A good bit of it is sleet, a good bit of it is just rain. That's especially what we're seeing south and to our west. We're going to keep that wintry mix pretty dominant as we head into lunchtime. Shortly thereafter, then it's going to return to snow. However, the majority of this winter system we're going to get is already in the rearview mirror. That happened this morning and leading up until lunchtime. By the time we get to just later this evening, 9 o'clock, that's when our 31 alert day is going to expire. Winter storm warning still in effect in the Tennessee Valley. In fact, through 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, not different from your 31 alert day, just re-emphasizing it. WAAY 31 Skycam Network, powered by Thompson Roofing and Construction. It just looks cold out there, does it not? I mean, you look at that and go, ooh, I don't think I want to do that. Either way, we're starting to see roads there over in the shoals. Didn't see those for a long time this morning. What we were really noticing in Decatur, we would see two little card lines, like tire tracks. There we go. It's been a long morning. Two tire tracks, but the snow was coming down so quickly in about 10 minutes we couldn't see them anymore. Now that that's stopped, we're starting to see some conditions get a little bit better, though we are still seeing that wintry mix. We predicted up to 6 inches of snow sitting in our northwestern counties, up to 2 to 5 for most of us hanging out in the middle portion of the Tennessee Valley, and that's exactly what we got. Predicted up to 6 in the Shoals, got 6.5 in Florence. Predicted 3 to 5 in this center portion of our area. Got 3.5 inches there in Madison, 3 in Elkmont, 5 in Killen. Looked at 4 inches of snow so far this morning in Russellville. Hartselle, just about 4 as well. All that to say, this system is accumulating just as we tracked, meaning that we feel confident it's going to continue to do exactly what we tracked. Keep that rain-snow mix, then go back to snow this evening. We're feeling very, very cold even as we head into the afternoon. Those feels like temperatures sitting into the upper 20s, keeping that mixture through the late afternoon. More snow will return this evening. That sticks with us only for a few hours. It's very light snow at that point, very isolated in nature, and then that gets out of the way by the time we get to about bedtime tonight. All right, when we get to the overnight hours, we're going to have refreeze regardless of what fell today during the day, whether that was sleet, freezing rain, snow, or just regular rain. It's all going to refreeze all back together tonight when we wake up at 28 degrees tomorrow. For that reason, under no circumstance would I be out when it's dark. Not tonight, not first thing tomorrow morning. Very little element of melting tomorrow. Our temperature only up to 35 degrees. What's more, we're barely going to see the sun, so our evaporation element is even less. That means what little melting we get will actually probably make the roads worse on Sunday after that yet again refreezes. I do think we're going to see a good bit of improvement Sunday afternoon with those roads. However, that refreeze is an issue for us every single night. I think it's going to be middle of the week before we're back completely to normal, but keep in mind some of us saw over 6 inches, so it takes a while to go from 6 inches of snow on the ground to nothing on the ground. I think Monday and Tuesday we're going to see some pretty sizable improvements. Our temperatures as we head through the rest of this weekend and into next work week, they bring morning temperatures sitting in the 20s for the most part. High temperatures sitting in the mid and lower 40s, and then by next weekend we're talking about rain. We've got more for you. Keep it right here. We will be right back. All right, take a quick look at 31 Triple Doppler right now, seeing just the tiniest bit of snow in southern Tennessee. Then we're seeing that rain-snow mix. Some of us seeing rain to our south that sticks around through lunch and even late afternoon before more snow returns this evening.
Well, thank you so much, Grace. And make sure you stay with us. We'll be back in about 2 minutes.
More team coverage coming your way.
Tennessee, up to 6 inches of snow, 2 to 5 inches of snow from Franklin to Limestone, Madison, Jackson County, and less than 3 inches south of there. Well, how'd we do? Florence saw 6.5 inches. We forecasted up to 6. Madison saw 3.5. We forecasted from 3 to 5. Elkmont 3 inches. Killen 5 inches. Russellville, we forecasted, well, that same amount. 4 inches for you. Decatur 3.5. Athens 3 inches for you as well. We saw a good bit of snow in the Tennessee Valley this day, January 10th, 2011. Another day where we saw almost 10 inches of snow. I bet a bunch of y'all remember that one. This wintry mix sticks around more scattered in nature than that dense coverage of what we had earlier this morning. It'll transition back to just that snow as we head later into this colder time of the night, but then it gets out of the way, very isolated at that point. What you don't want to do is be on the road when all of this refreezes. I'm back in just a couple minutes with more. All right, let's head out right now to the WAAY 31 Storm Tracker. We're going to visit in with WAAY 31 Sports Director Max Cohan and Trevor Denton. Let's tell us where you are, exactly what you're seeing, and how the conditions are faring since what you saw this morning.
Yes, so right now we are on Governor's Drive right now. It definitely, with a lot of the rain coming in as opposed to the solid snow, you can definitely tell that the roads have been cleared a lot more. Some of this ice starting to melt away. So you can go ahead, take a look at the road. You see some more cars out here, and you can see that's not bad right now. I mean, Max, how do you feel right now driving? Max just gave me the thumbs up. So I mentioned the 3 S's earlier to avoid: slip, sliding, and skidding. We're not doing that right now, so that is a very good sign. Now, of course, that means, you know, things can always get worse, but right now this is probably the best that I've seen Governor's Drive, and we've made this lap, I don't know, maybe 12 times today, so this is probably the best that I've seen it. Now, if I turn, you could see we're getting a lot of precipitation. We're getting a lot of that rain kind of mixed with sleet right now, and then if I turn over here, yeah, you could see a lot of the snow that has accumulated. So, but once again, I would say in terms of driving on Governor's, one of the main roads here, this is probably one of the best and cleanest that I've seen it in terms of ice. Not too bad right now, so that's good to know. Still be careful, still be vigilant for sure when you're on these roads, because you never know when a patch of ice could come up.
That is so important to know. All right, thank you so much, Trevor.
Well, law enforcement officers across North Alabama urging everybody stay off these roads unless you have an actual emergency.
And I want you to take a look at our WAAY 31 traffic maps, where you can see there are several racks there, even some caution areas with barricades. Well, Madison County emergency leaders say that the roads are deteriorating across the county and becoming impassable. Limestone County emergency leaders issued a travel advisory earlier because of those slippery roads and bridges.
And Jackson County emergency management leaders also tell us roads across Jackson County and bridges and overpasses should be considered right now impassable. You can find a full list of those roads on our website, WAAYTV.com. Please do check those out before you even think about heading out the door.
And as it keeps having that precipitation, Huntsville city leaders, they urge you to not get on the road unless you absolutely have to. So they're stressing to you not to drive around those barricades where roads are closed off.
And I'll just put it real simply. Don't make us have to come around those barricades in our trucks to come get you. They have no reason to be around. There's nothing past that you have to get to.
They also say if a car is on the road and has yellow scene tape on it, officers have already responded.
Well, if you must drive on these roads, do make sure you are ready for whatever Mother Nature might throw at you. That includes making sure that you are dressed in layers so that you can stay warm, especially should you get stranded on the side of the road. Also, they say make sure you have an emergency kit in your car, and that includes things like a first aid kit, an ice scraper, and a cord to charge your phone. Also, jumper cables, a flashlight, even some blankets in your car to help you stay warm. Another thing, cat litter. That cat litter can actually give your tires traction should you get stalled or stuck in that snow. Also, they say if you do end up stranded on a road somewhere, it could take as long as 72 hours for help to get to you. So again, if you don't have to be out in this weather, do not get on those roads. Well, let's check in right now with our crew out in Limestone County.
Yeah, so let's go and see what's going on with the WAAY 31's Maddie McCaffrey.
Hey guys, so right now we are in Athens, right outside of Buc-ee's on I-65, and it is lightly sleeting right now, I would say, and there's about 5 inches of snow on the ground. It is freezing cold, so if you're going outside to enjoy this snow, bundle up, wear multiple layers. Now we'll talk about the roads. Right now, if you can kind of see, the roads have cleared up in terms of snow, but they're very, very slushy. We're definitely seeing a lot more cars on the road than we were seeing this morning, but people are driving pretty slow, which is a very good thing. Now, the Athens Street Department right now are grading the roads, and we've seen snowplows and sand trucks out here all morning long. Luckily, the Athens Police Department says they have not responded to many wrecks, so that is good news. Here at Buc-ee's, the employees say it's a very slow day. We have seen it pick up a little bit more, but it is a very slow day. Luckily, they say they have plenty of gas, so if you do have to venture out on the roads, definitely stop at Buc-ee's because they say they're good to go in terms of gas. I'll send it back over to you guys.
There are a lot of good reasons to stop at Buc-ee's. I like the brisket personally.
Oh my
Yes,
goodness!
I
I
do.
love their banana pudding too.
So, Maddie, just right about now, we've heard about, of course, the fact that all roads there in Limestone County are pretty much considered impassable, and we've also heard that bridges and overpasses are icy. Are you seeing at this point more or fewer cars at this point driving on those roads near you, especially the interstate there?
I would say at this point we're seeing more cars than we saw all day long. We're seeing people come off the interstate over to Buc-ee's, but we're also seeing people just drive through the county roads, and it's definitely more cars that we've seen. If you can kind of see over the bridge, people are coming off the bridge right now and coming from multiple different directions onto I-65.
All right, Maddie, we thank you so much for that report. Do stay warm out there. I want to show you some video right now from our very own storm tracker meteorologist Amber Kulick. She's in Scottsboro right now, and she is keeping a close eye on that snow that in this video is falling there. We're going to check with her a little bit later today to get the latest information on those conditions out on Sand Mountain. People are already, though, of course, sending in their pictures. This is a look at our gallery of pictures we've created now on our website, WAAYTV.com. Do head over there and check that out. If you happen to take some of those pictures while you're out enjoying this winter weather, we'd love to see them. It can be pictures of the snow itself, of it covering your cars, of the family playing in the snow, of you playing in the snow. Just send those pictures, upload them to our website, WAAYTV.com.
Right now we are looking at a winter weather mess, a rain-snow mix. Barely seeing any true snow left. For the most part, we're seeing that mix with sleet, with some rain, and then we're seeing just plain old rain to our southern counties. In fact, we're even mostly dry in Franklin and portions of Winston County as well. Today does remain to be a 31 alert day, and it will all the way through 9 o'clock this evening. That's when the last of that precipitation is going to get out of the way. Today we've seen accumulating snow. Now we're seeing sleet, freezing rain. We're going to see rain. We'll go back to snow. It's been a very, very active day in the Tennessee Valley. All right, we forecasted for you anywhere from 3 to 6 inches of snow in Lauderdale County and in southern Tennessee, 2 to 5 inches of snow for our central counties, anywhere from Franklin to Limestone, Madison, and Jackson. That's about exactly what we saw as well. Now we're getting more towards that less snow accumulation. That's all behind us. We saw it this morning. Now we're looking more at what kind of precip we're seeing and how that's going to impact your roads. So we're seeing that mix right now, that freezing rain, that regular rain later this afternoon and evening that will turn back to snow, at which point this system is starting to get out of our way and fizzle out. The thing that I want you to notice is overnight, regardless of what fell today for you, snow, freezing rain, sleet, or regular rain, it's all going to refreeze overnight. That's going to make nighttime driving conditions, first thing Saturday morning driving conditions, something of a nightmare. So you're not going to want to be out there at that time under any circumstance. Of course, now we're starting to see less and less of those winter storm warnings. At its longest, spanned more than 1,000 miles. So we're a very small piece there of a very big puzzle. I'm back in just a couple minutes to walk you through what you can expect for the rest of your weekend ahead.
All right, so the big story now obviously is turning to the roads, right? And what those look like as well, as we're starting to see some of this precipitation that's changed here. Now, this will give you kind of a helpful look, a broad look of what you might deal with. You see a lot of orange, a lot of red. We've got some accidents to report here as well for you. And also some barricades that are showing up on the maps. Some of this orange is going to be a slowdown. You've heard from officials and from our crews really all morning long that you should be staying off of the roads unless you absolutely have to go somewhere. In fact, during an earlier news conference, one of the officials was saying really consider if you have to go somewhere, if that's truly a necessity. All right, so the map is helpful for a broad view, but let's take a closer look if we go outside here. This is Decatur. Look. One lone car going over the overpass here. Another one back behind it, but obviously overpasses, bridges, those are going to be pretty dangerous to do. This is Muscle Shoals right now. It looks like the roads somewhat have some clearing here, but you're going to hit a lot of icy patches and some snow as well. So the message stays the same right now. Stay home, enjoy the day if you can. If you have to be somewhere, as officials said, really think long and hard about whether or not that's a good choice. All right, we'll send it back to you now.
Time of the day, especially in cold weather.
Well, the TVA says it has also conducted several drills over the past year based on lessons it learned from last January's winter outbreak, that snow and ice event we all dealt with.
Huntsville Utilities wants to assure everyone that its power grid can handle this winter weather. It says the department started preparing for an event like this following last year's snow and ice.
We will be ready for action. And if you have trouble with your power, please call, use our website. Those resources are available for you. We will keep our website updated so you are aware of outages.
And Kelly also says Huntsville Utilities will not turn off anyone's power if they are late on a payment during this time.
Well, several agencies across the Tennessee Valley have warming centers open right now to make sure everybody has heat to help them ride out this winter weather. You can find the warmest center closest to you on our website, WAAYTV.com. There's also information there about some opportunities to get free rides to those warming centers. I want to be clear about those warming centers. I think a lot of folks think that those are for people who might be homeless and need a place to get out of the cold. It is for anybody. If your power goes out, for example, and we're grateful to say that doesn't seem to be a problem right now, but that warming center would be a place for you to go so that you could stay safe, you and your family. One local group stepping up to make sure people who have to go to work today can get there safely. We turn right now to WAAY 31's Georgia Clark to show us the Quad City Wranglers and how they are looking out for all of us.
We're a close-knit family. We just like to help the community any way we can.
The Quad City Wranglers Jeep Club president Tommy Britton says this is what the Jeep community is all about. And as inches of snow threaten to drop down on North Alabama over the weekend, he says they will be stepping in to help.
We're reaching out to the local hospitals and first responders and nurses, and we've created a form for them to fill out for a request form, and we are going around picking them up, taking them to the hospitals.
So far, Britton says they have had over 70 applicants, and he expects his club members to be on the road 24/7 doing rides. They've done these ride programs for years, offering up help whenever bad weather strikes, and they're happy to do it.
Nurses and doctors has got to get to take care of the patients, and so we just feel like it's the best thing we can do. You know, if they can't drive, that's what we're here to do, is help take care of everybody.
And they aren't just helping with rides either.
We're just expecting easy rides, no trouble. We have recovery gear that if we need to, help somebody get unstuck, we're capable of doing that. And, just whatever the community needs, we're there to help.
If you do need help getting unstuck and can't find a traditional tow truck, be sure to reach out to the Quad City Wranglers through Facebook. With coverage you can count on, Georgia Clark, WAAY 31 News.
And we do have a link on our website, WAAYTV.com, where you can request a ride from Quad City Wranglers.
And WAAY 31 will be with you all day long, making sure that you stay safe with continued coverage on this winter weather. To make sure you don't miss a thing, all you have to do is just scan that QR code that's right there on your screen and download our WAAY 31 Storm Tracker weather app. You'll get the latest updates and alerts about anything that's changing in that forecast. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody. Well, roads are a big concern today as this winter weather bears down on North Alabama and southern Tennessee. We've got reporters posted across North Alabama. They are out there monitoring those conditions and monitoring them well for us, by the way.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and check in with our sports director, Max Cohan, who is in the WAAY 31 Storm Tracker. Max, where are you guys now and what are you seeing?
Right now we are just outside of Big Spring Park here in Huntsville, and we're seeing a lot of rain. You know, we were seeing a ton of snow earlier and some pretty big flakes. Not really the case anymore. Take a look at what we're seeing. You kind of can see it right there off the roof cam. Let's see if we can get a better view from our front cam because it is just rain. Yep, see? That's what the windshield looks like when the wipers aren't going. We are just getting drop after drop after drop. And one of the other interesting things is that there were times this morning where the roads were completely covered with snow. As you can see now, not only have there been cars driving up and down the roads clearing that off, but some of this rain has also helped it melt away. Obviously, that'll probably be an issue later if it freezes over, but it's made the roads a little bit easier to drive on. It's mostly slush right now, so it's not such a big deal. Let's go ahead and take a look at the roof cam again so we can show you what we're dealing with now. Like we said, we are at Big Spring Park. They have the sign for skating in the park. You probably could have gone skiing in the park earlier this morning. As you see, there is still a bunch of snow out there, but not exactly the greatest conditions for skiing or ice skating. But I'll tell you one thing. The conditions for driving, significantly better than they were earlier. I was in every condition we've had today on the road, and this is the best it's been, but I don't know that it's going to stay this well. And I have a feeling as soon as the ice starts to come, then we're going to have some serious issues.
I totally agree with you. I mean, I know that's what Grace was warning us about, is that the temperatures drop later on today. That slush that you saw right there could freeze over, making for some treacherous road conditions. Yeah. All righty, Max, you go ahead. Stay safe. We're going to check back in with you a little bit later. But we want to show you a bird's eye view of the snowfall in South Huntsville. This is a look from our WAAY 31 drone over Bailey Cove and Weatherly. Look at that.
That's my neck of the woods. It's beautiful out there.
Well, all y'all are my neck of the woods. All 21 counties, y'all. Take a look right now. 31 Triple Doppler 1223 showing a whole lot more rain than we're seeing snow right now. Of course, we've still got inches and inches on the ground. Very few of us are actually seeing true snow. Several of us are seeing a wintry mix, some sleet with a little bit of rain. A whole lot more of us are seeing just that rain. That condition, that symptom, that's going to persist as we head through this lunchtime and into the late afternoon. Today is the 31 alert day. Doesn't get out of our way till 9 o'clock this evening. That's how long it's going to be before we say goodbye to all of this precipitation. We also still have a winter storm warning in effect through 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. That's not different from that 31 alert day. It's just reiterating the same thing. Take a look at those roads. They do look a lot calmer right now on our Skycam, exclusively because we're not tracking that heavy snowfall that we had this morning. Our roads look like many of them have been paved, but they are far from being perfect. Let's talk about exactly how we fared today. In Lauderdale County in southern Tennessee, we forecasted anywhere from 3 to 6 inches of snow. From Franklin to Lawrence to Limestone, Madison, and even Jackson County, 2 to 5 inches of snow. And that is pretty much exactly what we got. Again, up to 6 inches there in Lauderdale County, we saw 6.5. Forecasted 3 to 5 in Madison County, well, we saw 3.5. Elkmont, we saw 3. Killen, 5 inches of snow. Russellville, 4 inches of snow. Decatur, 3.5. And Athens, 3 inches. So for the most part, those all sitting right inside those parameters that we talked about, got you a bunch of good snow to be able to build those snowmen, throw those snowballs, and just enjoy with family and friends. My favorite part, we missed out on the ice component. I cannot stand ice, so I'm so glad we got rid of that. Feeling very cold even as we head through the rest of this afternoon, feeling like the upper 20s and low 30s. That wintry mix and that solid rain, that's going to stick around. We're not going to see snow come back to the forecast until much later this afternoon. At that point, the system is getting out of our way. Just very isolated snow, very hit or miss, and light showers at that. That gets out of the region around 9 o'clock, right when that 31 alert day expires. By the time we get to the overnight hours, regardless of what fell on your rooftop today, snow, sleet, freezing rain, regular rain, all of it, some of it, regardless, it is going to refreeze overnight. Tomorrow, I am not expecting to be a wonderful travel day. First of all, we're going to have that refreeze that Max spoke about earlier. He was exactly right when he said that. Second of all, barely warming. Our high temperature tomorrow just barely above freezing. We'll very much so struggle to see the sun. That means our evaporation, melting factor is going to be very little. Everything will refreeze Saturday night into Sunday. We're talking about sunshine Sunday afternoon and high temperatures in the mid-40s, looking so much better at that point. However, I still don't think we're going to get back to truly perfect roads or normal roads until about the middle of the week. Our wake-up temperatures through next work week are sitting in the 20s. Our high temperatures, for the most part, are sitting in the 40s. It's still going to be chilly, but I'm not tracking snow next week.
All right, thanks, Grace. Well, we're going to check back in on traffic. You know, if you sit here long enough, you start seeing more and more accidents pop up. But Grace actually pointed out to me this accident here. And the reason I want to point that out is because that's Governor's West. And what you're dealing with there, according to Huntsville Police, is some semis that have slid off the road there. HPD telling people just make sure to avoid that area right now. That is kind of the big concern, right, is the roadways right now. And really the advice from officials is to not get out there and try to travel unless you absolutely have to. And then they say, question that as well. You can see all the barricades as well that you'll have to deal with, as well as the red and the orange. That means it's basically not going or it's a slow go. Let's take a look outside though, so you can get a better look at things. This is an overpass here, obviously in Decatur, and you'll see just a few cars going over it. Going over overpasses and bridges is going to be quite treacherous as well. Out in Muscle Shoals, little bit more traffic flow there. Some of those roadways look like they have been treated and dealt with, but they're not all going to look like this, and you're still going to run into some issues. So we'll stay on top of this throughout the day because that's kind of the next version of this, the next question. When can I get back out? When can I start driving? We'll have all of that throughout the day. Chris?
All right, thank you so much, Tori, for that very informative report. Right now, I want to talk about, well, all this extra snow and rain in our forecast, and that whatever is on the roads right now is going to turn into ice before this evening is over. As everything cools down tonight, it will refreeze. And travel experts actually say that is sure to lead to more crashes over the weekend as people venture out.
They're even saying that officials now urging you to stay home. As we've been saying, AAA has a few helpful tips if you need somewhere to go in those conditions. They say make sure you drive slowly. That's the most important part. And adjust your speed down to account for that lower traction when you're driving on that snow or ice. They also say to accelerate and decelerate slowly, apply the gas slowly to regain some traction and avoid skids. And don't try to get moving in a hurry. Just take your time, slow down as well for that stoplight.
Best of all, let's just get to the real nuts and bolts of it. If you don't have to go out, as we've said all morning, do not. Well, right now, I want to check in with WAAY 31 reporter Paige Meyer.
Paige, what you got in your hand there? I think that's another snowball.
Oh, no.
Well, it is. Good afternoon, Chris and Demetria. We are still at Buc-ee's here off of I-65 in Athens, and it's pretty calm out here. I mean, you saw us getting pelted for hours on end with that thick, wet snow. We were able to make plenty of snowballs here, but that snow has turned into a wintry mix like Grace has been talking about all morning. It was sleet, but it's just turned out to straight rain as of recent. If your snowballs get hit with that rain, these get dense. Like, I could throw this at Maddie behind the camera right now and it could do some damage. I'll toss this out of the way though. If you look at the grounds a little bit, they are getting hard. With this rain, it's getting a little stiff here, and if we look right over, we can still see our snowman that I built a little bit ago, a few hours ago. He's melting. The rain is melting him down. He's looking a little slim. He said new year, new him, but it's looking a lot better than it has been all morning. As for the roads, we'll take you to look at them a little bit so you can just see for yourself. They are cleared now. They were covered in snow all morning long, but they are getting better and better as the day goes on. The sand trucks have been out. The plow trucks have been out. So the city of Athens has been working nonstop to get these roads clearer, and we have been seeing it. We have been seeing people driving on them more so than usual. I mean, when we were out here this morning, it seemed like nobody was out on the roads. It was a ghost town. But now we're seeing more and more people get a little bit braver and get out on those roads. But I will say the people that we have spoken to said it's not easy. It's still slick. Just because there isn't snow on the roads doesn't mean that it's not difficult to navigate. Chris, Demetria?
Yeah, we can kind of tell that with some of the cars that are going past you in the background as well, seeing a little bit of fishtailing. So So make sure you take it easy out there if you have to get out on the road.
I have a question. What is the consistency? Now, we know that some sleet fell in your area at one point, and now there has also been rain that has fallen. What is the consistency of that snow on the ground now? Is it wet and sloppy, or has it got a hard little crunch top to it?
Yeah, so I thought it would be hard and crunchy, but it's pretty sloshy. So I can still go with my hands and grab up a good chunk here. I mean, if I had two hands, I could grab a little bit better, but you could still grab it and touch it. You can't really hear the crunch as much. So it has just been like a combination of that wintry mix, that sleet. So although the rain has been coming in, I don't think it's cold enough or windy enough yet to make it get that little bit of crunch. So as of right now, it's still good enough to make snowballs and toss them, make snowmen, but it is a little bit icky to be out because you are getting wet. I mean, you can see my hair has been soaked all day, so it's not that great of conditions, but it's still good enough to make some snowmen and snowballs if you want to.
Get out there and have a little fun. Now, I want you to go get inside and get warm, Paige.
And dry.
Well, the National Guard is running 24-hour operations, helping local police and fire departments and the Department of Transportation work through the snow. And just like last year's storm, they'll operate when requested, moving those trucks up and down the highway from the Tennessee state line all the way down to Decatur.
We're here to support the local agencies, so we're here to assist them. We can provide reconnaissance up and down the highways, report road conditions, we can report stalled vehicles in the ditches, people requiring medical assistance, anything like that.
And nearly 400 service members of the Alabama National Guard were activated for this weather event. And make sure you stay with us. We'll be right back.
I can. I don't hear anybody right now. Yes, ma'am.
Well, happening right now, I want to go to Lincoln County and talk to Sheriff Malone.
And they've been out monitoring roads over there. So first of all, good afternoon to you. Thank you so much for taking time with us out of your busy day.
Good afternoon to you.
So what are the roads looking like at this moment over there in your area?
Our state highways we have one lane passable both ways. Secondary roads they're slick, they're turning to slush. My biggest fear is later on this afternoon with them freezing over.
Also, are there any surprises as to what those road conditions are like as far as how much precipitation you actually got in your area and the kind of precipitation?
Well, Right now, we're getting a mix of sleet and rain with it, which is turning everything into slush, which gives us concern for what it'll do this afternoon when the temperatures drop. We probably received more snow on the secondary roads than we were anticipating.
Wow.
Well, speaking of that, I know we keep telling folks do not get out on the roads, but there are just some people who need to, who have to be out there. Have you heard of any wrecks, any accidents due to this winter weather?
Yes, ma'am. We've already had some this morning prior to lunch. We've been blessed so far. We haven't received any injuries in those accidents. I just ask anybody to stay home. If it's not an emergency, please stay off the roads.
You are not the only person who has come on our air and said that today, and we have said that many times too. We do seem to see, though, across North Alabama and southern Tennessee, it does look in the video we're seeing like a lot of people are heeding that warning.
It's been good. Compared to last year, the traffic so far today, people have seemed to mind their warnings and have stayed at home. We're greatly appreciated. I'm working with a reduced crew today because of our vehicles. I've had to combine deputies together because we don't have vehicles that are equipped for this type of weather.
How many do you actually have out there on the roads then?
I've got 5 out on the road right now, but they're having to partner up due to our limited amount of 4-wheel drives we have.
I can imagine.
And we know how important it is to make sure that a lot of the folks are safe while they're out there. Is there any message that you want to give to some of our viewers who are watching right now?
Well, in Lincoln County here, if they have to travel, please try to use a state route as much as possible. Our terrain here is definitely not flat. It's hills and valleys, and our secondary roads are shaded by trees, so there's been zero thawing on those. So they're very slick, and I ask if you do have to get out to try to use state routes as much as possible. Stay off the secondary roads.
Well, Sheriff, we do appreciate you coming on air with us, talking to us about what is happening there in Lincoln County. I'm sure that throughout the day, we'll be on the air all day. We'll be checking back in with you for updates on this. Best news of all, you were saying that even though there have been accidents, there have been no injuries. I can't imagine better news to report than that on this
We've been blessed so far.
Yes, you definitely have. Thank you so much, and stay safe.
Thank you. You have a good day.
You too.
Check at 31 Triple Doppler, 12:39 on your Friday. Seeing barely any true snow out there anymore. Most of what we're seeing is a mix of sleet and rain or just plain old rain. That's sticking around the entire Tennessee Valley. And in fact, that's going to continue into this afternoon. It might look like we're nearing the end of our coverage here. I assure you we are not. This system will not fully be out of our way until about 9 o'clock tonight. At that point, and that point only, will expire our 31 alert day. We've seen it all today. We saw inches and inches of snow. We've seen sleet. We've seen freezing rain. We've seen regular rain. We've seen it all. The WAAY 31 Skycam network powered by Thompson Roofing and Construction. Those roads are looking so much better. It does look like people in the city and county are trying to get out there, plow, make those as easy as they can. However, like we just heard from Lincoln County, definitely still watching those secondary roads. Those are far from safe, healthy, passable, whatever you want to call it. Those are still in some pretty treacherous conditions. Forecasted about 3 to 6 inches for our northern counties of snow, 2 to 5 for those of us in the center of the state. And that's exactly what we saw. 3.5 inches in Muscle Shoals, 6.5 in Florence, 5 in Killen. Athens this morning, you saw about 3 inches of that snow. As we head later into the afternoon, it's going to continue to be namely that wintry mix and rain in the Tennessee Valley. Later this evening, we're going to see more of that snow push back into the region. At that point, though, it's really just the last little bit of this system. It's getting out of our way, it's fizzling, and it will be gone by bedtime tonight. I'm back in just a couple minutes to walk you through how this all is going to impact your roads and what you can expect for the weekend ahead.
And we also right now want to get a live update on what those roads look like here in Madison County.
And so let's go ahead and check in with sports anchor Trevor Denton. Oh, no. We have the sports director, Max Cohan, and the WAAY 31 Storm Tracker.
We've both made that mistake today.
Yeah, come on, guys. How many times are we going to do this? I'm pretty recognizable, I think. But let's say this. The roads are so much better than they have been all day, mostly because everything has turned to rain, and it means we're not adding any snow on the road. Let's take a look at what we're seeing outside right now. You can look right outside Big Spring Park, a pretty lonely road. This is probably what Green Day was singing about in Boulevard of Broken Dreams. There is not much action here, but the road is not covered with snow. Let's take a little look at what is going on outside, because I think that there's something interesting you guys might want to see. Look at that. Nice, beautiful snowman with Trevor Denton adding to it himself. An absolutely magnificent snowman. Unfortunately, I don't think the rain's going to help it, but I'll tell you one thing, Trevor's going to have some pretty cold hands when he gets back in the car. Like I said before, though, conditions significantly better, but you still don't want to be out on the roads. I mean, I don't really know why people are out. It's not like you're going to buy a lottery ticket. You can't even do that here in Alabama. So if there's an emergency, sure, but still, just don't get on the roads. There's no reason.
I love the way you just lay it out there, Max.
You got to do it.
Oh, couldn't hear you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we do thank you,
Thank
Max.
you.
All roads across all of the Tennessee Valley are right now, well, some are now considered impassable, but there are others, we're hearing of some here in Madison County, that they're starting to open back up. So it does appear that that rain has helped turn that more into a slush that makes the roads a little bit more drivable, but that still doesn't mean you need to get out on them. And again, it's going to refreeze tonight.
Exactly. So it is only for a period of time, but we know that we have been keeping a close eye on the road closures and conditions for you online. You did hear Tori come down, and she was actually giving her report of what it looks like. But you can go view it for yourself. Just go online to our website, WAAYTV.com, or you can go and download our WAAY 31 News app. And while you and your kids are out playing in the snow, the doctors are now warning you to watch out for the signs and symptoms of frostbite. Well, those signs could include losing feeling in your fingers, your toes, your nose, or even your ears. It also may change the color and become permanently damaged. Doctors say the most important thing you can do is to bundle up in thermal gear, heavy coats, gloves, and a hat and scarf. Now, Dr. Wes Stubbleville with Alabama State Department of Health, he says that if this is left untreated, severe frostbite could require some amputation. He also says if you don't have a warm place to go to a warming center. And you can find a list of those on our website at WAAYTV.com.
Welcome back, everybody. Well, the National Guard right now running 24-hour operations to help local police and fire departments and the Department of Transportation work through this snow event. And just like last year's storm, they plan to operate when requested, moving trucks up and down the highway from the Tennessee state line all the way to Decatur.
We're here to support the local agencies, so we're here to assist them. We can provide reconnaissance up and down the highways, report road conditions, we can report stalled vehicles in the ditches, people requiring medical assistance, anything like that.
Well, nearly 400 service members of the Alabama National Guard were activated for this weather event. At our tower cam overlooking Lake Guntersville, it looks so different on a snowy day.
It really does. But let's check out Decatur. Ooh, no one there on the road.
Never see it that slow and quiet.
I like that. Oh, nope, there we do. We have a couple of drivers
There
right
we go.
there at the bottom of your screen, the bottom right.
They're doing the right thing, though. They're taking it slow.
Oh,
You
my
can see
goodness,
there.
aren't
Very
they?
slow acceleration. This is the Space and Rocket Center along I-565, blanketed in white. Again, a couple of cars there, but not a whole lot.
Yeah, and now we're heading over to the Shoals right now, the first in our area to get the snow, and it is sticking around right there. And now let's check what's going up here on Montesano. Just look at that view.
That is quite a view of downtown Huntsville and a big chunk of course, Madison County right in that viewpoint. And again, blanketed in white. Looks pretty.
Oh, it's
Don't want to be out there in it.
Unless I'm playing in the snow. I don't mind that. But let's go check out Albertville. Speaking of playing, look at the sports fields and everything.
Beautiful.
Oh, that is so pretty. But you can see the rain coming down in that area as it covers the camera right there. And it looks like it may be a little windy too, kind of bobbing around.
All right, let's go ahead and get you a check of 31 Triple Doppler. 1247 on your Friday. 31 Triple Doppler not really showing a lot of true snowfall anymore. Most of what we're seeing is either just rain or a rain and sleet mix in the Tennessee Valley. Get used to it. This is sticking around all the way through the afternoon, even as we make our way into the early evening. We're seeing a whole lot of snow far to our north near Nashville, a whole lot more rain to our south near Montgomery. Right where we are, we're kind of getting both edges of it. Our 31 alert day, of course, is still in place today in the Tennessee Valley. Now, our 31 alert day, that gets out of the way at 9 o'clock this evening. However, that doesn't mean that tomorrow and Sunday are going to be okay travel days. Tomorrow, I'm expecting pretty treacherous travel conditions. Sunday morning, the same. Sunday afternoon, I do think we'll get a little bit better. There's a look at some of those sky cams on the WAAY 31 Skycam network, powered by Thompson Roofing and Construction. Our temperatures are sitting there in the low 30s, and for the most part, we've seen a lot of that precipitation really calm down. What is there is a mix of sleet and rain, but a lot of what we're seeing is just much calmer weather, almost recovering from what we saw in the morning. Well, I'm going to give some kudos to our cities, to our counties. They pre-treated the roads. They have been paving them. We're in a completely different situation than we were in a year ago last year. And for that, I know all of you are very, very, very thankful for. Take a look. We talked about 3 to 6 inches forecasted for Lauderdale County and our southern Tennessee counties. 2 to 5 inches of snow forecasted anywhere from Franklin over to Lawrence, over to Limestone, Madison, Jackson counties, and then less than 3 inches south and east. Of course, those areas where we saw more of that wintry mix and rain earlier in the day led to less of that snow. And to be honest with you, that's pretty close to how it fared. In Harvest, we saw 3.5 inches when we forecasted 3 to 5. Forecasted up to 6 in Florence, exceeded that just a little bit, 6.5. 3 inches in Elkmont, 5 inches in Killen. We saw 3 inches of snow in Athens and about 3.5 in Decatur. There's still a lot more that's coming with this forecast as we head later into the afternoon. More I want to tell you. We'll be back with that right after the break.
Welcome back. The time is now 12:53, and we are continuing to track our winter coverage.
All right, now we're going to check in again with WAAY 31's Maddie McCaffrey, and also, who else we have out there? Paige Meyer, I believe. They are in Athens. Look at them there. They have been doing an exceptional job keeping folks informed here across North Alabama and, of course, Southern Tennessee. And we're going to check in once again about those road conditions. Hey.
Hey guys, so good news is we just checked in with the EMA director and he told us that they have not responded to really any accidents, nothing major. So that is kind of the best thing we've heard of all day. They've got their staff on standby, ready to respond to any kind of emergency situation. But that is great news that we just heard.
Absolutely, and we've both stayed in communication as well with the Public Works Department here in Athens, and they said that all of their units are still out. They're still sanding, they are still plowing, whatever snow and slush is still out on the roads. They said some back roads has a little bit more things to get cleared out of the way, but for the most part, they said that they are still chugging along business as usual. Now, it's still cold out there, but as of right now, I don't know if you can see it, but this is the clearest it has been all day. We're not getting hit with anything. No snow, no sleet, no rain. So that means the roads are going to be a little bit better right now because nothing's actively hitting them.
Oh yeah, we've had to cover our camera all day long because of the snow and the sleet hitting it, and now we're kind of opening up our camera. It is very nice to do so, and kind of the roads, as Paige was saying, are clearing up just a little bit. Not a ton of snow on the roads, just very slushy.
Absolutely, and we will just say it is still cold. So although you're not seeing snow once you open up those windows, it is getting a little chillier. We are still shivering. Maddie more so than me.
I put my hand on her. Shivering.
I put my hand on her and her whole body is moving.
Yes.
But layers, layers, layers. I mean, we both have, what, 3-4 pairs of pants on right now?
Yes, we do.
So if you're going to be out for any amount of extended time, just get those layers on because it is pretty frigid out here.
Oh yeah, and if you can stay home, get cozy, get bundled up. We were talking about what kind of food we want to eat, maybe some warm soup. I've always wanted to try lasagna soup. I don't know if y'all have heard of that, but that looks so good.
I have never had lasagna soup. Maybe we could try it together.
Maybe we could try it, make it in our hotel.
Maybe some hot chocolate, but
yes,
that's pretty much all we have for you guys right now. Anything for us left at the studio? Chris, Demetria?
All right, thank you so much, both of you.
Exceptional coverage, ladies.
Well, you know, animal advocates right now reminding people, and frankly, this is just a matter of good taste and being a good person anyway, make sure your animals have a warm place to go to ride out this weather. Bring them inside if you can. If you can't, though, then you want to make sure that they, at the very least, have a sturdy, warm place to stay outside with dry bedding.
Exactly. And as far as your plants go, make sure that you cover them with a frost cloth because that can help them, or just go ahead and bring them inside and just kind of harvest what you can at this point. And don't forget, we are streaming and we will be on air all day long. You can go to our website, WAAYTV.com, or you can download the WAAY 31 News app. It has a bunch of information. You can scan the WAAY 31 Storm Tracker weather app as well, so you can stay up to date with the forecast and know about the warnings and any alerts that's happening in your area.
Well, you and I, Dee, have been... All right. Well, you know what? Georgia Clark has done a story for us yesterday that was just fantastic about what one local group is doing to make sure that the folks who have no choice but to go to work today at least can get there safely.
Yeah, I want you to check it out.
We're a close-knit family. We just like to help the community any way we can.
The Quad City Wranglers Jeep Club president Tommy Britton says this is what the Jeep community is all about. And as inches of snow threaten to drop down on North Alabama over the weekend, he says they will be stepping in to help.
We're reaching out to the local hospitals and first responders and nurses, and we've created a form for them to fill out for a request form, and we are going around picking them up, taking them to the hospitals.
So far, Britton says they have had over 70 applicants, and he expects his club members to be on the road 24/7 doing rides. They've done these ride programs for years, offering up help whenever bad weather strikes, and they're happy to do it.
Nurses and doctors has got to get to take care of the patients, and so we just feel like it's the best thing we can do. You know, if they can't drive, that's what we're here to do, is help take care of everybody.
And they aren't just helping with rides either.
we're just expecting easy rides, no trouble. We have recovery gear that if we need to, help somebody get unstuck, we're capable of doing that. And, just whatever the community needs, we're there to help.
If you do need help getting unstuck and can't find a traditional tow truck, be sure to reach out to the Quad City Wranglers through Facebook. With coverage you can count on, Georgia Clark, WAAY 31 News.
You can actually go to request one of those rides from that organization. So do take advantage of that if you need one of those rides.
And that's all the time that we have for right now for Chris and I. We want to thank you so much for joining us. You've been on since 4:30, just making sure that you have the coverage that you can count on.
It has been a privilege, but we're going to hand things off now. A little shift change to, of course, in a moment, Tori Dunnan and Nikel Williams.
All right, let's take a look at 31 Triple Doppler. 1 o'clock even on your Friday. Been a long morning already. Not so much seeing that pure snow anymore. What we're seeing now is nothing if you're sitting in Winston, Marion County, even portions of Morgan and Lawrence. But for the rest of us, we're seeing that winter mix. A little bit of rain mixed in with a little bit of sleet. Very few, if any of us, are seeing true snow right now. A whole lot of that snow is to our north near Nashville. A whole lot more of that rain near Montgomery. Of course, today is the 31 alert day. It will continue to be until 9 o'clock this evening. That's when all of that rain and snow gets out of our system. So that's when that will finally be gone. We've seen it all today. We saw inches of snow, then we got to see some freezing rain, then some sleet, now some rain, and a combo of all of it. The WAAY 31 Skycam network powered by Thompson Roofing and Construction. There's that rain on the Skycam network over in Muscle Shoals. 35 degrees for you, 33 in Huntsville, 34 in Decatur, 32 in Gunnersville this afternoon. Continuing to see that snow on the roads. Looks like most of those major roads have been paved. The good news is we're in a much better driving situation right now than we were at this point a year ago. All that to say, we still saw inches of snow, up to 6 in Lauderdale County and in southern Tennessee, 2 to 5 inches from Franklin to Lawrence to Limestone, Madison, and even into Jackson County. That's what we predicted. Where did we really end up? Well, right about at those numbers. Harvest saw 3.5 inches, forecasted up to 6 for Florence. You saw 6.5, so undershot that one just by a half an inch. Madison, you were within your realm, 3 to 5. You saw 3.5 inches. Over in Athens, 3 inches. In Russellville, 4. In Decatur, 3.5 as well. So a good bit of snow out there, perfect for making those snow angels, snowballs, and making those snowmen. As we head through the rest of the afternoon, that wintry mix with rain is going to stick around. More snow will take over a little bit later this evening, though. At that point, that system is getting out of our way. Now, I'm going to go ahead and sign off for the day. Chief Meteorologist Jeff Castle has been here all day. You haven't seen him, but he's been working with our team. He's going to go ahead and take over the on-camera portion from here on out for the rest of the night. So it's been so great to be with you. Thank you for letting us help you with this situation. We're leaving you in wonderful hands. Keep it right here. WAAY 31's not going anywhere. Still giving you coverage you can count on in the Tennessee Valley. Let's toss it over now to Tori and Nikel.
All right, thanks so much, Grace. We appreciate you being here throughout the entire morning. We're taking over for our friends who have been through a long haul right now, but obviously the big story, Nikel, right now is going to be the roads.
Absolutely. We want to thank you for being with us since 4:30 this morning. Before we get to the road conditions right now, we need to thank Chris and Demetria for being such troopers this morning, making sure that you all are informed and aware of what's happening out there on the roadways. Tori, you know, this kind of event sometimes is an opportunity for families to get out and enjoy something new, because many of them aren't really used to this amount of snow.
No, including my own kids. You know, I've been here, but they've been off the mountain, let's say, right?
Right.
And they saw snow for the first time today.
What was that like for them?
I got a video of it from my in-laws. And, you know, they're Florida kids, so they're not familiar with snow. They didn't grow up in the Northeast like I did, but they looked like little bears crawling on all fours looking at the snow. So it's cool to see stuff like that. And we appreciate any of the photos and videos that you're sending. Of course, make sure you send those to us. You might see them pop up on our social media page.
Yeah. Make sure you share those photos at WAAYTV.com, and we'll try to get them on the air if we can. My boys are also out in the snow. I'm enjoying seeing them have a good time from a distance as well, out there building a little snowman. My 2 little boys, the 5-year-old and the 3-year-old, they're not used to snow either.
Oh, this is their first.
Asad, of course, he's 14. He grew up in New Jersey, so this is, he's underwhelmed by this, but still enjoying it. But my neighbor is out on the street zipping in his ATV up and down the road.
Really?
So they sent me a video of that. They're just having a blast out there in our community in Owens Crossroads. So hopefully we can get some of those pictures and videos up for you as well. But our priority today is making sure that you and your families are safe. We're going to try to bring you all the details we get as soon as they come in terms of the conditions on the roads, how they're looking, when it's safe to get out there, and just to keep you posted on how this weather system is developing and moving through.
You know, and we have been covering the road issues today. I will say, if you take a look at the traffic maps, you'll see accidents just pop up one after another. There was kind of a serious one as well on Governor's West, and it involved 2 semis that kind of slid off the roadways. HPD was really alerting everyone on that. So we are seeing those types of things. There's a lot of barricades on the roads. Officials are saying, don't go out unless you absolutely have to. And then they say, really, stop and think, like, is this something I really have to go do? So those are some of the issues we're seeing. We also heard during the earlier news conference with city officials and county officials, they were talking about the warming centers and reminding people those are available. They said more than 300 people had utilized them, which is great.
Wow, and they're not just for people who are home insecure or homeless, as some would say. For anyone, you know, if your heat perhaps is not up to par and you need a place to go where you can stay warmer, those warming centers are for you as well. So take advantage of those if you need to. There are organizations out there that will come and pick you up if possible and take you to some of those warming centers. So also keep that in mind. We have all that information for you on our website right now and available. It's accessible at WAAYTV.com.
You know, another thing that came up in the news conference was the fact 911, they have a very high call volume right now. So they're saying really reserve it for true emergencies at this point, as the crews have to deal with the roadways, any serious issues that come up. So that came out of the news conference as well. I know at 3 o'clock today, we're going to get updated once again, which is going to be great for everyone to kind of hear how the roads are. You know, I'm already starting to get text messages from friends who
wanting
are
to
saying,
know.
hey, what do you think about Monday? Is school going to open? Is it going to be icy? And it's kind of one of those things. Jeff will go into more details.
Right. We just kind of have to wait and see how this all transpires. We want people to, of course, put safety first. And right now we want to give Amber Kulick an opportunity to give us an update from where she is right now. Amber, tell us what you're seeing and where you are.
Yeah, so we're out here in Scottsboro right now. We got here last night and we've been here all morning long. So what we're seeing right now, earlier on in the morning, it was all snow. We got to go out, play in it for a little bit, and pretty much as soon as I got back to my hotel room, I looked outside and I was like, okay, that doesn't sound like snow anymore. And we started seeing that transition period from the snow to the sleet. And I'm just bringing more bad news to you. We're not even seeing sleet anymore. It's just plain rain here in Scottsboro. And that's going to add to the difficulty on the roadways as we head into the rest of the evening hours tonight and especially tomorrow morning. So let me start by telling you what we saw on our drive. We're at the courthouse right now in downtown Scottsboro. So our drive over from our hotel, we were looking at all the businesses to see which ones were open. Sadly to report, Dunkin' and Starbucks were both closed. Y'all, I'm going to power through without my coffee today. We'll make it together, I promise. Walmart was still open. Publix was still open. So if you are in Scottsboro and you need something, desperately need something, those two businesses are still open. I don't recommend getting out on the roadways because here's what we're looking at. So here's downtown Scottsboro and it's just a slushy mess on the roadways. A couple of people have come by on their ATVs. They're really enjoying it out here. So I wish that I could hop on the ATV with them because it looks like they're having a blast, but we have this just slushy mess. And that's what you're going to see on all the roadways across Jackson County and pretty much across the entire Tennessee Valley. And this is not a good thing because as we head into the overnight hours tonight and those temperatures start to drop below freezing, this is all going to refreeze and we're going to have a mess on our hands as we head into tomorrow morning. So I'm going to take you over here to see if you can take a look at these trees. And this is something that I noticed just before I went live. We're starting to see ice accumulate on these trees, and that is something else that we're going to have to keep a close eye on. We get this rain, it falls as liquid rain, but then it freezes on contact with everything. So make sure that you are prepared just in case that we do see any of those power outages as we head into tonight and into tomorrow as well, because I mean this is the worst case scenario, is seeing just liquid rain falling, because it is going to freeze once it hits something when those temperatures start to drop. We do have a little bit of snow on the ground here in Scottsboro as well. And it's that good snow, like you could pack it into a snowball. At our hotel, there were people making snowmen. So, I mean, everyone's out enjoying this across the Tennessee Valley, especially here in Scottsboro. I made a snow angel myself earlier. So if you still have a little time before the snow starts to melt and we have to deal with that wintry mix as we head into the rest of the day today. But the rain is already cutting back on the snow that we see on the ground here in Scottsboro. Looks like the ATVs are coming back for another round and just having fun out here in Jackson County. But I'm gonna go check with EMA, see if I can get any updates on road conditions and what we have going on across Jackson County for you. So I'm gonna go get that update for you, and then in my next update, hopefully I will have more to tell you. But for now, reporting live in Scottsboro with coverage you can count on, Amber Kulick, WAAY 31 News.
Amber, thanks for all that great information out there. So you were talking about this being kind of a worst case scenario. Can you walk us through a little bit of a timeline as far as people maybe in Jackson County or even some of the other areas, like what they might see on the roads?
Right now, I mean, roads are not great, but they're in decent shape for what we've seen falling today. There is a slush on the roadway. They'll be okay until about 4 or 5 o'clock when we start to see those temperatures drop. And that's when we'll start to see everything that is on the road now, all this slush, the snow, the ice, and the rain that's falling now, that's going to refreeze as we head into 7, 8, even 9 o'clock tonight. And that's going to make for some very rough travel as we head into the overnight hours and even into tomorrow morning. As we were leaving our hotel, we actually saw a car in the ditch. So we're already seeing impacts from people trying to get out on the roadways, maybe going a little too fast in these conditions. So if you have to be out and about, make sure you slow down and keep in mind that roads will get worse as we head into the overnight hours tonight.
Freezing rain, Amber. Do you have a sense of how long we may see the freezing rain or sleet coming down? Because that will influence, the refreeze tonight, and that's going to basically, that's going to determine whether or not people can get on the road sooner or later. Do you have a sense of how much of that freezing rain or sleet we may actually see come down this evening and tonight?
Yeah, it looks like we're going to see a couple more hours of this off and on, back and forth from just the plain rain falling and that wintry mix, which, like I said earlier, it started as sleet and then it just transitions to pure rain. And that's what we've been dealing with for about the past hour or so here. And I do think as we head into the afternoon, even the evening hours, we'll see periods of this. And then hopefully by 8, 9 o'clock tonight, that's when we'll start to see the system move out of the area, but then we're left with the refreeze that is promising to happen overnight.
You have to say, on a bit of a lighter note, I saw you doing a snow angel out there.
Trying to make the best of it, for sure.
Yeah, we have to enjoy this because we don't get treated with snow like this very often.
No.
All right, now, Amber, thank you so much for that update from Scottsboro. We want to send things over to our Chief Meteorologist Jeff Castle. He's standing by right now to give us an update on where things stand right now. Jeff.
Well, Mikkel, Tori, continue to watch as Amber was talking about that mixed bag of precipitation that's really kind of unfolded the way that we thought it would. And oftentimes the winter weather situations don't turn out the way we think they're going to. We had that period of snow initially, and then as expected, later into the morning hours, we began that transition to this wintry mix. And as Amber mentioned, now we're seeing some rainfall out there. This is the latest with WAAY 31 Triple Doppler, and I know it looks very, very colorful. Well, that's because we've changed the mode to show you the different precip types. The green is what you're used to seeing. Again, that is rainfall. You get into the purples and the pinks, that's the wintry mix, either sleet and or freezing rain. And the blue colors are where we still have indications of snow, so some of that's still falling here. Portions of southern Middle Tennessee, perhaps from Pulaski back towards Lawrenceburg. But again, for the vast majority of North Alabama, the snowy period has ended. So what we've got on the ground, that's all we're going to see. Yes, there may be a few more snow showers as we work our way towards the end of this weather event later this evening, and even a few flurries tonight, but no additional accumulations are expected. Again, it's just this mixed bag of precip across the area right now. It has broken up a little bit from Huntsville back out to the west, still a little steadier over here into Sand Mountain, Marshall, Jackson County, where Amber is, over into DeKalb County as well, where again we have that mixture of precip types out there. But again, the worst, or at least the best, or however you want to look at it, if you were really excited about the snow, again, that has pretty well come and gone as to what we're going to see in terms of accumulations. What we're watching now are the temperatures, looking at the thermometer. What is it at ground level? And this is really going to play into travel conditions for the rest of the day. A lot of us have gone above freezing. So I don't want to say get out on the roads, but I will say this is as good as the roads are likely going to be as we take you through the rest of the day. So we've got the snow out there. We've got a little rain that's falling on top of it, mostly slushy. Keep in mind, though, if there's slush on the road, it's there because that slush is 32 degrees or colder, and that means slippery conditions can be expected. But again, this is what you want to see, at least at this point, above freezing temperatures, and that's going to help with some of the melting on the road, but not all. It's 34 in Huntsville, same in Decatur. This is as warm as we've been throughout this event. 34 down in Coleman. We've made it to 35 in Muscle Shoals. Now, there are still some spots around freezing. You see that here in southern Middle Tennessee. Again, that's where we likely still have some snow falling, or if not that, it'll be in the form of some freezing rain. Similar story from Guntersville over towards Fort Payne. As soon as that number hits 32 degrees on the dot, that's when you start having some problems with some things freezing up, particularly elevated road surfaces, the bridges and the overpasses. Those are the ones that could ice up with those temperatures hovering right up to 32 degrees. Scottsboro coming in right now actually at 28, so a little freezing rain perhaps showing up in that part of Jackson County. What we're going to be watching through the evening hours are what these temperatures do. As soon as the sun goes down and as soon as these numbers drop below 32, you know what's going to happen to all that slush on the roads. It's going to turn to ice. Where we have the moisture on the roads and the puddles from where it's melted, it's going to turn to ice. So don't think that, hey, the roads are clearing a little bit, that means that it's going to be smooth sailing going forward. It is not. We're going to get much more treacherous travel conditions developing heading into the overnight hours. Here's one of the views outside, and all the pictures look like this. We've really enjoyed looking at our Skycam network powered by Thompson Roofing and Construction, U.S. Space and Rocket Center. Beautiful shot there. I'm sure someone went out there and took some pictures with the rocket in the background and the snow falling. That would be a beautiful picture. Old Madison Pike here, again, looks fairly clear at the moment. 565, little traffic out there, but you notice not zipping along like normal. The folks at least are smart, and those that are out on the roads that have to be out are taking it just a little bit slower than normal. But the crews have done a pretty good job keeping 565 clear. I know there's just very often that when we have these winter weather events, they just shut down 565 just because it's impossible to keep up with the elevated portions where you have the road going over some of those creeks or other elevated parts of it, especially getting into downtown Huntsville. So at least nice to see some traffic moving. But again, only for now would I say it's semi-okay. As we head into this evening and tonight, I don't want to see traffic out there because that's when we'll start to deal with icy roadways and may have more in the way of problems with some accidents for folks that do happen to venture out at that point in time. Another view in Guntersville. This is a beautiful shot as well. You see the snow-covered forest there and the lake in the background. And again, it was nice while it lasted, right? I know a lot of folks got out there, sent us the pictures. We appreciate those of you enjoying and a rare snowfall. I mean, let's be honest. How often do we get 3 to 6 inches of snow here in North Alabama? Not very often. And that was pretty well how it amounted. These are the numbers that I have so far. And again, we don't expect these to change. So as the final ones come on in, that's going to be about it. Some of the big winners were out towards the shoals. That's where we expected perhaps some higher totals, as well as southern Middle Tennessee. I've not really seen any totals from Middle Tennessee, but I would expect they're kind of in the same range. 6.5 inches in the vicinity of Florence, 3.5 in Harvest, same over in Madison. Elkmont, 3 inches. Killen, about 5. Langston, that's over in Jackson County, about 3 1/3 inches there. Rogersville at 6 inches. Russellville, 4. Decatur, 3.5. Hartselle, almost 4 inches of snow. Athens, about 3 inches. And underneath our little logo here, that's about 3 inches that fell in Coleman as well. Keep in mind, the totals have come down. Once the snow starts to settle a little bit, and then we've had this sleet and some rain falling on top. So the snowpack is not what it was, but still we'll be out there, it looks like, as we take you through the course of the weekend. And there's going to be a pretty slow melting process as a result. All right, here's what we're expecting over the next 6 hours. And through 5 o'clock, temperatures are going to hold steady here, maybe going up a couple more degrees into the mid-30s. We'll continue with that mixed bag of precip. We won't have the solid shield of precip like we had earlier when it was all snow across the area. So kind of in and out. Might get a brief period where you get some light rain or maybe a little bit of sleet, and then it will kind of come and go. So that's kind of the situation we're going to be in for the rest of this afternoon. Now the sun goes down, temperatures don't immediately drop. A lot of moisture now in the air after relatively dry yesterday. So you can see even at 6 and 7, we're still above freezing. Keep in mind this is for Huntsville, and some other areas may get to 32 a little bit quicker. But again, we'll be monitoring that closely for the evening hours with the dreaded refreeze. That will happen as we head into tonight, and something that we may be dealing with for the next several nights, including heading into that Monday morning commute. Of course, I'll be back with a little bit more weather information. I'm going to take you through the latest future radar. When you check in with me next, we'll also take a look at that long-range forecast, see what things are looking like through the weekend and on into next week. But for now, Tori and Nicole, I'll send it back to you.
I do want to update you right now. We're getting a little a bit of updates as far as the roads go. As of 1 p.m., we're learning Cecil Ashburn has been reopened, and then as of 1 p.m., the following roads have been closed: Bankhead Parkway and Green Mountain Road. Of course, those have been changing throughout the day. So
yes, and that'll happen,
yeah,
all evening long. We also just received an update from the Tony Volunteer Fire and Rescue Department. They want people who live in that area to know that Carter's Gin is really, really slick. So you don't want to go out in that area if you need to go out for some reason. They want you to know that Carter's Gin and Jeff roads out there in Tony are not safe to travel on right now, and they do expect those roads to worsen as the evening progresses. So make sure you keep it right here with us for the very latest on road conditions across North Alabama. We'll have you covered. We'll be right back after this break.
All right, thanks for sticking with us. We want to take a look at things outside, right? Because those are the shots everyone wants to see.
Right.
Jim Abbott is standing by for more.
He is in Huntsville. We want to give you a look outside where Jim is, so you can actually see how things are looking outside. We don't want you to go out if you don't have to. Let us do that for you, give you a look at this beautiful winter wonderland that we're seeing across North Alabama. Jim.
Yeah, Tori and Nicole, this is my own kind of personal winter wonderland out here. And if you look behind me, you don't see the trees moving, but it's kind of deceiving because that wind has really started whipping up here in the last hour or so. I know you're talking about some of the roads that are reopening, like Cecil Ashburn. It kind of lets you know, as I was driving in from Big Cove, this is about an hour and a half ago, it was actually the tracks where the cars and trucks were going, where you can actually see it was a little bit muddy and you can see the pavement. Those areas were the ones that were slicker than where it was packed down on the snow. So if you do have to go out and travel, kind of look for that, because that snow is kind of packed down. It's not that slick ice that we might be getting later on. But I found that not only was it kind of sliding one way, it was kind of fishtailing going back right and left. So if you do kind of keep in mind, they say kind of turn into the skid. So if the back end, your right end is starting to go, just slowly go to the right. Same thing, obviously the opposite if you're going to the left. But again, I was finding that it was kind of slipping and sliding back right and left, and kind of had to gingerly kind of go back and forth doing that. But actually hitting on the packed snow sometimes is going to help you get a lot better traction. Coming up, Montesano on Governors, cars weren't having too much of a problem. There are actually a couple of tractor trailers though that had kind of gone to the middle. They had not jackknifed, but they were having problems getting up and were kind of staying where they were. But if you are out driving, kind of keep that going on the packed snow as you're driving, because once you get stopped, it's kind of hard. You start spinning the wheels, then you start building up the snow, and then your tires get stuck as far as that. But that's starting to count what I was finding when I was out driving a little while ago.
So, Jim, we know that you made that route up Montesano, up Governors as well. What do you anticipate it looks like going down?
Yeah, going down, as far as what it looked like, was about the same. But, again, if it's going to be slick there, you're going to run into more sliding situations. And again, as you're coming down Governors, that side, like on the right side, on the side of the mountain, like there's no shoulder there. So it's very rocky. And if you start, sliding, and you find yourself in a lot of trouble. Because, again, it's the outside lane rather than the inside lane, which is the one that people are traveling on. And, again, when emergency management, and of course in that case it was ALDOT that was pre-treating the roads, they treat that outside lane rather than the inside. That's the one that cars are going to be going on. So again, the outside one, you don't have the shoulder in order to help you out there. Take it slowly. Make sure you go against some of those packed, because I think it's just human nature that when you see a track that everybody else has been going on, that you go on the same. But again, that's where I found it the slickest. And of course, if we start getting some of that freezing, sleet and the rain, and then it icing over later as the temperatures start to go down, that's where it's going to be even tougher. So if you find yourself having a little trouble with traction, go just a little bit off to the left or to the right where you're going to find that packed snow, and you probably find they're going to have a lot better traction and be a lot safer as you're driving.
Yeah, that's great information, Jim, because as you said, the colder it gets this evening, we are going to run into that freezing situation on the roads, and we want people to be careful. And one of the things you mentioned is, turning the car different directions, trying to gain control. And people, normally they want to slam on the brakes as soon as they start skidding, but that's never the right thing to do. You should take your foot off the brake. In fact, I know that might sound frightening. You tap the brakes, and you want to, experts say, steer in the direction that the car is actually skidding slightly. Tap the brakes and balance that until you kind of regain control of your car. And so it's, obviously kind of trial and error when you're out there on the road trying to navigate and figure out how to keep yourself safe. But that was one of the things I wanted to mention, Jim, when I heard you say that, is that to remind people to never slam on the brakes.
It'll just cause more spinning.
Absolutely.
Jim, I hear it's your birthday too. You got a snow day for your birthday.
What a birthday
It is my
present.
birthday. I'm going to have to look back in the annals and see if indeed on my birthday that it actually was snowing on that day. Because it seems like whenever we get, a snow or a big snowfall, especially here in Alabama, it's on my birthday. Those of you who have been here for a while, going back, 2010, 2011 is when we first came here. We got that snow on Christmas Day on 2010, and then 2 weeks later, on my birthday, we got the next snow on January 10th. So just the way that it is, and we enjoy it for what we get. Hopefully I'll get a chance this time maybe to go play with my sons and the dogs. We've got some video of the dogs that we can show you a little bit later. They were having a blast, outside in the snow. But not a bad way to spend the birthday, out having fun.
Not at all, not at all. While you're out there, Jim, you should actually get the kids to make you a birthday cake out of snow.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. You know, if they don't throw it at me first.
Jim, thank you so much for that report from Huntsville. Right now, we want to send things over to Max Cohen. Max is in the storm tracker right now. We want to give him an opportunity to give us an idea of how things are looking where he is. Max, tell us how things are shaping up. Where are you?
Hey, Nicole, we are in the WAAY 31 Storm Tracker powered by Lynn Layton Chevrolet, and right now we are outside the VBC. And I'll tell you one thing, in the last 30 or so minutes, we have seen a lot more people walking than driving. Now, as we've mentioned several times, the road conditions are probably as good as they're going to get today, but still people seem to have opted to do it on foot as opposed to behind the wheel. Now let's take a look actually at the VBC. Tonight was supposed to be a pretty big night here. The Havoc slated to start their series against the Peoria Rivermen. That would have been a rematch of the championship series. The league decided, because of the weather, preemptively to postpone. We still don't know exactly when that's going to be made up, but let's take a little look here with our roof cam if I could figure this out. It is honestly a little bit harder to navigate than you'd think. Up is down, down is up, and the zoom is not quite... All right, let's see if we can get... So the roads, as we were saying, look just about as good as they're going to. They're not clear by any means, but you can see a lot more blacktop than you could this morning. There were periods of time when it was all white. You didn't know where the lines were. You didn't know where the curb started. Definitely a different case now. And we've been driving around since 5 o'clock this morning. I can tell you in the last couple of hours, things have really cleared up. Trevor and I were able to make a trip over to Madison and check out Toyota Field. So, yeah, you still don't want to be on the roads unless you have a real reason to be. But if you do need to go somewhere, and I don't want to say this is the perfect time, but I know it's definitely one of the better times to be on the road. So if you have somewhere to go, it's probably the time to do it.
I've been watching your shots throughout the day. It definitely looks a lot better out there. It's also, I love that you guys are checking out all the sports venues. Very fitting, right?
Well, it's the least we could do. Somebody's got to do it.
And you are the perfect person. It looks like you can also get a look at Big Spring Park, kind of where you are. Max, do you see anyone out in the park playing in the snow or anything out there enjoying it?
Let's switch over to that camera really quick, so we'll zoom out a little bit. Well, that's actually zooming in. I told you this thing's hard to operate. So there's some people going for walks. You might be able to see there's two here, one on the near side and one on the far side behind that tree. And I don't know how quickly I can zoom in. There's a couple, it looks like, on this left side of your screen. Let's get down. All right, this is way harder to operate than I anticipated. But they are building a snowman, and it looks like maybe even having a slight snowball fight.
Oh,
there are two
I see them
snowmen
back there
in the frame. Yeah, so they're having some fun.
Unless it's not a couple, but...
Well, you know, who's to say? But two people having fun with the snowmen. Hopefully they're having a good time, and that wasn't just a snowball fight between two strangers.
And that's a pretty good-looking snowman they built there.
Yeah. Thank you so much for showing us things, and we'll check in with you to see where you all end up next. We'll be right back after this.
Welcome back. Thanks so much for sticking with us on this WAAY 31 alert day as we continue to track this snowstorm that is moving through North Alabama. We really appreciate you keeping it right here for coverage you can count on.
Yeah, and of course, we'll be here through the long haul through later on this evening, and you can always watch on WAAYTV.com as well. You know, it's been kind of fun watching people's live shots and the progression from the morning till now. It does look different than it did just a few hours ago when it was blanketed with snow. Here's a live look outside right now, good bird's eye view. You can see snowfall. You know, people got their wish, a snowy morning to go out and play with their
What a
families.
lovely view of Montesano.
That's our view, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You know, I got a chance to go out and see the big flakes coming down. We'd love to see your pictures as well. Make sure to send those to us.
Here's a look at Albertville right here, our tower cam out there. They got a nice blanket of snow out there on the ground in Albertville. We just see one car right there driving around, so it looks like folks are playing it safe and staying home as they should if they can, and enjoy this from inside their homes.
And the iconic shot, right?
That we all love so much.
You can see some more traffic out on the roadways.
565 there, yeah.
Yeah, earlier today you didn't quite see the number of cars going back and forth. Some pretty shots out there. If you did take any photos, send them our way. Obviously the camera here got hit by some sleet or rain or snow or something, but a look at the shoals. And you know, the shoals, honestly, the live shots from there throughout the morning, they had some accumulation and the roads were kind of dicey earlier.
Yeah, they were, and they may continue to be that way, Tori, throughout the evening as well as it gets colder. And we face the threat of refreezing on the ground and the roads there. This is a look at beautiful Decatur there, the river city. No one crossing the bridge right now.
It's probably a good idea.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Beautiful view.
So that's just a quick look through the Tennessee Valley viewing area. Obviously, many more shots to take. There's that lone car headed over. You know, you do have to be really careful, though, on bridges and overpasses, especially now as we head kind of into this next phase of things where right now the driving looks okay, right? They're still urging people to stay home, but we'll have to see what happens later on in the day.
Yeah, and make sure you keep it right here with us because we'll be bringing you all those updates as we get them in terms of the roads that are closing, the areas you should stay away from. We've been getting reports all day long from, you know, the fire departments, various police departments, ALDOT as well, and we're continuing to bring that information as soon as it becomes available to us.
Let's take a look at this because we're also looking at power outages that people could see from winter weather. Happy to report, looks like people are doing pretty well.
Yeah, no one's in the dark, and that is a good thing on a day like today. This is not a day you want to lose your electricity because it is very cold.
Yeah, you know, we'll continue to keep an eye on that as the day goes on, but not too many power outages. So that's positive for everyone. You know, that's a big concern when you talk about winter weather is if you lose power, things get kind of iffy there for a bit.
Yeah, it does. And it looks like based on that map, Colbert County, they only have about 20 or so outages. And so that's a good thing. And this is going to make it easier for crews to get out and restore the power to those who have lost it because, you know, there aren't that many right now.
If you do lose power, though, and you have a safe way to get there or, you know, a ride to pick you up, there are these warming centers all across the viewing area. They're listed on our website, WAAYTV.com, if you do need somewhere safe to be that's a little bit warmer.
Yeah. All right. We want to...
All right, a Colbert County TVA plant could play a critical role, we're learning, in making sure North Alabamians have electricity during this weekend's winter weather outbreak.
Now, the TVA has pumped about more than $400 million into that small natural gas plant. TVA leaders say the fire that went up was bigger and is struggling to produce enough power to meet demand. And they say chances are they'll fire it up later this week, that plant.
We're not running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, but we are prepared to start and be online in less than 17 minutes in response to a peak demand, which could happen at any time of the day, especially in cold weather.
TVA says it's conducted several drills over the past year based on lessons it learned from last year's winter weather outbreak.
Well, Huntsville Utilities wants to assure everyone that its power grid can handle winter weather.
It says the department started preparing for this weather event last year when we had that major storm come through. It was crippling.
We will be ready for action. And if you have trouble with your power, please call, use our website. Those resources are available for you. We will keep our website updated so you are aware of outages.
Kelly also says Huntsville utilities will not turn off anyone's power if they are late on a payment during this time.
Several agencies across the Tennessee Valley are opening right now to make sure everyone can stay warm and have access to heat because it is cold outside. Well, to find those warming centers closest to you, all you have to do is visit our website, WAAYTV.com. We have a few of them on your screen right now. They include the Community Warming Center, the living room that's on Governor's Drive, First Stop, which is on Stoke Street, and the Downtown Rescue Mission. Those are three that are open. We also have organizations that will give you a ride to those warming centers if you need it and if it is safe to do so. You can find all of that information as well on our website, WAAYTV.com. And another thing we want to mention is that, these warming centers are available to everyone. Perhaps, you've been having some issues with your heat or it's not up to par and you want to get somewhere where you can be warmer. Those centers are available and accessible to you as well.
Yeah, make sure you check that out if you are in need of that. There's also a local group. You might have heard of them because of the last time this happened. They're stepping up to make sure people who have to get to work can get there safely. WAAY 31's Georgia Clark shows us how the Quad City Wranglers are pitching in.
We're a close-knit family. We just like to help the community any way we can.
The Quad City Wranglers Jeep Club president Tommy Britton says this is what the Jeep community is all about. And as inches of snow threaten to drop down on North Alabama over the weekend, he says they will be stepping in to help.
We're reaching out to the local hospitals and first responders and nurses, and we've created a form for them to fill out for a request form, and we are going around picking them up, taking them to the hospitals.
So far, Britton says they have had over 70 applicants, and he expects his club members to be on the road 24/7 doing rides. They've done these ride programs for years, offering up help whenever bad weather strikes, and they're happy to do it.
Nurses and doctors has got to get to take care of the patients, and so we just feel like it's the best thing we can do. If they can't drive, that's what we're here to do, is help take care of everybody.
And they aren't just helping with rides either.
We're just expecting easy rides, no trouble. We have recovery gear that if we need to, help somebody get unstuck, we're capable of doing that. And, just whatever the community needs, we're there to help.
If you do need help getting unstuck and can't find a traditional tow truck, be sure to reach out to the Quad City Wranglers through Facebook. With coverage you can count on, Georgia Clark, WAAY 31 News.
Hey, good afternoon again, everyone. We continue on this 31 alert day. The wintry weather, for the most part, particularly the snow, has kind of come and gone. Now it's really just the aftermath, the impact, the travel conditions that are going to be an issue as we take you through at least the next couple of days. That does include your weekend. Hopefully you had a weekend planned inside and not getting out, because it'll be a little difficult, particularly tomorrow. Mentioned earlier, a few minutes ago, as we head into later this evening tonight, we're going to have the refreeze. So the slush, the moisture on the roadways, it's going to turn to ice as temperatures drop into the 20s. So as we check out road conditions here and what the expectations are, tomorrow morning, icy. Not recommended that you are out early in the day. And I'll be honest, not necessarily recommend that you get out later in the day either. There likely will be some improvement for the afternoon hours, so we'll take you from red to yellow, but there's still going to be some ice and some slush that you will encounter on the roadways. And that's because tomorrow, a lot of the day is going to be cloudy, and we're only going to see temperatures climb a few degrees above the freezing mark, so there will not be marked improvement tomorrow from what we've seen today. And again, keep in mind what we got out there right now will turn into a whole bunch of ice overnight tonight, so actually maybe even a little bit worse on the roadways. What does start to melt a little bit, once again, heading into tomorrow evening and tomorrow night and Sunday morning, is going to freeze back up again. So icy roads will be a problem during that time frame. Sunday afternoon, it gets better. Going to pick up some sunshine. That goes a long way to help clear the roadways. We're also going to see temperatures back above the 40-degree mark. So there is going to be a good bit of melting that takes place on Sunday afternoon. So I think really that'll be your best shot at getting out and about if you've gone a little stir crazy from being kept inside at that point in time. But once again, we head into Sunday evening and into the Monday morning commute. We're going to get that refreeze. Now we'll have to wait and see how much is left on the roads after we get through Sunday afternoon, and that'll really be a determining factor as to what the commute on Monday morning is going to look like. So one of the things I encourage you to do, check back with us, of course, throughout the weekend as we get an assessment of how the roads are improving or not in time to go back to work and back to school on Monday morning, or if there's still going to be an issue out there. All right, here's how the forecast breaks down over the next 10 hours. And what we're going to be watching is when temperatures get to 32 degrees. Now, some of you will hit this a little bit earlier than others. This is the forecast for Huntsville. The rest of this afternoon through 5, 6 o'clock, we're going to stay around 34, 35. So mostly slushy conditions on the roadways. Once we get closer, though, to freezing and hit that 32-degree mark, which will probably be sometime late evening, that's when we're going to start to have some problems out there. There will be some additional precip that falls, mostly in the form of either some rain or some sleet. We may get a brief shot at a few snow showers coming through this evening as the atmosphere starts to turn a little bit colder as this system begins pulling away from us. But I'm not expecting any more significant accumulations of anything out there. Here's what it looks like right now, WAAY 31 Triple Doppler. And again, it's a mixed bag, lots of colors here. The greens, those are your rains, and it's just light rain. You get into the blue and the white, close to Fayetteville, back towards Lawrenceburg. That's where the radar is indicating still some snow, especially as you go north towards Nashville. You really run back into that snow. And over here into Sand Mountain, Jackson, and into DeKalb County, it's a mixed bag. We've got a little freezing rain. We've still got a little sleet. But really, the radar picture has changed from what it was this morning when it was solid across the board with nothing but snow across the area. And so the worst part of this storm, at least the precip that it's going to throw at us, is pulling away. We'll still have some lingering mixed bag out there for the next few hours. But again, the most significant precip has come and gone. Now, I talked about this last night when I did Facebook Live and when I have a little bit more time to discuss things in detail, but we've got that opportunity this afternoon. So I do want to kind of explain, why did it not stay all snow? Well, and this is a problem that we have with winter weather forecasting in the South. It doesn't matter what the temperature is at the ground. It also matters what the temperature is several thousand feet above our head. And that's why it's often so complicated to nail the forecast details when we're talking winter weather. And that was the situation this go around. Fortunately, the data that we had available was actually fairly accurate. But why did it change back from snow to the sleet, to the rain, the freezing rain? Well, that's because above our heads, and keep in mind, close to the ground, even if you get up to 33, 34, 35, you can still get snow at those temperatures. But what really matters and causes that changeover is when above our heads by a few thousand feet, the temperature goes above 32 degrees. And that was the situation today. We started the day, we were right at 32 or a little bit lower. That's indicated by this dashed blue line that you see here. But we had this little layer that came on in late morning and here through the midday, early afternoon hours, where we went slightly above freezing. So what that meant was the precipitation that was falling out of the clouds in the form of snow hit this warm layer right here. The snowflakes melted. And then when they came back down to the ground, if it was near to above 32, stayed rainfall. Or in this case, we actually had a little layer here just above the surface where it went back below freezing. And when that happens, those little raindrops that were snowflakes start to freeze up again. And that's when you get that sleet. So that was the whole reason why things changed and why we had such well, I mentioned earlier in the week I'd probably have some gray hairs after trying to figure out this forecast, and that's why. Razor thin here. You know, if this warm layer had not been here, it would have been all snow. It'd still be snowing out there, but that was not the case. So very complex forecast, and that is why the precip changed throughout the morning hours. All right, what's it going to look like the rest of today? Pretty much what we've got right now. Future radar here at 1:30. Again, not a solid shield of precip that's now off to our east and southeast, but we will still have these pockets where we have either some rain or some sleet. And again, on the back end, here's 4 o'clock, and you'll see this through the evening hours, maybe a change back over to some snow showers, but they will not be substantial enough for any additional accumulation. By 9 o'clock tonight, those are over and done with, and then the only other thing I'm expecting overnight tonight, some snow flurries. You see some of those around later tonight into first thing Saturday morning. We do start the day cloudy tomorrow, below freezing, running in the upper 20s. So again, there will be problems on the roads. We hit tomorrow afternoon. Cloud cover tries to break a bit, but a lot of the day will be overcast. So we won't even have the benefit of some sunshine to help thaw the roads a little bit. And again, those temperatures are not going to climb a whole lot above 32 tomorrow afternoon. So I don't think there'll be a whole lot of improvement tomorrow in the road conditions. But Sunday will be a different story. Now, Saturday night, though, we clear out. And we're also seeing indications here with future radar that because of the moisture, we may actually see some fog development. Temperatures Saturday night, they're going to go down to near 20 degrees. So if we do get some fog that forms out there, on top of the fact we've already got the refreeze going on, we may see what we call some freezing fog, where some of those fog droplets also freeze to the road. So Saturday night, Sunday morning, not going to be good the way it looks right now. But as we head through the day Sunday, we get rid of that early day fog and perhaps some low cloudiness. We will bring some sunshine back in Sunday afternoon. The sunshine, temperatures getting back around, if not a little bit above the 40-degree mark, is going to help to contribute to a good bit of melting there at the end of the weekend. And again, we'll have to see at the end of the day Sunday how much we have in terms of any slush or moisture on the roadways, because that will play in to if we're going to have some problems on the roads again for the Monday morning commute. These are your lows tonight. We go back middle and upper 20s across the area tomorrow. There you go. We don't get much above freezing, just slightly. 35 in Huntsville tomorrow, same in Decatur, 36 in Muscle Shoals. Maybe, though, a little closer to freezing here, Guntersville to Scottsboro, over towards Fort Payne. Some of those valley locations may have the colder air kind of lingering in those spots heading into tomorrow afternoon. And then here we go, Saturday night into Sunday morning. This will be the really cold one, down around the 20-degree mark. These temperatures largely influenced by the fact that we'll have that snowpack still on the ground, so that will lead to some colder temperatures than we would have had otherwise. And at this point, kind of like what we had the other night when I told you to drip the faucets, may need to do that again Saturday night before you go to bed, just to be on the safe side. All right, here's a breakdown of your WAAY 31 Storm Tracker 10-day forecast. We have no alert days on it after ours wraps up today. Tomorrow, if we have any precip, it'll be early. It'll be a snow flurry. That will be it. 35 for your high, 45 on Sunday. Again, I think we'll get a good bit of melting that will come in at the end of the weekend. We take into early next week, Monday morning, again starting below the freezing mark. So if there's any slush still on the roads, it will likely ice up Sunday night. But then by the end of the day Monday, and certainly no later than Tuesday, I think we're over and done with the precip that, with the leftover of the snow and the ice. That will pretty well be gone by that point in time. We don't warm up a whole lot late next week, maybe getting back above 50 for a couple days. That's actually close to average for this time of year. But then we got another weather maker coming in next weekend. Right now, not looking like a winter weather threat. But obviously, after this one, we're going to be keeping a close watch on it. But at this point, that one looks like temperatures will be warm enough that that precip will be all liquid. Again, we're just keeping an eye on the improvement that we're going to see out there. And, of course, that all-important temperature for when the refreeze is going to start to happen heading into tonight. We'll, of course, have more updates coming up in your forecast. Tori, Nicole.
All right, thanks so much for joining us. Of course, we've been on air throughout the entire morning, starting in the overnight hours, the latest on, I don't know what you want to call this.
Some people are calling it Snowmageddon.
I know,
Maybe
I was going to say that.
That's an exaggeration, but hey, if they want to call it Snowmageddon, go ahead and call it Snowmageddon, because really we don't get this much snow in our area that often.
And I think up next we've got some key information that they want us to go to. I believe we're speaking with Fayetteville Public Utilities CEO, correct?
That is correct. He is standing by right now on Zoom. Can we see if we can pull the director in right now to give us an idea of what's happening out there in Fayetteville where you are?
Sounds like we might be having a little bit of a communication issue there. So we'll check back in once we can. But of course, you know, at this point, people want to know any possible power lines down, any power issues. We did go through the overall map of our coverage area, and really it was pretty good. The only thing was Colbert County, right, with about 20-something rather?
Yeah, not that many power outages at all across the area, and that's what we like to see on a day like today.
Jim Abbott is standing by for us. Jim, you've got a great bird's eye view of things, right? Because we're up on Montesano, that's where the TV station is, and you're on the, I believe that's the outside balcony. I've only stepped out there
Our
once.
little gazebo out there behind our station.
What do you see down below?
I see a blanket of white looking down to the hospital district and all the way out past U.S. Space and Rocket Center. The wind is still kind of picked up here, and there hasn't been any precipitation that I felt in the past hour and a half until right now, until you just tossed to me. And now we're starting to get just a little bit, feels a little bit more like kind of light freezing rain. It's definitely not that nice soft snow that we were getting before. I know you're talking about some of the different counties and some of the information that's coming in. I just got off the phone a little while ago with Marshall County and DeKalb County. In Marshall County, they say things are really not too bad right now. After the snow, it's really slacked off quite a bit, but of course they're expecting later on conditions are going to freeze, so they're still cautioning you to stay off the roads. They've been using a combination of gravel, sand, and salt out on the roads and spreading that out, and have had some good reports as far as that is concerned. As far as DeKalb County, emergency management officials there say they are deeming all of the roads impassable for now, and of course they're looking at it freezing later on and the roads getting even tougher to go on. So they don't want you driving out there. They know that they're going to be getting some black ice as well. However, they do say that the driving situation so far this morning, people have been heeding the warnings, so they haven't had too many problems out there as far as people getting stranded on the side of the roads. Here a little bit here and there. They did say they had a multi-vehicle accident. That was about 10 o'clock this morning. A couple accidents that were on I-59 and a semi that was jackknifed on Alabama 68. But they do say that if you do have to go out, make sure, we've been, reminding you all week, the precautions to go out, make sure you've got blankets, warm things, a full tank of gas if you're going out. Let somebody know exactly that you are going out and where you're going. The superintendent has had crews out. They have been putting down chips for traction, which is a little different. They've been getting good reports of that being quite helpful out there. They also are reminding you that warming centers, which right now, feeling as cold as it is, sounds like a really good thing. March for Life Ministries is coordinating that in DeKalb County. I talked with them back on Monday in Fort Payne. In fact, if you want to see the story, you can find that at WAAYTV.com. They are manning a hotline that's 24/7. Those warming centers are open. They've got one in Fort Payne. There's another one in Henniger, and here's the hotline that you can call. It is 888-789-4673. And again, those warming centers will be open pretty much through the weekend is what they were looking at, but you can call that number and get more information there. But again, same thing we've been hearing from other counties as well, Marshall County, DeKalb County, and more, that if you don't have to go out driving, then don't do it. Even though some roads are opening up right now, as I mentioned, starting to get a little bit of that colder precipitation. As the temperature starts to go down, and the roads start freezing more and more, and then it becomes a big problem. Guys?
So, Jim, another thing, tell us a little bit about the temperature out there, right? It is kind of, it's pretty cold out there. I've known you long enough. I know how you speak, and it sounds like your lips are getting cold.
They are, yeah. It's something. It kind of kicks back in. It's been a little while since it's been like that to kind of make a call. But it's interesting. The snowfall that we got here. I grew up in Wilmington, Delaware, and this was pretty typical of the winter storms that we would get up there. It would always be kind of right on that line. Sometimes a little bit lower in Maryland and Virginia. And then, going up into Pennsylvania, Philadelphia and the like would a lot of times get snow. We would kind of get the freezing rain, and snow mix. And somewhere between 2 to 4 inches of snow is pretty normal. Then again, it would melt a little bit, and then we'd get that sheet of ice, and that would last for a couple of days. So it's really kind of what it appears that we're going to be dealing with here as far as that. Enjoy the snow. While you're outside, you can do it, kids, because when it's hard packed like this, you can make snowballs, you can make, snowmen and the like. You start getting this freezing rain and all that, and it kind of puts that crust on top of it. Now you can't do all that stuff. You can still sled. It gets a little slicker, actually. But, that's my advice as far as going out. But it is getting colder if you're going out. Just, beware. I've gone to the hat now. That was kind of a smart thing. Do recommend the gloves because it'll bite you. Everything else kind of stays warm, but it's your head, your hands, your feet that it's really going to get you as the wind picks up and it starts to get colder.
Yeah, Jim, another thing we should remind folks, because now that we aren't seeing any rain, you mentioned the packed snow and how heavy it is, because we have seen some rain and sleet earlier today. Folks may want to go outside and start shoveling snow, cleaning out their driveway, their sidewalks. And so you want to be very careful doing that because it's so easy to slip and fall out there and hurt yourself. So be careful. And another thing is that now that the snow is heavy, as Jim mentioned, if you have a heart condition or even if you don't, this is really a dangerous time to be out there trying to shovel snow. It's what they call heart attack snow. This is the time where we see people having issues with their hearts because it's a little bit more tedious and taxing on the body when you're shoveling snow once it's become heavier.
That's good advice, definitely. Jim, thank you so much for chatting with us. Nikel, I'm actually going to let you take the next interview because we're in this for the long haul, and I lost battery to my earpiece. So you go ahead and you do that next one, and I'm going to get a battery, and I will be right back in just a minute.
All right, now we want to bring in the CEO of Fayetteville Public Utilities is standing by right now. Britt Dye is standing by to give us a look at how things are shaping up out there in Fayetteville to see how they're faring with the roads out there and how things are shaping up in terms of access to power and things of that nature. Britt, thanks so much for joining us this afternoon.
Yes, ma'am.
So what can you tell us about how you all are managing your operations out there so far? How are the roads looking? Are you having any emergencies right now? Are you in good shape right now as this storm unfolds?
Well, right now, the Fayetteville Public Utilities is in real good shape, and I hope not to jinx us by saying all this, but we haven't had the first power outage at this time. All the men are still here at work. We have closed the main offices down, but all the operations, water, gas, and broadband and electric is still here at the office getting ready for any type of calls that we may have.
Well, yeah, it sounds like you're in pretty good shape, and I'm sure your residents out there are very, very grateful that you're up and ready to service them should anything go wrong. Tell us about, how far in advance you've been planning for this event. I mean, I know here, our team, we've been, talking about it all week long. How far in advance have you started, or did you start planning to prepare for this storm?
Well, every week we have a operations meeting, and for anything that we hear that may be coming or down in the future, we already prepare. Our trucks are stocked. We have like for the walks, we go all the way down to getting the salt out for the safety of the employees. But like for this storm right here, we've been planning for this storm from the first day that we heard it could be a possibility. So we go ahead and get everything ready to go.
Yeah. How is it different for you now in terms of what we experienced last year this time?
Well, last year, when the weather got cold, and that's what they're expecting again for the next week and this weekend. And we make sure that all our trips are set right at our substations to handle additional loads. And We changed out a lot of conductors in the past 2 years as well. Sometimes you find out where you might have a weak spot in your system. We take care of that immediately as soon as we can for the next year to be prepared, and that's what we've been doing.
Yeah, did this impact your budget at all in terms of, the resources you needed to be prepared for this storm?
Yes, ma'am, it hits your budget, but at the same time, every year when we prepare our budget, we go in a lot of detail about what to expect, how we need to upgrade, where the problems are at, because we have a 4-year operational budget of what's needed replacing, and that includes poles, transformers, conductors, tree trimming, all those kinds of things.
Britt, can you hear me?
I can now, yes, ma'am.
How are your crews holding up? I mean, they're out there braving the elements, working around the clock, making sure that people are safe and making sure that resources are available to service people as they need them. How are they holding up right now?
Well, they're doing good. They haven't had anything as far as past the normal workday so far. We did have a crew that came in from Kentucky yesterday because we've been up in Kentucky helping those people get their power restored. And, when you do things like this from the lineman's perspective, it gets your adrenaline flowing, and I don't believe they can ever get too tired of work.
Yeah, because they're in this because they love what they do and they love, the people of their community. Please express our gratitude to them. We are so grateful that they're out there doing what they do to keep everyone safe and prepared to get through this storm. Thank you so much for your time, Britt. Before I let you go, if people do have any issues, concerns, emergencies, what do they need to know in order to reach out to get assistance?
Yes, ma'am. We have 24-hour dispatching 7 days a week. And we have all of our information on social media, our web page. We get on the radio, local radio, make announcements to let everybody know. But that number is 931-433-1522. And dispatch is here to answer those calls 24/7.
Britt Dye, CEO of the Fayetteville Public Utilities, with us, giving us an update right now. Britt, thank you so much for your time. We'll be right back.
All right,
Welcome back.
There you go. We're both eager to say hi.
We want to send things over to Trevor Denton right now. He's in the Storm Tracker Weather Center. Of course, we're continuing to track how this storm is unfolding across our area. Trevor, tell us where you are and what you're seeing.
Yeah, so it's been a minute since we last spoke, so let's update you on a couple things. So a few minutes ago, we drove through downtown Huntsville, and gotta say, best conditions we've seen all day, as Jeff was talking about in his forecast. Nothing coming down right now, and temperatures not too bad at the moment. So the road's pretty clear around downtown Huntsville, especially, I remember early in the morning, we drove up California Street at one point, and that was really, really difficult. A lot of slipping and sliding. Well, we just made that same turn, this time very, very easy. So me and Max decided to keep going further and go up Cecil Ashburn Road, a road that was closed at one point this morning. We ended up going up the hill, and maybe not as good and clear as downtown Huntsville down there on the floor, but not bad either. I'd say probably a 7 out of 10 in terms of difficulty. A couple of tough ice spots just with it being colder up here at elevation. So now we are up here on Cecil Ashburn Road. Once again, this was closed at one point today, back open, and you can get a nice view, beautiful view of the valley right now with all of that snow that has fallen down today. So it's about 33 degrees up here on our thermometer, a little bit warmer down there in the valley, and a couple of people have come up here to check out the view. So that shows you, it's not perfect up here at elevation. A little bit of skidding, a little bit of tough ice moments up here since we're at higher elevation and it is colder. But people have been able to get up here. A little while ago, there were even ATVs like doing donuts in the parking lot. So that was going on all around us. But you can see Cecil Ashburn Road right now and a beautiful view of all the snow that has fallen. So to make things short, conditions a lot better on the roads right now, especially compared to when we went through those same roads earlier this morning. We were able to get up here with limited difficulty up here, way up at elevation right now as we sit.
All right, Trevor, thank you so much for that update. We want to send things over right now to our Chief Meteorologist right now. He's standing by in the Storm Tracker Weather Center to give us an update now. Jeff.
Hey, Nicole and Tori, and thank you very much, Trevor. That was a great view up there, and kudos to be able to get up there. I'd be still a little scared, but I guess if the road's open, then it's semi-okay. All right, let's talk about what we've got going on right now. WAAY 31 Triple Doppler still picking up on precip, but the snowfall, the accumulating snow, that's come and gone. So I hope you'd enjoyed it while it lasted, because now it's just going to be slowly going away. We still have some precip out there, just mostly not in the form of snow. The exception, we're still getting indications of some of that showing up here in southern Middle Tennessee, but elsewhere it's a mixed bag. When we got rid of the snow, when we had that transition, we changed over to some rain and some sleet, and that's what we're going to continue to get here. Might get a couple more snow showers on the back end of this, but we're kind of on the tail end of the precip that this weather maker is going to throw at us. Notice back towards the shoals, things are looking pretty clear back in that direction. So the bulk of the precip has kind of come and gone across the area. Right now, what we're monitoring are temperatures. And the reason why Trevor was saying, it's not too bad out there. And I'll agree. And the reason why, it stopped snowing, so we're not adding more accumulation. And the temperatures have creeped just above freezing in most spots, with a few exceptions. Running near freezing in Guntersville and perhaps a little bit below over there in the vicinity of Scottsboro. But everywhere else, 33, 34, 35. You get above 32.0, and that's when anything that's ice starts to melt. So that's why things are not too bad on the roadways right now. And we'll see how much the roads clear of that slush as we take you through the next few hours before those temperatures dip back below 32 as we work our way later on into tonight. Here's the view outside. We'll show you a couple more pictures here with our Thompson Roofing and Construction Skycam, and these are always great tools to have when you're tracking winter weather. A picture is worth 1,000 words, as they say. And there you see it, the blanket of snow. Some of the roadways, though, that we're looking here, you see one car going by. The roads are not entirely snow covered. Yes, there is some slush out there, but semi-drivable in many instances, even over in Decatur. This is the Tennessee River Bridge, Highway 31, going from Limestone into Morgan County, and a few folks are braving it. But again, with the temperature sitting above the freezing mark, at least right now, there are no concerns about black ice there on the bridges. But you know how often that is. When temperatures dip to 32, it's the elevated road surfaces, the bridges, the overpasses that are the ones to freeze up first. So we're going to have to watch for that overnight tonight, particularly if the roadway there does not dry going over the river. All right, let's kind of run down some of the totals. These are the numbers I updated. I took out some, added a few others for some new locations that we had not gotten information on yet. But in general, it looks like about 2 to 3 to as much as 5 to 6 inches of snow, depending on your locale. Out in the shoals, some heavier totals here. Florence coming in about 6.5 inches. We had about 6 inches in Rogersville. Hazel Green added you 4 inches of snowfall there. Boaz, 2.5 inches there, southern parts of Marshall County. Scottsboro underneath here about 3.5. We got actually that report from meteorologist Amber Kulick, who's been over there giving us live reports. Hartselle almost 4 inches of snow, 4 inches in Russellville. Decatur around 3.5. Don't have an official number from Huntsman International Airport yet, but I think it's going to be in the range of about 3 to 4 inches when we get that from the National Weather Services. That's kind of what we've been seeing about the greater Huntsville area. So that's what we got. Again, anywhere from about 2 to 6 inches of snow. Heavier totals have been shoals and likely into southern Middle Tennessee. So how did we do? We always like to grade ourselves. Well, last night at 10, this is what I showed you. And I said, this is my last call for snow. I think we did decent. Set out towards the shoals, southern Middle Tennessee. Low end would be 3 inches, high end would be 5 inches. We hit that mark, in some cases exceeded it in and around the shoals. In and around the Athens, Decatur, Huntsville area, over into Jackson County, back into Lawrence County, set about 2 to 4. Looks like we got about an average of about 3 to 4. Where we missed slightly, south of the Tennessee River, where I thought the totals would be a little bit lower, maybe up to 2 inches. But in some cases, we got about 2 to 3 down in this area. Parts of Coleman County, I know Coleman got around 3 inches. That 2.5 that we got reported there in the Boaz area. Also saw a report around Fort Payne, about 2.5 inches of snowfall. So overall, I think we did pretty good. It doesn't always work out that way, so I'm happy about that. I was worried when I went to bed last night, I'll be honest. I was worried. I was like, is this going to be a bust? Is it just going to be sleet and not snowfall? And that makes a huge difference. Sleet's not fun. Snow, yes, it can be, unless you have to drive in it. But overall, things worked out well with the forecast, and that's always a good thing when it comes to winter weather. All right, here's where we're going as we head into the evening hours. Temperatures will likely remain, now this is for Huntsville, above the freezing mark, perhaps into the mid-evening. So we may not have big problems with things icing back up until a little bit later into the evening hours. So if there is some need where you need to go out and do something, now would be the time to do it. Again, kind of reiterating what Trevor told you, because as we head later into this evening and tonight, we will hit that 32-degree mark again and go a little bit lower than that. And all this is going to ice up on the roadways, whatever doesn't disappear this afternoon. And I don't think a whole lot more will be going away from what is already out there. Another update on your forecast coming up, of course, in the coming minutes. For now, Tori, Nikel, I'll send it back over to you.
All right, so you know something I've been following just because I keep Googling where's the closest place to ski from Huntsville. And people always talk about this place out in Mentone.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, and
I was going to say North Carolina somewhere, but yeah.
Right, yeah. And so I've been following them on Facebook kind of throughout the week. I guess they haven't been open for a few years, but they're desperately trying to open to make skiing possible in Alabama again. I guess they say due to hazardous road conditions, they won't be open tonight. Cloudmont Ski and Golf. A lot of people talk about this place, but they are trying to open tomorrow. So,
well, this is the perfect time. Yes,
if you can get there. I think you have to bring your own equipment. I don't know. Check the Facebook page for more information. But you know, that would be kind of interesting to say that you skied in Alabama, right?
Right, definitely. Yeah. I would love to get out there and try that. We ski from time to time.
Yeah, I would too. You just got to be able to get out there. That's kind of the issue with the back roads.
For now,
like that.
definitely. Yeah. It's going to be a while before the roads are safe to travel on, especially for us that far.
Yeah.
Getting from the Huntsville area to Mentone.
Yeah, exactly.
A little bit of a hike there.
Yeah. So, you know, I'm kind of glancing over, there you go. I was glancing over to the big screen, but throughout the day, if you watch this map closely enough, it kind of gives you a really good overview of what you're seeing on the roadways, and accidents will pop up and then they'll disappear. At the bottom of the screen there, you can see those are those road closures, areas that are barricaded off. So you're going to want to avoid that area. Some of them might not be marked on this map. And then Right now we have a few accidents to report as well. You can see the 3 in the middle and then one out towards the east. Obviously not everything that's going on is going to show up immediately, but the roads aren't totally okay to drive. If you take a look at this map, several slowdowns and wrecks as well.
And the roads aren't going to be okay to drive for a while. And as we move into the evening hours, it's going to be even more risky to get out there on the road. So don't get out there if you don't have to. Just stay home, because it's so easy to hit a patch of black ice and you know, crash or have some sort of accident, and we don't want that to happen.
It was interesting to see Trevor talk about Cecil Ashburn, because if you follow in, you know, all these Facebook groups, especially those who live out in Owens Crossroads, Hampton Cove, they always want to know, is Cecil Ashburn open, right? And throughout the day it's been closed, open.
Closed, open, closed.
So right now it's open, but as Trevor said, it's not entirely great conditions.
Right. Definitely want to keep that in mind. Right now we want to send things out to the shoals, where our Georgia Clark is standing by to give us a look at how things are shaping up out there in the shoals. Georgia, tell us what's happening out there now.
Whose house is that?
It's a beautiful home.
I don't know whose house this is, but I'm back again, and it is nothing but slush out here. It is turned kind of gross. It's still very pretty out here. This house behind me looks beautiful, but anytime you take a step anywhere, it just turns to absolute mush. So that's the point we're at in today, because it has been pretty much raining since about 10 o'clock this morning since we've been out here. But we've been driving around talking to folks. We actually just ran into a woman who was walking back to her house from the grocery store, the Foodland over here. And, you know, she was making a casserole, realized she didn't have enough ingredients, and was able to walk down the street. But speaking of the streets, it's, again, very slippery. Most of the roads have been kind of cleared off pretty well today, but we're still advising, and so are the local EMAs, to stay off of the roads if you do not have to get out. Yes, a lot of them have been plowed, but there still are some side roads that have not been. But the woman that I spoke to said that she was really happy that the city has gotten out and gotten these roads cleared up. And this was her first winter back in Tuscumbia. So it's been a pretty interesting day for everyone here, I'm sure. And we're just out here checking out the traffic and checking out the roads, but roads are looking good, still slippery, but just be sure to stay inside if you don't absolutely have to get out. I'm reporting in Tuscumbia with coverage you can count on. Georgia Clark, WAAY 31 News.
So Georgia, I don't know how easy this is to do, but are you able to pan the camera and kind of show us what the roads look like out there right now?
Not at the moment. We are in our modified car mode. So we were going to do a driving shot, but we decided to shoot out the window so we could get out of the car for a minute. We've done a lot of the driving shots, and I know, you know, the roads aren't as great to look at as I am. So I had to switch it up a little bit.
And you are beautiful, Georgia.
Yes, you are.
And we love you. And thank you so much for braving the elements out there, bringing us an inside look at how things are out there on the ground. We really appreciate your hard work, you and the rest of the team.
All right, thanks so much for that update. Of course, we'll be checking back in with Georgia, the rest of our reporters who are fanned out across the area. Jeff is here with us to walk us through everything that happened and what we can expect next. I'm already starting to get, I told you, the text messages, they're rolling in. What are you thinking about Monday?
People
and I'll say, let me ask Jeff. I'm going to pass that one to
He's
Jeff.
the one to ask.
We'll be right back, though, with much more in just a bit.
Well, we're going to send things over to our Chief Meteorologist Jeff Castle in just a moment to get another update on the radar and how things are shaping up right now as this storm moves through.
Yeah, Jeff has been, he's busy. He's updating digital for you as well. So you can always check WAAYTV.com, our app. Good reminder to download the app. But here he is.
Hey, yeah, I got another weather update. Really doesn't look a whole lot different than what I showed you about 5 minutes or so ago. We're still tracking one little last patch of precip. Remains a little bit of a mixed bag across the area. Some snow to the north, and then you get into the greens and the purplish color here, and that is either some rain or some sleet. That's kind of what we've mostly been looking at here across the area here in the recent little bit. This is all tracking east. The more significant precip, that's on out of here. We're getting some drying taking place into the shoals, but still a lot of cloud cover out in this direction as well. And again, the other story is that the temperatures have warmed up just a hair, which is why I don't want to say the roads are good, but I'll say the roads are the best that they've been all day at this point. There's still going to be slush on the road, and there is still the possibility where, even though all these numbers for the most part are above 32, there might be a colder spot where it's around freezing and things could be a little bit slicker out there. But again, right now, not bad. We're in the mid-30s. But hey, that's better than being 31, 30 degrees. We'd really have a lot more problems travel-wise if that was the case. Still expecting, though, overnight tonight we do go back below the 32-degree mark, so whatever slush and moisture is out there on the roads is going to freeze back up overnight tonight. That, of course, is what we'll be watching, the refreeze over the weekend as our winter storm is pretty well winding down here across the Tennessee Valley. Of course, we'll have more updates coming up for you a little bit later on.
All right, Jeff, thank you so much. We want to send it to our storm tracker again, powered by Lynn Layton Chevrolet. Trevor Denton is in the storm tracker right now to show us how Governor's Drive looks right now. Trevor.
Yes, we are actually headed that way. We're on Owens Crossing right now, heading towards Governor's to head back up to the station. So here's an idea of what the roads are looking like right now, where we are right now. You can see pretty clear. We just passed a plow truck that was getting some of that excess ice out of the way. So like Jeff mentioned, probably the best it's looked all day. Definitely not a guarantee that it's going to stay that way with the way that temperatures are looking. But as of right now, with it in kind of the mid-30s, you're seeing pretty clear roads. We are we are getting a little bit of water on the windshield right now. It looks like maybe a little bit of rain that just kind of started at the moment here, but that's how things are looking. Road decently clear. We haven't hit, you can see a little bit of ice there on the left, but it's more of that sludge kind of stuff, not that real hard ice. So that's definitely better than the alternative right now as we're headed back up to the station at the moment right now. This is what the roads are looking like.
Thank you, Trevor, for giving us a look at how the roads look out there right now.
This is helpful to us too, to be able to see, how it's all changing and kind of the ways that a lot of us take to get to and from work. Yeah, we appreciate that. Up next, I think we're going to talk about some of the risks of the cold weather, right? Because everyone's out playing. We don't want to be, what do they call them, Debbie Downers? but there are some real threats and things you have to be concerned about, being out in the cold for a long time.
That's right. If you're going to be out, you want to make sure you bundle up because, like Tori just said, it's very cold. Dress in layers, gloves, hats, scarves, mittens, whatever you can to protect your body from frostbite because this can really impact you more quickly than you might think.
Yeah, it can. Some of the signs and things to look out for: losing feeling in your fingers, toes, nose, or ears. They may also change color and become permanently damaged. Doctors say the most important thing you can do, as Nicole was saying, is really bundle up: thermal gear, heavy coats, gloves, a hat, and a scarf as well. So something to keep in mind. The kids want to stay out there for the duration of the entire day. I think I did that as a kid, wandering around in blizzards in DC, but
likewise.
They got to come in, warm up, have some hot chocolate. Same for adults, especially those, if you're working outside, it's something to consider as well.
Yeah, and it's okay to take breaks. I know we want to enjoy this weather because we don't see it very often. It's so beautiful and the kids get out there and have a lot of fun, but it's okay to go inside, take a break, warm up, maybe have some hot chocolate with some marshmallows. My boys love to do that.
That's part of the experience. Don't you remember that from growing up?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. And so remember, take breaks, especially for the kids. Go inside, warm up a bit, and then head back out and enjoy the snow because you definitely want to be safe while you're out there having fun in this.
We in the South don't get a lot of cold weather, so many of us may not have cold weather clothes or weather appropriate clothes for this kind of weather. So bundling, in multiple layers is very important, and then just making sure that you're close to a heat source if you don't have adequate adequate clothing or just staying in the heat and not going outside if you can.
All right, so you heard the reminders there from the health expert. Something to keep in mind. Hey, one thing we do want to remind you of is to make sure to send us any fun videos you have, fun photos, some of the accumulation. People like to do creative things where they get out the measuring stick and measure their patios. We want to see those, right? Because we can feature them on our social media pages.
Yes, and we'll put them on if we can, because we're getting a lot of them. But send them to us and we'll get them out there for you. We've seen some really, really interesting photos, some really cute photos of kids dressed up, building their snowmen. I saw one that had on a bow tie.
A 9-foot snowman, I saw that. My kids right now are actually trying to build a snowman. So I was showing you that, yeah.
Former Floridians enjoying their first snowfall.
I posted a photo today standing outside, and someone said, "Did you move from Florida?" No, I'm just in the snow, but yeah. On a more serious note, though, let's go to this next story, because National Guard is running 24-hour operations helping local police and fire departments, as well as the Department of Transportation, work through the snow.
And just like last year's storm, they'll operate when requested, moving trucks up and down the highway from the Tennessee state line all the way down to Decatur.
We're here to support the local agencies, so we're here to assist them. We can provide reconnaissance up and down the highways, report road conditions, we can report stalled vehicles in the ditches, people requiring medical assistance, anything like that.
Nearly 400 service members of the Alabama National Guard were activated for this weather event. We'll be right back with much more.
Welcome back. We are continuing to track this winter storm as it unfolds here across North Alabama. Thank you so much for sticking with us as we give you coverage you can count on, keeping you informed and aware and safe as this storm moves through.
We want to go out to Amber Kulick, who is in Jackson County. So Amber, I know you've seen a lot today. You started doing snow angels, and then you moved on to checking out road conditions, and you've also been talking with officials. So fill us in on all of the above.
Yeah, guys, been a lot today. I've been very busy for sure. Now, over the past couple of hours since we talked last, it was raining in my last live shot. Well, the rain has stopped but now the wind is starting to pick up a little bit, and it is definitely starting to cool off here in Jackson County. We're actually outside the courthouse here in Scottsboro, and we were driving on 72 to get here from our hotel. Road conditions, they weren't the best, but they weren't as bad as they could be in a situation like this. So let's go ahead and take a look at the roads now. And we're starting to see a lot of melting with the snow that's on the ground. So we just have a light layer now on the roadways, and the roads look clear, yes, but they're a slushy mess. And guess what's going to happen when the sun sets tonight? Well, all that slushy mess is going to freeze. So just got done talking to Jackson County EMA, and they told me their best advice is just stay off the roadways if you don't have to be on them, especially as we head into the overnight hours tonight and throughout the morning hours tomorrow. That is going to be the most dangerous time to be on these roads, because that's when we're going to see that refreezing of whatever we have left on the roadways. As far as the weather is concerned here, we are starting to see a lot of the melting of the snow that was on the ground earlier. So there's still enough left to make a really good snowball with, but I don't think I would recommend trying to make a snowman, and maybe not even a snow angel at this point. So the good news is we are starting to see that melting. The bad news is we are going to have to deal with the refreeze as we head into the overnight hours tonight. Otherwise, it does look like the weather is starting to improve a little bit here in Jackson County, but of course that's something we will have to keep an eye on over the next 24 hours as well as we head towards your weekend. But of course, for now, I'm going to send things back to you in the warm studio with coverage you can count on. I'm Amber Kulick, WAAY 31 News.
Amber, thank you for that update. And I know you can't see from where you are, but we were looking on Facebook just now, and we could see people out there in Scottsboro and Jackson County are having a blast in their neighborhoods. They are sledding, having so much fun. And the Scottsboro Police Department posted also as well to let folks know the various ways that they can reach them if they have emergencies. And that is one of the ways, even on their social media page, that people out there where you are can reach them if they run into any emergencies or happen to need help or assistance. But thank you for giving us a bird's eye view of how things look from where you are right now. We want to shift gears right now and go over to our Chief Meteorologist Jeff Castle to get another look at how things are happening right now on the radar and what we can expect throughout the evening. Jeff.
Can I ask you a question too, Jeff? Because I'm getting it a lot.
You just did ask me a question, but you can ask me another one. Yes, absolutely.
Oh man, that's like what a teacher would say, right? But people are starting to ask beyond the weekend. Is it still kind of a wait and see as far as the roads go?
You know, Tori, it really is. We're just going to have to wait and see how much more melting we get over the course of the weekend. Certainly overnight tonight into tomorrow morning, there's going to be the refreeze, and that will be the trend that we look for heading into Saturday night into Sunday morning as well. But a little bit more melting. I think the melting will actually accelerate on Sunday, and it's really just kind of a wait and see how much disappears by the end of the afternoon on Sunday. That'll be the real key. But let's kind of talk about road conditions over the next 2 days. Again, we get the refreeze tonight, so the moisture on the roadways, and I don't think that's going to go away because some of the snow is slowly melting, and of course some of that's running onto the roads. So overnight tonight, when we go back below 32 degrees, we are going to pick up some patches of black ice, so travel not recommended. As we take you through the day tomorrow, it'll be kind of like today. So as we head through your Saturday, we're going to go back above 32. Not much, but probably about where we've been today, 34, 35 degrees. So we will see things kind of get a little slushy again, that refreeze overnight tonight. So we'll just say cautionary tomorrow if you're going to be on the roadway. Still not recommended at that point. And then as we head into Saturday evening, Saturday night, and Sunday morning, we're back here into the red, which means anything that's still on the roads, moisture, slush, is going to refreeze and turn into ice, and especially that Saturday night time frame, because it's going to be quite a bit colder than even what we're going to be tonight. So things will ice up pretty quickly. But Sunday afternoon, a couple things are going to be working in our favor. Number one, it's going to be a little bit warmer. We're going to get temperatures above the 40-degree mark. We're also going to bring some sunshine back into the picture. Tomorrow, not a whole lot of that, if anything at all. So there is going to be a good bit of melting that takes place Sunday afternoon. But again, we just kind of have to wait and see. We've gotten a good 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 inches of snow in some cases. How much of that is left by the end of the weekend, and that will determine how much of an impact there's going to be Monday morning. So that'll really be your gauge. If there's still snow around, if there's still water on the roads Sunday afternoon that's not gone away, then do anticipate that there'll be some travel issues come Monday morning. Do I think that they're going to be widespread? No. But there could be some isolated areas that could cause some problems. And sometimes when you're talking the commute, if one of those isolated areas is on a main road, then you can have some sort of issues. So again, just kind of keep that as the gauge, but also keep checking back with us over the weekend as we get a handle on just how much of this is going to be left over by the end of the day on Sunday. Here's how things look over the next 10 hours. Still a little bit of precip to go. As Amber mentioned, it had stopped there in Scottsboro, but we have had a little bit more light rain and or sleet mixed in. Moving through the greater Huntsville area. So we're not entirely done with precip yet, but we are done with accumulating snowfall. So what you got is what you're going to get, and it's slowly going to go away here as we work our way through the next few days. We will tend to dry out a little bit later on this evening, although a snow flurry will be a possibility through this evening and tonight. And again, we'll be watching the temperatures. Looks like they'll stay here in that mid 30-degree range, 34, 35 through 8, maybe 9 o'clock tonight, and then they'll drop again just a hair, ever so close to that 32-degree mark. And when we hit that mark, then that's when we have the problems with things starting to get a little bit more slick and hazardous out there. Here's the latest with WAAY 31 Triple Doppler. Again, out to the west, things have dried a bit in the shoals. There's your last batch of significant moisture moving on through east of I-65, coming through Huntsville, now getting ready to move back into Scottsboro. And this is, again, kind of a mixed bag, a little bit of light rain and perhaps a little bit of sleet mixed in, but nothing that is super heavy. Latest here with future radar, we do continue to see that mixed precip as we work our way through the rest of today, but by 9 o'clock tonight, most of that is out of here. Couple snow flurries, that is going to be it for us tonight into tomorrow morning, so won't rule out a few more flakes. But of course, those flurries are not going to produce any accumulation. 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon may get teased with some late day peaks of sunshine before clouds fill back in Saturday night into Sunday morning. We'll also have to watch for maybe some areas of freezing fog that develop early Sunday. But then Sunday afternoon, here we go. Sun's out, temperatures are up, and the melting process will accelerate. We go down into the upper 20s a little bit later tonight here across the area. And as we work our way on through your Saturday, it'll be slow to warm up. Only 31 for Rainsville, Mentone, 34 in Stevenson. We'll go mid-30s for Huntsville, Owens Crossroads area back into New Hope. Madison, mid-30s tomorrow. Decatur, the same, 34 for Athens. And we'll also look for numbers primarily in the mid-30s out there towards the Shoals tomorrow afternoon. Here's your WAAY 31 Storm Tracker 10-day forecast. No weather issues over the weekend. It's just all about the refreeze and what sort of travel issues that is going to show us here over the weekend. 35 Saturday, 45 on your Sunday. And then we'll see more cold next week. In fact, we've got another cold front that'll come in Monday into Tuesday, so temperatures will go back down. But right now, we're not expecting any precip out of that. Some more chilly nights on the way into the low end of the 20s before temperatures bounce back, perhaps into the 50s again later next week. Looking towards next weekend, that's probably our next major weather maker coming on in. But right now, that one looks like it brings liquid precipitation, but obviously we'll be monitoring that very closely as we make our way towards next weekend.
Liquid precipitation is good.
That's a scientific word for rain, isn't it? I don't know. Yeah, there you go.
We want to get through this as safely as we can, and hopefully not have to deal with any snow anytime soon. And so far, I mean, we haven't heard anything about any injuries, fatalities, or anything from this storm, which means people are playing it safe. They're out enjoying this and not on the roads taking any chances.
Yeah, I have seen, there's been like a few photos of accidents and things like that. So it just serves as a reminder, right? Stay home and enjoy it, right? But, it's nice.
While you
Long
can.
weekend. It feels like Saturday to me, but
It
it's
does.
not.
It does.
It's Friday, I guess. Hey, we want to take a look just all across our viewing area to give you kind of a better sense. This is the shot, right, when you think of Huntsville, iconic shot here. Traffic's really picking up outside the U.S. Space and Rocket Center.
Yeah, we are seeing a lot more cars than we saw out there earlier today, which is kind of surprising, but, hopefully folks are paying attention and following the reports in terms of, how safe it is to be out there on the roadways right now. But yeah, we are definitely seeing a few more cars than we saw out there this morning.
Where are we headed to next? It's a mystery until it. Oh, there we go, Decatur.
The River City. It looks quite foggy out there. It doesn't right now.
You know, we haven't seen as much traffic here, and that's probably for a good reason, right? It's bridges, overpasses, things of that sort, which can really get a bit treacherous with this weather, but looks very different there than it does here in Huntsville.
It does. This is a look at the shoals out there. Oh, how beautiful. They got a nice coating of snow out there.
They always do,
on the
don't they?
ground. Just gorgeous. It's quiet out there. You don't see anyone out and about.
Lake Gunnersville, there's a shot for you. I was kind of curious how the lake looked with the snow around it. You know, some of those back roads in that area, when you're in Scottsboro, also heading, you know, out towards the lake, that's where some of those roads could be a bit difficult to navigate right now, the backwooded roads.
And this is Albertville again right now. The Turcam is shaking a little bit, so the wind may be picking up out there in that area, and that is something we want to keep in mind as well, as we know the snow is on, you know, trees, and that can be a concern as well in terms of looking out for fallen branches and trees and things of that nature. And this is
Toyota
back
Field
here in Rocket City. Yes.
I don't see any bases.
We probably won't see them for a while.
That's probably a good spot to go to get, you know, if you walked out there with the measuring stick, you'd get a good idea of how much snow. Are you waving your hand?
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
No, I mean, if they want to put up traffic, we did get an update here from Aaliyah about some road conditions, county by county, across the area. So I can just read these off to you. So this is the newest information coming in from Aaliyah. We'll start in Colbert County. No change in state and federal roads, it says, but it says they have been plowed and salted and seem to be passable with some slick spots. One lane clear and open on most roadways. No accidents or stalled vehicles reported at this time. Again, that's Colbert County. We just got this 10 minutes ago. So this is out in northwest Alabama. Franklin County, similar situation. They've been out there treating the roads, doing what they can. Seem to be passable with some slick spots, and that's what we want to emphasize, some slick spots. And sometimes it is the isolated slick spots that sneak up on you and cause some problems. So again, we don't recommend that you get out there. But as we've been seeing, improvement from what we had a little bit earlier. Also there in Franklin County, at least one clear lane open on most roadways. Lauderdale County, it's all the same. Again, the roads have been treated, some isolated slick spots, but at least one lane clear and open on most roadways. Lawrence County, it's a similar situation. So again, we don't want to tell you to get out on the roads, but you can even see on the map here, and I know from when we had this up earlier showing the traffic conditions, there was a lot more orange covering up the lanes of traffic, which meant things were slow. So a little bit better go on the roads, but again, if you don't have to be out, and that's what all the EMA officials have been saying, if you don't have to be out, just don't do it, because there are some slick spots to be found. But again, the roads are not quite as sketchy as they were a little bit earlier when we were kind of in the thick of all this snow coming down and accumulating on the roads.
And you know, some of that, give credit where credit's due, right? They really put a lot of effort into pre-treating roads, and the crews that spent tireless hours throughout this morning making sure those roads were clear. I'm sure people out there really appreciate that, right?
Yeah, and right here in Huntsville and the city of Madison, as well as the county, they've been working together, collaborating on their response, and also, you know, not just the response, but, you know, being proactive and preparing ahead of time to minimize the impact on the community here as a snowstorm came through. So we're so grateful for all the hard work they've done as well.
That's everything from, like we said, pre-treating the roads, to the crews who are out there plowing the roads, to law enforcement who issued those warnings about the barriers and talked about, you know, how they've upped their numbers to make sure everything's okay as far as responding to accidents. So as you said, you know, the news conferences have really featured people from all agencies, from the city, the county, city of Madison. So we've been able to hear about that collaborative effort.
You make sure you stick with us because things can change as we move into the evening hours. And as Jeff talked about, you know, the roads and the slush that's out there refreezing. And once, you know, it's nightfall, it's hard to see that
Right.
black ice. So you definitely do not want to be out there on the roads taking any chances driving around anywhere if you don't have to.
Right. We will, sorry, what'd you say?
Right now, we want to give you an update on the Huntsville, give an update to Huntsville Havoc fans, rather. Sunday's series against Peoria Rivermen is now postponed. If you're a Havoc fan, this is important information for you. And this is because of the winter weather that we're experiencing. We're working to try to get some information from the league on when this will be rescheduled.
Tonight's University of Alabama Huntsville Chargers game against Auburn University Montgomery is now postponed until Sunday. UAH Chargers basketball teams will now play on Sunday. The weekend games will remain at the same time, though, 2 for women and 4 for the men.
New photos and videos from the city of Huntsville shows public works crews out and about out there on the roads. You can see trucks driving down the highway there with spreaders to push the snow off the roadway. It looks like someone zooming in there. You can see where, from the vehicle that they're driving. The camera also captured some people out there getting ready to sled down some hills in the downtown area. This looks like a plow.
I was like, hopefully that's not a sled.
That is a plow out there clearing those roads, trying to make them safer for people who need to be out for emergencies. That's really the only reason to go out right now, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
Also, we've been telling you about this local group that stepped up to make sure people who have to go to work can get there safely. You may remember them from the last storm, right? They really helped out a lot of people. WAAY 31's Georgia Clark explains how all of this works with the Quad City Wranglers and how they pitch in during storms.
We're a close-knit family. We just like to help the community any way we can.
The Quad City Wranglers Jeep Club president Tommy Britton says this is what the Jeep community is all about. And as inches of snow threaten to drop down on North Alabama over the weekend, he says they will be stepping in to help.
We're reaching out to the local hospitals and first responders and nurses, and we've created a form for them to fill out for a request form, and we are going around picking them up, taking them to the hospitals.
So far, Britton says they have had over 70 applicants, and he expects his club members to be on the road 24/7 doing rides. They've done these ride programs for years, offering up help whenever bad weather strikes, and they're happy to do it.
Nurses and doctors has got to get to take care of the patients, and so we just feel like it's the best thing we can do. You know, if they can't drive, that's what we're here to do, is help take care of everybody.
And they aren't just helping with rides either.
We're just expecting easy rides, no trouble. We have recovery gear that if we need to, help somebody get unstuck, we're capable of doing that. And, just whatever the community needs, we're there to help.
If you do need help getting unstuck and can't find a traditional tow truck, be sure to reach out to the Quad City Wranglers through Facebook. With coverage you can count on, Georgia Clark, WAAY 31 News.
So we have a link on our website, WAAYTV.com, where you can request a ride from the Quad City Wranglers if you want.
It's great to see everyone coming together to get through this experience. That's what community is all about. Several agencies across the Tennessee Valley have their warming centers open right now to everyone to find a warm place to hang out. And this is not just available to those who may be home insecure or homeless. This is available to anyone who just needs a warmer place to go. Perhaps your heat is just not up to par. These centers are available to you. Right now you can see on our screen the Community Warming Center, the living room on Governor's Drive is open, as well as First Stop. They're open as well. That's on Stokes Street. And of course, the downtown rescue mission on Evangel Drive as well. Those are all open, and you can find more information about rides as well if you need a way to get there. There are organizations that will give you a lift. You can find all that information. It's on our website for you, WAAYTV.com.
All right, we want to go out to Paige Meyer now. She's at the Buc-ee's in Athens. How's your little snowman Bucky? Has he grown?
Yeah. I was getting some of the producers texting me saying that people wanted an update. I don't have my photographer with me right now. We're busy talking to drivers and getting some video. She's coming back here, so we'll show you at the end of this hit. You guys will see an update on Bucky. Spoiler alert. He's not doing very well. But I just wanted to tell you a little bit about the conditions out here in Athens while we have a moment. So it is cold, as it has been all day long. My hands, as I've been holding this mic, have been frigid, but I've been thinking about last year in comparison, and the ice storm last year, if you guys recall, also in January, it was so cold that I would stand out for 10 minutes and I was done. I wanted to be back in my car. I wanted to be back in Buc-ee's because I was also here in Athens last year, but it's not that bad. I mean, I've been standing out here for about 20 minutes now, and yes, I'm cold, but it's doable if you're out here with the proper equipment and the proper attire. As far as the roads, you guys have been showing the cameras, they've been looking better. I mean, when we were out here earlier this morning, they weren't great. We were driving out here, I was taking it nice and slow, and the roads were completely covered, but now they are clear. I mean, we can take a few steps away so I can show you a little bit now that we've got our awesome photographer Maddie behind the camera with us. This is I-65 here. It's looking clear. I mean, obviously this sleet and this rain is still coming on, so the roads are slick. And as we were talking about, black ice is a major concern, and it's not something that a lot of drivers have hit so far that we've been talking to today, but these roads are definitely slick. You can hear just the cars passing by us how wet these roads actually are. As far as the snow that's on the ground right now, it's melting. The rain and the sleet are melting it, so we'll take a little bit over. I'll show you Bucky. As you can see, he has lost his head. I was looking at him earlier and I was like, oh no, his arms have fallen off, and I've been trying to take care of him, but it has been raining and sleeting here. So we'll continue to take care of him as the day goes on, but that just goes to show that this rain and this sleet has been helping the snow melt as the day goes on. So that's all my updates now. Anything else you guys need to ask me while I'm here?
Bucky took a trip to the beach and melted a little, huh?
Paige, Bucky just needs some of that barbecue and banana pudding that Chris and Demetria talked about that they love so much. From there, and I think,
funny enough, I had
fine.
the sandwich, but I haven't had the banana pudding. I was going to say, I think he needs a little bit of something because he's not doing well. I'll have to go inside and get him something. Maybe not a scarf, but something cool to keep him a little more frozen.
Thank you so much, and we appreciate the hour-by-hour Bucky updates.
We'll be right back.
tracking winter weather. Thank you so much for joining us. If you're just now joining us on WAAY 31's Marie Waxel, we will check back in with Tori Denon and Nicole Williams. They'll be back in just a little while. They're getting some updates and some refresh as we need, as we have been going at it all day long for you. It is an honor and privilege for us to be able to deliver you the news that you need to keep you informed and safe throughout the entirety of this winter weather. Want to take a live look right now. I do believe our WAAY 31 storm tracker is en route back to the station. Do we have that live look from the camera? Let's go ahead and take a live look as it is climbing Montesano right now. Here we go. All right. This is a live look as it is coming up. As we all know, cell phone service is always a little bit hairy through here, so we're going to try and keep a live look. Hey, speaking of, not calling him Harry, Jim, but they're going down. They are going down. So they made it back up. They were able to pick up Jim Abbott, and then they are on their way back down. Jim, if you can hear us, what are you guys saying? How is that stretch of Montesano looking now at 3 o'clock in the afternoon? It's a much different look than what it looked at 5:30 this morning. Of course, I just mentioned that it was going to be a little bit tricky with cell service and getting some feeds out there, but we'll just watch as long as we can, see the storm tracker safely navigating through the bends and the curves there. But we have to really give our hats off to all of the road crews who have been working well before the sun came up this morning, looking at all of the roads, treating the roads as needed, ready with their plows, their graders for whatever was going to come our way. And it's just really hats off to them. We are waiting for an update from Huntsville city leaders and Madison County leaders. They were supposed to get an afternoon update underway at 3 o'clock. That is running slightly behind time right now, so we will switch over to that as soon as those folks are ready so you can hear directly from them. But you can see it's kind of that staging area right in the center of Montesano here down at the bottom of the hill. That's where the road crews were setting up here as we are turning onto Governor's Drive. Again, just a little bit tricky as you're moving video and live TV all together, but really look at that road. A lot of slick spots out there. Don't just see it's free to go at whatever speed you want. It is just really kind of a tricky situation. Go at your own pace. But the reason why roads have been able to be cleared as much as they are is because you guys have heeded the advice from officials and from all of us staying off the roads and allowing these crews to get out there and treat as they needed to treat. And without all the extra vehicles, they've been able to do it efficiently and rather quickly, all things considered, when you put everything together. I want to go ahead and check in now with WAAY 31 Storm Tracker Chief Meteorologist Jeff Castle now. Jeff, kind of best case scenario for us. We had a wonderful snow day to start the day. The kids, the big kids, young at heart, everyone getting a chance to get out there and play. And thankfully not as much ice, as what could have been.
That's exactly right, Marie. And that really makes a huge difference. Snow is a little bit more manageable than if you get that glaze of ice, because the snow at least gives you a little traction. Traffic can get out there, move, but by driving over the snow, that helps melt it as well. That's part of the whole process of getting it to break down. And it's good to see the roads relatively clear. Now, but you did notice slush on the roads, and even where there wasn't slush, the roads were wet. So what we're going to have to watch for tonight, even though most of the precip is moving on out, is how much of a drying process happens, and that's going to be a little slow, and how much of that happens before we get to 32, which is when whatever moisture is on the roadway, slush or just some puddles, are going to start to freeze. And not much you can do about it at that point once that process happens. So we are going to be watching for slick spots developing overnight tonight into tomorrow morning, black ice out there, and of course slushy areas will freeze up as well. Beginning for the most part, the precip is kind of winding down. It's really broken up. If you were watching us when we came on the air 4:30 this morning, it was widespread all across the area. It was all snowfall at that. We were anticipating that at some point during the morning hours there would be a transition going from snow to a mixed bag of wintry precip. Initially we had some sleet And then we changed over to some plain old rainfall, and we're still seeing kind of that mixture out there right now on WAAY 31 Triple Doppler. The farther north you go, you're still running into snow up in that direction. So parts of Franklin County in Middle Tennessee, extreme northern parts of Lincoln County, Moore County. Again, still some snow being indicated here by radar, and definitely up towards the Nashville area. It is falling as snowfall. You hit the state line, though, and that's when things get a little different. Again, not enough for this to cause any problems, but when you get into the pink, purplish colors, that's either some sleet in places where the temperature has dropped to 32.0 or below. That's coming down in the form of some freezing rain. Where it's above 32, it is in the form of just plain old liquid rainfall. And again, we've had that just moving off from Huntsville and continuing on off to the east, and no significant precip showing up back behind that, although some spots of either rain and or some snow showers or flurries will continue on into early evening. There's your temperature numbers right now. We are freezing in Fayetteville. It's 31 in Scottsboro, right at freezing in Guntersville as well as Coleman. But most everywhere else, 34, 35, 36 degrees. That's why the roads aren't terrible at this point in time. But again, don't expect that they're going to stay that way. Still have that blanket of snow out there, but since temperatures have come above freezing and we did bring some rainfall on in, the depth of the snow is beginning to decrease, but still showing up well here on our Thompson Roofing and Construction Skycam Network. Huntsville, always a great shot. Space and Rocket Center over in Decatur right now, still some snow showing up there. Snow on the ground in the shoals, and you can see that in amongst the trees here in Guntersville by the lake, where we did get accumulating snow as well. So everyone got a shot at it. Hope you got to enjoy it. Here's a look at some of the numbers, and pretty well in the range that we were expecting. We were talking 2 inches around the southern part of the area and maybe as much as 5 to 6 farther north you got. That's really what we saw here. I'll step out of the picture so you can take in all these numbers. And again, that was pretty well the range that we saw. If you look at the most common numbers, 3, 4, 5 inches of snow is what fell. But again, yes, the ticker. Scottsboro is, look over here, 3.5. 3.5. That was actually reported to the National Weather Service by our very own Amber Kulick. So she was out there not only doing the live shots for us, but taking measurements of the snow there in Jackson County, so we would know exactly what fell in Scottsboro.
Good stuff to see that out there. Just as Jeff and the rest of the team predicted, right in the ballpark. Jeff, this is exciting to see this.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I'm not sure.
All right, there we just had a little bit of a technical issue. We are back up right now. Jeff, I was just mentioning, if you saw it, not sure if you had that or not, but we're excited to see. I mean, Jeff nailed the forecast as we knew he would. And, you know, we're all wishing that this was what happened last year, right? A snow day like this, in and out with very little impacts. At least that's what we're seeing right now. A lot of fun for folks going into the weekend, especially the kids. The day off of school has been really nice and really something needed, right after the hustle and bustle of the holidays, just to kind of take in the moments and make some memories. Speaking of making memories, we have our team spread across from Albertville and Arab all the way over to the Shoals and everywhere in between, checking out the sights and sounds of what's been happening. They've been on air since before many of you woke up this morning. Julia Miller, one of our crew members that's been out there all day long for us. She's been out in the Shoals alongside Georgia Clark. All right, Julia, there's some activity behind us. Are you still out there in the Culver County area?
Hey Marie, I am in downtown Tuscumbia at the Food Lion, and despite the road conditions, this place is hopping. I mean, there are people all over this area. So we went in to go check it out. We got to speak to some employees and the manager here at Foodland, and a lot of them said they actually walked to work today. A couple different employees and the manager himself. But he said it was super important for them to be open today to make sure that people got what they needed. He said they actually prepared for this event and bought multiple loads of extra food to support everyone who needed it so they could stay open today. And we got to go inside and see, and they have tons of bread, milk, and eggs, and they want everyone to know that the Foodland in downtown Tuscumbia is open till 6 today if you need it. We were also driving around a little bit earlier and we saw another woman who lived down the street walking here to get some food for her casserole this evening. So it's really great that this place is staying open and people can get what they need, Marie.
Folks in the Shoals, Julia, telling folks in the Shoals to stay home and stay off the roads. Easier said than done, right? They don't always listen, but this morning it was really nice to see not a lot of cars out on the road, were there?
Marie, no, there weren't. And actually, like you mentioned, the road conditions are much, much better now. And a lot of that snow has now turned to this mush on the road. But thankfully, the snow plows have been able to push that all off to the side. And the road conditions of the major roads here are actually looking really much better. And you're able to drive on them much easier. I know we haven't had problems in the past couple of hours. And a lot of these cars here haven't either. They've been able to get here to the Foodland. So things are looking much better in road conditions. And actually coming up in the next 45 minutes, we're going to be speaking to the EMA director here. So we will give you updates from him when we get them.
EMA Director Jody Hitt over there, his first winter storm as official director of Colbert County EMA. Julia, thank you so much for your coverage out there and your updates throughout the day. We'll, of course, continue to keep checking back in with you. Want to go ahead and take some live looks right now. I do believe we have some tower cams. Want to do a sweep of some tower or some traffic cameras right now. Of course, this is the site that we associate Huntsville with. This is from our Calhoun Community College camera over there. You can see 565. Not exactly what we typically see on a Friday afternoon. Normally it's crowded, folks trying to get home and start their weekend, but many of you able to start your weekends yesterday, so that is a good welcome sight there. Traffic moving along smoothly. If they are out there, of course, just take it slow. And those tractor trailers, though, it can be tricky. They hit some slick spots. I know at least coming up Governors for a couple of them a little bit ago this afternoon, so they have got that cleared and back open. I do understand at this time. A live look looking over Decatur. You can see just kind of that haze over there, but yeah, I mean, things moving smoothly over the bridge going into Decatur there. Again, not a lot of traffic, a very good site. Everyone is listening to the advice that's being put out there. I mean, where do you have to go? It's the perfect time to stay bundled up and stay warm. And of course, here's another look at the Shoals area. I love this site. It really is like a snow globe when you look out there and you see the blanket all across North Alabama. I wish this was Christmas time, and then, you know, in the news business, I'm kind of glad it's not, because we all would have spent Christmas Day up here and together. But wow, what a sight to see this happen, and it's nice to see that it's moving right on out too. And of course, our friends over in Marshall County, look at Gunnersville. A lot of friends there hold up on their houseboats in the marinas. Some of them maybe not venturing out. Whew, good luck to you if you are getting out there. I know some sailors over there wanting to get out there. Albertville, look at this, looking at the Sportsplex out there in Albertville. You know, you would think you would see some kids out there sledding. Maybe they were out there earlier. Maybe there's another hill in the Sand Mountain area that's a lot better than this area, but a lot of fresh snow still out there. But those roads, of course, looking very good, thankfully, for us this afternoon. Want to remind you that if you could send in any photos or videos, if you haven't done that, send it to share@waaytv.com. We've got them uploaded, and we're continuing to upload all your videos online at waaytv.com and on our WAAY 31 news app. Send them in, keep them coming. We love to see them, even if you forgot. Share@waaytv.com. Email them to us. We love to see and hear from you, because you are the ones who help us tell the story. Again, want to bring you up to date. It is 3:15. It appears that the winter stuff falling that we've been tracking has quit for the time being. Of course, we'll be checking in with Chief Meteorologist Jeff Castle here in just a moment. Want to take a live look at some roads in Madison County, courtesy of our WAAY 31 storm tracker. Is that the storm tracker? Looks like it's down in the 5 Points area right now. Let's see if it's moving. They may be stopped, frozen, right, as many of us would be at this time. Looking at downtown Huntsville is where they are. Do we have Jim Abbott? I know he is riding there. He's been working for us. Jim, can you hear us or no? Or we're going to pause on that in just a moment.
Yeah, I can. Very
lightly here. But let me give you an update here as we are driving through downtown Huntsville right now. And what we're seeing a whole lot of are, the roads a little bit, slushy now. Whereas before, there were just some grooves in the outside lanes going one way or the other. Now we're starting to see that it's more just a slush here and there. Let me see if I can kind of switch this out for you. Yeah, I'll show you the roads here. In the meantime, I just heard back from the Department of Transportation about how the roads are, so let me update you on that. They say their crews and the contractors have plowed and treated a lot today all throughout North Alabama. Most of the 4-lane or more routes have at least 1 lane cleared in each direction. I-65 and I-59 are in pretty good shape right now. 565 has been plowed, is passable, but still is a little bit slushy in some areas. So they're going to go back and they're going to work on clearing some of that all the way to the edges of the roadway. What they're concerned about, again, is the water on the pavements, and we've heard that before, that more rain may add to that, and of course the possibility then, as the temperature starts to go down, that it's going to freeze, and then again tomorrow night when it could be even colder and make travel hazardous. So they're just cautioning to be careful as you do that. We're kind of going under 565 right now, but again, we've been finding about the same thing as we've been driving around here. That most of it is slushy. If you just take it, a little slowly as you're going through, we haven't had any problems with slipping or sliding right now. Again, the temperature hasn't dropped to a point where it's going to get slick. Then it's a whole different situation. But right now, see a couple more, cars and trucks that are out and about, but not too many.
Police car, it looks like the police getting ready to pass you there. They've been out and about all day long checking on road conditions. Hey, Jim, we want to wish you a happy birthday, too. What a way to spend the day frozen and reporting in the snow. Happy birthday to you.
Well, thank you. No better way. As I said before, I think Mother Nature has a thing about January 10th that it always seems like there's, always a snowfall when it comes. It's going to be right around or on January 10th. So, there's so many other days that we don't have something like this. So at least I can say, get to spend the birthday and go out and enjoy the winter wonderland that we have.
You get to spend the birthday not just with your family at home, but with all of us here at work and all of the viewers. So what better way to celebrate a new year? All right, we're going to take a quick break.
What's funny, too, is tomorrow. Very unusual, I know, that we've got back-to-back birthdays, so we certainly, can't forget when the birthdays are. But we had already kind of pre-decided that we'll celebrate it some other time. She's got the fort battened down at home with the boys and having fun there. But, it's not so bad when you've got something fun that you can kind of play in the snow. Not a bad way to spend the birthday.
I love that. Back-to-back birthdays. We have more in common than you know. My husband and I also have back-to-back birthdays. We are going to pause for just a quick break. Again, we are waiting for an official update from Huntsville City and Madison County leaders. So we will bring that to you live as soon as they are ready. It was supposed to start at 3. They are running a little bit behind, but we'll take just a few minutes to pay for our services here with our commercial break. We'll be right back.
Hi again, everyone. We are winding down our winter weather threat here on this 31 alert day, but it pretty well worked out the way we expected. Nice little coating of snow earlier. We have seen that decrease a little bit due to the changeover to sleet and some rainfall on top of it. Still some of that mixed precip showing up. WAAY 31 triple Doppler, mostly to the east of I-65. The further north you go, you're likely to run into some snowfall. Parts of Franklin County, Tennessee, far northern parts of Lincoln County there in southern middle Tennessee, and especially up to near and east of Nashville. But where you got the green, that's liquid precip. Where you start getting into the pinks and purples, that's where we have either sleet or, in cases where the temperature is at or below 32 degrees, a little bit of freezing rain out there. So still some light icing could take place and could occur in some areas, especially over Sand Mountain. Most of the precip is really starting to taper off across the area, so we are past the worst that this winter storm is going to throw at us here across the Tennessee Valley. The latest with future radar, a little overdone on the precip compared to what we're seeing on radar, but showing that it does continue to break up and track on out of here as we work our way on into this evening and tonight. Likely we'll have some occasional snow flurries overnight tonight in the cold air, but that will be it. No additional significant accumulations are expected. Here's tomorrow morning around 7 o'clock in the morning, and again, maybe a few snow flurries out there, but that'll be about it. At this point, it becomes the recovery process. When do we get rid of it? When do road conditions improve to the point that we're not going to have to worry about the refreeze? And that's still going to take another couple of days before that happens. We head into your Saturday afternoon. Still a lot of cloud cover will hang on here, so I think that will limit significant melting tomorrow. There will be some, because temperatures will get back above 32 degrees. Could be similar road conditions to what we've seen today. So afternoon, perhaps okay, but there'll still be some slush out there and some isolated slick spots. And whatever doesn't melt away Saturday, heading into Sunday morning, it's going to freeze back up again as we get a cold night. We're also going to have to watch, I think, Saturday night into Sunday morning for some fog to develop. That is something that can occasionally happen in the days after you get a snowfall out there. And where that occurs, we could see that freeze on the roadways as well. So even if things look a little bit better for you Sunday morning, just be aware if there is fog out there, as we are seeing indications will happen, that could lead to some black ice as some of those fog droplets freeze on the road surfaces, especially the elevated ones. But as cold as temperatures are going to be on Saturday night, maybe even some of the regular road surfaces could experience that as well. Otherwise, through the day Sunday, we get you back to sunnier skies. And I really think the melting will accelerate there for the second half of the weekend. It remains to be seen if there'll be a refreeze issue that we'll have for the commute Monday morning. Right now, I'm leaning against that, not 100% against it, but we are on that side of it, that it may not be a huge problem commute-wise come Monday. But we'll be watching that over the weekend and, of course, bringing you the updates as to what we are expecting for that Monday morning drive in. Tonight into tomorrow morning, back into the upper 20s, so below freezing temperatures means what is on the roadways will freeze overnight tonight. Our highs tomorrow, they'll struggle to warm, especially with the snow on the ground still. 32 in Rainsville, only around 33 in Scottsboro, may not even hit freezing. Higher elevations there in Skyline. We'll make it back to 35 in Huntsville, similar to what we've seen today. Decatur to Falkville to Hartselle, also in the mid-30s. And we'll look for mid-30s out here into the Shoals, including 35 in Town Creek and Florence, and 36 tomorrow in Russellville. Here's a look at that WAAY 31 Storm Tracker 10-day forecast. Don't have anything active weather-wise on the way heading into most of next week. There is a cold front that'll move in Monday into Tuesday. Right now, not expecting any precip with it, but it will keep our temperatures a little chilly throughout next week. We do bounce back mid-40s Sunday after a very cold start there Sunday morning at 20 degrees, 43 on Monday, but then maybe only in the upper 30s on Tuesday. Some more cold mornings, low into the 20s there both Tuesday and Wednesday morning before temperatures do bounce back a little bit more later next week. Perhaps into the 50s. That'll feel good compared to what we've got currently. 55 next Friday and likely staying in the 50s heading into next weekend. We are getting signs, though, there will be another weather maker that comes in at that point. But right now, Marie, it looks like that one will not be a snow threat, but we'll obviously keep an eye on it. It's still January after all, and just because we've gotten one snow event now doesn't mean that there can't be another one before the winter season is out, so we'll watch that closely.
Jeff. Why would you even say that? But you're right. All right, thank you. Let's go and take a live look now. This looks like 565. It is 565 from our WAAY 31 storm tracker. They're looking at road conditions there. We do have Huntsville city leaders and Madison County leaders ready for the afternoon briefing. Let's go ahead and listen in. We'll wait just a moment. You can see they're getting set up.
Chris Meteorologist, Director of Public Works. Just want to give everybody a quick summary of our activities during the day. It's been a plowing game mainly for us. We've been plowing the roads, our arterials and collectors, minor, major collectors throughout the city. Through the day, we've had some rain come down, which turned a lot of the snow that was on the road, turned it to more of a slush. Our plows have been slinging it off as best as possible. And what little bit of traffic has been on there, they've been kind of breaking up the snow that's been piled up on the side, and it's been in the lanes, kind of breaking it up, turning it into a slush even more, slowly melting off, draining off to the side since our temperatures have been around 33, 34 degrees. So the rain really helped us this afternoon. The temperatures are helping us into the evening. We've been mainly hitting like I mentioned, the collector roads out west. We've been hitting Greenbrier Parkway all day. Around the airport, the county has done an amazing job helping out with keeping those roads cleared. The Boeing Boulevard, the Martin Road, the County Line Road, and Wall Triana. On the north side of town, again, as mentioned this morning, we had motor graders at the intersection of Bob Wade and Pulaski Pike, and it also had some assistance from the state. The state had some motor graders out there as well, so again, can't push this enough. It's been a partnership approach for today. In the middle of the city, we've been hitting Oakwood, Maston Lake, Sparkman, getting down into Drake and Airport Road, and eventually making ourselves our way out to Hampton Cove with the Eastern Bypass, 431, Old 431, Taylor Road, Taylor Lane, Old Big Cove Road, those major thoroughfares, as well as to the south being Bailey Cove, Weatherly, Lily Flag, those major thoroughfares as well. So we've been clearing those for the most of the day, plowing those most of the day. You're going to see a lot of moisture on the road, and you're going to see tonight temperatures are going to be, we've been told, somewhere around hovering around 33, 34 degrees. That may play slightly to our favor with having more black ice in isolated locations, which will be here to work closely with our first responders, HPD and Sheriff's Office, to respond to those areas and treat those areas, and we'll be slinging some salt on those isolated locations. But for now, on the higher elevations, did want to remind everybody, Mr. Chris Jackson is going to step up here in just a moment, tell you about some road closures. Some of those closures are at higher elevations, like your Green Mountains and your Montesano areas. Just be sure, if you are getting around those higher elevations, if you're in those communities, in those neighborhoods, please drive with extreme caution. Please drive slow. There may be some degree, a little bit of ice up there, since the temperatures may be slightly lower than what we're projecting throughout the evening and throughout the night. So I'll turn it over to our safety gentlemen, Brent and Chris, and they can give you a better update. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Sergeant Chris Jackson with Huntsville Police Department. I'm going to kind of give you an update today as to patrol's efforts out here in Huntsville. So early this morning, the winter weather came in. It started to snow, it started to bring precipitation, and it started to bring some hazardous road conditions for travel. Quickly, some roads were closed. Those two roads that have been closed for the majority of the day are Bankhead Parkway and up Green Mountain. Those roads are going to remain closed through the duration of the night, just due to the fact that they're elevated. They're underneath the canopy, and the temperatures, while yes, you can look on your phone and see that they're a little bit higher, they're going to need some time to melt off before they actually become safe for travel. Now let's talk about traveling today. Yes, it's raining. Yes, it seems like it's warm. But let's talk about how that can actually lull you into a false sense of security, or could generate some complacency, as officers know it. So what we're seeing now is, as you're driving down the roadway, you see that the ice has been broken up, or you see that the snow has been broken up. You see that there's moisture, and you think, okay, everything's good. But the truth is this, that on your overpasses, it's still very cold underneath them. That ice that's on the ground and the snow that's on the ground, as the water hits it, it refrigerates it and makes it even colder, which means that ice forms a lot quicker. So we're still asking drivers, if you're going to be out on the roadway, drive with extreme caution. Take your time. Remember, as I said yesterday, it's about just getting there. It's not about being in a race. And then throughout the night, you can anticipate possibly running into some black ice. This is why we're urging, if you don't have to be out, don't get out in this type of weather. Now, with us having the roadway closures, let's talk about barriers. They're up for a reason. Green Mountain Road and Bankhead Parkway are both extremely dangerous roads to travel in these types of conditions. Please do not go around them, and please don't go through them. And I'm going to turn it over to Brent Patterson now. He's going to give you an update on Madison County.
My name is Brent Patterson. I'm the Public Information Officer with the Madison County Sheriff's Office. I'm going to reiterate what these gentlemen has already said. We don't have any roads right now that are closed. However, there are very hazardous conditions out there right now. Our concerns later this evening is the black ice issues. From what we understand, the temperatures are going to be right on that line and can go either way. So our message is still the same. Stay home. Don't get out in this mess. Don't find yourself stranded, trapped, or in need of assistance when you don't have to. The barriers, the barricades, again, they're there for a reason. We don't just bring them out and set them up just because they're there. We put them in places for a message that you don't need to be in this area. Also, unfortunately, there are a lot of individuals in our community who are displaced. It's cold out there, folks. I don't care if there's ice, whatever's on the road. There's people out here struggling at night, in the daytime, that have nowhere to go. If you will log on to Facebook, the Madison County Sheriff's Office, we have warming stations that we have listed. If you need help, call our non-emergency line. I'll come out and get you if I have to myself and take you, to keep you having to sit out tonight or any night. There's no reason. The resources are in place. The people are there to help you through bad times. We all go through tough times, some more than others. And lastly, I'd like to personally say that seeing the individuals who have been working 24 and 48 hours to make sure that this is took care of, it speaks volume for the leadership in our community. Whether it be the city, the county, all of us, we've all come together and we have worked extremely hard. The Madison County Commission, Huntsville Public Works, Huntsville Police Department, you name it, everybody has come together with one common goal, and that is to make sure that our community is took care of and safe. And it speaks volume with our community. So again, stay home, don't get out in this mess. Hopefully Sunday we'll be through this and won't see this for a while. Thank you.
Do you all have any questions? Yeah, both for, I guess, city and county, the message has been, then essential, please stay home. Are you happy with the response, and have you had to run on a lot of wrecks or other things? So I'm happy to report that our message got out, or it seems like it did. Today we've answered 10 accidents. We did have a little bit of a snag up on Governor's Drive where we had to close it temporarily. That was due to a vehicle that was stalled and then caused a semi to actually stall out, and then 2 other semis to stall out. And it kind of caused a gravitating effect down the side of the mountain. We were able to get everything situated thanks to AlDOT. They had a lot of heavy machines up there. They actually helped pull several of those semis to get them rolling back with momentum to get them going.
Our situation is individuals who like to get out and ride around in this mess, who have absolutely no business being in this mess, and end up having an accident, which brings more work onto law enforcement. We have assisted the Alabama Law Enforcement Agency the last couple of days with those individuals who get out and find themselves in an unfortunate situation. So, but yes, the people have listened. They've stayed home, and it's been a great help for everybody in our community.
Anything else? All right, thank you for coming. We're planning on doing this
once again at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. If you all would like to come back down, we'll have the same folks. And we really just focus on weather.
Have it. We just had an update there from Madison County and Huntsville city leaders giving us just an update on the situation that they're dealing with and road conditions. Again, plowing, clearing has been the name of the game. Road crews have been at it since early this morning. They've been able to get a good handle on it. And you heard from Madison County Sheriff's Office and Huntsville Police right there, all thanks because their messages came out. They alerted, we asked you to stay home, you listened, and that is why the roads are in the shape that they're in. You allowed these crews to get in and do what they had to do effectively and efficiently. And well, just the forecast panned out the way that we had hoped it would for the better. Of course, the way that Jeff Castle and the rest of the team had predicted it would since we first started tracking this. I want to remind you, take this quick time to remind you that on our website, WAAYTV.com, and on our WAAY 31 News app, we do have updated information on road closures. We will continue that throughout the weekend. So as roads close or open, you can find it county by county right there on our homepage. Very easy to find, just road closures and updates. Here we go, right here. We've got it broken down for you. We will be monitoring this 24/7 throughout the weekend as things may change when you have the potential for freezing in the overnight hours and black ice. And we will be in constant contact with EMA officials across North Alabama and, of course, local law enforcement agencies who are out there and really able to share that information. You heard from them. If you don't have to get out, stay home. The roads are wet, and it's just a cause for trouble. You're putting yourself and first responders in danger that doesn't need to happen if you're just out there joyriding. That is the latest update. We're going to take a few minutes, take a quick break, and we'll be right back with more.
Hi again, everyone. Let's get you updated on what we have going with our wintry precip here around the area. Again, had the snow first thing this morning, then we had that transition as expected to some sleet and eventually some rainfall. The bulk of the widespread wintry precip out of here. We've got kind of the leftovers as we're now on the backside of this storm system pulling away from us. One slug of moisture that has passed through Huntsville and points eastward. And we got another little batch developing back out to the west. Temperatures in the lower atmosphere are just warm enough in most cases now to support some rainfall, although occasionally a little bit of sleet mixing in, and areas in southern Middle Tennessee still some light snow potential showing up here as well. And I really expect until this completely winds down, which won't happen until probably 6, 7, 8 o'clock this evening, we're going to have this continued mixed bag of precip, but not expecting any more significant sort of accumulation on top of what we already have seen today. We'll zoom in a little closer here. Parts of Madison County, this is just some light rain, some mist showing up. Again, might mix in with a snowflake or two, maybe a sleet pellet, especially as you head on over into parts of Jackson, Marshall, DeKalb County. We still have some spots over here in Sand Mountain, particularly down in the mountain valleys, and that cold air sometimes drains down there, and that's where you find the lowest temperatures. There are a few spots where we are at 32 degrees or maybe even a degree or two below that. So some of this could be falling in the form of some light freezing rain. It's not heavy enough that we're going to see any sort of significant glazing out there, but maybe a little bit more of a coating. We did get a couple reports here, especially into Sand Mountain, of about 1/10 of an inch of ice in a few locations. So we may add to that anything that is not quite melted off yet. So just be aware of that. But again, this is not looking real significant. We are seeing a little bit more redevelopment of some precip out here toward the shoals, likely some sprinkles as indicated by radar. But as you head up into Wayne County there in southern Middle Tennessee, atmosphere is cold enough to support some snowflakes mixed in. But again, nothing that's real substantial out of this. Temperatures, they've been helped out, as we saw in that press conference. The reason why the roads are not in more terrible shape than they could be otherwise is the fact that many areas have climbed above 32 degrees. It's 34 in Huntsville, Decatur and Athens, same for Moulton, 35 in the Shoals. There are some spots, though, running around that freezing mark. So this is where we could have a slightly better chance for some slick spots. 32 right now in Guntersville. It's just below freezing in Scottsboro at 31. And many areas here, southern Middle Tennessee, also remain right around 32 degrees. So in those spots where we are sitting at freezing or just below, better chance that you're going to run into some slick travel conditions out there. And we're going to be monitoring the temperatures, as they mentioned. The county and local officials are going to be doing the same because that's when they're going to have to maybe do some spot treatment of some black ice, as we do see some areas fall back to 32 overnight tonight that are currently sitting excuse me, above the freezing mark. Here's the view outside again in Huntsville, 565. You know, it's a good thing when they don't close it, because a lot of times when we have wintry weather, that and the Parkway are some of the first major roadways that get shut down. But again, didn't happen this go around, and at least for now, smooth sailing. Folks taking a little slow, those that are out and about. But we encourage you, if you don't have to be on the roadways, just wait until conditions improve. That, of course, part of our Thompson Roofing and Construction Skycam network. Here's your forecast over the next 6 hours. This is around the greater Huntsville area. And again, likely staying temperature-wise where we are right now, 34, 35 degrees. And then later this evening into tonight, we will start to see the numbers slowly come down. And once they hit that freezing mark, then that's when we'll be watching out for more in the way of slick conditions. Again, just a few more hours where we're going to be tracking some of this mixed wintry precip out there, but most of it will be lighter than what we had earlier today. And of course, I'll have a full breakdown of your forecast and that 10-day coming up on WAAY 31 News at 4 o'clock.
All right, thank you for that update, Jeff. Want to go back out and take a live look at some of these road conditions and check in with our crew in our WAAY 31 Storm Tracker, powered by Lynn Layton Chevrolet. Let's go ahead, Jim Abbott there. Jim, what are you seeing and where exactly are you? I can't quite read those signs from here.
Yeah, we are just leaving Huntsville International Airport, heading back out towards I-565 right now. And as a report that we got from ALDOT a little while ago, that they've plowed most of 565. It is still slushy in some parts, but other than that, really isn't so bad right now. Again, obviously, the temperature not down freezing. It's going to get slick a little later, but we're heading now on to 565 East, as you can see here, and so we'll kind of show you what it's like there, but. Different than before, like where you see here is we're getting onto the on-ramp here where it's kind of slushy and there's some grooves. And that's what we were running into the past couple of hours, where you can get into some slick spots there. Aren't as many of those, and obviously the more cars and trucks are traveling, you might have seen just a minute ago as we were coming from the airport, that's been traveled pretty heavily, so it's kind of smooth that out so that it's mostly just pavement. But let's see here as we get back onto 565. Again, they had been pre-treating the outside lanes first, so those are the ones that mostly people kind of been traveling on. And so you can see here, on the right lane, there isn't really anything at all. The lane just to our left has quite a bit of slush in it, especially as you start going inside towards the lanes there. A little bit more traffic than we saw, maybe about 30 minutes ago or so, but not too many out on the roads. But right now, fortunately, not so bad. It's wet, but it's not really slushy or too slick. On 565 anyway.
Great news. Again, great to keep you all informed at home as to what's happening all across North Alabama, not just here in the Huntsville Metro. Really no accidents. Have you seen any stranded vehicles or anything like that on your travels this afternoon, Jim?
Max and I were downtown, and we were coming off. Where was that? That we saw that one Mustang that was off to the side. Yeah, that just before Toyota Field, there was a car that had slid off down towards into the ditch, and it looked like they were trying to clear that. But we've seen some snowplows out. But yeah, really, other than that, haven't seen any other cars that have gotten stuck anywhere. Haven't seen any accidents, fortunately. Which really is a good thing, because again, like we were saying before, when you drive out and it was slicker earlier and it's going to be slicker later, the slower you go, the better, because once you start hitting a slick spot, and then it's our natural tendency to hit the brake quickly, now you start spinning, and then you find that you're out of control, and now all the safety advice as far as turn into the skid kind of goes to the wayside. So the slower you go, the better it is as far as safety is concerned. But so far as we start heading towards, we're coming back towards Madison Boulevard and Toyota Field right now. A little bit more slushy kind of between the lanes here, but otherwise not too bad. Traffic's starting to pick up a little bit going westbound.
Thank you very much for that update, Jim. We want to take a quick moment too and remind you, especially our third shift folks that are maybe just waking up or getting ready to get up. If you have a loved one getting ready to work the third shift at the hospital or wherever they're working tonight, make sure they have an emergency bag in their car. You can fill it with extra blankets and food and water in the event that they do run into some ice or some slick spots on the road and they happen to get stranded out there. Make sure they are okay. Just because things look fine now does not mean that it won't change once the overnight hours happen and the temperatures start to drop. So just make sure they are prepared for whatever they could encounter tonight, overnight hours, early morning tomorrow, and then of course Sunday. Let's get to the fun stuff. This is what we love to see and hear. These are viewer photos submitted by you at home. You guys have answered the call, and boy, did you ever. You have filled our emails, our inboxes, and this is why we do what we do. Here are a look at some of your photos, hundreds of videos of your friends and family out there enjoying the snow day from before the sun came up well into the day. And now, of course, as the sun is starting to go down on this Friday and cap off the week, but incredible stuff. Share at WAAYTV.com. Keep them coming. We could not tell this story without all of you at home. Love to see it. Love to see the progression photos. Kids out there having fun. Your baby's first snow, your puppy's first snow, all that stuff really brings a lot of joy and warms our hearts, especially those of us stuck in the field or stuck in the studio, unable to make it home with our friends and family. You guys bring us joy. Talking about some young kids right there. Look at that, getting out there, bundled up, enjoying the snow. Share at WAAYTV.com. Keep them coming. We love to see and hear from you. You can see all of your photos again online in these slideshows that we have. The cow, there you go, the famous cows staying warm over there. 6:46 a.m. Look at that, up bright and early with us. See them online, share it. You can share the links, share them on social media too. You can find us. We are everywhere. We are committed to being here for you, delivering the news you can't get anywhere else, right here on WAAY 31. Again, if you have our news app, you would have seen this by now. If not, take that time to go ahead and download our WAAY 31 news and weather apps to keep it with you 24/7 wherever you go. We'll take a quick break right here and we'll be back. It is 3:49 on your Friday afternoon. From the Shoals to Sand Mountain and everywhere in between, we have been tracking the winter weather all across North Alabama for you on this January 10th as we wrap up the work week. I want to go ahead and check in right now with our team out in the Shoals. They've been up and at 'em since before the sun came up this morning. Georgia, we were with you. I was out there with you last year. A much different sight this year, but walk us through current conditions right now where you are in the Shoals.
Absolutely, Marie. This has been a lot different than last year's ice capades that we had. Right now, it's a lot of slushiness, and we are kind of monitoring this. I know the weather team is monitoring this wetness that has happened since early this morning because we saw so much snow, and then it turned into rain, and now anytime you take a step anywhere, it just turns immediately into mush. So it's going to be interesting what tomorrow morning looks like, and of course, we're going to keep you updated here as the weekend goes on with what the road conditions are like. But right now, Julia Miller is downstairs in City Hall interviewing the Lauderdale County EMA Director, Mr. Brad Holmes. We will have more on that later this evening, but she's just getting updated information about the roads, how the conditions have been. I know as of this morning, we had 2 crashes in Lauderdale County, no injuries, thankfully, that we can report that, but we're still working to get more information on that. I also just heard from the Florence Fire Chief that they did respond to a house fire on Chilton Avenue. They got there and there was heavy fire visible from the house and from the garage. They were able to get that fire under control. There were about 4 people inside, including children, but thankfully we can report that no one was hurt and the fire is completely under control now. But it's been a busy day here in Lauderdale County. They've had a lot of roads being impassable, same as the rest of North Alabama. And so they're just working to get those roads cleared right now and continuing to work through the evening to make sure everyone has a safe weekend. But as we've been telling you today, just be sure to stay off the roads if you don't have to be out, because whether they're cleared or not, they're still slick because it is still very wet and still raining a little bit out here. So just be careful if you're out on the roads today. Reporting in Florence with coverage you can count on, Georgia Clark, WAAY 31 News.
Right. Hey, George, I got a quick question for you. I know you were in contact with Brad and the rest of the gang there at Florence Lauderdale EMA yesterday, too. How much did that new alert system help them with their coverage? They were able to text road conditions. People could sign up and get updated information at their phones. How beneficial was that for everyone out there today?
I think it's been very beneficial. I actually signed up for it myself and was able to get some alerts to kind of give an idea about what the roads were going to look like. I got the impassable alert earlier today, and I think that that's been a really helpful way for them to communicate with the community and not really have to bombard them with so much information. And thankfully today they haven't really had to do a lot of that because it's been a much more moderate than last year, which I know that they prompted this whole text system because of last year, because it was so unexpected at how it went. So they wanted to be on top of everything this year, make sure everybody was safe getting where they needed to go.
Better to be prepared than left in the dark. We are so glad that they added that technology and that capability out there. Have you been able to get some food and rest, hopefully, today too?
Yes, we have stayed fed as best we can. We've got plenty of snacks in here. We've been able to stop for some food. There hasn't been as many places closed today. We've actually driven by. We've had to use the bathroom at a few different places, and everybody has said, please tell everybody we're open. Please tell everybody we're open. So the Jacks and multiple Jacks in Colbert County are open. The Slim Chickens over there is open. I know Cookout down the street over here is open. So if you need some food, there are places that are open. And we also just did an interview at the Foodland. So if you need some groceries, there are still places open today that you can get. You're not completely destitute when it comes to food today. So yeah, we've been able to stay fed and rested, and we're just powering through the day.
Thank you so much for that update from the Shoals, Georgia. We're going to take a quick break. WAAY 31's Tori Dundon and Nicole Williams will be back.
From Sand Mountain to Zip City and all points in between.
These are family memories. I remember growing up as a kid, we would come here and do this, and so it's great to bring my family back to be able to do these same things.
And beyond.
I'm reporting live in Athens with coverage you can count on. Maddie McCaffrey, WAAY 31 News.
Yes, here in the Storm Tracker with Sports Director Max Cohen right now. We are driving currently in downtown Huntsville.
But, of course, for now, I'm going to send things back to you in the warm studio with coverage you can count on. I'm Amber Kulick, WAAY 31 News.
The only station in the Valley with live team coverage since 4:30 this morning.
North Alabama and southern Tennessee are right now under a winter storm warning, and also all of those counties in both North Alabama and southern Tennessee also under states of emergency, as our WAAY 31 Storm Tracker weather team predicted.
And all night. WAAY 31 News at 4 starts now.
Coverage you can count on. This is WAAY 31 News at 4.
We're tracking the impacts of winter weather across North Alabama. Thanks for joining us for our continuous coverage of today's weather event. I'm Tori Dunnan.
And I'm Nikhil Williams. Right now, we've been bringing you team coverage from Sand Mountain to the Shoals and everywhere in between. Of course, we will continue to do so all evening. We will check in with each of our crews in just a moment. But first, we want to check in with Storm Tracker Chief Meteorologist Jeff Castle. Jeff, you've been here all afternoon. What are you dealing with right now? We saw what you predicted unfold this evening. What are you tracking right now as this continues to roll through?
Well, still kind of what we expected would be unfolding at the tail end of this winter storm. That is kind of a mixed bag of precip. We're not done with that precipitation yet. But we have gotten through the most impactful part of the storm, which was the accumulating snow from earlier this morning. With that said, though, WAAY 31 Triple Doppler, there is still some precip out there, most of it liquid form, but there are some spots where there is some snow. That's the white and the blue that you see, parts of southern Tennessee. And when you start getting into this purple and pink color, that's your wintry mix. That's a little sleet, and perhaps in some areas where temperatures are running around the freezing mark that we have in portions of Sand Mountain, that is also in the form of some light freezing rain. I'll focus in a little closer here. Huntsville, it's mostly just light rain, but maybe occasionally mixing in a sleet pellet or some snowflakes in a few spots. We head over into Sand Mountain, and again, a little bit more in the way of sleet, although some rain mixed in, and especially this pink color over to Cobb County. That's an indication of the radar picking up possibility that we have some freezing rain, and that is because particularly from Gunnersville to Fort Payne, even back to Scottsboro, temperatures there have been running right around 32 degrees. So just be aware of that. This is where, if we have some slick spots, they're most likely to be found. In other areas where temperatures have warmed just a hair, roads aren't terrible. Won't say they're 100% drivable everywhere, but not as bad as it was a little bit earlier. This is rainfall showing up around the Shoals right now, but that does transition over to a little bit of light snow as you head there into southern Tennessee, where temperatures are just a little bit colder. We're 34 in Huntsville and in Decatur, 35 in Muscle Shoals. There you see those numbers running around freezing from Scottsboro down towards the Gunnersville area. So we will have to monitor for some slick spots redeveloping overnight tonight, especially as our temperatures drop back off just a little bit heading into the overnight hours. There's a view in Hourville right now. Coating of snow out there, but some of it has melted and settled. So that's why you are seeing some patches of bare ground out there compared to what it looked like a little bit earlier on today. But snow day for everyone. There was some concern that it may not work out for everyone here in North Alabama, but all places got at least some accumulation out of it. Here's your forecast into this evening, and temperatures will be critical as to how slick the roads get here for the next few hours. Right now, all indications are that for many of us, we stay above 32 degrees, but in some locations that could certainly change. And again, we'll wind down that wintry precip that we have ongoing as we work our way through the next several hours. I'll be back in just a few moments. We'll talk about what to expect for the weekend. Refreeze will be a problem where the snow and ice remains for the next several days. I'll let you know when it will all melt away for good coming up in your forecast.
The winter weather is creating some hazardous conditions on several roads across North Alabama.
Let's go ahead now and give you a look at our WAAY 31 traffic maps. And right now we can see that things are running pretty smoothly across the area. In most places, we do see a few crashes. Looks like in the Decatur area in Huntsville. looks like a few accidents there, and it looks like we have some road closures down toward the bottom of the map there to the east of Coleman. But so far, things are running smoothly, and that's the way we like to see it. We don't see any orange or red on the map right now, so it looks like for the most part, people are taking it easy and being careful out there while they're on the roadways. We hope you continue to do so out there if you have to be out and about. The best bet is to stay home if you can, but take it slow if you're going to be out there.
Meantime, our WAAY 31 sports team has been in the WAAY 31 storm tracker since about 5:30 this morning. Jim Abbott now jumping in, keeping an eye on the road conditions in Madison County.
Jim, tell us how things are looking where you are right now.
Yeah, Tori and Nicole, as you said, things not quite as bad as they were before. And it kind of echo what you said, same thing that some of the other emergency management officials were saying earlier, certainly in Marshall and DeKalb County, that people really were heeding their precautions about going out. They weren't finding a lot of people alongside of the roads. Max and I have been driving for about an hour now throughout Madison County. We only saw one car that was abandoned on the side of the road. 565 has really gotten much better. Now, they have plowed it. They had pre-treated it before. Certainly the outside lane and the middle lanes were fine. Pretty much just wet. We weren't really seeing anything as far as, any snow or ice or anything packed there. Let me give you a look right now. We are headed up Airport Road, kind of where it turns into Carl T. Jones, heading into Jones Valley. And it's a little different when we're going on some of these roads. We're in the right side lane, and here it's not quite as bad. But some of the other less traveled roads, we were just on California, and some of those, it's actually the outside lanes that are a little bit trickier because you get some of that snow that's coming off, the curb that's kind of spilling into the street, making it a little tougher. It's actually the inside lane that's a little bit better. Now here there's obviously the median that's in the middle, but when you have those 5 lanes, you got the two lanes going one way and 2 in the other, and you've got that middle lane. That is where a lot of that snow has kind of been, trudged on a little bit, and as it's getting colder, it's going to start hardening up. So when you start going to make a turn, it's going to be really tough, for your tires to get some traction there and kind of knock you out. So if you have to travel a little later on, beware of that. Right now, it's not too bad. Max and I were just talking, though. If you were to go out, I'm not really sure where you would go. A lot of places have closed, so we haven't seen much of anything open. There are a couple gas stations are open, but there really isn't anything much to do as you do go out. But again, from what we're seeing is now we heading towards Jones Valley, is the streets are just kind of wet, not seeing anything slick right now, which is a good thing. And again, a lot of that is due to people taking the precautions and not going out and getting into trouble.
Jim, do you have any idea of how, Tori was wondering how.
Like higher elevations,
Yeah.
Coming down Montesano and such.
How the roads are looking in those areas?
Yeah, when we were on Governors before, it actually was pretty good. Both of the lanes going west and east were in pretty good shape. And at that base there, Montesano Boulevard, right there at Governors, there was a city plow that was pushing things off to the side there. They actually had a couple of trucks that were working on it, so that was great. They've really been doing a phenomenal job of getting out and pushing some of that snow out of the way. So fortunately, we haven't seen a whole lot of that, but we're going to keep driving around and see if we can find, some other spots like that, some of the less traveled roads, the ones that maybe they're not plowing as much and people aren't getting to, just to see what those conditions are like.
Yeah, we know the state, the county and the city, they all have their specific areas that they treat.
Yeah.
And so it's important to know those roads ahead of time because they do provide that information, the specific roadways and routes that they're going to focus on in certain areas.
And they also definitely were out and about. I mean, visible signs definitely of them today and pre-treating as well. So stay safe out there, Jim, and keep us updated.
Leaders in Madison County believe their preparations ahead of today's winter weather has paid off. Huntsville's Public Works Department stationed plows and motor graders across the city. Director Chris McNeese says they've been plowing main thoroughfares, which has helped. However, he still cautions people about leaving their home tonight.
Did want to remind everybody Mr. Chris Jackson is going to step up here in just a moment, tell you about some road closures. Some of those closures are at higher elevations, like your Green Mountains and your Montesano areas. Just be sure if you are getting around those higher elevations, if you're in those communities, in those neighborhoods, please drive with extreme caution. Please drive slow.
For a full list of all road closures across North Alabama, just visit our website, WAAYTV.com. Our team coverage takes us out to Sand Mountain now.
WAAY 31 storm tracker meteorologist Amber Kulick now joins us live in Scottsboro. So what's it looking like there now since the last time we talked to you?
Yeah, Tori and Nicole. Things just keep changing out here in Scottsboro. So we started out as snow this morning, just pure snow up until about 10:30, 11 o'clock. And then we changed over to sleet. And soon after the sleet came the rain. We did see a break earlier this afternoon, but the rain has returned to Scottsboro. So what Jeff was saying just a minute ago about temperatures being right around freezing and that rain, yeah, we're seeing it here in Scottsboro for sure. But I do want to show you my snowball here. So my photog, Demetrius Hurry, made this for me. And I just want to point out that if you were having a snowball fight today, I hope you made smaller snowballs, because this is a wet snow and it is very heavy. So definitely don't want to hit anyone in the face with this. But I also want to show you something else. So where I'm standing at right now, I've been kind of playing with the snow, shifting it back and forth over the past few minutes. And again, our temperatures, they are hovering right around that freezing mark. So where I have shifted the snow around, it's getting slushy already and starting to ice back over. So that is something that we're going to have to watch for, especially here in Sand Mountain as we head into tomorrow morning, because the roads look okay for now, but they're slushy, and that slush is going to refreeze as we head into the overnight hours tonight and early tomorrow morning. So just like we've been telling you all day long, if you don't have to be out on the roadways, stay home the rest of the evening, because we're right around that time where we're going to see the roads start to go downhill as we head through the rest of the evening hours tonight. But of course, for now, live in Scottsboro with coverage you can count on, I'm Amber Kulick, WAAY 31 News.
Thanks for that information. Definitely helpful to see visually, you know, when you talk about under the slush, what it can do. So, all right, let's check in with our crew in Limestone County now.
WAAY 31 reporter, let's see, who do we have out there in Athens, Georgia? Yes, and Maddie in Athens right now. You ladies have been out there all day, braving the conditions and taking care of Bucky as well. How are things looking right now, ladies?
Well, Tori and Nicole, it is still wet. I mean, we went through a span there where it was several hours, snow, sleet, rain, just
all
getting
of it.
pelted. Then it was like, oh, there was nothing.
Nothing. That was the best. It was clear for a little bit. We were just out here enjoying it. It didn't feel as freezing as it was.
And it's back to rain. So the roads are getting a little bit more slick. They've been slick all day, but whenever the sleet or the rain keeps coming down, we can tell the cars are going a little bit slower.
Yes, the roads are slushy. Cars are going pretty slow, but we have seen a few people kind of pick up the speed a little bit. So definitely if you're driving, take it slow. Just be cautious.
And so we've been talking with city leaders all day today. The Public Works Department here in Athens have been sanding all day. They've been plowing, and you can tell that they definitely put in the work. There is no snow on the roads around the Buc-ee's area specifically. It is just wet on the roads. And you talked to who?
I talked to the EMA director, and they've been on call all day long. Luckily, they have not had to respond to many situations, that is. So that is great news for the Limestone County community. He said that most of the roads, as you can see behind us, as we've been telling y'all, are clear, like I-65 and the roads surrounding it. But he did say the back roads is where that becomes a problem. Snowplows have not been able to get to all the back roads.
Absolutely. Now, it is cold out here. We've been out all day. Maddie forgot her gloves this time.
I forgot my gloves. My hands are a little red.
Definitely don't be like her. Have your gloves on you. If you're going to be outside, just make sure you have extra layers on. But for now, Maddie, Paige, reporting in Athens. Back to you guys.
Back to y'all.
Lack of gloves has been worrying me all day. It's the mom instinct,
I
right?
know their hands must be freezing.
All right, we continue our team coverage as we return as snow blanketed the Tennessee Valley earlier. Jeff?
And still a little bit of wintry precip continuing here across portions of the Tennessee Valley. I'll track it out, show you what to expect from the rest of this winter storm coming up in your forecast.
Coverage you can count on. This is WAAY 31 News at 4 with Nikel Williams, Tori Dunnan, and Chief Meteorologist Jeff Castle. Now, WAAY 31 Storm Tracker Chief Meteorologist Jeff Castle with 31 Triple Doppler.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Our winter storm in the process of winding down, not 100% over yet. There's still some precip out there, but we are kind of at the tail end of the big impacts that it is going to be bringing here to the Tennessee Valley. A little bit of a wintry mix for just a few more hours. That's going to include some rain. Some places maybe some sleet, maybe a little freezing rain where temperatures are right around 32 degrees, and also a few snowflakes as well, kind of mixed in. But we're not expecting much in the way of additional accumulations of either snow or ice across the area, so that will remain quite limited. What we are going to have to watch for is the aftermath. That is going to be the slick roads. Temperatures hovering near freezing this evening. At some point, they will drop to 32 and eventually into the upper 20s a little bit later on tonight. And when that happens, that's when we're going to have some problems with the roads icing up with the moisture and the slush that will still be on many of those here across the Tennessee Valley. So that's what we're really going to be monitoring here for the next 10 hours. When do we get to 32? Well, the latest update, this is for Huntsville, says we're close, but we kind of hover here just above freezing for most of this evening and on into tonight. Keep in mind, though, it's often a little bit warmer in Huntsville than it is in outlying areas. So in other parts of North Alabama and southern Middle Tennessee, we'll likely hit 32 degrees a little bit earlier. So just be aware of that. I would say you've got another few hours where you're probably going to be okay on most roadways across much of the area before we start to get things a little bit more dicey on the roads as those temperatures dip to around freezing and we begin to see it more in the way of slick spots redeveloping across the area. We had that earlier. We had some improvement, especially when we changed over to some rainfall and temperatures got above 32 degrees. But again, we're going to have to watch for the refreeze overnight tonight. And that's one of the things that often causes big travel issues after these winter weather events. All right, here's the latest on WAAY 31 Triple Doppler, and it's a mixed bag. It's a very colorful map. I changed the color scheme so we could delineate what was liquid precip, what was the wintry mix, what was snow. And we still have that hodgepodge showing up around the area. Perhaps a little bit of freezing rain over here in DeKalb County, and then basically a rain, sleet, snow mix in other portions of North Alabama and southern Tennessee. It is rain out here towards the shoals, but as you hit the state line, head into Tennessee, atmosphere is cold enough there that we are changing back over to some light snow, mostly some light rain over Huntsville right now. But you hit the higher elevations. You just saw the new update there, a little bit of purple showing up, especially east of downtown, going up on top of Montesano, Green Mountain, for instance, where we may be mixing in a little bit of sleet, perhaps even some freezing rain if there are a few spots there on the ridge tops running right around 32 degrees. Similar story over here into parts of northeast Alabama. Again, kind of a wintry mix depending on where you are. Some rain in spots, some sleet or freezing rain in others. So we're not 100% done yet with this winter storm, but we are getting to the tail end of it. Here's the latest of future radar, again picking up on that mixed precip across the area. We'll march you forward by 8 o'clock tonight. Most of this out of here. May still have some snow flurries overnight tonight. You'll see some of those kind of pass by here and there, but nothing significant in terms of any additional snowfall. Cloudy skies remain. It'll be a cold night. We take you through the day tomorrow, and hard pressed, I think we'll get much sunshine. Future radar says maybe by the end of the afternoon we do get some breaks in the clouds, but that's probably about as much as we can expect. And because we'll keep it mostly cloudy, and because we'll keep it within a few degrees of freezing, there's not going to be a significant melt-off tomorrow, but I am expecting by Sunday we will begin to get rid of a lot of the remaining snow and ice there by the end of the weekend. These are your lows tonight. We fall back mostly into the upper 20s eventually. Your temperatures tomorrow, though, don't move very high above freezing. We're up to that number around 11 o'clock in the morning and then only go low and maybe some mid-30s tomorrow afternoon. We'll keep it mostly cloudy. Again, there might be a couple snow flurries, but that will be it. Forecast highs looking like this. We'll start you in the east across Sand Mountain, 30 in Mentone, 34 in Stevenson tomorrow. Scottsboro the same. New Hope, Huntsville 35, Hazel Green, Meridianville, up towards Fayetteville there in Tennessee, around the 33-degree mark. Same in Ardmore, Athens at 34. Same for Rogersville, Florence 35, and only 36 in Russellville tomorrow. So it does look like we'll keep a lot of that snow on the ground at least through your Saturday. WAAY 31 Storm Tracker 10-day looking like this. Saturday night we're down to 20. Whatever doesn't melt tomorrow definitely will refreeze Saturday night into Sunday morning. But as we hit the mid-40s Sunday, we bring some sunshine back in. A lot of the snow and ice is going to go away by the end of the weekend. Whatever isn't, we will have to watch early Monday morning as we fall just below 32 degrees again. Could be some isolated slick spots for the morning commute, but right now, probably not going to be too bad for the drive-in Monday morning, but we'll keep an eye on that for the weekend. We do have another cold front coming Monday into Tuesday, so there will be a temperature drop back into the 30s for highs Tuesday and some more cold mornings down into the low 20s for the middle of next week before we bounce back. Maybe see 50 again by next Friday at this time before another weather maker brings some rain back in towards next weekend.
Thanks, Jeff. Well, still ahead, we're taking a look at some of your photos of the fun. And I almost said fun in the sun. That's not true. Fun in the snow.
The sun will come back eventually.